husband whose For You page is just filled with cars because he can look at cars and baseball. That's all he looks at, right? So I'm lucky. I don't have to deal with this challenge. But, you know, it's like women who have such a hard time with their guy goes to a strip club. They're a dude, they're visual. It doesn't mean they're having an affair. It doesn't mean they're leaving you. I mean, for them, it's no different than you going to get a pedicure. Like, you have to understand male sexual psychology. If you have a secure relationship, you put it together. I remember one time, this famous, I don't know if he's still alive, from the 80s and 90s. He was a very avant-garde fashion photographer and took a lot of topless pictures of models and whatever. And I was reading an article about him and his wife in Vanity Fair years ago. And they said that the wife would point, they'd be at the beach in Cannes, and she would point out girls with great boobs. And, oh, look at those boobs, honey, don't miss those. I'm like, a good wife, right? She understood it's visual. It's visual. Again, a whole different thing if you looked at a bunch of DMs and he's had on his phone number and he's meeting people. But look, he's just looking. It's window shopping. Not even shopping. It's window looking, like being in a museum. All right. I think we have time for one more real quick. I just read this one DM and I'm like, oh my God. Let me just try quickly. Dear Dr. Wendy, I had sex on a first date. Did I already lose? Yes. Yes. I mean, it depends. If you want to have a really fun romp and a great short-term relationship, you're in the right place. But if you're hoping to turn this around and turn it into a long-term monogamous relationship and convince it that I can do this with all the boys, then it's an uphill battle. It is an uphill battle. You're going to go. You're listening to the Dr. Wendy Wells Show on KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app right now. Let's go to the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County.
I'm Virginia. 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom says he'll seriously consider a run for president, but not until after the 2026 midterms. He tells he said he thought hadn't crossed his mind.
Yeah, why? Otherwise, I just need why.
For now, Newsom says his focus is on passing Proposition 50, the ballot measure aimed at redrawing congressional districts to help Democrats in next year's House races. The Dodgers returned to LA after Yoshinobu Yamamoto's complete Game 4 hitter, the first in a World Series since 2015. Will Smith and Max Muncy homered in a 5-1 win to even the series. Game 3 is tomorrow night at 5 o'clock at Dodgers Stadium. You can catch all the Dodgers games on our sister station, AM 570 LA Sports. The Sea Otter in Santa Cruz is stealing surfboards.
I don't know if you watch the show in a chair with a seatbelt, but if you have one, I'd go ahead and fasten it. A lot going on. I mean, we're live, so we're going to come on the time we normally come on. But, man, if we could have bought ourselves an extra 30 minutes tonight, would have been the night. We're jam-packed. We're high atop, kind of gloomy, but dark also downtown Nashville, Tennessee on this Sunday, October 26th. The year of our Lord 2025. I mean, we lead the show with breaking news. How about a good old-fashioned LSU team meeting called on a Sunday night? I wonder what that's about. Well, I think Brian Kelly's going to be fired. That's what I think it's about. Let me tell you something. You remember a couple of weeks ago going into the LSU Vanderbilt game? Remember how I spoke? Not really in.
Out of this that can go to the community for those who are hungry. Certainly, that's saving us dollars, but we are doing everything in our power to make us as efficient as possible.
About 5.5 million people in California receive federal food assistance through the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program known as SNAP. Smaller fires are actually a good thing for birds.
A new study says some fires may actually help many bird species. Researchers from UCLA and the National Park Service say bird populations often went up after low to moderate intensity fires like prescribed.
Hello. Welcome in.
When we say there's not physical liability for humans, what does that mean? It means you're not put to death. It does not mean it's good.
Quite the Sunday, as over the last few hours, there seemed to be a gaining in momentum around the discussion of Brian Kelly and firing him from LSU. I thought, well, here's your and
again, like I said, it's been building over the last few hours, and basically I would say about 2 or 3 hours ago, it started to become like a done deal, and schools that Brian Kelly would be out as the LSU head football coach, and they just basically confirmed what a lot of the people close to the situation had been whispering about. So, here's where there's a ton of rumors right now. There's a ton of unknown. And so I think we'll kind of get into it all. We have some questions that we'll get into some of the rumors that we're maybe hearing about all this now with down. And of course, a little bit making money, our other Barcelona massive LSU fan. Meg, what's up? You have been anti-Brian Kelly from day one. I tried to tell you on Brian Kelly multiple times. You staunchly rejected all of my advances. How does it feel? And by the way, guys, sorry, we'll get into details. We don't know details yet. We don't know my amount. I'm hearing a ton of rumors about him saying no to negotiate from yes. Obviously, future jobs, so we'll get all that. But Megan, raw emotional reaction. How are you feeling to Brian Kelly being out at LSU?
You said it best, T-Bob. You tried to sell me on all of the BK. This is going to be good for us, etc., etc. And look, I was one of those people that just off the rip said, nah, it's cultural fit. And everyone that, that knows coaches said, you can't just, like, equate the culture to the coach. Well, you know what? I think I'm a pretty good person when it comes to judging other people. And whenever Brian Kelly comes on my screen, I get this feeling in my heart, in my soul, in my gut, that he's just an awful I hated him forever. I kept my mouth shut, I know what my bread is buttered. I love going to LSU games. I love having everyone be friends. I love it all. But Brian Kelly has ruined my viewing and game experience for the last 4 years. Hey, maybe it will be good for us in the future. Maybe Brian Kelly is a good coach. I knew he was a nothing burger. BK having a way, nothing burger. I hated him from the start. I hate him now, and I'm so glad we have paid him out intentionally and got him out of the entire program. See you later. And you know what?
So, what Megan's kind of touched on there is that was excellent, by the way. Clip that. What they don't touch there, though, is a sentiment that has existed in many corners of the LSU fan base since the beginning. Now, many like myself, because what's so crazy about this thing is that you're talking about like a lot of the outside criticisms, the main criticism from the start, is this a fit? Does this work? Does this make any sense from a kind of personality jiving standpoint? Like a lot of that criticism, which I spent years handling it away, as irrelevant. Basically saying, look, if you win, you fit, right? Like they say in West Virginia, let's get Boone State. So the point is, people have won that thing. Does this make any sense from a kind of personality jiving standpoint? Like a lot of that criticism, which I spent years hand-waving away as irrelevant, basically saying, look, if you win, you fit, right? Like they said in West Virginia, let's get Boone State. I wanted to drop that. As irrelevant, basically saying, look, if you win, you fit, right? Like they said in West Virginia, let's get Boone State. And therefore, again, if somebody kidnaps in heaven, ultimately, the point is that people have won that and they won this, but whatever, Brian Kelly's not. And because of it, that comes to part because the winning did not come. Now, in terms of why it maybe felt so bad, whereas some of the overall record doesn't look that awful, little things that you've said the other day that has moved into my brain and taken up residency, and it has not left. It's one that I think about a lot. It's one that I think shows why the heat is so extreme for Brian Kelly at LSU. I mean, it is against ranked teams. In 3.5 years at LSU against ranked teams, Brian Kelly was 5-11. 5-11. And then again, great. And so what that means,
what is that?
Oh, by the way, Coach 21-13.
Brian Kelly, king of excuses. It's not his fault. Everybody else is called around him, the players. It's this, it's that, it's that. Shut up.
I mean, even last night, Joe Sloan with no timeouts right before half called a sweep pass in bounds against Steve Kelly on the right. Joe, what the fuck are we doing? We can't run out of timeouts. Then there's, he's talking to special teams analysts after the power return for a touchdown. And now a very funny twist of irony. He literally tells that person, you know, that kind of shit's going to get you fired. Well, Brian, it was rubber, your glue when you said hands bounce on him, and that was stuck to you. Because it looks like you've been fired. Yeah, so not a lot of accountability. But 5-11 against ranked teams. And the point of that is why that matters is because it shows that likely this is pretty similar to what you're doing in Notre Dame. All Notre Dame fans trying to tell us, we try to handle them away because yes, of course you did. We saw that you bad and you confidence and some sort of stuff. I was telling you, it's a fool's gold and a fool's hope. So I apologize, Notre Dame fans. You were exactly right. Because Brian Kelly experienced is for the most part winning games you're supposed to. And again, when it matters. And that's why you'll look at his overall record, and you'll be like, oh, it wasn't that bad. But then you think about that ranking, so it's like, anytime the game even kind of mattered, like, anytime you gave a fuck, anytime the pressure was high, the tension was high, you were losing twice as often. Twice as often as you were winning. And that's just a beautiful fan base that has experienced 20 years of Golden Age, 3 national championships, 3 coaches. I want to get back to the 3 nationals in a second.
The issue too is like, for example, you brought up a coach out, cultural fit. If he loses games, yeah, like we're pissed, but we feel like he feels we do, right? As LSU fans, LSU faithful, as people that pour their heart, their soul, their income into this program, at least we feel like Coach O actually gives a fuck, right? Like the guy like that, the cultural fit. With Brian Kelly, it was like, he didn't seem like he even cared how we felt when we lost the game. Like, I understand he's the coach, they're the players, but at the end of the day, there's a reason why Tiger Stadium is the toughest place to play, the toughest atmosphere in college football, and that's because we, as LSU fucking faithful, show up and we live and die by this team. If he cared, if he gave a little bit of like sad sentiment, like I feel bad for these fans, like I'm sorry, a little bit of fucking apology, that would be cool, man. Like a little bit of like, I'm sorry, I am not fulfilling the amount of money you guys are paying me. I am not fulfilling what you guys expected of me as Brian Kelly. But that's never, it was never his fault. It could never be Brian Kelly's fault. And that's where I, as a person, can't get over that. Because it's like, you are getting paid to, again, you call us spoiled. You call us as LSU. I'm sorry, we have a standard of expectation that our team meets. It's not called spoiled. It's called multiple years of fucking succeeding in the toughest conference for forever, and you have not done that. See you later, partner.
Yeah, and they're all kind of rumors of,
you tell me that little signal
summer, vacation on summer, really running it like a CEO, which is a positive because you think, okay, well, he's, I think the CEO role makes sense, but like, he kind of took like a super good ball knowledge. If you look at his entire career, he could lose the last 2 games.
are exegetical
to
principles.
his former
Let's Davar Halavi.
Great point, T-Bob.
Let's say sometimes the weak understand what
Versus
people
Dick
talk
Brock
about
out.
is how
Either
the
him or
analyzation
whoever, I've heard
of
conflicting stories, but
which
what I do know is that after Dick Brock is the OC for a high spend year, Jay Daniels, the best off the entire country, it came to mind, he said, hey, you want to make Joe Sullivan co-OC?
which it was
And Dick Brock said, what are you talking
listen to
about?
this.
And he feels both sides the same way he did that another day, but took Dick Brock leaves.
What are you talking about over here? So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that was the one. That was
Where were they?
The context is don't murder, don't steal, and don't mention. So now listen to this. So the Gemara said,
Like near Binghamton or where?
Here, the Gemara says, now listen, look at the context. What's the context? Don't murder, steal. So murder and adultery. And those signals, don't steal is written. So therefore, you already see that.
Well, that's good that they got found.
Therefore, it makes sense to say that the name that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital. So therefore, Allah, what I'm saying, we're talking about over here. Go to the Fashas, Tiny, Dakanal Braisa, Los Signovu, the Go to Mama. The pasuk says Los Signovu. So what's so this is the pasuk from before. Los Signovu, Los Sakakash, Los Shakish, don't steal, right? Don't apply. And one by Los Kashu means like don't contradict. But again, also means don't deny, and don't lie one to his fellow. So you are only moment at customers out. That's talking about stealing money. How do you know that? So the Gemara says, I'm talking about money, going to the Fashas. How do you know it's about stealing money? Maybe it's talking about stealing people, kidnapping. Say once again, we'll say this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So which principle? Understand what the is talking about through the context in which it was stated. The Ma'akas and the Daber, what is it we're talking about over here? The mother. So let's remember again the rest of the passage. Is all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the Geneva in this context must also be financial liability. Ben Mammon, Afghan Ben Mammon, so this is very important. So therefore, low signal in the Asher Shadi is talking about kidnapping. When the Torah says don't steal about kidnapping. How do we know that? Context. Since the other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah promised that the Neva mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that?
How did it go down? Why did it go down now? What does this mean? We're accepting the players meeting at 8 o'clock. Confirm that. Of course, we want to go live and discuss it with you.
It's most interesting case over here.
Your thoughts? My, the more I thought,
this is a fascinating case. So now remember, we've established again that our local mental would be liable for kidnapping. You obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them to your shows. You have to go ahead and utilize them and sell them. You have to sell them. So now in this case over here, it's really enough. Right? We have witnesses who come forward. First set, one set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon. So we'll say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How to do it? One set of witnesses, right? Eight but one set of witnesses who say, we saw Ruvain kidnap and sell Shimon. In this case, you have two sets of witnesses. So now, this is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So now what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made against right? So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first said, we could not have seen Ruvain sell Shimon because steal Shimon, kidnap Shimon, because you were with us that day. And they came to the second that you couldn't have said the same set of witnesses, it doesn't matter. And they say to the second set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Ruvain sell Shimon. Why? Because you were with us that day. So now, look at actually just a moment. Snake Dave. It's Rashi, Edig, Neva, Edig, Neva. Schnee Kido, Edig, Achas, Edig, Shekana, Vashanepesh, Va'achas, Edig, Shamachar. So two sets of witnesses. Each one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon, one set testified that Ruvain stole Shimon. So I will say, so now they're both leading to Edig Zom. Remember again, what's Halacha? How does Edig Zom work? Right? When witnesses come to Edig Zom, what's the Parshvit? Specific about the Parshvit Zom. So therefore, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted,
well, I think it all comes down to
so we should put
a
these
lot of
witnesses
things that we've been discussing for weeks.
Neither
You're
set
going to have to scapegoat your offensive staff, and what's the dollar amounts on that?
which would have resulted
If
from
you're going to run into, like we
right, because
think,
one set testified
some of the
that
rumblings
Ruvain
that we heard earlier
kidnapped
today,
Shimon.
look at a
Well,
lot
that's
of
not
this
enough
stuff
for
is
the second
coming secondhand.
put
I've
testified that
been
Ruvain
nailed to the office all day.
that by
I'm telling you, I've had to charge my phone 3 times.
So what's this? See
All
what
the
happened over
phone
here?
calls, we've had
So
a
therefore,
running thread
Gemara
on
says,
Tiger Bait on our premium board all day long.
Rashi says,
Maybe a lot of you subscribed because you wanted to read that thread. We're going to have a lot to continue to come your way. Now there's going to be a coach search. We're going to find out there's never a football coach. He's going to be Frank
now
Wilson.
let's see. That's the context. So essentially,
that makes sense. So he's had head coaching experience at UTSA, etc. But
delivering partial testimonies.
one of the first things we heard today was that the powers that be, Scott Woodward, Bert Josbury, Austin Thomas, said to BK, you need to make a move on Joe Sloan and Brad Davis, or maybe it was just Joe Sloan. And there was, and that's where the discussion began. It was basically, I'm not getting rid of him. And if you want to get rid of him, you can fire me. You can't make me do it. This is my program. The only way you can make me do it is if you fire me. Did it go down that way?
Partial
Don't know. That's one of the early discussions I had with a source.
Rabbi Akiva says,
When is going to be the final payout, and what's the length of it, and does he go back to work somewhere? I know there's been talk that he wanted to possibly go into television and be a studio analyst somewhere. Like all those positions are filled. I don't know how much Gene Chiswick makes at the SEC network, but I don't. It's not a whole lot. Whatever that dollar amount is, it's going to come off the top.
It's not like Brian Kelly.
Ultimately, again, they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's this for? What is this? Is even his skill interesting. Even my furniture by Sarah and Mola. What's this for this? He actually just says a couple days ago. This was actually, I think, it was information. Then Sarah and Mola, the first part. That he steals money by meat and wine. He's not like the first thing is already. The first thing is Malchus. So the second word would be that he's put together as Ben Solo. So watch this. Let's say a second. You know that this just to a degree. They even have Ronin.
Curly Hallman was
Shell Ben Solo.
Bernardo towards the end. Bernardo's the player.
So let's say again, you have second set
As
of
far as dealing with the public, he
so second set of witnesses come along and say,
paranoid. He basically imploded.
steal money.
And, Saban is what he is. You'll tolerate a lot of, not being very cordial, and you win in the ring.
And those weaknesses,
I'm not going to pile on Brian Kelly.
Second
Like I said last night, I don't
steal
just
money and purchase people drink water. Then let's say witnesses come along and say,
but was he overly friendly? Is he a guy that would land out a parking lot? Is he a guy that at TJ Ribs on a coach's show Thursday night signed everybody's autograph that came to the? No, he's not that guy. I get it. But as far as no, I don't either. I don't want to tune in to him to hear that. I mean, and the networks already have their guys. You got Urban Meyer on one, you got Nick Saban on the other. He's made a lot of money. He's about to walk away with a lot of money, and any money that he spent on lucrative, very nice homes, any money that he invested in upgrading that house on the LSU Lake, hopefully he gets it back and then some when he sells it. I think he's going to be just fine. Maybe he takes a few years off and coaches somewhere else. I doubt it. Preston said your volume's not up all the way.
Yeah, I got that. I actually turned my mic up right now. If it's not loud, let me know. If it's too loud, let me know. I obviously can't hear myself.
Absolutely. Look, we got a big crowd here, 1,484 people here right now, and we're going to go as long as you want. And we reached out to, we've got our usual sponsors with us tonight. And go ahead, Press. You want to do celebrity? You got them queued up.
Let's talk about my friend Celebrity. Of course, y'all know Celebrity is my title sponsor of my show, which I will be doing my show tomorrow night. I have reached out to some of the best, actually some people y'all might be familiar with. Guys, Celebrity Theaters is Louisiana's only locally owned and operated theater with locations in Baton Rouge and Ruston. For years, Celebrity Theaters has been committed to providing total family entertainment to teenagers. Because it's locally owned and operated, guys, there's a major guarantee of superior facility, better pricing, superior customer service, state-of-the-art technology. Established location has a big rated arcade, 50 games. It is the largest hotel. They've got the oversized level reclining seats. They've got this sound system, guys. Really good stuff. They also have deals to save you Monday. Save you money. Monday is senior savings day. Tuesday, Market Tuesday, you get discounted tickets to concession hall. You got Wednesday is college night and our night. And then Thursday is Thursday. Guys, they do private events, okay? So if you are looking for, a corporate event, a kid's birthday party, arcade party, whatever it is, they've got the perfect facility to meet your needs. This is celebritytheaters.com/events to get that.
I have sent a join link to multiple LSU media folks if they want to pop in and give us their views. And on the show, we're going to have this. This one's going to be pretty freewheeling and wide open and low key, I guess. I don't know. I could probably be no different than any other show, actually, when I think about it. All right. Got some super chats. Michael S. with a $5 super chat. Thanks to LSU for taking Kelly from Notre Dame, but I'm sorry for your 4-year pain. Look, it wasn't 4 years of pain. Look, that Alabama win his first year and make it to the SEC championship game in a year where he inherited a team with 38 scholarships and going to get that Heisman year, even though the defense was putrid, there was still some excitement in a few of those years. But by year 4, and you don't make the
Puppy,
playoffs,
how you living, girl?
By Texas A&M.
Can you hear me? Well, you look adorable. Amazingly. How about you? Very nice. Does it have any amenities that you like? Nice. That's amazing. So have you been in the pool or the hot tub? Have you been in the pool and or the hot tub? Okay. There you go. Splish splash.
I'm a professor of health psychology. Relationships are social support. You have in terms of support.
Puppy, how long are you going to be in your Airbnb? Okay. What do you look for? What do you look for in an Airbnb? Okay. I've got so do you want them where the owner is not there? Right. Yeah, absolutely. Most certainly. Now, what makes the shower so futuristic?
See the Dr. Wells show on KFI, AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's go to the 20 newsroom.
Participation. I'm Rashida D'Agostino, live in the KFI newsroom. Millions of people have already voted ahead of the upcoming November 4th special election.
4 million ballots on California's redistricting effort.
Fancy.
By a Democrat strategist says votes from Democrats are outpacing
Wow.
from Republicans. Registered as not having a political party preference on the Prop 50 fight.
Look at that. Very cool.
And redrawing district lines for Democrats. Governor Democrat effort is to come Republican in Texas. Madonia.
Northern
Drilling in the Arctic National Wild Countries.
Oh, I am too. That's really cool. What is that? Oh, it's like a nozzle. That's absolutely true. Word, girl. Well, yeah, that is quite futuristic.
penny shortages hitting retailers.
Well, that looks fun.
Reporting problems. The Treasury stopped making pennies in May.
Look at you.
Batch rolled out in August. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney warns global trade is moving away from the U.S. Speaking at a business forum in Malaysia, Carney says the shift from the Trump administration's trade war
I like your ears.
push green energy and manufacturing. Carney's trip to Asia is part of an effort to reduce.
You look super cute, puppy.
If you think walking is good for you, you might just have it backwards.
Bones and muscles, cardiovascular fitness, and stress relief, but any exercise can get boring. When experts
Absolutely. You know you're always welcome. Come back soon. You didn't phase her one bit.
Some people have done that. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
Trick-or-treaters may see more fruity candy than chocolate this Halloween. Cocoa prices quadrupling since 2023. Chocolate now averages $8 a pound, far pricier than gummies and other non-chocolate sweets gaining popularity with younger consumers. Let's go to a stall on the 5 in Burbank.
This is on the southbound off-ramp to Olive. The off-ramp is partially blocked by this carved-out vehicle blocking the left lane. In Woodland Hills on the 101 southbound at Ventura, that accident has now been cleared from the roadway. And in Culver City on the 405 northbound approaching the 90, that two-vehicle crash has been cleared from the right shoulder. In Garden Grove on the 22 eastbound at Brookhurst, that solo crash is still blocking the two left lanes. Are having some trouble getting a tow truck out there. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
On this podcast themselves, we unpack the emergent mindset.
Also, we know
In the world of resentment, cynicism, anger against women, and a deadly tipping point. is Incels. Listen to Incels on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Incels and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week, the debut of the dramedy Boots on Netflix. That's followed by the thriller The Last Frontier on Apple TV. Gen V on Amazon Prime Video is back on the countdown at 8. Black Rabbit on Netflix falls from the top spot back to 7 this week. Peacemaker on HBO Max is in at 6. House of Guinness on Netflix slips back to 5.
Playing 1 second. We only came to give them all this. That's only by itself is not enough for me. We need that's only the first set of witnesses. Even Hisco would agree that in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? Because she had holding Rishonim, because she had holding Nomar, a Rishonim on the base, because the first set of witnesses can say, look, all our testimony did was to make Ruben the kid liable to Malchus. And therefore, the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, it's incredible. So Maskabov, so I say, just you appreciate us being introduced over here. We've been introduced for years, but we have 2 sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither were able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be even dominant, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental machlokas between Chizkiah and Rabbi Yochanan. Chizkiah says no. Chizkiah says no. Chizkiah is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says dabar below chatzi dabar. The only time you can put Adam Zolman to death is when your testimony was complete to put the defendant to death. But if they're only delivering partial testimony, you can't convict them. You can't give them a simple punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, and had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of the defendant. You can visit reciprocal punishments upon them, and ultimately be executed. That's how much it is. Okay, so once I take on our base, the second one now, Master Rabbi, A given here, and I live delay. So that's what Papa says. You should put the witnesses who testify about the material. We should also put them to death. Why? We told she is holding.
Yo, what up, G?
All we came to do was to make.
How's your day going, G? G, how'd you find out about me? G, go fuck yourself. Nobody wanted to talk with you anyway.
So is this suggesting that one who goes ahead and presents him as a non-revival Malchus, and then those same witnesses one opinion says that they get Malchus. One opinion says they don't get Malchus, but we only said to stand with the Damagoshis. It must be Chizkiah who says they don't get Malchus. Why? The Dama Chizkiah in the Herod. Since Chizkiah says they're not put to death, if they're not put to death, then obviously the halacha is that they get Malchus. The Ibra Yochanan, because again, it's because of Yochanan, given our Neragim, having not love shaking as far as we says this, once he's being executed. So this is a law that is given over to execution by Beis Din. The Cholav Shnitan as far as we says basically local law. And I was saying general halacha is anytime Beis Din is executing someone, there's not the Malchus for that same infraction. So the Gemara says, so in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to be Malchus, so you're going to go ahead and give. You're going to give it. So the Malchus doesn't make any sense. Ella Amra Papa says it's a very important line. Ella Amra Papa, the Adim Ushira, it's only Amalo Fikinera. So it's very interesting. Everyone agrees that if witnesses come along and testify, like we saw Ruben sell Shimon. Shimon liability. And now let's say again, those very same witnesses are made into Eidim Zomim, and there is capital liability. Those witnesses are executed. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, through that testimony, the defendant Ruvain would have been made liable to death. So everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Eidim Mechira, those witnesses who testify that Ruvain sold shipping would absolutely be put to death as a okay. So where's the machlokas keep leaking? Very interesting. The Eidim Geneva. The machlokas of say is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, like those witnesses who say, we saw Ruvain kidnap shipping. Now let's say those same witnesses are made into Eidim Zomim. What is their liability? Now watch this. Hiskia says, "Ein neharadim." They're not put to death. Why not? Hiskia essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling is really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, when the first witnesses come along and we testify that we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon, what are they making Shimon? What are they making Ruvain liable to? Who are they making liable to? To Malchus. That's it. And therefore, if they're found to be Eidim Zomim, okay, they're concerned with the Malchus, but nothing more. It's really the second set of witnesses who testify that Ruvain sold Shimon. Those are the ones who make Ruvain liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses testify that Eidim Zomim, they're not put to death. That's his skill. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Now, it's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testify that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Geneva aschalta to the field. Because we'll say it's the beginning of the field. In other words, how can you divorce the two processes? It doesn't make sense. Of course, there should be liability in itself. So we'll say, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental focus. And interestingly enough, according to Rav Papa's approach, over here now, and we'll say, Rabbi, because this is going to build us into Allah Chalamaysa. Great Rav Papa, it goes without saying that Allah Chalamaysa, the Eidim Mechira, if they are made into Eidim Zomim, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Ruvain sold Shimon, that ultimately, again, would create liability for Ruvain. So if they're found to be Eidim Zomim, they're put to death. What about the Eidim Geneva? So again, Hiskia says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself will just make Ruvain liable to lashes. But what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Right? Eidim Geneva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if it's out to be Eidim Zomim, then halacha l'maisa they're put to death as well. Incredible. More than what is it? So now that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, what about Ben Sora Mora? Remember again, Ben Sora Mora is the parallel case. There's not Ben Sora Mora. Remember again, first set of witnesses about Ben Sora Mora. What are they making Ben Sora Mora liable to? Not Ben Sora Mora yet. What are they going to be liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set they're made into Zomim will get Malchus. It's the second set that create general liability. Most of the Yochanan Shal Ben Sora Mora was Mushe in Neheradah. But even Rabbi Yochanan would agree that the first set of witnesses by Ben Sora and Mora, if they're made into Eidim Zomim, they are not put to death. Why? Because they can very simply say, listen, we didn't come to make this kid liable to death. What did we come to make him liable to? Malchus. And therefore, Allah there's a reciprocal punishment for them would also be incredible. Rabbi says, so we'll say it's interesting. So Rabbi, listen to this phrase, we'll have to stop with this. So I said, this is incredible. It's one of these great Jews, only Jews can make statements like this. And Rabbi says, everyone agrees with Ben Sora Mora, right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sora Mora, and there's a machlokes by Ben Sora and Mora. So I will say, we're actually going to end up on this statement. We'll pick up with this one. I will say, but I just want to point out what an incredible statement this is to go into Purim with. Why? So when you look at this statement, what do you say to yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But I will say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. So let's say, what is the entire Yisod of Purim? Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's the Yisod of life? Keep reading, keep moving forward, keep learning, keep somehow you'll see how all unholy pieces fit together. Well, so stop over here for today. Right early, 5:40. That's all the reason. You like to Tehillim at 4:30 and we're going to, all right, stay tuned. I post on the WhatsApp chat. But I can share tomorrow morning at 5:00. Just as an we'll be learning in here in the experiential organization. Davening will be in the main shit tomorrow morning. One side, Shabbat.
So it's really up to the public, to women, to get out there and not be afraid of this kind of information. And let's dispel some myths. Mammograms don't give you radiation. They don't give you breast cancer. Okay, you're not
right. They don't.
No, some people are afraid of the
All right,
tests themselves, right?
Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning.
You also changed your diet enormously. What was your diet like before you were diagnosed with cancer?
Well, when you're young, you eat everything. Pizza, burgers, fries, pizza. You're invincible. Nothing happens. But, I gotta tell you, eating healthy makes me feel great. I eat berries, blueberries, blackberries, raspberries every day. I choose I eat veggies, salads, just really makes you feel good. And I don't really drink. I don't drink
I started to get nasty headaches, and I drank delicious wine my whole life. It's so sad.
But if you get older, you're like, my health comes first, so I don't really drink. It feels good every day.
We're so happy for you, Rashawn. I mean, can you give us information on where people can find you and find out more about the app?
And our holy
Yes,
soldiers
thank
should be
you.
successful
So
before
on
us.
Instagram, LinkedIn, everywhere, spell my name, BERSHAN.
Everything that could possibly go wrong with 5:45 in the morning. I will say, so let's begin an incredible dot out of us today. Today's app is page 885. We are up to where we left off of being down on the base 84B, and we left off 6 rows up from the bottom. Plug this next. Well, so remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. Please, the question of your mind is a son allowed bloodletting from his father? That was the fundamental shine. Because I want to discuss the issue and teach us the idea that if a son injures his father, he's chayiv connect. So the shine is what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father. Is that good or not? So interestingly enough, we have two opinions from Masno and
crazy or not. When actually mental health is a lot like physical health. You can get cold. It can last a few days. You call that situation depression, right? It's not like literally at any given time, probably 25% of the American public is experiencing some kind of mental health issue. But it's not lifelong. It's not always a personality disorder that characterizes them forever. It's just something you get, and then you get better. That's it. Exactly.
I love how you put it. Yes, I love that.
Well, thank you. You're allowed to go ahead and use that on
Thank you
Shabbos.
so
It's
much
not
for
the
joining us
result.
for Sean
Why?
And
Result
that
with again,
brings the Dr.
technically
Walsh
using
show
the
to a close. If you missed any part of it,
Shabbos.
remember, you can log on to the iHeartRadio app at any time, download all of our shows. They're all up there. Thanks for being with me every Sunday. You're listening to the Dr. Walsh Show on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Here's the latest. Local leaders call for an investigation into ICE. Supreme Court prepares to revisit landmark case that could expand presidential power and limit Congress's oversight. And in France, 2 suspects have been arrested after that daring crown jewel heist. We're going to check the 2 freeway when we come back.
Business owners, if you've heard about the Big Beautiful Bill, you know it's packed with new compliance rules hitting payroll and big way, wage and hours, simply referrals, pay stub details, miss one, and you're staring at penalties. That's why I want you to hear from the team at Guardian Payroll.
Thanks, John. I'm Matt Taylor, CEO of Guardian Payroll. After years of working with California businesses, I've seen how payroll mistakes turn into lawsuits overnight. The BBB is raising the stakes. With Guardian Payroll, you get precise calculations, real-time compliance updates, and expert guidance, so you never have to worry about whether your paychecks meet the new standard.
Let's be honest, running a business is hard enough. You shouldn't be up at night wondering if your payroll system is exposing you to lawsuits.
Exactly. Guardian Payroll, you get payroll done right, on time, every time. Backed by compliance, expertise, and personal service, you won't find with the big box providers.
Go to payroll4la.com today and schedule your demo. Don't let the big beautiful bill become a big ugly lawsuit.
Just suggesting that even if you end up causing a cover by taking out the splinter,
So on the southbound side at Mountain, a rock fell from the overpass and landed on a vehicle, causing the crash. CHP is on the scene. The vehicle is over the right shoulder. In Hollywood, on the 101 northbound at the highway, that accident has cleared the roadway. In Long Beach, on 710 northbound at PCH, a vehicle was flying off the right shoulder embankment, and is in the process of getting pulled back onto the roadway by a tow truck. And in Garden Grove on the 22 eastbound at Oakshurst, that solo crash has now been cleared. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, Trey Alexander.
This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com. Run a business and not thinking about radio? Think again, because people are listening to radio more today than they did 20 years ago. And only iHeartRadio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, even social. Learn how radio can help your business at iHeartAdvertising.com.
KFI presents Revisionist History with Malcolm Gladwell. Like journey through the occult and the misunderstood. I'm Malcolm Gladwell. Every episode is something past. An event, person, an idea, even a song that asks whether we got it right the first time. Because sometimes the past
it will make it down all the way.
Revisionist History tonight at 9 on KFI, AM 644, stimulating talk. This is the absolute best time of year for sports. You've got basketball, football, hockey, baseball. They are all going right now.
Imagine what Josh Allen and Kevin Durant could do for you in just one day. Prize Picks now offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Prize Picks is doing this. Do you want more on Steph Curry's points, 3-pointers, and assists? You can pick all of them in the same lineup only on Prize Picks.
And it's super simple. You just pick more or less on those player statistics. And
Download that Prize Picks app today. Here's what you do. You use KFI $50 in lineups at the viewers $5 lineup.
download Prize Picks
At home at night on ABC. And you saw where it was likely heading in the coming weeks. Arkansas was going to be a tough one. 6, 7, and 5. We're going to see how this thing plays out. I don't know that an interim coach helps things. And does it help the team focus at all? I don't know. But it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this season plays out.
There certainly were some moments. That being said, you can't have easy MCs. The act got me steered into my brain, and what was left
count the money. Let's go get Freeman, make it 2. We take from Notre Dame. Thank you for that one. And Dave Armstrong, always long time subscriber, Tiger Banks. We report the governor made the call to fire PK. Everything I've heard today is that the governor was very well aware and involved somehow. What degree that is, I don't know, but we'll find out. We've got someone lurking in the background. I'm going to bring him up. Like I said, I'm sending an ad to the stage link. Look who joins us. Jacques Doucet with WAB. Jacques, could you imagine we would be here today after 48 hours ago, 24 hours ago? Could you imagine this happened so quickly?
No, I don't think so. I think we were all anticipating as a coach to be the red meat to be thrown to the fan base. That Joe Sloan be fired today, and then they would make some other changes maybe during the bye week. But I mean, last night was the whole thing hit over. I mean, it was the case of today.
What up, Zoot? Zoot, how you living, Pam? Zoot, what's good, son? All right. What about Shrek? All right. Well, are you ready to lose? What up, big dog? Make what?
Oh, I'm making it. You're fucked, but I'm making it.
Dude, how was the doctor?
How do you forget? Zoot, call your doctor, make another appointment. I'm not going to play anymore until you do. Zoot, call them right now. I'm not talking to you anymore. Zoot, go call them right now. Zoot, 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 leave right now and call them and then come back. Maybe when you come back, call right now. Zoot, I'm not playing, so go ahead and win. Call them right now. Zoot, you're gonna get booted if you don't call them right now. I'm serious. I'm not tolerating this anymore. Zoot, call them right now. Zoot, call them right now. Zoot, call them right now. Zoot, call them right now.
What's the secret sauce to being successful in being general manager and president and working a sports franchise? What is it that made you successful? I do this a lot. I do it for
just a regular companies all of it. And I think the answer is the same. It's going to sound simple, and that is hard to let them do the job. Now,
and that's
it sounds easy, right?
By the way, that's a current theme on this show as I'm interviewing CEOs.
That sounds super easy. Yes. How come it doesn't happen more often?
What's up, Zoot? What'd you say? Oh, good job, buddy. That's wonderful. All right, do you want to play until then? Zoot, you definitely have something.
I say, prepare for the job you want. Like I was telling you when I was in law school. And you trust me. For at least a year.
What up, big dog?
So whenever I could, I would start.
Okay, what happened?
I was prepared. And that's what I tell people.
Who?
You don't know turning the corners.
No, I don't know that one.
On that opportunity when it gets was I also I prepare the opportunity. You're going to your life and people ask me what I want you. I want some.
Okay. That quality is second.
Well, again, thank you very much.
Absolutely not. I don't want to see that. All I want to do is make this fucking shot. I don't want to see that. I don't like poking fun at people with mental issues.
Listen to CEOs you should know on the iHeartRadio app.
Make it, Zoot.
Immigration accountability. I appreciate it, Agostino. Live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Oh, Zoot.
Local leaders are calling for ICE to be investigated.
Ellinger Bass, city council members, and Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia have accused immigration agents of illegal detainment and abuse. Garcia is a member of the House Oversight Committee. He says he'll hold hearings in Los Angeles.
We're demanding all records and documents.
Oh, thank you. James McCann. He's the only professional I know. Yeah, I think I could think of one. Maybe. Give me a second. I don't know his like stand-up per se, but I'm aware of like things that he said that are funny. I'm the one who taught you about him. You didn't even know who he was before I told you about him. Yeah, and you didn't even know who he was. I had to teach you who he was. Didn't you say that you went to high school together? Well, didn't you say you went to your high school or something? Oh, okay. It's very much possible for you two to have gone to the same high school. It still could happen. It's just rare.
analyzing DNA and fingerprints.
So everybody at the comedy club knows who he is?
Suspects dropped, making their getaway on motorbikes.
And they've met him? How did they meet him?
Samples. And news of this arrest is certainly encouraging for still unclear.
Oh, he performed there. Cool. No way you make this, dude.
The creator of The Sopranos is working on an
The subject of the CIA conducted psychedelic mind control experiments during the Cold War.
That's tight.
Thrillers based on a book about Sidney Gottlieb, a spy and chemist who headed the CIA's MK Ultra psychedelic program in the 50s and 60s, which used psychedelic drugs to create so-called brainwashing techniques and to elicit confessions. It's the first series from Shay since The Sopranos ended in 2007, and it's unlikely to feature much of Mark Roner, KFI News.
Let's go to a disabled vehicle on the 405 in this little bit of pass.
This is on the southbound side of the 405 in Mulholland. Got a disabled vehicle that's over to the right shoulder of a crossing, so slowing.
What did the people say about James McCann?
On the 105 westbound at Crenshaw, that accident has been cleared from the right.
Did they say he's nice?
105 westbound at Vermont, accident that was blocking the two right lanes has now been cleared over to the right shoulder. The traffic still slow from the 110. On the 110 northbound at the.
Are you serious?
On the 60 westbound Boulevard, an accident where the vehicle went down the right side embankment. They're working on pulling that vehicle back to the runway.
On this podcast,
He was struggling before he met Shane Gillis.
against women at a deadly temperature.
And Shane Gillis saved his career.
This is Cells. Listen to Cells on America's #1 podcast network.
Well, if anybody's going to save your career, Shane Gillis is a good person because he's now made James McCann into a household name in the United States. Yeah, I somewhat regretted saying that, but at least in some comedy circles, a lot of people know him.
Four players rushed for more than 100 yards as Alabama sets 3 NCAA records during a 77-6 romp of Virginia Tech. Alabama sets records with 823 yards of total offense, 743 yards, 100 yards.
How would you do that? You just and you win.
127 and Richard Todd 102. Today in 1986, the New York over the Red Sox in Game 7.
Baby, did you see that shot? That was one of the greatest shots in the history of the sport. I'm in agreement with you. You gonna match it? Are you gonna match it? Nope.
Making him the all-time leading rusher in NFL history. Holds the mark with 18,000
Individual?
yards. Now you know today sports history.
Probably Frank Sinatra.
Running a business in California is tough. You're juggling leads, customers, and then Sacramento piles on more rules, more regulations, red tape, and on top of that, you're always
Probably Rodney Dangerfield.
next lawsuit. That's why I trust Guardian HR. Off your plate. Here's founder Michael Goldfarb.
I like Seinfeld, but you asked me my favorite all time, and it would probably be Rodney Dangerfield.
Guardian HR was built to give business owners peace of mind. When you work with us, you get a dedicated HR manager backed by attorneys who helps with
This guy named Zoot, he's from Adelaide. He never says the jokes that I don't say, including 2025 looked like it was going to be what? It's dude. Zoot, shut the fuck up. It's wonderful. 2025 looked like it was going to be a year. I was going to be the Hawk 2 of 2025. But now it's looking like I'm gonna be the Bonnie Blue of 2026. It's fucking hilarious. It is hilarious. What's your joke? What's your joke?
Misunderstood. Huge issues. This episode.
I don't think one knows her body count. I saw an interview with Lily Phillips, and she didn't know her body count.
And an Israeli. She has agreed to help. Say this word for a minute.
You said what? You didn't say that though. You just said one of them did. Dog, you are obsessed with these two subjects. When you see your doctor, just tell them, I'm obsessed with two subjects. Three. I'm obsessed with racism, porn stars, and all. All right, but then also tell them that you blurt out cuss words and inappropriate social phrases that are causing you friendships. And say that you want either a medication, which I know you don't, or you want to be recommended some kind of therapy for this, or you're going to lose friendships. All right, Big Dog, best wishes. Let me know how it goes, my man. I'm here to support you the best I can. Zoot, remember what I said. Then just go to my streams and play for them any discussion that we have.
Why so deep when but in America the accents are the first syllable. Yeah. Chutzpah. Right. Chutzpah and chutzpah. And they are worlds apart. And maybe our chutzpah problem is that we confuse the two. When I was in Los Angeles a little while back, I went to see a Hollywood legend named Rabbi. Tall guy, medium, close to 90. He lives up in the canyons of Beverly Hills, one of those 1960s houses perched on a hillside that looks like something off the set of a James Bond movie. Rabbi was the middle child, so I was harder for everything I ever got.
Yo, how are you? Yo, Valvaz, how are you? Valvaz.
The alleyway meant going to Brooklyn Tech and bouncing around, working at a gas station, studying architecture at USC, and winding up with a job as a computer programmer at the RAND Corporation think tank in Santa Monica. While he's working at RAND, Rabbi meets an unemployed actor named Bernie Fine. So I tell Bernie Fine
Valvaz, go fuck yourself.
What happened last night at Tiger Stadium, we start using the Q word quit. When people think your team quit on you, and it was a national embarrassment. Certainly, there were a lot of optics in that game. Whether it was Coach Kelly communicating with Joe Sloan in the booth, Doug Flyers interaction with Kelly leaving the field, the empty seats, the Fire Kelly chant, those A&M students taking over the south end zone, the north end zone students, and then doing the chant with the LSU fans. That was weird. But anyway, I mean, it was always the money, right? Who's paying for all this? That was always the deal. How would they pay out and I guess it's like buying a house or buying a car. You don't put all the money up front because they're going to pay the segment. But, Brian Kelly was, without a doubt, the most accomplished coach at the time of the hire that LSU ever made. He is a Hall of Fame coach. I know he's not a popular guy in Baton Rouge right now, but he's won a ton of games. And he was a lot more fun to cover, and he was a lot nicer guy than I anticipated. But if I was a paying customer and going to that stadium, certainly I think I'd want him going to the head coach at this point. And the one thing about it, too, is I feel like I think I told both of you this. I think LSU football has the most passionate, best fan base in college football. And he never really found a way to lean into that. The two sides could never really connect. Outside of when they beat Alabama his first year, he's riding high, going to the SEC championship. And from that point, from the regular season finale, when they laid that egg in College Station, I think it's been a case of up and down. And obviously this year, high expectations. Supposed to make a playoff, lots of money invested, and they're going to fall well short of that.
Yeah, and look, Preston brought it up earlier before you joined us. We know he's not liked by the national media, and I think a part of it, is his Northeast sensibilities. He was the coach at Notre Dame for all those years. Was he as disliked as much now as he was when he was the head coach at Cincinnati? How much of the dislike comes because of being the head coach of the Fighting Irish, which is the equivalent of being the general manager of the New York Yankees and et cetera. Steve Spurrier of the Florida Gators when they were routing everybody. And, you've had at various times those type of coaches in different places. But I know your experiences with him. Mine, he was always nothing but nice to us. I mean, Preston, you remember at football camp in June, came up and talked our ears off about players. I mean, recognized guys. And I know Jacques, you ran into him on the road and at the hotel and had drinks and ran into him in restaurants and so forth.
Well, yeah, we saw him in Dallas before SEC Media Days in 2024. He was eating by himself at this Mexican restaurant in Dallas at the bar. We started talking to him. He said, "Hey, sit down," and we sat and ate with him, and he paid for our meal and everything. And so, yeah, I mean, watching him from afar at Notre Dame, he seemed like he was a bit crappy and not a guy I wanted to cover, but I think he did kind of change that to an extent. I know people will remember the post-game press conference from Florida this year, and you're spoiled. And look, to defend him, I mean, he was pointing at Caldwell and saying that. He wasn't saying, "Hey, all the LSU fans are spoiled," but I guess that's been interpreted that way. But it is funny. I mean, I brought it up. It's a whole new world, a whole new universe. But to think that Curly Hallman coached 4 complete seasons in the early 90s, went 16-28 overall, 10-21 in the SEC. Brian Kelly's 20 games over 500. He's 34-14. He's 19-10 in the SEC, and they're firing him. He's not even going to finish his 4th year at LSU. It just shows you the pressure to win, the expectations, and so forth right now. But look, last night was bad. I mean, it was just really bad, and it was one of those things where you felt like the 1-2 punch of last week at Vanderbilt, Nashville, purple and gold everywhere. All these fans made the trip. It's a somewhat competitive game, but you kind of got pushed around. And then this week, to lay an egg, it's a do or die game, and the second half was an absolute disaster.
Yeah. We got a super chat. Who's up there in Metal? I guess I'm saying like bonus with a shot. What will happen? I mean, everything up here. No, I'm not saying that. What's interesting is that he and Brian Kelly have the same agent. So how's that negotiation? Brian Kelly and Scott Woodward have the same age, and Scott Woodward's contract runs through 2029, April 29, at $1.8 million plus incentives. I don't know how much of that is guaranteed, but yeah, it's look. You get this whole deal about it.
I think it's definitely safe to say there's a lot of discussion about Scott Woodward's future at LSU. And look, I think when Preston and I did our chat the other day, I mean, you can remember those 24 hours when LSU got rid of Joe Oliva and landed Scott Woodward. It was like the LeBron picture. I can't believe this is my life. Like, it was a dream come true for those two things to happen in 24 hours. Oh, my God, we got Scott Woodward, the 80s, the Catholic High boy, the Baton Rouge guy, the LSU guy comes back home. And, you know, it's been certainly a hit-and-miss bag with him. Certainly, your football hire, if you're an 80, is what you're remembered for the most. That is the cash cow. That is the big kahuna at LSU. And that was a miss. You fired him at less than 4 years on the job. Jay Johnson has been the ultimate hire. Couldn't do any better there. Kim Mulkey to get her to jump from Baylor to LSU. Huge move. Jay Clark has won a national championship with LSU gymnastics. Beth Farina was not a Scott Woodward hire. There's been obviously some rumblings about her over the years recently, but I think that politics invade everything. And I mean, Mike, I was talking to somebody about this a while ago. I mean, outside of QEP law, which was 100 years ago, when did the governor really, you know, impacted LSU football and what they do as much as our current governor? I don't remember Buddy Romer or Edwin Edwards or any of the people that we've had over the years really stepping into that arena.
I just got a text from a good friend of mine who says who's connected with a lot of LSU folks, and he says the early name I'm hearing is Marcus Freeman. So all you Notre Dame fans in the chat, enjoy that one. Quick comment on that one. If Marcus Freeman's the guy, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call Brian Driscoll on Marcus Freeman. He says he doesn't like him. I'm not touching Marcus Freeman.
Here's the ultimate story. It won't happen, but you can dream the dream. You step to the podium, guys. All right, look, I left here in 2004. Big mistake. Never left. You know, that's my final chapter. Want to win big.
Right to share.
Me and Miss Terry, we agreed this is the best place we ever coached, best fan base. We're back to finish their final chapter here in Baton Rouge.
By the way, Jacques, I need to ask you, were you there or were you tempted to do it? Because I had someone who spotted several LSU beat guys riding around in their vehicles in the LSU football facility about 2 or 3 hours ago to see what they could see. Did you do that?
I was definitely tempted. I mean, look, people can say you're a stalker, you're whatever, but everyone will watch that video. If there's a shot of Brian Kelly walking out of the building to his car, gold mine, right? Now, I'm sure that if Michael Bonnet or Brandon Berry or whoever's in the background, they would probably like, are you serious right now? But definitely we've got video in the past. I think when they fired Denardo, when they fired Curly Holman, I mean, it just stink out. So we may have some video at 10 or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't do it, but someone did on my behalf ride by there because they were going to be in the area and said the parking lot was completely empty. So my initial report where I said they're holed up in one of the rooms of the football facility was either totally wrong or right in some period of time, and then it went somewhere else.
But I think they're having a meeting at 8, right? Is that what I heard? Team meeting at 8,
which is right now.
Yeah. So, and then Frank Wilson, all indications, will be the interim head coach.
He's got head coaching experience at UTSA.
And McNeese, right? He's head coach. You know, we don't have an official release. There's no way LSU can let their fan base go to sleep tonight without sending an email out or something, right? I mean, addressing this in an official manner. And I don't know if we're going to have a press conference tomorrow or not, but I would imagine that you would think that you have a Monday presser at noon or something like that to introduce Frank Wilson and then I don't know if Woodward would talk or not, or if the AD speaks, or there's no president, right?
I think you might get both Woodward and the interim president, but it'd be very telling if you only hear from the interim president who will be the president. Look, I'm just going to tell you, I've had my phone rumbling with some things on that front, and I'll frame it like this. I think early November we're going to hear a lot in terms of the president at LSU. And this is a rare opportunity that a Louisiana governor rarely gets. He's going to get a chance to build the entire flipping university. When was the last time we saw a governor has a chance to basically handpick the president, handpick an athletic director potentially, who will get to handpick a coach. Jeff Landry has a chance to take the sucker. And by the way, this president is going to become president. And now this is happening. It's going to start months from now. I know they just played an exhibition today and won over UCF. Great rumors are going to. Mike, I've heard that. Will Wade coming back to LSU. I've heard some very strong rumors about Wade. Been getting that for 2 weeks. From important information I've heard about Will Wade. Look, we got a couple super chats here. Kelly is trash. I'm so happy. James Harvey, Dane Bergeron, constant supporter of the show. Landry, Roth, Curse, Omar, Tiger on LSU. He has to do to fix it. James Franklin is hanging out on 38.
A computer programmer named Rabbi, who is Jewish, has his agent
I don't understand
who is Jewish set up a meeting with Bill Paley, who is Jewish, about a comedy starring Nazi.
Jacques, did you notice today? And I think a lot of people were watching Matt Berry and Paul Feinbaum, and look, this is going to be all that's talked about tomorrow. LSU is the job, Jacques. Right? I mean, of all the openings and what's expected to come open, LSU is the job. They're saying it wide open on ESPN. It's not even close. 25 years ago, you would have said Florida was the job over LSU. And now that job has fallen off. And so, but look, you know, whatever this buyout is and whatever they agreed and what the negotiated price is, and, I don't know if they're going to divulge that tomorrow. It's going to take someone to do a FOIA request at some point, or we'll get some basic terms of it. You still got to go out and hire a guy. And of course, everybody's first name that they're going to want to say is Lane Kiffin. Well, that's $13.5 million right now.
So
you're going to do that?
But there's a lot of cane saw pay for all that.
Yeah, and are you going to do another 10-year deal there, or what's the minimum you could do on? What's the minimum contract now on a hire like that? 7, 8 years? It's still a ton of money. You jump right back in the frying pan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that LSU fans, there is that kind of sense of they would really embrace his swagger, cockiness, youth, offensive mind. I think that they would get behind that pretty quickly, and I think that he would know how to connect with the fan base as well. Now, winning and losing is the bottom line, but I mean, certainly off the top of my head, that'd be a big hire. I don't really have any interest in James Franklin. He did a lot of great things. Perhaps his best work was at Vanderbilt, winning back-to-back 9-win seasons over there. But I don't like the way that guy is. What? He's back to Mark Stoops again, huh? From whatever.
No, James Franklin is the equivalent of Mark Stoops, and that's what he is. I mean, he's going to get you so far. He's going to make you very respectable, but he's a perennial 9-3 guy, right?
Yeah. Well, here we are again. I mean, it's crazy to think this, but Ed Ogeron was fired with 5 games remaining in the regular season. Brian Kelly 4 games remaining in the regular season. So we got a lot of real estate. And now, unfortunately, the story is not about the game. It's not about the team. It's about the situation and where is it going and who's the new head coach and who's going to stay. I mean, does Blake Baker get retained? Who gets retained? Who gets let go?
Oh, yeah.
All that stuff.
Yeah, let me put an angle on this because of Blake Baker, Frank Corey Raymond, these guys. Last time LSU hired a coach, they didn't retain anything. a colossal buyout. Oh, and by the way, you struck gold in 2023 and basically got that. You basically had a national championship in 2023, but you hired a bunch of coaches who were a bunch of bums, and you flushed it away. So why go through that process again? You've got some great quality coaches who know the state, who know the area. Why do that again? Why flush them down the toilet just to, let them go coach somewhere else and bring them back again? Pay them more money, cost you more money.
Yeah, and guys, I got to go here, but I do think that this is better. I was thinking about today. I mean, Mike and Preston. I mean, to say, hey, all right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go out and get a hot shot offensive coordinator, pay $3 million. We're gonna go into an offseason and give Brian Kelly one more chance to get it right. I just don't think that you can go to your customers and say, hey, buy season tickets again, invest in the roster, all that. I hand it to them. I applaud them to an extent. It's crazy how we hire and fire coaches now, but I think this is the best decision. And if Brian Kelly is unhappy getting up in the morning and putting himself through this, and LSU's unhappy with Brian Kelly, the Vikings know what neither side is happy with what's going on. So nip it in the bud.
Exactly, and you brought it up. Is the starting quarterback for LSU currently on the roster? All right, are you going to be lucky and be like Ole Miss and find a Chambliss for $300,000? You got to rebuild so much on that team, and so it's an uphill battle. And again, you go out and hire a big name offensive coordinator, you're going to have to give him a guaranteed $2 or $3 million. So that's even more money with that incredible schedule next year with Texas and Georgia coming in. 5 games on the road in the SEC, 9-game SEC schedule. It's make the move time, and they did it. I can't. To me, it's remarkable. I'm gonna be real curious to see when all the dust settles. Who was a part of the buyout and then donated the money to make it roll?
Yeah, Bill Jerry Seinfeld, like, who are these people? Who's paying for this buyout? I mean, the money comes from somewhere. We just don't know who these people are. It's like my dad always said, the president isn't the most powerful man in the world. The most powerful people in the world live up in the hills or in the shadows, pulling the strings behind the curtain.
Well, real quick before you get out of here, I was laughing because you touched upon it, and I was laughing when they rolled out the board of supervisors. I'm like, what are they going to get? I told Darren, your longtime videographer, Darren DeQuano, while we were waiting to get in the locker room, I said, what do they put him out there? Just so everybody would know who the docs, But now there's no doxing to be done because it's over, right? So,
I just did not understand. The day after you raise the ticket prices on your fan base, that's not going to go over well. Whether you won a national championship the year before, you're in the current situation, no one's going to say, all right, they're raising our ticket prices. I remember Skip Berkman, like, ooh, I jumped on the spear. The TAF fees. So I can't believe that they brought them out in the field and introduced them all. Here are the people that are raising your prices that's underachieved. And this bloated roster and this bloated, everyone's getting paid so much money. Your coach is making $10 million, your AD's making $2 million, your assistants are making $2 million, $20 million in the roster. I mean, everybody's just fat and happy over there.
Nothing in LSU is done cheap, Jock, ever. Don't ever let them pour them out. Don't ever let them. When the baseball stadium looked like it was running long, and you get there and you notice all the gutters are made of copper. Nothing is ever done cheap and not the right way.
Credit to them to an extent, but the average Joe Blow is getting taxed, getting priced out of Tiger Stadium more and more each year. So anyway, all right, guys.
All right, Jock. I'm glad you jumped on with us.
I was supposed to be, taking it easy today, and I got to be on it.
Yeah, like you, I've been changing this desk all day, and my dinner is on the counter in there getting cold.
All right. God bless you. God bless Joby. And God bless Preston.
All right, Jock. See you soon.
Okay, take care.
All right, I need to pay a bill real quick, a couple of them, and we certainly want to thank Dykes Electrical, the official electrical company of TigerBait.com. No matter big or small your electrical needs might be, Dykes is wired for success. Need a brand new 10-story office building, they can wire that.
200,000 square foot warehouse is need built, they can wire that. Spaniards is a commercial building, they can wire that. Changing out a breaker, whole electrical panel, just for a second with your home or office, they can wire that. Give them a call at the number on your screen, 225-216-9180 for a free estimate on your project, and make sure to let them know Tiger Bait sent you in. You see it on the screen, Alumni Hall, they're with us every live show. The best place to get all your LSU gear in Perkins Road or online at alumnihall.com. Use the code TigerBait, all one word, and you're going to get 10% off your order. Anytime you go in Alumni Hall and buy anything LSU, when you're checking out the registry, you say TigerBait, you're going to get 10% off every time. So be sure to use it. No matter how big or small your purchase, you're going to get 10% off. And, of course, you get free shipping on orders for $99. You can't beat the fine folks over at Alumni Hall. And also need to thank our guys over at Pride Roofing who sponsor us each and every week. Let's hear from Mike and Alex over at Pride Roofing.
Hi, I'm Michael with Pride Roofing. I'm Little Alex. Have you been affected by wind, hail, and tornadoes on the North Shore? Well, we're here to help.
Insurance claims, no problem.
We also have a new franchise location in New Orleans.
We don't build projects, we build memories.
But you know, Pride Roofing is the official roofer at TigerBait.com. In fact, notify TigerBait, and we'll give you a free roof inspection. And on top of that, you get a free year subscription. Remember to call us at 855-PRIDE-16.
There you go. As always, when you call them, say TigerBait, you're going to get TigerBait Premium free for a year with your free roof inspection. You can't beat that. You want to get some comments in, Preston?
Well, you know, I think I do have a huge time to get to. We're going to focus on because that's just how we feel. But I kind of want to transition to corporate candidates for the next job. Okay, I have a list of names. I'm just discussing. Okay, Mike doesn't look as tired anymore. You know, that's an interesting angle.
I've been drinking pre-workout powders all day.
You know, it's very interesting because it does feel like the light is sucked out based by Brian Kelly. His demeanor was so political and dull. He never leaves energy. It's like the LSU energy. It's like a pet who's been neutered is what it feels like. And yeah, I would say 4 years ago, I probably told you cultures who wins. Now I'm going to tell you, well, you know what? Get someone who knows how to energy in this fan base. What we've seen, just dull, lifeless approach that Brian brought a lot of times. Just that ain't it, man. At least if you're going to get your butt kicked, show some energy. All right, so I've got a few names. I think I'm going to start with the probably not going to happen on this. Okay. We'll get the name everybody wants to hear. Nick Saban.
I found a struggle worth fighting.
Not good enough. No, start with the realistic ones. Don't do the ones you need to poo-poo on.
Well, I just want to get about the play because people are going to ask about it. But hey, I don't care what the order is. We'll start with the number one aim here. Things like that. Because a vision of a society where we can have need and support each other without being at each other's.
I think it's going to be expensive. I still have questions about, where he's at in his personal life. It looks a lot of it looked positive on that SEC documentary that aired, but I still hear some things. If you're going to go for him, I think an athletic director and the committee would need to do their due diligence. And there's an SEC Mike. Someone just sent me a copy of this tweet. This is really necessary. Thoughts and prayers to all the Louisiana hospitals and charities that are soon to be stolen from Brian Kelly's buyout.
Yo, what up, bro?
That's a tweet from SEC Mike. That's
Bro, can you hear me?
I think Lake Kivitz.
You're Phil.
Yo, dog, bro, I can't hear you. Talking to your mic.
I think it's awesome.
Fuck yourself. Nobody wanted to talk to me anyway. Yo, bro. Can you hear me?
to have to be another jumbo guaranteed contract. John Summer, thoughts on him?
Bro.
He was on my B tier. My A tier would be Lane Kiffin, Eli Drinkwitz, and Brom in Louisville.
A name I've been hearing, and I wouldn't mind John Summer. I'm kind of big. Kelvin Shepherd.
I like that one. I like that one.
Culture, talk about love. Name a guy, other than like a first round draft pick type guy, name a more.
I remember him being recruited. He and Perry Riley. Georgia didn't want him. Georgia came and offered Perry Riley late. Both linebackers from Georgia. Kelvin Shepherd was a guy that really worked his tail off to get where he was going. And to see the success he has has just been amazing. I like that one a lot. And you want to talk about what a boon that would be to recruiting. You're talking about a true players coach. Go watch some of his press conferences where he talks about his players. You absolutely want to talk to him. But look, here's the thing: when you start going for NFL guys, what do we talk about on these shows a whole lot? The NIL era, and the things that they got to deal with. These NFL guys don't have to deal with that. They get to have a true off season and be with their families. That matters a whole lot. There's some guys that are NFL coaches for a reason. They like the lifestyle is drastically better.
I wouldn't mind Kelvin Shepherd at all. God says there's a plus guy. Well, by the way, that's another thing. I really want the head football coach to be a guy coordinating offense or defense. I think Brian Kelly had a little history of that. I was very disappointed in his inability to take over the call. That's another name on there. But the fact that you had defense that was historically bad and now your offense hasn't scored 25 points yet this year to pay 5K.
Nobody just calls up God directly.
Let's talk about Joe Brady.
He got out of college football. It's obvious he is NFL all the way. He did not. I think he. I don't know that that 2019 championship year. I don't even know where it is a whole lot to him. I mean, he couldn't get out here quick enough. College game, the recruiting. Look, man, LSU was leading for Caleb Williams. Had Joe Brady stayed at LSU, Caleb Williams would have been an LSU Tiger. That was done. When he left, that was over. I spoke to him.
Joe Brady, interested is not a you're going to heaven throwing him a colossal bag. But if he were interested, I mean, if he's going to come in and invest in recruiting, I'd want that to be a conversation. However, I suspect he's going out for a coaching job and he's going out for he possibly pushed the sixth job this year. Didn't want to be put back to the call. What that is, I think he's still there. Everybody else agrees with me. Quickly,
I talked to him, but he's a good guy. Him and Martin Simmons and what they've done there. I wish them. I'd love to see them go very far. But talk to him. Why not?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's done a great job. Eli Drinkwitz, Missouri, that's another.
He's my guy.
I love Eli Drinkwitz.
I like his personality. I like he's quirky. He's got a sense of humor. He's young. Look at what he does in Missouri, and the big part of him is not just. First of all, he's kind of doing a job in Missouri like Lane Kiffin is doing at Ole Miss. He's winning a clip in Missouri that is unheard of. He's doing it in the SEC. There's a ceiling, obviously. And he's making a good salary. I think he's at 8.5 or 9 already. But the other big component for him is that he is very good at hiring coaches. I mean, look at the number of coaches that LSU's pilfered from Missouri. because Drinkwitz has an eye for hiring really strong coaches, and so I think he's very well organized. So he's definitely on my A list. I think he would be. I think he and others would be unreal with LSU's resources in the state of Louisiana and the recruiting base. All the reasons that Brian Kelly said why he came to Baton Rouge over Notre Dame.
You can't be safe and safe as a human being if you can't sleep. Well, and you said your reason doesn't mean you're not sleeping, so therefore there's nothing in there about being able to sleep.
The children in turn should have beds.
That's Arizona State.
In some cases, even room to lie down. So Berzon wonders, how is that not a violation of the agreement to provide decent living conditions?
I think the concern there is, Your Honor, finding that sleep, for example, falls under is relevant.
It's interesting, but I think ultimately
sanitary conditions is one thing, but the ultimate conclusion is safe and sanitary is a singular category in the agreement.
You probably need to be a lawyer to understand what Vicky is saying, and I'm not a lawyer. So I'm going to have to guess.
I hear you fine.
It goes like this. Sleep is one thing, Georgia Tech and sanitary are another. If the agreement had for sleep to fall under the requirement of safe and sanitary,
and we talked about Jeff Brom. That's my list. I'm not saying that will be the new coach will be from that list.
And by the way, that's a list that most Power 5 schools would any of their media is putting together a hot board for their wish list. Those names are going to appear on a lot of schools' dream list or wish list, or guys that you want to talk to.
This is part of my not going to happen. Yeah. So it will not happen. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what John Cooley has done. There's so much interest. The last 20 years on any job. The court guy, I get he won a Super Bowl 25 years ago. We saw what he just did with the Raiders guys. I'm not sure that
all of this went on for some time. I would encourage
Dan Lanning.
the full hearing for yourself,
Guys,
since
Dan Lanning is coming.
It was your
Set.
paid for by your tax dollars.
He's doing his thing at Oregon. They got the Nike money. He understands what Nike money means for the program right now. And Kirk Sigman, of the unrealistic options, I think is the most realistic because he just signed a new contract.
Make sense of things that you cannot describe.
And he's 64 years old.
That's the reason. The 60 million probably isn't. The 64 and going to rebuild the program. I think you need something a little bit younger. Also, I think there's some serious moral concerns about offering these ungodly 10-year contracts to a 60-year-old man who's going to retire. Brian Kelly just won the lottery. All he had to do was show up now, shoot coaching the games, and now he is generational. Deion Sanders. Not going to happen.
More from this episode of Revisionist History after we get the latest.
Go ahead, Doug. Take some. I need to make this text real quick.
Here's the latest.
Carl Johnson's kid whose LSU is on. That's how these coaches should work. A lot of these guys. But Carl, I'm going to tell you this. I have some sources from here in the Lane Kiffin situation. He's a Jimmy Sexton guy. Ole Miss is trying to extend him right now. They are basically playing. Oh no, we want to focus on.
Yeah, I've got an Ole Miss friend of mine who's been texting me nonstop today, so they're very nervous.
Yeah, well, basically they've offered an extension. No, we're focused. They want more. What happens? So, I do think it's going to take
the Jimmy Sexton part alone would have me looking elsewhere.
Dan Mullet?
Absolutely not. He's an a-hole.
Yeah,
Oh man, I want somebody personal. That guy's a jackass.
Someone asked about Bob's students.
Just on the southbound side at Paramount, it's a pickup truck and an SUV getting all tangled up. It is a like shoulder traffic stop and go to Slauson. In Long Beach, on 710 northbound at PCH, still working
Frank
on
Wilson, a guy that
went off the.
Y'all do me a favor and hit that like button if you're enjoying the show, and please hit the subscribe button on our YouTube channel if you're watching us there. And of course, follow us if you're watching us on Facebook. We're currently live streaming on both platforms.
Mike, does Frank Wilson have any shot at all? I would have to say no.
No.
This report is sponsored by
Super Chat with Eli Jones. Just trying to figure out where the money came from.
Well, the release from LSU that was just received, that would have been 5 minutes ago, says the terms of the separation are still being negotiated.
How's Sophia doing? I was so anxious lately, having trouble sleeping. I totally get it.
By the way, from everything I'm hearing, those negotiations essentially, once you go to the table and tell a coach, hey, we don't want you. What are you going to do? Are you going to just continue rolling your pressure as your coach until things get better? It's done.
How does it work? Just sign up online to schedule a chat with a coach from home. The sessions are private.
Don't start that, JTL. We just talked about Kelvin Shepard. You absolutely talked to him. Preston, go back to your super chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know your guys' close. Kelvin Shepard.
Just go to rightlife.kids.
Interim coach. That's a no-brainer. No to Marcus F. Marcus Freeman. You can't pressure. Yeah, no, I don't.
They are all going right now.
Imagine what Josh Allen and Kevin Durant could
Not to mention, I don't know
in
Marcus
just one day.
I understand Marcus Freeman had the choice between LSU and Notre Dame already. He made his choice to be He picked Notre Dame over LSU. What makes you think that
He made the right choice at that time, though. That time, he made the right choice.
I'm just trying to remember the context. Why those decisions
To get your picks
DC under right or wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Here's what you do. You use code KFI and get $50 in lineups after you
Right.
pay your first $5
Colby
lineup.
Gage.
download Prize Picks.
I'm
Use
Scott
code
Boots.
KFI. You'll get $50.
Oh, Todd Graves, bail us out.
All withdrawals on
Who
Prize
takes
Picks are
the
fast
UK's
and
place
secure.
while
Prize
LSU
Picks
looks
offers
for
Venmo,
That's going
Apple
to
Pay,
be Frank
MasterCard,
Wilson,
and more.
associate head coach, running back coach, guy who's been a head coach in the East, guy who's been a head coach in the USA. It is the obvious no-brainer, no for every hit.
Does this mean that he'll be too busy being the head coach on the sideline to yank Harlan Berry after he's got a hot hand? And
Yeah, please just keep away from the running back reputation. Come on, Frank. Dark. What about? I mean, still, I understand the week was a hot day. He just gave up 42 points. The week before, his defense was trash.
I mean, I love Blake Baker. I think he's a fantastic coach. And depending on who the next head football coach is, I think there's hopefully there's some real thought into keeping Blake Baker. If you ask me which players or coaches would I like to see retained, well, there's two immediately. It's Blake Baker and Peoples. I like those two. And this Kyle Williams. I mean, I don't know what the analysis is on Kyle Williams after a half a season. I still think, even though they did well with personnel to a certain degree in the portal, Kyle Williams is not working with first team all SEC interior defensive tackles.
When Ogeron got fired, there was a calling for a huge cultural shift in the program. You didn't want anything returning. You wanted to utterly clean house, right? And I think that we are now looking back at the decision in retrospect and saying, boy, it seems like cleaning Tommy Moffitt out was a bad decision, although that is reversion. Everybody wanted Tommy Moffitt.
The free iHeartRadio app. Live radio, 24/7 news, live sports, and favorite.
I'll say this. I think without a doubt, whether it was a few years off between LSU and Texas A&M and him going to Texas A&M and the motivations. I think it did probably Tommy Moffitt some good. And if I'm a new head football coach and I'm coming to Baton Rouge, and what's one of the first things to get Tommy Moffitt back to Baton Rouge?
Oh, for sure. And by the way, Tommy Moffitt loves Baton Rouge, but I'm pretty sure that's sour. I've talked to Tommy Moffitt about why he stayed through so many coaches. And I love Tommy Moffitt.
Because he put down roots here. He's a Louisiana guy.
By the way, he laid the foundations for both those teams won national championships the year after he left. You best believe he developed those players. So he left Tennessee in '97 for Miami. He left Miami in 2000. Both those teams won championships at LSU. But now, Tommy Moffitt loved Baton Rouge. He's like, that's why I stayed, man. Baton Rouge is great.
I don't know that he sold his house. I bet his house is still there.
I would certainly make him an offer and try to right the ship. K-Fabulous with the $10 super chat. Appreciate you supporting the show. I'm going to try to find the condo.
Rosemary's Baby, Chinatown.
I'm gonna take up for Preston because every time I see him, I swear he's lost significantly. He's kicking ass in that department right now.
Trying my best.
K-Fabulous is giving us super chats, but I'm not seeing any comments. If you see the comments, Preston, for K-Fabulous, please put them up.
Yeah, I just put it on there.
I have no idea.
Thank you, K-Fabulous. Vince Orr with another super chat. What dark art do I need to do for saving this art?
Still with the hoods.
I don't know. I want to get one of those Harry Potter
almost by accident. Got the film rights to a novel by a wrestler named
Dark.
The novel was The Godfather. No one had high hopes for the movie since the monster genre.
Man, when the pressure gets going bad, hard at LSU, and the fan base is, got their noses out of joint, as Urban Meyer's, his health issues start cropping back up. That ship has sailed. No on Urban Meyer.
Because Columbo was not at all happy about the
Hunter with the super chat. Proud of you for the weight loss. Thanks, man. Y'all check out Review.
shady guys followed Rabbi around. The window of his car was smashed. The corporate headquarters of the company that owned Paramount had to be evacuated twice because of bomb threats.
Yeah, of course you are. A ton of them. A lot of them. I don't know which ones, but you're probably going to lose 20, 30 players to the portal. You're probably going to lose half of the class. By the way, Lamar Brown last night, did you see Cuddlebutt on him?
I'm not going to say they're going to lose half the recruiting, but you've got the NIL structure there right now with Austin Thomas. He's still, they're going to, but look, it's going to take some work.
If they keep more than half the recruiting, because that's pretty much standard. That's all I'm basing it off of. That's just how life works in college, or how it always works. You lose your coach, you're going to lose 20, 30 players in the world.
Man, when they got moved on from Orgeron and got Brian Kelly, how many did they lose? It wasn't half.
Kelly only signed 12 players. They lost a lot. A lot. Jonathan Savoy for head coach.
Buddy responds, you know what? I'll let you instruct.
Brian Russell, if they got rid of Woodward, how would that affect Mulkey?
Not at all. Not at all. Those two coaches, because of their sport, very rarely see Scott Woodward. Scott Woodward is parked in the football building day and night. Those coaches and all the other sports at LSU have primarily dealt with Stephanie Rim and Kelly Zinn. And now, what's the new lady's name that replaced Kelly Zinn? I haven't had a chance to meet her yet. Most of those coaches see Scott a couple of times a year. All their dealings is with the associate AD under Scott. That's why Stephanie Rep, who's the one who actually hired Jay and found him, got the job at the University of Nevada as their athletics director, and now Kelly's in at Rutgers, of course, following Dr. Tate.
$50 super chat from Scott. No comment. We're getting a bunch of those tonight. So I'm going to try my best. That's very generous.
Thank you.
Find your comment there, Scott. Kenny Haynes, the unofficial official. Serious question. What's the budget? And how long is it relevant? You would assume the budget, they're not going to go cheap.
You don't spend the things that they're going to spend, even though it's not officially resolved yet with Kelly, with their parting ways. But they have to have some little bit of frame of dollar amount. You don't spend that kind of money to go cheap. And as far as how long to be relevant in this era of college athletics, it's not going to be long and difficult. But it's going to be you make a hire that moves the needle and gets people excited, and that guy's able to locate a top flight threat quarterback that can absolve you of some of your sins in recruiting on the offensive line immediately, and you can be off to the races next year. And I'm not saying be a playoff team. That schedule's going to be brutal, though. It's a 9-game SEC schedule, 5 of them on the road, Texas and Georgia on it. Clemson be improved.
One thought I have on budget is please don't I think if you need to offer a coach $100 million buyout a year, he doesn't really want to. That's true.
While LSU is a better job than Ole Miss, let's just say hypothetically it's Lane Kiffin. You're not going to, particularly with his agent being Jimmy Sexton, you're not going to be able to get him at discounts and things that benefit you. The buyout is going to be what they have been. So maybe that's why you go for a Brom or somebody.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if he needs $100 million buyout,
Millions of people have already voted in the upcoming November 4th special election.
I would argue that to make such a demand for a job, okay, well, you're probably happier where you're at. Have fun. You're not going to say, I just don't think LSU needs to put themselves in such a big bind.
Shared as not having a political party preference on the property. That strategist is also the same person who had the most influence in redrawing district lines in the state to favor Democrats. Governor Gavin Newsom says the Democrat redistricting effort is to combat Republican redistricting efforts in Texas. Jason Campidonia.
Florida is
Downtown LA residents are sharing their concerns about the neighborhood directly with Mayor Bass.
Association all the making fun in Florida and BK lasted 2 more years. So here you are in the same spot. Do you think BK will
A U.S. Navy fighter jet.
Clark Lee goes up. Most places are going to try and go young.
Clark Lee is leaving
South China's about 30 minutes apart. Obesity has been redefined, and under the new standards, about 70% of Americans now qualify.
I'm being a little curious to see. You poo-pooed him and said without Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt's.
I'm not saying he is bad. I'm just saying it's fun though. I'm not going to poo-poo him.
I'm gonna be interested to see where it goes.
But look, man,
Diego Pavia.
Ever since surviving the Curly Holman era, that is one factor I will always watch. You never know.
Endorsing the new definition. Mark Bronner, AFI News.
Combo.
Of course, that's a junior. White House says legal. The Democratic Senator Mark
probably financially footing the bill for
legal cases to use.
Benzor again. I don't think Dion would be best at coaching. But like Coach O is the coaching staff and also take lots. I don't think he's
Deion Sanders with his health issues as well.
Also, think about Deion Sanders. How well do you think that would sit?
Weather for KFI, possible clouds and fog with lows in 40s and 50s. On Monday, mostly sunny with highs in 70s and 80s. Right now it's 60 degrees in San Clemente, 60
Also,
in Yorba
what
Linda,
is
61 in
Coach Pride realistically? Would he be about a 500 coach in Colorado? What is he want to truly justify earning the LSU job? Robbie White, I don't see LSU hiring a coordinator. This would be a big hire, not enough to cover. I like Kelvin Shepard, but the Lions would be long effects.
Yeah.
Of season. They're going to play a little more. Yeah, that's certainly
you got the transfer portal in early January. That's always a huge consideration. Yeah, and I don't see him doing that and leaving early.
Hunter, I think we should try recruiting Sam Miller.
Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio.
I need to go ahead.
Mike was Joe Sloan. All right. We talked about this earlier in the show. Allegedly, Woodward was putting pressure on Brian Kelly. Let go of Joe Sloan, maybe a couple of their offensive guys. And Brian Kelly refused. Scott Woodward then fired Brian Kelly because of that. And who knows what the status is?
There's nothing coming from LSU right now about the status of any other coaches other than Brian Kelly gone and Frank Wilson being the interim coach. I'm assuming we are going to have some sort of press conference. Yeah.
This is Dateline Lakers podcast that you might expect.
Kobe, Les Miles call. Chat. Thank you for the chat.
I need to. Here we go.
This is a story about.
All right, everybody, Capital City Grill, and we talk about their Saturday Sunday brunch, but don't forget about the great lunch that they have every day, and of course dinner. 100 Lafayette Street, great hamburgers, fresh cut French fries, club sandwiches, the seafood pasta, everything priced at $30 for an affordable experience, and always celebrate a Tigers win at their Sunday morning brunch from 11 to 2. Go to capitalcitygrill.net. You can see their full menu. And I always tell you the great carrot cake and the dream cake you see there on the screen, and the chicken and waffles. Just a great brunch, great lunch, great dinner. Capital City Grill, downtown Baton Rouge. Get down there. They're one of our great sponsors. All right, any others, Preston?
Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, podcasts now on your big screens.
Ryan Bell, that is actually a new album.
iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is it.
She is an incredible woman. She is weeks, and I
wish you had told me she was a Swiftie. Jesus.
Like a 30-year-old woman, like 30-something-year-old woman doesn't love Taylor Swift? They all love Taylor Swift. But yeah, she has Taylor Swift and the album. That's actually, she does some work on it. She works from this early season atmosphere in River. I actually did a West and Northern California. Several inches of mountain.
Don't hit the like button if you're enjoying the show.
The Olympics and Cascades heading into Saturday as cool air flows inland behind the cold front. Elsewhere, lake-effect showers will continue downwind of Lakes Erie and Ontario as a cold northwestern flow moves over the warmer.
I see Zach Nagy. I sent him to join us. He must not be able to. Check your text messages, Zach.
So Zach's referring to. Yeah, I bought a lamp in the garage sale for $10. I was on the fence about whether I wanted but then he lived in Florida, so literally sat behind him for 3 months. Yes, so now session.
Good evening, everyone. You're in the right place at the right time. This is Coast to Coast AM, blasting out from the Mojave Desert, Morocco, blazing across the land, slamming into your radio like a supercharged nano
Crime Belly is calling for Zach.
Yeah, he's like a lot of us in the media working. In fact, I got to return the favor and actually jump in the shower and shave here in a little bit because I got to join Jacques on WAFB at 10:30 to talk about this.
On TV or
TV.
What's shaking out there?
I have to shave now. Go ahead.
Coincidentally enough,
Crime Belly says it's officially going on. So y'all gotta understand when we do these live shows, I'm actually looking at my phone. Is that for real? Someone follow up in the chat. It's actually here in the web.
One of which is the story. The full story was kept quiet.
Brandon Greer with the $20 super chat. Mike and Preston. How do y'all think and expect the team to play the video? That's actually a really good question, and it's certainly secondary to where LSU's program moves forward from here. I think anytime you fire a head coach, it lights a fire on everybody's blood. The interim coach is not a great coach. A lot of players are just infused with energy and it elevates your play on the field. I would expect to see an infusion of energy from this team. I don't know if they beat Bama. I don't know if they beat Oklahoma. But I think they play a lot more energy and fire. Because of some bad coaches, I don't need to write adaptation. Hopefully the offensive play calling improves because it was frankly abysmal. We'll see. I would like to see who all the coaching staff is on a zero basis where we go. I'm pretty comfortable saying
I'm looking. I'm not seeing where anything out there about Joe Sloan not being. I see video that Corey posted of Joe Sloan and Atkins arriving for the meeting at 8 o'clock. But there's nothing about him not being kept.
I haven't heard anything. I'll tell you what, when Ogeron was named the interim head coach, he saw Cam Cameron, he said, get your bags too, you're going on there. Ogeron was immediately lobbying to be the head coach. Do you think Frank Wilson's going to try to throw his hat in the ring?
Blake Lorio says Fox 8 saying that he's gone. I mean, could that be Garland?
Check that out. I will put this next super chat on the screen. But guys, I don't know if Frank Wilson's going to try to throw his hat in the ring and try to make his job or not. But I'll tell you what, if you make changes, you've got 2 weeks to make them now. Vinsor with another super chat. Thank you for your super chat. Do you think the front office has already had their eyes on someone before making a change? Or is the mindset at LSU prize the whole attention itself? I think based on some scuttlebutt, some comments I've heard in passing from some of this administration, I think ultimately mostly mindset.
No. Yeah, I'm looking at Fox 8. They are saying that Joe Sloan was fired, but it looks like they're the only ones. I'm not saying they're not correct, but I'm not prepared to confirm that. Preston John. Hey, I'll go ahead and throw my hat with this super chat here, okay? I was the 5th best offensive lineman for the 2nd best football team 15 years ago in 1A football, okay? Let's do it, man. I have no coaching experience. But you know what? My God, we'll be fighting hard, and we'll get our pass sets right. Well, I'll do a better job than Brad Davis, for sure. Look, biggest deal of all, I will do it for 1% of what Brian Kelly did. I will take 1% of his pay. We'll get it right, guys. We'll fight every day. All right, I need to talk about Struby's, Preston. There you go. You see it on the screen. Struby Seafood and Steaks. Again, it's 107 3rd Street, downtown Baton Rouge, and it's a 5-star dining experience. Ownership right there in the building. All fresh ingredients. USDA Prime Black Angus steak, 100% certified Wagyu New York strip. Of course, they've got other things outside of red meat. A fantastic seafood menu. They've got the dried pork chop, black truffle lobster pasta, redfish, duck, Louisiana, and much more. Book your reservation online tonight at Strubys.com. Please tell the waiter, tell the hostess. If you see the owner Rick there, please tell him that Tiger Bay sent you in. Like I always tell you, get the lamb lollipops for an appetizer, the crawfish mac and cheese as a side. It's fantastic. And I need to get over there. That cowboy rib, I've got to get that soon. No on John Gruden. Cowboy MJ with a super chat. No. But thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Shannon Petrie, I like Kiffin. He will get us the best offense. Quarterback's coming, and that will keep wide receivers coming. Coach O can work with him again. He'll be a great D-line coach and recruiter. Bring back Moffitt and Jimbo's OC. Need an O-line coach. Hire the honey badger. You know, here's the thing about Tyrann Mathieu. Just retired. He certainly has ambitions to get into coaching. I think you would definitely look into offer maybe like an analyst type. There's not. You're just not going to hire a guy. The Senate coach was ordered by the court in a overnight hearing to serve some life without parole. In fact, he doesn't want to be the head coach. He said it a bunch of times. Also, shout out to the Honey Badger. He actually predicted when Frank Wilson took the UTSA job in 2016 or something like that. He predicted that Frank Wilson would one day be the head coach of LSU. And guess what? That day is today. Frank Wilson is returned to LSU as the head coach. Interim, but nonetheless. Absolutely. Sandy, I want to start with you since you're here for this hour. It's not an excuse for what happened. I'm going to be real curious to see if we get that press conference tomorrow. Tumultuous childhood. Burned down, lost your head, you were kidnapped 3 different times by your Mike and Riley. Yeah, someone brought that back up. A lot of bad stuff crammed into your first few years. But Mike, you said something really bad when you were 13. That we had on. And probably not like Riley. He showed me his medal when he chose USC the first time. No. He's coached his way out of contention. More so than Lincoln Riley and what I think about him. No, the answer is no. He's struggling at USC. It's funny how many of those candidates have just fell completely flat. Tucker was a serious option for LSU. Boy, how sound did that go? Just I wish I had years later something
Lincoln Riley.
Here on the site for school, right?
Yes, my mom just put me up
I
at
am
school. I went to high school at that time.
Guys, we
And a guy jumped out of the car. Everybody was out of school. He jumped out of the car and his girlfriend got her. Thankfully, her and her baby survived.
Well, he mentioned that a few years ago. I don't know where he's at degree-wise. I know he wants to go into coaching, but he needs to finish college and get a teaching, right?
From what happened to me when I was 13,
But while he's there, he could be a GA, right?
Casey Williams says Brent Keith, Dan Landmore, Matt Campbell.
So he was on the list when we were talking about BK 4 years ago.
He was. More of an outside kid. Yep. Tom Herman was on the list. Tom Herman was on the list. A lot of this coaching, Jimbo Fisher. What happened to Jimbo
Pushing up to that point, before you 15 and got you had been cheerleader. There are photos of your cheerleader outfit in this book. You were a good kid on a good staff.
I was a trade student. I was involved in
I think Dave Aranda is the same one to scratch on.
Pretty good job.
And then
I think we nailed the guys an early list.
Yeah, but now
he made the decision he did.
You also have to worry about,
so what's the
if it's going to be someone out of bounds. Because honestly, that's probably what's going to happen. It's going to be someone who nobody's talking about right now.
I'm not a Matt Rule fan. I don't. Yeah.
I think that I think he would be just because of the connection.
Drinkwitz would keep Baker.
Charlie Weiss Jr.
Charlie Weiss Jr. is going to be interesting if Lane Kiffin were to leave Ole Miss. And no, but would he stay? Is he automatically tied to Lane Kiffin, or is he ready to be the OC and it be his baby entirely?
What's Frank Wilson's history? He's a thank you for the super chat, Kevin. Well, his history is he's got a really strong track record as an elite, long-term running back coach. Head coach at TSA, where it didn't really work out. He was the head coach of the East, where he actually was doing better.
Head football coach at Old Perry Walker. With Old Perry Walker, he had three big-time recruits that LSU recruited. After Old Perry Walker, he was an athletics director in the parish for several years, and then he went into college coaching. Known for his recruiting prowess, was in Tennessee before LSU hired him, and started on Les Miles. Did very well, and a fixture in New Orleans football recruiting and Louisiana football recruiting, and of course, head coach at UTSA, then McNeese, and then back at LSU.
One thing I would dislike most about Frank Wilson, I want a guy who really
No, Frank Wilson isn't a candidate to be the head coach.
He's not. But again, any of these coaches who don't have a history of playing calls and knowing X's and O's very well, I'm gonna steer away from. I want to stay. LSU's never really had us, but I just feel like when you don't have a guy who call X's and O's, and I thought Brian Kelly was going to do that. I was wrong. You're always one bad coordinator hire out from 6 and 6. Or, in the Brian Kelly era, wasting a historic offense.
The candidates, someone asked to rename them. The candidates are certainly Lane Kiffin. Eli Drinkwitz in Missouri, and Braum at Louisville, to name 3. Kelvin Shepard from the NFL, former LSU linebacker. And who else did you have?
I had
Don't give me the foolish ones.
No, I'm not going to give you the foolish ones. Lane Kiffin, John Sumrall, Joe Brady, Kelvin Shepard, Brent Key, Clark Lee, Eli Drinkwitz, Kenny Dillingham, and Jeff Willis.
Yeah, there was one you had in there that I think Joe Brady's on the silly list. That's a silly one.
Silly.
He has no interest in college football.
Right, if he has interest. I don't think he does.
Eventually got a ride. I did not get home until 5:30 in the morning. I was in so much trouble. I explained to my mom what happened. And after that,
I'm probably going to do something
later. I came in contact with him again at the same
We missed a super chat because I see one up there.
circus at the McDonald's. And I was with somebody
That
else.
49 one?
Unknown to the situation.
No, that's the no comment.
It's
just because it was 40. I still have Scott. Mysterious Scott boy. He's going to have to email us or something. His super chat. Here's another super chat. Could we plug?
And from that moment on,
I would, I cracked my joke earlier. I haven't talked to Brian Driscoll.
during the day, he would be, I came across the street from my school, or just
No, I don't think he could. I don't think he would pick up the shit.
Eric Drinkwitz might be my number one. He's the guy that I keep been talking about. And it really works because he's got a relationship with Blake Baker and Peoples. So you save money there if Blake Baker would be willing to work with him. Again, does Blake Baker get upset because he's not considered, and I think Blake Baker would get an interview. I think he would do that as a courtesy.
Well, wait, you don't think Eli Drinkwitz hired Blake Baker?
No, I'm talking about Blake Baker get an interview to be the head coach. He would do it as a courtesy. No, here.
Wow.
You would give him a courtesy interview. But if you hire Eli Drinkwitz, you would think that it would be a great fit for Blake Baker to stay because they work together. And LSU would save money because he's already under contract.
Well, I think Blake Baker, after his last 2 performances, should be just excited for the chance to keep his job. That's my argument. He did just give up 42 points. Nick Berry with a really good comment. Does this set LSU NIL back? I would argue this is the best thing that can possibly happen to your NIL budget, right?
Yep.
I mean, who the hell is donating to Brian Kelly? I mean, the way I was literally writing a column. Okay, I was literally forming some very strong poetic, comparisons. It's like digging your way out of the Mariana Trench with a toothpick because you're not going to have any resources for them. I was going to call it that. Just falling.
Team Thompson Bass Fishing Chat. How soon we make the hire? I think you can look for that to happen as soon as the last season game are played.
Kelly was not a nice guy, an innocent tourist. His family was trafficking in drugs. One of his relatives got busted in Las Vegas for I think 800 grams of cocaine.
Yes, and so in both Vegas and I don't know what they went, but I know the uncle. That was their
Jenny.
A document stating that the victim, his name was hot feet, but however, that the family, they were all under investigation in Canada, and all they were using fake social security numbers, and all their addresses went to abandoned buildings. So a lot of the reports said he was 21, some reports said he was 24. Nobody really knows, the God on it.
He wouldn't leave you alone. You and your mom had called police, and you asked them to leave you alone. You and your mom called police. They didn't do anything, and you were fed up with it, and you turned to lifelong friends, somebody you'd known since childhood. Hey, don't be scared of this guy, so leave me alone, right?
Like I asked my childhood friend who I've known since I was 6 years old. I just, when the police said there's nothing we can do unless he physically asked her, I was like, that's not going to happen, and I asked my friend to beat him up, get him to leave me alone.
And that's not how it worked out. You did not wish to be killed by any means.
No, by any means, I did not. I mean, I had already witnessed a triple murder and a suicide. I had witnessed attempted murder. Murder was never in my mind. I didn't wish him as far as that goes. I just wanted him to leave me alone. And when we had went into this, when I asked Troy to beat him up, the plan was, I didn't even want to see him get beat up, So it literally was just that. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I didn't want him to die, or, murder was just never in my brain.
I know you, I've been talking to you for I don't know how many years, but a long time. And you've always taken, you don't claim you're totally innocent. I mean, you did set the things in motion that ended that. You were willing to take responsibility for that, just not for the murder.
I do take responsibility, as far as, I set him up to be beat up. I had no idea that he was going to be killed, but the fact that, he was, I not taking responsibility that because of my immature decision to have him be beat up and this happened, I have to accept the responsibility for that. And it's something that weighs heavily on me all the time. It was an immature request by me as a traumatized 15-year-old, and I'm sure that there's millions of people out there that could say that at some point in time that, in different circumstances, that they've done the same thing. But I never wanted him to die, no matter what the situation was. I never wanted him to die.
We're going to take a break here in a moment. When we come back, we'll go through the events that happened that night and the events that didn't happen that have been described by witnesses who later changed their testimony. We're talking about Sandy Shaw and about their book, Life Without the Law. Sandy Shaw, going to break with a song from 1986, Ozzy, Out of the Dark.
I think you would like to be able to introduce the coach after that Thanksgiving weekend first, without looking at the calendar, whatever that Monday, Tuesday is. And maybe because of LSU being the best job open, it's going to be an interesting month. I think a lot of people are going to get antsy. And like y'all talked about earlier, was it you or Jacques that mentioned all these games? It's no one's going to be really talking about the games. We're going to be talking about who the next coach is going to be. And, well, that's the way it is when you lose 3 games and you're not in the playoff hunt. Nobody's going to care to talk about a possible ReliaQuest Bowl where 15 to 18 guys have opted out. No.
Dave Bergeron with $5 super chat. It's being recorded just by someone let me know.
There was a lot of media at the facility tonight. A lot of media. And they were probably camped out on the sidewalk as the players walked across the street to the parking lot. Imagine there's going to be a lot of interviews out there from some. At the chagrin of LSU Sports Information, I'm sure. Well, I drink what's pleasing life. I think the job he's done at Missouri, again, he's kind of done like what Lane Kiffin has done at Ole Miss, winning at a high clip, as high as you can win at those schools. We're going to see if Lane Kiffin goes even further. Got a good chance to do some damage in the playoffs, I think.
All like
But,
anything is like you trade everything out. Like you know how
he gets the most out of his players and teams, and look at where his recruiting classes are ranked. The offense he runs, the caliber of the coaches that he always seems to hire that always comes from his staff. I mean, Blake Baker and Peoples are come from Missouri. And before that, who was the corner DB's coach a few years before that? That was on the roster at LSU from Missouri. So.
Target is cutting 1,800 corporate jobs in its first major layoff in 10 years.
Dane Bergeron with another super chat. Who would you
Next,
AD.
That would be interesting. But would that be a deal where there's some scenarios that I've I don't know if I'm going to share that because until I get some more information. But there's been some discussion about maybe Austin Thomas being an athletic
Grandpa. All right, go ahead, say it.
Yeah, Austin Thomas. I mean, there's been this discussion, but I've never seen anybody. General manager, first of all, is a new position in college football. It hadn't existed for too many years, and I've never seen somebody go from general manager to athletics director. But if the athletics director at LSU is primarily associated with football, and you've got
Yo, what up, Chef Mario? How you living, Pimp?
I'm sorry, I can't recall.
Yo, Chef Mario, can you hear me? Chef Mario, how you living? Chef Mario, do you speak English? Yo, big dog, do you talk? Yo, I'm checking out your link tree. Chef Mario cooks. Chef Mario Cooks TV. You're a kick streamer. That's tight. I'm looking at your link tree. Dog, let's talk, baby. Oh, you're a big deal. 24/7 kick live stream. Let's check you out, big man. Oh, I see you. All right. Chef Mario Cooks, your social media is great, dog. Shout out to Canada. Oh, I clipped you, baby. I clipped you. Oh, Chef Mario, big dog. I got you good, son. 3 months ago, 2 months ago, 5 days ago, 4 days ago. Chef Mario knows what's up. How you living, big dog? Come on, let's talk, big man. Oh, you're live. Okay. I understand. If you're live, then, you know, shit happens, dog. Yo, dog. Hey, how you living? Absolutely. Hey, big dog. Chef Mario, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, then you tell me about myself. What do I do? Okay, well then, do you mind if I tell you about myself? All right, Chef Mario.
The new lady's name that replaced Kelly's in that handles all the other sports, then why not it be Austin Thomas and you go from there? And he's got and you save money there. But the traditionalist part of me thinks you usually have an AD with AD experience. Just have some success somewhere else. But that would be an interesting scenario. Austin Thomas is thought fairly highly by everybody at LSU, and certainly the powers that be in the political portion of what's going on in this whole scenario. Dennis, I want to thought on
however, he's a 500 football coach. I was wondering based on his win-loss record, one good year. I don't know if it's Easter Bowl here. Oysters. 315 North Boulevard is the old. A lot of money and revamping that. It's now out of this world. Freshest farm-raised oysters from Grand Isle. No mud, no grit. Just clean, delicious flavor. If you're not into oysters, swap in some boiled shrimp. Try their turkey, brie, and bacon sandwich, or even their classic roast beef po' boy. Fully stocked bar, complete top-notch bourbon, whiskey, massive craft beer selection. Don't miss out on Baton Rouge's newest oyster spot, and make sure to let them know Tiger Bait sent you in. Super chat vote. Go Black 45. Does us shut it down?
My goal is to get free silver. That's right, $5,000 purchase.
Well, it could be where. Look, I imagine there was a lot of players that he wasn't the only one, but he's the most noticeable. It's an open date, right? He might have been out of town. He couldn't get back quick enough.
Why would he sit out? Mike, he needs to play to increase his draft stock. His best hope is that this new coach invigorates the team and he's able to pop off and save some of his draft stock. By the way, his plummet, I don't. He is a French to be drafted player, right? Sitting out would be an atrocious decision for Garrett Nussmeier.
Would you take Garrett Nussmeier in the NFL draft over the three quarterbacks that LSU lost to this season?
I would take Arsenal. Yeah, it's a tough. I take Pavia from NFL. I don't know. Probably I would tend to that Shameless and Nussmeier, but Marcel is the guy. Don't know if that's particular.
That debris standing in the fog at thousands of miles per hour.
A strong arm, needs to work on his decision.
Non-stop chain reaction. Dreaded Kessler effect has begun.
Needs a new set of tires, and it's got missing a catalytic converter.
Maybe it just needs a new driver.
There you go.
We'll see. I mean, look, if Nuss were to turn it around with a new guy calling plays, he could just he can basically argue every one of his existing problems before the last 4 games of his career were entirely Joe Sloan's fault and save his draft stock. Right. So
there you go. Goatee says Bryce Coon reported that he and Sloan walked out of the facility together about 40 minutes after the meeting. Okay, there you go.
Going out as a duo, maybe.
Yeah, we went live. We didn't go park ourselves at the facility.
Is it crazy to say Saban's the most realistic of those three?
The Clemson media guy, probably the Clemson media guy, texted me earlier today and said, who would they go after? I said, why? Are you about to ask me or plead with me to put Dabo on our hot board? Can you imagine being them? You were talking about a guy who's angry at the media and irritable. Can you imagine? I mean, how sick of those people? How sick of him are those people?
I think Dabo would, number one, be tough to get. Number two, Dabo is a guy who really hasn't adjusted his era well at all. So, yeah, no. Sure, send Jimmy Sixton an email about these things and just move on. Sixton.
All right, Preston, I need to get. I still haven't eaten anything today, and now my meals. And now I get to get B2C at 10:30.
Mike, did you get these?
Like, no, man.
So like, because I'm usually not able to go do my grocery. This morning, I'm turning 3 years old today. I'm exhausted. Oh, and by the way, I'll broadcast right after this.
Thank everybody. I want to thank for all the super chats. For everybody who today, our live thread. I was given all the information that I had as this stuff was unfolding throughout the day. I think a lot of people enjoyed that. That thing got 20, 30,000 views or more. That's still going. Got a lot coming your way on TigerBait.com. Brian Lazar just put out an instant analysis piece on TigerBait.com about everything that's transpired so far. And we're going to have a hot board, obviously, coaching hot board that we're going to have that dives into the details of the coaching candidates up on TigerBait. So please go subscribe. $1, try us out for a week. I think you'll enjoy it. And if you're not subscribed, if you're watching us on YouTube, please subscribe button. Hit the like button if you enjoyed the show. And also if you're following us on Facebook, follow Preston on X at PGuy77, and I'm at Scarborough Mike, and at TigerBait.com is our official X account. And we got a lot coming your way. This is just this is going to be an interesting open date week. One more coming in here at the end. Super chat. I'm an LSU fan, but we have unrealistic thoughts on who LSU is. In the last 25 years, we have won 10 games 13 times, 2 with Kelly, and a number of the 10-win seasons were only because of bowl games. Yeah, I don't count 10-win seasons with the 10th win coming in the bowl. There's nothing I hate more than that.
Yeah, but you won.
All right, here. It's not unrealistic. Pay attention to the national folks when they tell you what this job is and how it's viewed. How it's viewed by coaches. It absolutely is.
Top 5.
It's one of the sexiest jobs in America. And I know it's you're wondering how they're going to pay for all of it, how it's going to get paid for. What are you going to have for NIL? I get it. They're going to figure out a way. And the thing about it is it going to take a couple of years to be respectable? I don't know how long it's going to take. But I still say that this job is one of the pinnacle jobs in all of it. And there's a reason why it's always in prime time on Saturday nights when they play and so forth. Tiger Stadium, the former alumni, Shaq, Skeens, Bregman, on and on. Livy Dunn, Flaugier, here on town, Jake Daniels, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, on and on and on. The brand is as strong as ever.
And the homegrown talent, right, that you're really burying. You can build a championship roster just by going in your backyard and getting those kids who want to play for you.
Well, we're seeing right now, though, you still have that problem. You had the year where you had Will Campbell and Emory Jones, which was an oddity. You're still going to have to go out of state and get offensive linemen. I was talking to someone today. He said, it's still a French background. Most of the people in the state of Louisiana are little. Every now and then you have an outlier, like a Will Campbell, etc. But those are very few and far between, and they typically show their head in North Louisiana. athletes, but need offensive linemen and to be able to recruit countrywide and particularly the Midwest. What's ailing this football team more than anything is that offensive line. That thing is atrocious.
Any word on Brad Davis? Is he still in Florida?
I think he is. I don't think anybody else. I'm not. I know Fox 8 said Sloan is gone, but they're the only ones reporting that. Maybe it's so, but I don't think it is. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see y'all tomorrow night. LSU football fix tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, and we got a lot for you on Tiger Bay. Good night, y'all. Good night.
And we went back to the scene. Neither one of us got out of the car. I just
It makes me happier than being innocent. I don't know why. It's cold. It's naughty. It's a little naughty. I feel like a Mongol or something when I be in there. How closest I'll get to those guys. What? You don't think it's a BBL? Because of the tight jeans. Hot. He didn't think. Hanging low. Yeah, he didn't think. Yeah, he didn't. I always feel like a rebel.
You peed in the sink and Brian washed his butt in the sink.
That's more weird. Pee in the sink. There's nothing more satisfying to me when I pee in the sink. I feel like he's talking about so much. I feel like a biker gang. Yeah. Oh, no. I still don't understand. I remember walking, not in this building, but in the Malcolm building. You guys are like to go to the restaurant. I saw Prince in the freaking sink, and I'm like, at this point, there's no way I can get near the sink. I'm like, I grab paper towels. I grab towels. I don't know what you're talking about. I just get up this whole
That's some like intervention. Yeah, like Chan and the old intern and Chappelle. Like, you are peeing in the sink. You need to stop. This is a place of work.
Speaking of peeing on sinks, we got this clip called "Does Bart Get an Intervention Before Brandon?" posted by What's Up 167.
Bij Dirk staan we voor onze principes. Zoals altijd dezelfde lage prijs voor iedereen. Of je nou veel of weinig boodschappen doet. Met deze week Mullermilk. Fles van 400 milliliter voor maar 89 cent. Even weer rekenen.
Dat is een superzuinig droger voor een vast bedrag per maand. Vandaag besteld, morgen droger. Alles voor een glimlach.
Cool cats never come at night. Margaret, worst pain of your life. Truck walk right across the road. You and I should go. Mark leaving. was a huge mistake. I heard Esther goes both ways. Anyway, walk me to my truck so that we can fall even care. If Mexican finds out she's a bitch, she's eating Cheetos. Will you walk with me to my freaking truck so that we can fuck? One take. It's time for my favorite time of the week. When you get near Papa, try to speak. When he surprises today, you better actually watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Oh man, we had the Mount Rushmore of interviews. We just came off the biggest interview in show history with the Mark Harley. Thank you, Mark. You crushed it. Everybody loved it. We had a great time. So
shout out to all the new people that came through just because they interviewed you.
Yeah. Welcome, cats. Yeah, welcome. Whether you're a long-time cat, first-time listener, happy to be here. It's good that you're here, man. Also, we got a Patreon, so join the Patreon if you want. Discord, join the Discord. Discord's free. Everything is on Spotify now. And lastly, long shot, but if you're watching Prez, Brian Campbell, BC, we'd love to have you on. I know, kind of like Baba says, we're shooting for the stars. We'll probably land on the moon, but that would be real Netflix if you come on. I know, probably not in the cards, but I said I'd ask, and I'm asking you now. But anyways, that's not why you came.
Also, too, I want to say, this week's song is probably my favorite song of all time.
Ooh,
but we're kind of running out of song ideas. If you guys can just throw us a bone,
Yes, thank you, Gerard. Yeah, if you guys can suggest some songs, we'll look into it. Take a look and check them out.
But that's not why they're here, dude.
That is not why you're here. All right, you're here to let us walk you to the truck. No, we're here to start the timer. We're sure to watch 10 Minutes of Shop, so start the timer now.
Your phone's not even on, but it's fine.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got a clip that we wanted to address from Mr. You're Nudging Me. It's called Timo's Hates My Slobfish clip. Yeah, I can't even say it.
Can't even say it. Too, we can't talk. Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, You're Nudging Me. Here we go.
Finally, a break from the fryers. This BGL drama is killing me. Time to check out the old YouTube. This rat again. Stole my slobfish sushi. 10 Minutes of Shop. I like these guys.
Pulled in the comic store, was looking for some chicks. Yeah, so that's the show. One thing I did was say, in an earlier episode, I talked about the guy that does the TFK stuff. We watched a clip where Papa's a fish. That guy sucks ass. I hate those clips.
Wait.
They're the worst.
What the fuck?
I hate those clips. They're the worst. I watched a clip where Papa's a fish. That guy sucks ass. I hate those clips. The zoom in on my AVI gets it. That's a good detail.
The lack of emotion in your face.
Yeah, both.
Yeah.
But it's such a good, kind of subtle diss. They put the AVI and then have the zoom in on the data. That's what the chefs do.
I'm hurt, man. If you want to hurt me, you got me, brother. You definitely got me. I don't understand it. I don't. I still consider you a friend. It's weird. I love Beyonce.
On YouTube.
I'm going to sing hard. I feel like a biker thing. Sometimes you can stink, though, you know? It's in your seat, bro.
Sometimes you're inconsistent.
Message to the cats on the fryers, we don't matter. But fuck for Sutherland YouTube channels. Not you, Timo's, but that was Blockbuster.
Fuck you.
Yeah, that's 100% on me. I talked with You're Nudging Me, and I explained that I meant the YouTube guy.
Yeah.
But I was definitely not clear in the clip, and It's on me because I expected Gerardo to edit it out. No, I'm just kidding.
What did that come from? Like, with the T-Fat-K channel, was it a conversation you had with others telling you that they just steal clips or what? Or you saw him?
No, I saw him, and I did see the comments saying that guy steals clips, but I just watched the YouTube clips, and I don't like them.
Yeah.
I mean, the shop fish clip and all the You're Nudging Me, all the stuff he does always, from what I've seen, is always great.
Yeah.
Like, that clip in of itself. So in the end, it's almost like a good thing, because, like, from my being a jackass, he was able to come up with this, and it's funny, and everybody enjoyed it. The people that don't like it probably enjoyed it even more than we did. But I thought it was great. And it's my bad. I don't mean to associate You're Nudging Me with the YouTube channel. That was lame. And I shouldn't be talking about the YouTube channel anyways, because, like we talked about, I don't like it, but it's below us to, like, just fire shots out.
It's all those
random
pills, dude.
I know, man. I was texting Gerardo for Dick Juice. He couldn't get it to me in time, and it's turning my eyes red. I just
That's another thing too that we didn't get a chance to talk about on the show. What we talked about at length with each other is the Hella Mark Harley release of text drops.
Yeah.
Apparently, Brendan Schaub asked him for Dick Juice all the time, and also he was taking fake accountability. Remember that?
Yeah, he refuses to take accountability for everything. So we've sort of jokingly been doing that to each other, like, "Oh, it's on me, man. I thought you'd do it anyways," kind of thing. So we're.
It's on me, man. I forgot you were Mexican, though.
I did not say that. Okay, Mr. Whole Foods. All right.
That's another thing we forget to...
Bij Dirk staan we voor onze principes. Zoals altijd dezelfde lage prijs voor iedereen. Of je nou veel of weinig boodschappen doet. Met deze week Muller Milk. Fles van 400 milliliter voor maar 89 cent. Op Dirk kun je rekenen.
You got to change your evil ways, Papa. Before you stop getting views, you've got to change, Papa. And every word that Mark said is true, 'cause you're blockbuster, redacted, and dumb as a clown. You've got Mark posting and talking, you're douching down. This can't go on. Lord knows you got to change, Papa. Papa, you don't need that much nicotine. It's time of my favorite time of the week. When you get near, Papa, try to speak. Release surprises today. You better watch 10 minutes of shop. Welcome to Timo's. 10 minutes of shop. Look at us. What are we doing here, Papa?
What are we doing?
We have Mark Harley on the show.
Mark Harley. This is Brennan's dream come true, dude.
Am I here? Heard it both ways.
Yeah. This is the CGI, you know? This AI technology.
One thing I wanted to ask you guys, you can probably tell, I am bigger and gayer and more lively in person, you got to admit. Right?
Yeah, he's huge.
I
prepared myself.
Yeah. I really did have a cardboard cut out of me.
The lion is out of the zoo, free to roam, do what he wants, can douche anybody he wants.
It's very freeing, actually.
It's very cool to see.
One thing I didn't expect from meeting you is that I didn't know that I was going to feel like a baby gay lion. You know what I mean? What do you mean? I just feel like I'm inferior.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Sometimes, like, I think that's a fun way to interact with guys, to be like, guys love to do this, like, no, I'm trying to get like you, or like, I know you're buff, like.
Right.
As you can probably tell, I spend so little time thinking about that and trying to, like, actively have my brain work in that way versus, I think, guys like Schaub and other narcissists, it's like always like sizing each other up and like, am I stronger than you? Could I murder you? And like, you know, and it's just, I don't know. That kind of male behavior, you're going to get it anyway out in the world. But I just always think it's funny. That's how guys interact. Like, but you're bigger than me. It's like, I don't give a fuck, you know, because there's 800 guys, you know, who are bigger than me in, you know, the quarter mile of here.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even see it, honestly. I feel like a long-time friend just meeting it for the first time, you know?
Yeah, well, I
never met him. You know? This is so cool. We've been shooting the shit. Getting along really well.
It's true. We had a nice, like, 20-minute, like, warm-up. We were shooting the shit. And yeah, like, and this is what I told you off air, is that what I really appreciate about your show, because it almost seems like if you started writing Shop channel, like if you can't get like 10,000, you're like it's like, what are you doing here?
You're almost,
yeah. But a lot of these channels are kind of just going like a recap, the most basic recap of what happened in the Bappa versus week. But you guys are actually two things. You're adding creativity to it with these song parodies, which I assume like that takes time to both write and record, right? I would assume it's several hours a week.
Well, really, it's one take, but
it is one take. So the recording, it just is the length of the time of the song. Yeah. But, you know, the writing, I don't assume takes, you know, only a few minutes. So, but it's also just time and mental energy, and I can tell you guys want to do it really well. And then secondly, the humor of the show to me comes from the fact that you're very detached, and you take this approach of like, it's all silly and I want to be entertained by it, and some people cross over into this like anger and contempt and actual bitterness, and to me it's hard to do comedy from that place.
Yeah, we don't want to be like that. It's all fun and games for us.
Yeah.
And honestly, we're standing on, as I've said before, we're standing on the shoulders of giants. You know, we got people like Rogan and Shorty Pie and Ryan Joseph and President A Banana and all those people.
No, it is because like people, you have really good engagement, and I know you get pretty good numbers for the fact that like, like, you know, I'm a numbers guy, so like you guys do really good numbers for I don't know how many subscribers, but it always looks like people engage, and that's kind of one of these core things that, you know, I'll probably consider to bring up, like, you know, here's how I think and here's how Brendan thinks, and I think like, you know, the mistakes that led to us falling out are part of this, because I think when you're dealing with podcasting and social media, you have to cultivate your community and treat them like equals in a sense. Like you can't kind of take this like I'm just better than everyone, and that's part of what the I don't read comments says. It's like your opinion doesn't matter at all, and he'll say things like, "Well, I've never gotten a tag from a comment." It's like, well,
maybe you should.
Right. Yeah, maybe you should get a hey, you're an asshole from the comments, or just some sort of like you look for a repeating pattern. You know, even if you just pick 100 comments and see like if half of them are people saying you're doing this thing, maybe you're doing this thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right about that, and that brings me to my first question, which a lot of cats have been wondering about. I know me and Gerardo have been wondering about it. He doesn't read the comments. He doesn't do social media, but does he have writers? And you don't have to say who they are, but like if you want to, can you say who they are?
I know one person who's I'll describe an interaction. This person is a professional comic who recently put out a special that I think is very good. And this person comes from advertising and marketing and is very good at that element of it. And also, like, as a creative professional, has a format of like we start here and blah blah blah. And people, for example, like people like they'll bring up the fact they went to the San Francisco Comedy College, you know, when like right out of my actual college, and that's always like a source of like ripping on me, you know. It's like, oh, Mr. Comedy College. But really what it is like it the benefit of things like that is it gives you like kind of a creative workflow. Okay, you know, it's almost like foolproof. Like if you start here, you start with a topic and then move here. And so like I think Brendan could almost so this person what I witnessed is like, okay, you have your own version of that and you kind of work to like just make the best tags and whatever. And I saw them, I don't know what actually got implemented. I just know that I've seen him spend a couple sessions and this person charges money for it. But like you almost have to it goes deeper than that. You can't just write jokes for Brendan because you have to almost like explain comedy to him. Right? Yeah, because in his mind, comedy is like saying mean things about other people.
Yeah, you have to like, so Brennan, when you try to joke, it has to be funny.
Right. Yeah. No, and honestly, and so one of the things about the, like, again, in the SF Comedy College, it helped me kind of conceptualize even what a joke is. Like that a verbal joke at least hinges on this double entendre and the distance sort of between where you can get somebody's mind to go in the setup and where it ends up is like, you know, you could sort of say roughly it's this, like the size of the laugh is like how far can I get you to go this way and hinge on a double entendre that takes you like sort of wormholes you to this other image. And that always was just something that I think about because I go, like, if you're ever wondering, like, is this funny or not, you can kind of go, like, well, does it, like, have a twist in it? Does it have a misdirection?
But Brendan's twist, Schaub's twist is always that somebody's gay.
Correct. You know, it's like hyper repetitive. And then again, even some of these things, it's just like, yes, there is a joke there, but like, if you took the underlying format to that and just go, I don't know, like, I think it would open up his creativity just to think about, like, the nature of comedy, and even, but then the real issue is introspection, because I can't do that. Correct. Like, his comedy is a lot of projection, it's not a lot of introspection. He'll bring up stuff like his therapist or his mom, or like, he was like, the misdirection is, I'm about to talk about myself, and then it's like, psych, my mom sucks, and my therapist sucks, and everybody sucks, and my wife sucks.
I'm surprised he is a therapist, but there's too much.
I mean, therapist, yeah.
Yeah, like it's somebody that they go,
yeah, it's the hot chip guy. What's the hot chip guy's name? We say hot chip.
Yeah, the producer. Yeah, he's a great guy. He's a really sweet guy. I know he gets a lot of shit.
Yeah, he seems like, I only watched that one clip of it, but he seems nice.
Just the hot chip moments in hearing is fun. All he wants to see is these guys take a hot chip.
That's right. It was in this moment, but yeah, it's very classic. I don't want that. Why would you? Obviously, they were like, "There's no fucking way I need a hot chip right now to ruin my day."
Yeah, no. Hot chip. I don't really like hot chips anymore because I hurt my stomach.
Several hours of pain. Like, no.
After 8 hours of practice, there's too much you'd have to teach Brendan before comedy. You know, because he doesn't know continents, he doesn't know where New England is, he doesn't know basic shit like human beings do. Like
content or continents? Social media continents.
Oh man, I got another question about the Gringo Poppy for you.
Yeah, you have a lot of questions.
I got a lot of questions. That's what we're fascinating.
Hey, when people pretend they're interested in me, that's my favorite thing. All this up,
no, and yeah, drop any singers, please. Yeah. But were there any other names considered for the Gringo Poppy special?
Yeah, fuck, dude, that's such a good question. I should have thought about that before. Yeah, like, because I know it. Well, like, he went through a few different things, and actually, to me, the Gringo Poppy is a good name. Yeah. Like, imagine a special that was like that delved into like deeper stuff and kind of stuck more to like actually exploring Mexican culture and how like no, you're right. Like like family, like
there's gonna be times where we just break out that.
I want to make this point because it sounds like you're right. I'm gonna
I'm coming from laughing is the fact that what the name represents now is hilarious when you try to think of what it could have been. You know?
Right, and it couldn't like it's transcended the like you can never put those words together again. Like, you know what I mean?
It's like, can't be said anymore. Like, he's destroyed part of the Spanish language.
Those words.
Really colonized. He affects everybody, every sector.
Right. And this is bigger than like also think about it because for example, so like, you know, I love the Spanish language. It's fun for me to speak. I studied it for like 7 years growing up, and if I meet so like when I'm at his house, do you remember I sang for her in Spanish? I was like, "Solo han pasado, so almost these Spanish songs I've heard. Exactly.
Really did. We want to name the song today.
But you know. I said it because it's one of my little stupid techniques to be like, hey, I speak Spanish, and then you're kind of on the same page because, like, again, if you're like, Spanish is such an easy language to learn. Yeah. So if you're like you're married to Mexican, the whole family's Mexican, you never open up Duolingo or something and fucking took it, or like, so he does zero Spanish, and it comes off like. And also, like, there is so much, to me, greatness about Mexico and Mexican culture, and like, there's a richness there that, like, dating back to the ancient cultures of my life, there's so much you can go. If you're like, I want to make this special themed around Mexico and my Mexican wife. There's so much different you could go into. And he was just like, taquitos.
Hot Cheetos.
Hot Cheetos.
The joke, after you saying that, the joke he came up with after not considering any of that was them eating hot Cheetos.
Right, and it's like that is something I remember going to, like, I used to substitute teach and I'd go around to schools like, oh yeah, like Mexican kids do love hot Cheetos, but it is the most basic observation. It's like, and his wife likes hot Cheetos. Like, I think it's probably made up.
No chance. She's like a fitness influencer. She's not eating that shit. Right. And like now her old ass mom is walking around with a bag of hot Cheetos.
First of all, wait. He hasn't been your mom.
No.
Like, Because how do you imagine her when he portrays her in the special?
I picture like a grandma, like
with like an abuelita, and she's eating like handmade tortillas with like a flour, like whatever. She's like a CEO. She like doesn't know how to use a cell phone, and it's like frail, and like, oh,
yeah, that's what he's saying.
Right? Like you just, an image comes to mind. Yeah. Here's what she actually looks like. She's like, she's in her 50s. She looks like she could be late 40s. Gorgeous, like very pretty, incredible body. Like she's a sexy 50-year-old woman who you wouldn't pick out of a lineup and say she's Mexican. You'd be like, oh, she looks like she could be like French, Spanish, Argentinian, something like that. Like there's nothing stereotypically Mexican about her besides a slight accent on top of otherwise perfect English. Mark, I wanted to talk to you about something like like a Spanish rhythm of speaking English, but like. The idea, like, he spends all his time, like, building up this joke, like, she doesn't speak English, but she doesn't, right? But she doesn't, right? She doesn't know what she's going to say. She doesn't know. It's like, really? And then having to do that in front of your family, like, was there like a warning, like, hey, guys.
What about the stucco thing? Do you know anything like the Dallas skyline? Do you know who did that, or like how that idea?
Tiger in Boston.
Tiger in Boston dated?
They cut her out with sisters.
Oh shit!
No, I'm kidding.
That makes sense.
It would be so funny if it was true, but no.
Yeah, that was a funny reference when they brought it up on. I assume this is in part a reference to Steve-O being like,
"Oh, that's where the Gringo Bobby was." Honestly, it's we saw that, but it's because Walsh, which somewhere in the world record pod shout out. Walsh was like, I think he either asked me on his pod or we've just been talking about it.
Walsh said that he wants to see the documentary of the making of the stuff and all that.
Yeah, we want a documentary about the Gringo Pod because we find it fascinating.
This is some great documentaries. Have you seen Overnight? That guy, I think it's like he did something Duffy. He did.
Boondock Saints. Yeah, I saw that shit is crazy.
Yeah, but and also I watched this documentary of that the YouTube guy Fusi Tube, like I saw that one. And he was like having this manic episode. It's like there are some great moments or these documentaries that are basically like we need to start filming right now. This is magic happening, and I don't, like, in retrospect, I don't know, like, yes, like, if I could see the future, I'd be like, hey, dude, I'm going to do stuff behind the scenes, doc, bullshit.
So that brought me to one of my questions I wanted to ask. As we all know, he was looking for a new, some sort of social media manager recently. Yeah. And I want to know how hard it is. Like, is there any chainmail around getting into the Thick Boy crew?
That's a good question because I think I don't know what his hiring process is. And actually, I think when he was putting out the ad, it was more like, I think if we're talking about the same thing, he was looking for like a YouTube specialist because he always wants people to come in. It's like he hired Mike Nell, who's a creative director, and Mike comes from like this film background and does all these things really well as far as like creating content. He's really smart and like able to organize and kind of like lead a shoot. So like in many ways, he's great at his job. Like, is that guy also going to be like a YouTube expert strategist? Like that you can't have all people be all things, but you kind of like, what the fuck? Why can't we figure YouTube out? It's like, well, there's people that like that's their job. You know what I mean? Like, and they worked for YouTube last year, or still do. So I think that was the thing because he and I'm not saying it couldn't help him, but I think he gets himself into these positions where relying on these views and maybe followers too, because I was like, I'm looking at the page and I'm like, he kind of got to like 100,000, like 150 really quickly, and it's kind of like stalled out. Like, who knows? But like, when you buy views, like the YouTube experts are like, oh yeah, your page is fucked. Like you can't grow, your algorithm's screwed, and I don't know how you reset that.
You can't pay for engagement.
You can't. That's a really old game to play because, like, as the algorithm gets more sophisticated and these tech companies become more sophisticated, of course you're going to catch on to that and punish you. Just even
somebody dumb like Shab, of course he'll get caught doing anything. Right? Anything he does, they're going to.
Not only a cookie jar. Yeah, exactly. A
freedom jar. He's so stupid.
Go ahead, sorry. Oh, no, I was going to say, yes, he always does the dumbest thing and, like, is always snitching on himself by projecting in a lot of ways.
Right. Who did somebody open for him at the Gringo Pop? Was there, like, another comedian?
Yeah, David Lucas and Chappelle.
Oh, wow. Okay, so they were both there.
Beasts of comedy, But he's still, like, rip on them both. Like, David was funny as watching watching him like go around the country, like he like apologized for Dave's act. Like, so Dave comes out there and he does like. There's some really, I don't know if you're familiar with his like humor at all.
He's like a roast guy, right?
Yeah, and so a lot of it's almost like he's got this kind of like black Anthony Jeselnik. It's not like it's not as dark, but like a lot of his jokes are maybe abortion focused or just like he's provoking you in some way. I think a lot of it's really good. Okay. But like, sure, you can go to Salt Lake City, Utah. There's gonna be some people in the audience who are like, Right. However, you knew what his act is before you brought him on the road and started to bring this guy on and then like get on stage and from his perspective, from Brandon's perspective, he's like, I'm just bringing everybody back. But like, Jesus Christ, Dave, like he'll do like 3 minutes on like, oh my God, David's so offensive. And it's like, what? Like, but that's just his MO for everything. Yeah, it's like, I'm going to make myself look bigger and shit on you, even though, like, again, David's like, I think David's a star. I think Chappelle's a star too.
That's what this guy was telling me about. There was, I forget his name, I'd say it if I remember, but he was an old graphics guy for Shop. Yeah. And he was saying that, like, Shop, all he cared about was like making Brian look bad. Like, he was like, make Brian look bad.
I couldn't, like, that makes all the sense. And this, again, as you get closer to him, once kind of, there's this like love bombing phase, and there was a period of time where if he'd said something, if I remember one time he called me on a pod, he said, oh yeah, Mark's like my, what's the animal, like, where you like take it around my like, it's like if you're blind, it's like my service animal. Eye dog? Yeah, he said like, Mark's like my service animal or something, my anxiety dog. And I wouldn't have even cared about that, but he texted me. He's like, hey man, I didn't mean it. I'm like, no, that's fine. Like, you want to be, to me, it was like, oh, you want to be around because like, make you feel good or something. That's fine. But then he'd start to say more offensive things over time. Next month, it's like, oh yeah, Mark's like Animal from the Muppets. And I'm like, am I? Like, I'm reckless and fucking chaotic. Like, it's always like, under the guise of a joke, it's always this like really unflattering portrait of you. Where like he'd go out his way to be like, Mark, when Mark eats, it's so disgusting. And there's like pictures of Shop eating it.
Yeah, never talk about somebody eating.
Right. And so
you can't even find a straw. Straw eating is amazing.
Well, yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, because you look at other stuff that's not a straw and be like, you're not a straw, B.
It makes me, he treats Brian so bad, it makes me feel like I need to treat Gerardo better. Honestly, Gerardo's
seriously, when I was sometimes would be uncomfortable in the TFAK room because I remember one time, I don't know if you guys ever use psychedelics, but
okay,
yeah. I'm just a big allegedly, I'm a big fan of microdosing and macrodosing, but like, microdosing has helped me get through some depression and whatnot. And not that I'd recommend it to everybody, but I would at least like try to download my experiences to people because I go, yeah, like it's a unique drug experience. It's not like popping Adderall or doing things that are really addictive. You can't really get addicted to them, but in some ways, it can provide like a spark that you need to get through something. Anyway, Brian came in and wanted to talk about his LSD experience, and I was all for it. I'm like, yes, it's exciting. So I'm like, you haven't done this before, and you're kind of trying to. It's hard to describe a psychedelic experience sometimes, and why it enhances your creativity and puts you in this positive mood. But like, I like dissecting that kind of stuff. Brendan couldn't have been more negative and dismissive and just insulting about it. And I was just like, oh, this like hurts my heart. Like it was like beyond funny or like except, okay, this is a dynamic. He was just like, who cares, dude? You're too old. Dude, who cares? No, never to like. And it was just like, Brian's trying to like yes and him and kind of get something, and it was just like, no.
Psychedelics? You talking alpha brain, B?
Yeah, but he'll dismiss it like, I took mushrooms once, so like microdose it made me feel weird. Yeah, it's called self-reflection.
Yeah. I mean, they're great. Yeah. Another thing where he's stupid. Were any jokes cut out of the Gringo Poppy that you
he did film an entire hour set, and he's doing. Okay, let me start this off with a second. I saw him and Anthony Jeselnik talk before a show one time in the green room, and he had referenced a time before when he was like trying to like give Anthony Jeselnik advice, and it was in front of other people, and he kind of framed it as like, oh yeah, Anthony snapped at me, but I'm like, well yeah, you're trying to be like, he's going to be the greatest of the you know what I mean, like discussions brush like Like, and he's also like, he's kind of got this mystique where like he doesn't even need to use Instagram or social media. It's like, like when Anthony just like drops a special, like I'm watching it, and I've seen him perform enough times where like you obviously know it's like he's all about comedy and doesn't give a fuck. And Brendan tried to say, he's like, oh yeah, well you should try to like this, and like he was kind of giving him like, because Brendan in his mind is like, oh well I'm like a business and marketing guy, so I'm trying to give Anthony Jeselnik advice, but he made it seem like he's like, Anthony's talking this way, and it's kind of like, hey Brendan, I think I got it. Like he says that and like winks at him. I'm like, that was Anthony Jeselnik's way of being like, hey, you fucking idiot. Don't ever talk to me about anything relating to my again. And then the second part of it, I'm like, man, I think the new thing is because like I was releasing 25 minutes of this an hour-long set. He's like, well, no, they have the analytics set on Netflix. People only watch, 28 minutes of a special. And I'm like, I don't even know what that means, but I wouldn't take that as like, just release 28 minutes, because then people, it's like, well, maybe it's because people watch half of it. Or I don't know, like, or if you're taking an average, it's like, well, maybe there's just something that people turn off after 3 minutes because it sucks, and then people watch an hour of the other one. It doesn't tell me anything personally.
Yeah, watch time is based off of average or like percentage.
Correct.
But also, too, when I put on the Green with Bobby, maybe he's onto something because I can't look away. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I watch it all the time.
Yeah, you guys watch it multiple times. So the final thing about the Justin Weather, he's like, no, you should, like, a lot of people are just like filming like half an hour, and then you still have your other hour. And Jeselnik was very diplomatic, and this wasn't an insult, but I liked how he thought about it. He was like, actually, like, I do the whole hour because to me, each one of my hours is like a novel. Like, I'm not going to release half the novel. And I was like, yeah, like, and then just, I think, showcases his artist's mind about it, that he's like, this is a unit. I'm not going to be like, oh, and then I can have this for the road. It's like, no, you start over and write more. Okay. But yes, to answer your question fully, there was many jokes that he's still doing in his set, and it's funny because he's like, all new hour. It's like, but it's not. Yeah, right. And not that I don't think he's shortchanging people as far as time, because he will go an hour 20 or whatever and try new stuff and have fun. But like, there's definitely jokes that he's still doing. He filmed on the Gringo Poppy and took out, and honestly, I don't even know what the justification. Like, I was into the editing room, I've since like learned editing and feel like, well, actually, I edited a lot of his stand-up clips, like even just from like before I knew Adobe. Like, I was like, I don't know, this doesn't need to be fucking 3 minutes. Let me get it down to 90 seconds on my phone, just to take out of the.
What's like one joke that, if you can remember, that he's put out that he's doing?
I know about this one.
You heard that?
I'm very interested in that.
There's this whole bit about how for his kid's birthday during quarantine, they hired like this Spider-Man to come to the birthday party, and it's like this fat Mexican dude who they paid $40, $10. The whole joke is like he's all like he goes into the bathroom and does cocaine or all the Colombian cocaine, and comes out. He's like, oh, listen. I think it's kind of like he, like, again, like, this person is incompetent and stupid. Part of it is his wife incompetent and stupid because she hired the guy off Yelp, and it's like a 1-star review. It's like, oh, there's a Spider-Man rental on Yelp, and like, it's one, like, none of it makes any sense. Like, you're bringing this guy to your, like, he's overweight and like a Mexican day laborer who does Spider-Man, and he like drove 3 hours to come here, and he's been doing coke the whole, like.
Yeah, how does they know that he did cocaine?
Right. Yeah, it's like, oh, you, like, if you believe at face value the joke that he's making, it's one of these stupid things where, like, unless the guy actually did coke, like, I don't want that to be made up in the joke. Yeah. Like, I want to be like, it seemed like, you know what I mean? But it's like, so you're standing confidently. The guy went into your bathroom in your luxurious Tarzana home and came out like, and he had like coke on his face. And you're like, that guy, I'm gonna like let around with my kids. What?
It makes sense. I'm thinking of Brendan like with glasses and like a pencil. Yeah, it's like
right. No, because you go, some of these jokes. I have no fucking idea what they say. Like the dick pic joke about me that we were talking about. Like, I don't even know what the origin of that is. Like, it's not. There's not a single thing about it grounded in reality except that I'm on steroids. But fuck you.
Also, too, that joke is Kevin Hart's joke. That's the joke about the SpongeBob at the party. That's all coked out. Really? Yeah.
Oh, so that's another thing he stole.
Oh my God. See, I don't know. Like, and that honestly would solve a lot of the mystery because I just it's very difficult to see that happen. Yeah. And then another joke was about, he doesn't have the one where he takes, this is another example of like, everyone's, even his kids are stupid and incompetent. Like it is, you know, and somebody recently was like, oh, Louis C.K. made this. I'm like, when you do a Louis C.K., it's like you get like a 4-year-old that's like, it's called Pig Newtons. I don't know if you know that one. Yeah. Say my cat Pig Newtons, because like, it was like an argument. He's making fun of himself going, I'm the dumbass who's arguing, going, it's fake Newtons. And the kid's like, it's Pig Newtons, you know. But in Brendan's joke world, Tiger, who is actually a really great athlete for his age, he's bigger than everyone, like he's going to BJJ class and fucking people up. Like they can't even put him with the other 6-year-olds. He has to go with like 11-year-olds who are good to like even get a challenge. So like that is relevant because on the show, or in his show, he goes, my son Tiger got his first takedown the other day at BJJ. No, don't applause. 2 years in, first takedown, come on. Now I sound like he does this whole thing about like he sucks at BJJ. So like the premise of this, it couldn't just be like, oh, he did good one day. It has to be like he hasn't gotten a takedown in 2 years. Like, are you insane? And he's thing. Nice. You know, so
that news was to be an MMA. All right.
I don't know. He's O.J. Simpson. Like, I don't know what. It's about O.J. Simpson's Twitter. Hello, Twitter world. You know, right? You guys know that? Yeah. It's great.
Stand-up joke, but on his.
I wonder who wants. And then he kind of knows chunk. Be like, he put this cookbook. God, if I cooked it, you know, he sells knives online. Like, that's a joke. Like, yeah. So there's just better. I think it's a more well-developed thing. But again, he's taking OJ, who's already this kind of like, it's an easy target. There's already all this ridiculous shit about it, you know, like, and then he has to like add on top of it. Be like, OJ's so ridiculous that he's like, I don't see the problem with all this people getting vaccinated. Like, why are you scared to get vaccinated? It's easy. You go in and you get stabbed. You know, there's a lot of like knife, like it's like that's all fake, but he's passing it off as real. But like, so it's like still like, look at how stupid and like crazy OJ is.
Does he question OJ's sexual orientation?
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay.
I would maybe. I don't know. I mean, yeah, everybody but OJ apparently.
You mentioned the road, B. I have some questions about the road. What clubs does Brendan do the best at?
Think about that for a second. So I know the worst.
Either one.
I'll answer both. Yes. Because that's the thing. People go like, "Oh, does he have any fans?" I'm like, "Yeah." Like, there are people come to see his shows. It's just like, it's not like, you know, I don't know, when you see like videos of like Chris D'Elia is like selling out fucking theaters and shit. Like, you know, I don't know per se. Like, I can't answer this question. I think it's a mix of factors, and he's been trying to figure out like, why did I sell more in this? Like, Texas is usually good markets for him. You know, California, like San Diego, like he sold out like every night in San Diego at the Laugh Factory, even during Comic-Con. You know, so I've definitely seen some really packed audiences, and like people come out, people still know who he is. People, and also I want to say this, the atmosphere of his shows. It's not like it's not a good time. You know, like if you're seeing Chappelle Lacey and Justin Elliott and Dave Lucas, you know, and you're into black comics, then that's your bag. Oh, yeah. You know, interesting.
And then Brendan comes on stage and they're like, this motherfucker.
Yeah, he's like Stack 3 opening black guys.
He's like Elvis. He's like, you know, using black culture to succeed.
Right.
Elvis, Eminem, Bill Clinton. Interesting.
So I honestly couldn't tell you what, you know, whether that's a conscious effort on his part. Like nobody, I think people, like, you'll get your money's worth whether or not you like Brendan's comedy. Like, the show in its entirety is really good. But to answer your question, we went to Appleton, Wisconsin, and like the Thursday night show was like 12 people generously, like in the crowd. It's like this is, now I don't know. again, I don't know what the fuck goes into that. Fort Wayne, Indiana, were some rough shows. I remember that was actually one where he's like, man, I like somebody gave the wrong numbers, or maybe somebody trolled him, like bought a bunch of tickets and they didn't show up. I have no clue, but like he was convinced that like the Thursday night show was like already sold out, and we showed up. It's like there's 20 people here, and again, I'm not like I don't like to use that kind of like you can't sell tickets or this and that because it's like get one person to show up and pay $20 to see you do stand up, like that's impressive to me. But when you kind of make that your own metric of like other people's worth, you know, and then that's your own, like, well, then then people are gonna wield that against you because he's very quick to dismiss others as not being able to something.
Well, also too, he like showboated the fact that he got to jump the line. You know what I mean?
Correct. And that's the problem. Yeah, and I think I've been thinking about this recently because I go, you know, you guys both started out at open mics, right?
Yes.
And I always tell people that, like, if you think like Dane Cook isn't funny or something like that, I remember when that was like, there's always this comedian to be like, this person's not funny, or even Brendan, like, you know, because I will I'm ready to give him credit for all these things that I do think he's good at, you know, and I think that lends more validity to when you do critique him. But I go, you think like Avatar 2 is bad? Go see a student film. You think Dane Cook is not funny? Go see an open mic. Yeah. You've probably seen some of the most painful performances, like, you know, like 3 minutes can be a very long time if you're dealing with a delusional person who doesn't know how to like even formulate something resembling a joke.
Shout out Ian Russo. Yeah.
But what is that?
You think the earthquake in Syria is bad? Go see it. I apologize. I'll donate money or something.
But like so, I bring up open mics to go. You guys have developed some skills to be like. There's not a lot of like you can kind of like it's like there's not a lot of people here that are not paying attention. I'm going to use a trick. I'm going to develop a trick, and I relate to that in the States to substitute teach. And I walk into some hostile environments and like you develop, you got to learn real quick, or they're going to eat you up. You know, they'll light you up.
I got a question about that. Yeah. So you work security for him, right?
Yeah,
that's real.
Like. He would say that, but that's actually something where it's like, I mean, I know I was like, yes. And like, there was a time when like, you know, so like, and this, I will go for all my friends. Like, I don't mind getting in a fight. Like, I'm reckless in that regard. Not that I'm some fucking tough guy, but it's like, I'm not scared of getting punched in the face, and I've been in fights and played football. Like, so physical contact with other men doesn't scare me. And I do like to think of myself as like, if shit went down, I'm going to be running toward it rather than away from it. So like, in that sense, out of his crew, like, yeah, like if somebody's trying to attack Brendan, of course I would be helping out, and of course I would be like that goes for anybody in you know the club really. And I think that maybe was a legitimate like concern on his end. And some, you know, he does have haters. He did have people who would like threaten to come and this and that, but like usually you pay people for that job.
Yeah.
So
he did free security.
Like you I know I had to like okay, I'd have to like be with them during the day. We go to Boston or something. It's like group activities. Like, well, if I'm security for you, I kind of have to like be with the group, right? And then I'm also like showing up at the club. If it's 2 shows, it's like I'm there at 6:20 p.m. before the 7 p.m. show, and then you know I'm there till midnight or after. So these hours add up. And like you know, if I'm just doing social media, like if you're a social media account manager, you're not traveling with someone doing like what are the actual hours of this, and then plus this, and then I'm supposed to focus on also doing, you know, like that's just you know that's kind of telling as far as like how he sees people. It's like, what do you mean? Like, you have a free minute during the day? Like, give that to me, you know? Or what? Like, oh, yeah. Why aren't you doing everything all at once?
That's crazy. But did you ever have to, like, do security on a thick boy? Like, when they thick boy fans?
Well, that thing is also like, yeah, I used to wrestle when I wrestled in high school. I go up against heavyweights. I was like a smaller, so like a big guy of like 270 or 300 pounds. Like that's not inherently intimidating to me. I'd actually probably be scared of like if you're like 180, wiry, and have cauliflower hair. Like I'm getting, you know, I'm gonna be like, oh, this guy's probably like quicker and trains combat sports and stuff like that. But if you look like a football player, like an O lineman, it's like I've dealt with O linemen before. You know what I mean? And you know, so again, people don't believe me, but I'm like, in back there was a huge thing on the subreddit because like I was with Darren Till talk shit about Brendan Tom when he posted this video. I was like petition to get, you know, Brendan Schaub out of MMA because they like congratulated Logan Paul after he like boxed Floyd Mayweather or something like that. And I was like, I said something like, "Hey Darren, you've won like one of your last 5 fights. Like maybe it's time to get you out of MMA or something." And they're like, "Oh my god!" And they're like, "Dude, he'll beat your ass. Like you never fucking fight." I'm like, "No, I'd fight him. Like if you gave me enough money, I'd sit in a cage with him. I'm not guaranteeing an outcome, but like I can honestly say like not and be like, oh, you wouldn't be scared at all. It's true every fight." I'm like, I'm not saying I wouldn't feel fear. I'm saying that I believe that I would be willing to step in the face and step in a cage and risk getting hit in the face multiple times by Darren Till. And that doesn't maybe a $500,000 paycheck. That's not so scary, does it? But I'm in no way going around like I can fucking beat up a UFC fighter. It's like I'm not that, but I'm just like.
Yeah, I doubt.
I bet you would too. Like, if somebody offered you enough money, like, what's the worst gonna happen? I get knocked out. Yeah. Who cares?
Yeah, it'd have to be a lot for me to fight Darren. But I meant more like,
but no, like at your size.
Yeah.
Or somebody
small.
Like TJ Dillashaw. It's like we can be like, TJ Dillashaw's gonna beat me up. Who gives a shit?
I get beat up by some woman that just started fighting.
But there's a price in everything. Everybody has a price.
You're probably right. Did you ever actually have to fight these fans?
No. I mean, and actually, I'll give credit to the people who come to the shows because that's always one of the questions that people want to know. Is like, what's the thick boy fandom like? It's a lot of normal ass people. They're looking for a good time, and either you're into MMA or you've seen it before. You're fighting like there's all these funnels that would bring you to a show, or you get offered free tickets, something like that. And
flappers,
flappers, yeah. And so I met a lot of really cool people because also it was cool. Probably the coolest part of going on the road because I'm waking up at 5 a.m. to go pick them up and then I can't work out or train people when I'm at it took me away from a lot. And my girl hated me, traveling. She said, when was the last time I went on a date on Saturday night? And she's valid for saying that and feeling that, but the highlight was always meeting people after the show. And there's a lot of, totally regular, because most people, if you ask the average person on the street, I don't think most people realize they're not going to be able to name 20 comedians. You know what I mean? They're like, who would you go see if you saw their name on a marquee? Most people would probably go Anthony, right?
So there's 1,000 of them, but
so it's like you meet because people you just forget. You'll say, I don't know, there's this comics that I know, that person's really mainstream. And you'll talk to them, it's like, I have no clue who that is. And that's fine, But normal people, lots of blue collar people, and also just legit interesting people that I've kept in contact with, So the fans are cool, and only a few times somebody, you're so funny. I just fucking remember this one time that I didn't have to actually get physical with somebody.
Nice.
Brandon was wrapping up a show in the Houston Improv, and there was this dude who comes out, and he had this Indian accent, and he was living over Brendan's show. He goes this man is not funny. He's not funny. He's talking about dicks. I don't like him. He was offended about.
He's a smart guy.
And he goes, that man is gay. He's gay. Blah blah blah. And I'm and I was I felt kind of starting a fight this is you make
tables have turned.
How the turntables turn. And so he's sitting there going this fucking man at the time, I'm standing up for Brian. I'm yeah, you don't like it, leave. And he's like, no, he kind of was persistent and drunk. He's like, he's fucking gay and he's not funny, blah blah. And I'm and I get up in his face. I'm you know what, dude? You're gay. He's no, you're gay. And so I was up in his face, and he's like, what are you gonna do? Beat me up? And he was the opening the double doors were right behind him, and so what I did was I lifted my leg up and kicked right behind him to open up the doors, and then I pushed him through, and he stumbled out backwards, and the door closed. It was a nice little I didn't want to actually kick him, but I just when I threw him off guard and I kicked the door, opened him up, and then it's awesome. He was being a dick. He kept coming back and talking shit to the cops escorted. He was drunk and being kind of disorderly, but that was.
Thank you for getting rid of that thick boy.
What's funny is he wasn't really that big. It was kind of and he left his girl inside. I think his girl still enjoying the show, and he's she's fucking gay. Everybody gay.
She went home with Shab that night.
Right.
He walked up to his truck. Truck walks in. I'll ask you a question I asked Sean. I don't know if you saw the Sean McCorkle interview we did.
I did, yeah.
Oh, you watched?
Me and Sean are frenemies.
Yeah, okay.
Well, okay. The funny thing is, he like, do you mind if I say? You can ask me first, but the setup of our relationship, and again, I watched the interview with him. I think he's a really smart, funny guy, and I don't doubt a lot of this when he talks about these stories of like going in for the TV show audition and having his own jokes. Like, it strikes me as a guy who should have done stand-up comedy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's really funny.
Yeah, he's really funny, and I think he's a thoughtful guy, and I relate to him. After Matt Mitrione, actually, it was funny enough, like, because Matt Mitrione's his good friend.
Yeah.
This year, I was in, like, this rain, like, tent before Tough Mudder that Matt Mitrione came out, and, like, he did, like, 3 miles on the Tough Mudder. I was like, I'm out, dude. But we're sitting there getting ready for it, and I get this message on my phone, and it was like, why'd you back out of this fight with Sean McCorkle? What? Like, fuck, who's Sean McCorkle? I honestly never heard of him before. And then he links me to this Reddit post, and he's like, it's this elaborate story, like, like, PGO talking shit online, so I told him, like, oh, fucking beat your ass, and like, blah, blah, and I'm coming out to LA. He goes, let's do it. We talked to Sean, and realized, like, oh, Sean was actually serious. Like, it was fairly elaborate. It was like a multi-paragraph story that didn't happen in any facet. So it's kind of confused. I'm like, it's a bizarre thing. It's like, it's one thing to have people talk shit about you. It's another thing to have a guy just like make up this like short story about you, which like he challenges you to fight, and it's like, he's a 6'7" UFC fighter. I'm not trying to fight that guy in the street for free. You know what I mean? Like,
people just do that on YouTube and Reddit. They just make stuff up. Right. Like, they make up a narrative.
Right. Yeah, it's a narrative. It's true. I should have said that's your narrative. Now, in retrospect, if what you're trying to do is like get to Brendan from the league or whatever, like I can assign a number of different words that are sort of acceptable to me. I don't know if he still does have something personal, but again, like anybody that has anything personal against me because of my association with Brendan, I get it, so I don't feel any animosity. It was a little weird. I was just luckily, I like said, like, Sean McCorkle out loud, and that entrance, like, he starts cracking up. He's like, oh, that dude's like hilarious. He's one of my good friends. He's like he's also a verbal chef. So like, it's true that he's a very good writer. Oh yeah, he's really funny, but also he's like, oh yeah, he just makes up crazy shit all the time. So all right, I don't feel bad about that. But then, I saw a post recently like, I guess the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think Joe's so huge douchebag. It's like, that's fine. You can think that, but also like, I want the world to know like, the thing that you posted where it was just like 100% fabricated. Yeah. And he said he blocked me on social. He was like, and then Mark blocked me everywhere. And I was like, oh, interesting, because when I click on your Instagram, like, it shows that you blocked me, and I still have the option of blocking you. That works. But
it's all Shop's fault,
Right. It's like, look, if I like this guy wouldn't be singling me out if it wasn't.
If you get close to Shop, you get Gadoosh in some way.
Correct.
We can probably smooth things over with the CEO. Shop. We have no sway with him, but he's a great
guy. I like him. There's no animosity. I think he's hilarious, and I hope that he can look at this situation and be like, oh yeah. Like, do you think I'm a douche just because of Shop, or did I, and again, because I'm the kind of guy, like, it's like, if you feel like it does something to you personally, I want to take accountability for that, and if not, well, then, maybe you're an issue.
Yeah. I think if Sean knew about me and Gerardo's personal lives, he'd probably feel worse. But anyways, the question I was going to ask you is, with the eating of food while he talks to people, is that like CTE or is that disrespect, or why does he constantly do that? It's always something.
Yeah, well, it's another one of these examples of something where
that is not easy for you to get on that. So the love that is not, that's not the love of my Lord. He holds that your pocket. Okay? So where is that? So let's just final word that way. So what happens because once you get specificity, and even if you end up becoming a word like you do how you splinter, that'll be Allah Hashem is general most people for Shabbos, when you go for Shabbos, you're not for Shabbos. You need something to look up to the people. But the end of the day, you will love them. You love them something that you will ultimately against the Master of Shabbos. And that being said, those things that's what you for Shabbos. Out of a fear of ultimate judgment, the government is Shabbos, even though people still don't go ahead and do their Shabbos. But coming back to our previous what about sending blood money to fathers? There was a huge Again, I mentioned yesterday that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going and doing that and operating on his father, doing the position. So what there's a whole section called Hilchos Kibud Avayim. Fascinating halachas in your consideration and outlook. So the Shulchan says consideration and outlook. Gimel Rambam Gimel. Shulchan says follows. Let's say my father has a situation. Father's so Shulchan says Lo Yotz Endo Shema Yavo Lases Lo Chadua. A son should not take out his winter lest he come to trust his father. The thing it will make his down all real thing. Let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor. Lo yakid dam lo ovid lo yakid lo either. A son should not do anything to a father that causes sin, even if the infection is horrible. So let's say Rabbi is in a very qualified Haggah. One is true, one is true. When you're someone close, go ahead and provide what we call this quote unquote service for the father. About an inch after license, or who would stare, carrying my program. So the whole thing looks to be mashed your shoe license. So it's interesting,
it's, a rule for me, but not for thee, or whatever that phrase is that I'm sure I'm butchering, but it's so much, and again, I'll use the nurse term over and over again because it is appropriate, but it's a set of rules for this one person, and he acts like a hypocrite because he's very, very judgmental about other people eating. Like, every time that I eat, like I say, I work out. Like, I'm gonna go home after this, probably eat like 6 eggs and a ribeye and a fucking potato and like mash on, like, it's gonna be a lot of food because I'm 250 pounds and I lifted weights today, So get off my nuts, like if I'm having a second slice of lava cake at the Improv, you got on you for that? Oh, dude, and I'm just like, if you're trying to like shame me for eating, like you're talking to the wrong guy, dude. I was born in the overeating, and so anytime like he kind of makes you just feel on edge with eating because all the eating is like connected to him. So like, let's say you're like, no, I'm gonna go eat by myself. Well, like, he doesn't get any per diem. So if you're on the road with him, normally like, any TV show or anything that I've worked where you do a commercial or something, you fly, like, they're giving you money for any time you're not on set to like cover your food. Shop will pay for your food, so I got to give it to him. Like, he will take care of you when you're on the road, but it's kind of like, well, we're all eating in the same restaurant together. And what that gives him is the power to be like, dude, really? Like, you ordered that? Or we're like, dude, slow down. Or he'll just go, please stop eating. Mark, please stop eating. Please stop eating. It's annoying shit because like we're in the Improv and it's like, yeah, man, maybe I only had like a light breakfast and then I'm gonna have 12 chicken tendies, and stuff like that. Where it's like, I don't like obviously I don't eat that much, or I'm getting fat. Like I made. Like binge eating is still kind of fun to me to do on a Saturday night. It's like, yeah, man, I'm not gonna get plastered, but I might have like, some chocolate cake. And I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. But he like really, you can always tell there's like this tension of like, he doesn't want you to eat around him when he's not eating, especially like he's got some weird hang-ups about eating. But then after the show, it's always like, let's go get pizza. I'm like, dude, I just like, there's free food here, and we just ate it. And I think he doesn't like to eat maybe because he's like nervous before going on stage or something like that. But like, it's always like, any principle he has is like, I'm gonna be gross, but if you said anything to him while he's eating, lights out, dude.
I wonder what his therapist thinks about food truck diaries. Why would he always like it's just both guys like I want to do carnivore and keto and get ripped, like Mark, but also like there's a donut in the logo of my company and I'm calling myself fat, Yeah, so the thing is these things. That movie The Menu where they do this?
That was such a good movie. Did you like that?
I yeah, I enjoyed it.
I liked it until that girl asked for a cheeseburger.
There's parts of it you don't like.
I'm scared.
There's definitely some good lines in it.
Because I went into it too. I used to I would consider myself a movie buff, in the sense that I love. But who got into it late? I was watched a lot of Netflix in my day. But I used to watch all these trailers. I really did. When I'd try to pimp it out, so you get 18 discs of a week or something like that. I'm watching this one in the morning because it comes in, and then sending the other one. I'll send it out the same day. The Netflix pimping. But I remember not watching the trailer, so I didn't know anything about it. And then just wondering that was really surprisingly good.
Yeah, it was cool. Back to the Greek Rabbi.
You were going to say something about the eating menu.
The menu.
It would just be funny if at Food Truck Diaries they had a similar kind of thing. Like Brendan's so crazy, he makes like a chef doing that shit. And
there's a setup where it's we flew all the way out from Denver, Colorado. We're feeding them shrimp tacos, And he's like, and we're doing a conceptual art piece. He is the food as he eats his opponents,
That sounds like.
Why did your wife leave you?
Reenact your childhood. Here's your baby food.
That's probably what he is now. But brain-wise. Or soon, that's coming. He's at that function level of his brain. If you watch him.
Trend in that direction.
What's the worst bomb you've seen?
That's a good question. I don't know if I've seen him
when he's too hard to answer.
How much time you got, B?
I would say this. I'd say more people are
doesn't make a difference whether it's talking about son or talking about someone else.
If you're fair to see him, and it's your audience, it's a lot of things. Not that that's bad or anything, but maybe in comparison, there was a lot of people who would come out after the shows and tell Chappelle, Chappelle's even got awkward. People would be he's standing next to Jay in the merch table, and people are you're fucking hilarious. Brennan sucks, and then walks off. Chappelle's just standing next to his brother,
even the waters.
Legitimately, Chappelle is a killer. A lot of people don't realize because he's more of an introvert and he's not that flash on social media, but he's a very authentic person. And if you haven't seen him do stand up, you'd be surprised. So he's really good, and he takes this really professional approach where I've seen his act evolve, and he'll add little looks. He'll do he's always making small tweaks to work toward a better joke that might not be totally obvious, but he watches his own sets and it's better. Brendan does it crazy. No, I don't think he watched his entire hour set once. He only watches things to post it. This is ready to post.
How was he after doing the Gringo Poppy? The night after, what was he really excited? Happy?
In his mind, it was crushed it, monumental achievement. We did it because there was a lot of stress to get into it. This is kind of where Brian Callen told me something. He's always been really linear. That was the word he used. And he also said he said some diplomatic things that I think I know. Even if we can't discuss it directly, Brian's on the same page as me as far as seeing his faults. I mean, he's in a bit more brash ways. I'm upset with Brendan, but he gets it. He'll just kind of go out his way to be remember one line he said something to the effect of, Brendan historically has had a difficult time seeing the human element in the work people do for him. Wow, he treats people like shit. It's why is this carrot machine working? Throw it out, get a new one,
How stupid is he really? Brendan Schaub, everybody thinks he's really stupid, right? Is it he's just dumb, a dumb guy? Is it safe for him to drive his kids around?
Right, so I think if you were to test his IQ, I don't think that would be something exceptionally bad or something I think he would be average or above average intelligence. Actually, I would say he's well above average intelligence. But the same thing as George Bush or something like that, where people go he got a 1230 on his SATs, where it's that's pretty good, out of 1600. Here's the specific commentary I'll make about that. Brendan is not a curious person. He has his very limited areas of interest. He watches a lot of reality TV. He watches he's into serial killers, but the fascination with the world he does not have. A fascination with geopolitics he does not have. A fascination with other cultures or religions or anything that really is I would say more abstract. And I think maybe like as comedians, that tends to draw people who are more abstract and philosophical because it draws people who are like, I think my thoughts are funny on things, and I like to reflect, and I kind of would like my greatest benefit to humanity is like being this sort of philosopher in a sense, if you were to broadly categorize it. I don't think Brendan has that like philosopher, element in his hard drive, and there's very little curiosity and very little self-reflection, and I would almost consider that like the core elements of like long-term success as a comedian is going, what do I care about? What do I think? Having metacognition, I guess that would be really, I heard that word when describing like some of the deficits that people with personality disorders have and why it's very difficult for them to think about their own thinking, which I think you guys probably take for granted. Like, you think about your own thinking, you think about your emotions, you can kind of take this a more objective perspective of like, and I notice it with your comments, you're like able to show there's an element of detachment that makes it more funny. Because you're not just like reacting and kind of being like fucking stupid, and you're just like, what's funny is like, there's a thoughtfulness that I think, endows a lot of comedy with like, it takes the edge off of even something highly critical. It's like you're going like, I don't even care, but this is stupid, you're like, this is fucking stupid. It's just, and so the lack of curiosity, the lack of self-reflection, the lack of like, if you're wrong about something, I can, I can tell somebody how I've changed my political views over the years. I used to be very anti-Second Amendment. Now I would consider myself pro-Second Amendment because even if I have a set belief about something, I still want to continue to learn about it and challenge it. And same with lifting it. It's something like a deadlift. I watch deadlift videos once a month just to be like, what is there? There or something I'm missing? And I actually like over the years I've changed the way I do these very basic lifts because I always kind of, whatever that quote is, like beginner or whatever it is, right? But it is true in the sense of like the moment you think your shit don't stay, you're an expert, you kind of calcify. You know what I mean? And I think witness a lot of that with Brendan. Once he thinks he has something figured out, like lifting, for example, he doesn't do anything correctly in the gym. He's very strong in a lot of ways. Bad form. He doesn't do full pull-ups. He doesn't do like proper overhead press. I've never seen him do a proper squat, like even with like a goblet spine. He doesn't go all the way like I can list. It's like everything's like a shortcut or a half-ass. Like he'll tell you, dude, I grew up in the gym. It's like, yeah, okay, I can spend the night in a computer lab every night for 10 years. It wouldn't mean I know how to code. I mean, John definitely would. He would never learn. That's great. Some people might, but if there was like a video of him doing half pull-ups, that would go viral as fuck. Yeah, and not even that it's half, but it's like okay, it's like what if you just kind of go to here, right? It's not half, but like he also gets competitive, right? So like if I'm going all the way down, dead hang, stop, come up, it's like like you might be able to do 20 and I could do 12 with the same strength, but some little, like if you're raising your hips off the bar when you're doing bench, it's like it's all like individually. He might go, oh, well, I don't do it, or like he's incline pressing, or he stops like 4 to 6 inches from his chest. Now, that's cool if you feel like your shoulder hurts or something, but like a lot of times it's not that. They just want to do more weight. People just convince themselves. Whereas I'm more a proponent of like go way lighter if you need to, and actually strengthen yourself in the extreme ranges of motion. Go deep if you need to, and that actually prepares you better. It prepares and strengthens your joints better for doing full range barbell movements. I don't get into the weeds here. No. I have this opposite. It's like how you do something is how you do everything. Exactly, and that's really it. It's like I give a lot of patience to me because I've worked out with many people in the gym, but like also kind of gives off this air. As I said, he says I grew up in the gym. Like if you try to correct him on anything, it's a no-go, right? So I like it. He just gives off that energy I've never had to try and not. Because like I'm used to people asking me if somebody kind of I remember as a personal trainer they kind of taught us like I used to work with Bally's in Portland like 2007, and they would go up to people and like tell them how to do form. And I've had a few people snap and like, don't fucking talk to me. It's like, all right, okay. Realize people in the gym who are doing shit all the wrong often don't want to be told what to do at all. So I always wait for people to come to me, and I'm happy to answer questions. But also, I'm not going to go to my web and be like, oh, you should try to do this directly. With him, it's like he wasn't asking for anything. Now, a guy like Chappelle, who kind of has this more professional attitude towards lifting and almost everything he does. I think he's really good. Like, he only does a few things in his life. I'm sure he doesn't know what he doesn't follow pop culture, but like, he's into the things he's into. And anytime we kind of became friends from working out, and I would see like, he would look at everything I did. I barely needed to coach him. He would replicate it as much as he could, like do the exact, try to do the exact same form. Never peep out of him, never would complain, do every single, like, he had that of like, oh yeah, you're like the ideal lifting partner because you just do it. Don't complain, don't skip, and then we'll talk about it afterwards.
You know, I wanted to clarify, that made me think, I want to clarify something, because we talked about, I think we talked about the dick picture joke on a previous podcast.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that you were married at the time. So just that alone is like not okay.
Right, there's like 6 different levels to it. It's like saying I'm shitty at my job, like saying that I go to Applebee's. It's like this weird, it's like the joke is like I'm broke or I take it. Like right, and he kind of he does that like it's all like casual classes and you're with him, both him and Brian. You know, because I kind of have like this money is better attitude. It's like, that's right, no, but like I never try to lose this. Like, yeah, man, I know where I came from, and I never look down on people who don't have money.
That's good. I thought about it even more though. Like even if I didn't have a girlfriend, I think it would be bad because I don't send dick pics. You know, I don't want people to think that I do.
Right.
So
No,
like,
you're correct. It's like that's another element where it's like it puts me in a position where I have to like defend myself about something that's like essentially like potentially me. And the implication in the joke, if you really think about it, is I'm gonna send this dick pic, and I have to ask them this. Meaning, the girl didn't ask me. Like, if girls are asking to send dick pics, send away, fellas. You know, but like most of the guys, most of the mistakes guys make with dick pics is like unsolicited. And any hot girl that we both, you know, y'all know, or not even hot, you don't even have to be super hot. Like women are being bombarded with dick pics all the time that they don't want, they don't like them, and it's like a girl will let you know if she wants to see that hog.
Nobody knows.
They get a lot of requests, you know.
Could it be a half truth? Because it's like he's telling people that you're sending terrible dick pics, but maybe you're sending his dick to people, right?
Right? So, shop's dick pic.
It's your job. You're like trying to go to sleep at 3 a.m. And he's like, Mark, I don't know how to use my phone.
Mark, socials.
Social's doing its code word for something. Text some more.
How many things we got out of
Exactly.
You got real hoes, man. That's not cool. And he didn't pay you, which is like the worst.
Yeah, and again, not that it wasn't like I was on, but it was just like it was just some of the things like for example, like I was supposed to get $3,000 a month for Tiger Thick, and like then it was like time to invoice it. It's like, oh, his manager's gonna come and be like, oh yeah, it was you and Jay, we're gonna get $3,000 total. I'm like, like nobody does business like that. Like, hey man, your salary's $50,000. Oops. I meant that was you and this other guy. Like, Dre wasn't really doing the social media. It was like, and that was the second time it happened. Like, where he promised me $1,000 a month for like happy info ad reads on my podcast, you know. And then it was like something like an invoice. And it's like, oh yeah, my account's gonna call you. And it's like, yeah, man, actually $500 a month. It was you and Chappelle combined. Like, so it was like the same like excuse, you know, like, but then I found it in writing actually that it did say it. So like, you know, I'm gonna sort of back, but a lot of weird stuff like that where it's like, you said you're gonna pay, but you didn't, or like you took me off the payroll, like, and that's what started me getting fired. Was like I couldn't come in for Shop Show because I was with my wife in Vegas and had planned to come earlier, but couldn't. Like, so, and I'm sending this like anxiety-ridden text like, hey, dude, I'm so sorry, I can't come in. But like I texted the other guy, he can cover my thing, and he was like, this is not good. He sent me a shitty text. I'm like, and to come to find out, like, which wasn't necessary. It's like, dude, I already told you I'm gonna spend the rest of the day editing clips for TFAC. Like, I'm gonna put in more than an 8-hour shift. But then I come to find out later, he'd already taken me off the payroll for that particular show. So like, you're shitting on me, and you'd already consciously taken me off the payroll for that job, that aspect of the job. Yeah, and a lot of stuff like that. It was just me and other people. If you get to know them, you'll report this financial fuckery.
Yeah, that's a real betrayal. Yeah. Maybe one more question, then watch some clips.
Yeah, but with that whole thing, like, is the chemistry of that, the fact that it's like you're doing business with a friend, So it's
No. I mean, like, well, yes, in the sense that, like, it made it awkward. Like, had I not get fired, I was going to have to take that on the chin. But, like, this was 7 months of ad reads for Happy Hippo, and it was like, oh, yeah, it's $7,000, you're getting $3,500.
Yeah.
That's a significant amount. But instead of 3 months of Tiger Thick, that's $9,000, you're going to get $4,500. Okay, that's $10,000.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, that's a big amount of money to me. You know, like, how the fuck am I going to pay for these lip injections? You know? God damn.
How expensive are they? Just kidding. Should we be getting it? That's a serious question. I wanted to ask a couple questions about. So first, with Brian Callen, right? Yeah. On the AMA, I had asked. I don't think I ever met him. Good guy, never met him. I'm a huge fan of Brian Callen's before ever getting involved with the Changs.
Yeah. Well, he is. I mean, look. He's at the craft of comedy. Like, he knows what he's doing, man.
Exactly.
You know, and he's a student, and he's thoughtful about it. And he's my overarching thing about Brian. I may have some issues with him, or we had a recent dust that he's trying to get me not to be AMA, and I felt like kind of like, hey man, stop fucking trying to convince me of this shit. Yeah. But anyway, like you have to respect his craft.
Yeah. You know, with both of them, I was wondering, because recently with the clips from the Fight Companion, there was some cheekiness to what's happening in the Changs, right? I was wondering, like,
I saw the unique headline video where it's like he makes a reference to the 1,000 paper cuts.
Yes.
And I go in my head like, there's no way Brian did that deliberately. And I watched the clip and I'm like, he 100%. Because he goes, yeah, death by 1,000 cuts. And he goes. I've never heard Brendan react like that before.
Yeah.
I've never heard Brendan go, fuck you. It reminded me of this joke that I remember my buddy told me. The whole point of the joke is like to extend this middle part as long as possible, but it's basically like a guy shows up to this like this circus, and he's like in the front row, and a clown comes out and rips on him like this, and like embarrasses him like thoroughly in front of the stage. And like the middle part is like he goes on this like training montage of like the funniest like to learn like the comebacks, you know, or like he went to kind of black belt, like, you know, the jiu-jitsu verbal combat, and he's like prepares like for a year to come back and see the same clown, and he goes to the show, and the guy tries to do the same thing, and he goes, fuck you, clown. But like, you know, you've been leading up like for 20 minutes, and then he goes to this school, and then he goes, you come back, you know, and it kind of felt like that, because Brendan's Mr. I'll light you up, B.
So,
fuck you.
With the question, and we can cut this out if you want me to, but I was wondering, does that cheekiness show up outside of the show whatsoever with the allegations against Brian or Brendan's presence on the subreddit?
Oh,
do they make cheeky jokes towards each other?
No, Brendan wouldn't like be cheeky about. Yeah, I don't think it's allegations. And also, I think that was maybe off. It wasn't off limits. I don't think Brian would reference the subreddit because, like, what he said to me before going on the email, he was like, these are the worst people in the world. I'm like, oh, that's your perception. It's like anybody who's like has fun at expense mostly is like the worst person in the world. And like, and I actually get this, but like, he's antagonizing like on more red bar and stuff like that, but also like, I just, oh my god, these guys are just like, you know, coming after me. But my big takeaway from seeing it up close was like, they're scared because they're not willing to engage with it. And I've always felt like, you know, like, I'll engage with my haters because I want to know what the fuck they're saying. If at worst you can tell me is that I'm fucking, you know, a douchebag and I have big lips and like, it's like, okay, I'm fine with that because you haven't hit real insecurity.
Yeah, also there's no nuance. It's just all one note. It's just all.
Equestria.
Right, and that's fine. It's like, you know, it's.
What's good? How old are you, Equestria? And you're doing geometry? Yeah, go to YouTube and look up tutorials. Yeah, I did geometry in 8th grade. I was in an advanced school. $100%. My education allowed me to get an excellent career, and that allowed me financial independence. Now, I would also say that experience helps a lot, and certifications help a lot, but that's included in education. Yeah. Yeah, but generally I wasn't a troublemaker. I knew where the lines were, and I did my best to avoid getting in trouble to the best of my ability. But in whatever school I was, I always did my best to know what the rules were, and then just get as close to the line without crossing it as possible. So does that answer your question? Excellent. How's your day going? Kicking ass, taking names. So if you want to learn geometry, go on YouTube. All right, well, you can also use ChatGPT. They're a streamer. I think they're streaming right now. I don't know. What up? Yeah, I get a lot of people who do Miss Aquarius's, Brandon is. People just, when they want to go to bed, they don't want to be alone in the world. And they like the idea of somebody out there. So they sleep in here. You're more than welcome to do the same, Equestria. These people have now hit rock bottom. They're employed. They're educated. Very kind individuals. It depends. Yeah, dog. Hey, when you're not sometimes when you're not talking directly, if you would just close your mic. But when you're talking, feel free, obviously, talk as much as you want. You're all right. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. If you need my help testing it, let me know, and we'll work it out.
I was mesmerized. I was like, what is this? This is amazing. Anyway, I have, book in high school, stuff like that. And I've always been, fascinated by the unknown. And in my work, I did a lot of debugging. I did a lot of okay, there's this massive multi-million line code base. It doesn't work in this particular instance. You have to be a detective. You have to track it down. It can take days sometimes, and then fix the bug. And so
I have this natural inclination, I guess, to just go find, like, we have a problem here. We have an anomaly. UFOs are, I think, a big anomaly, right? And I'm just naturally attracted to that. I recall the first old story that you dug into and or how you decided that there's a gold mine out there that's unmined. Yeah, so actually it was Frank Scully, and he wrote the first book of crash retrievals. He was a journalist from Columbia, and at the time, it came out in 1950, it was a big deal, and I actually had read his book, and I read some debunkings of that and whatever, and I just happened to stumble on it. His archive is available at the American Heritage Center in Laramie, Wyoming, and I was like, well, has anybody ever gotten it, right? It's so full of hoax. I'm like, well, has anybody actually looked at his archive? So I found his archive, I contacted the university, and they're like, oh, yeah, his archive's right here, and nobody scanned it. I will put you in contact with a proxy researcher. And then I paid her a very, reasonable amount of money to just scan it in, and this flood of PDFs starts coming to me, things that haven't been seen in decades. And I was mesmerized. I was basically pulled into Frank Scully's world. He was a professional journalist, and he used a typewriter like we use word processor today. And so I just started to OCR all this stuff, convert it to text, make it searchable, and then I was in, and he had contacts at Lockheed and Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. This is 1950, between 50 and 54 or so. And so the natural place to start looking would be the newspapers, right? And so I started to go from there, and I found that there is an unbelievable flood of big data about UAPs, and it's untapped. Like, virtually no one in the world is looking at this. It's in multiple languages, multiple databases. Some of these databases are actually paid for by state or national governments like Australia. I'm finding, I just give you quick statistics. It blows my mind so there's different phrases for use for UFOs or UAPs over the different eras, right? So there's flying UFO, UAP, etc. Well, anyway, just for the phrase quoted flying saucer, 100,000 now. Now it's over. Weekly alerts. I set up, engine alerts with and it's stress. There's many other engines, but I did my favorite because this is so good. Anyway, I have weekly alerts. Every week, I am getting thousands of newly, freshly digitized primary source hits. And these aren't just articles. A lot of these articles are local people that called their local paper or went in there and said, we saw this. My name, my address sometimes. Here's what I saw. Oh, by the way, it was over San Diego Base. So it's incredible. It's incredible. It's actually changed how I view history. And I just live. I just post on whenever I get a chance. I'm like, I just blast it up. And somebody recommended I start putting on Medium. So I try to put the best stuff on my Medium account and just get a link to Coast to Coast website. Well, yeah, I love this work. It's fun. It makes history fun as hell. It's like we're actually exploring unsolved mysteries. I love it.
I followed a similar path when I got hooked on it and started reading everything I could. I didn't search the world's but I did dig into the archives of the local newspapers because you could go to the library and there's the stories on microfiche, microfilm. But reading these older UFO books, including Frank Scully's, and then I remember one from David Jacobs, the UFO controversy in America. I think it was first written as his PhD thesis, and good gosh, is all this true? Can it be? It turns out,
first, coming out. I just occasionally read here and there about it, but I was like, well, it's kind of 2005, 2015 or so. It just kind of faded out. Then it came back, in a big way. And I'm like, okay, if this is true, there must be an indirect effect on our media, and there must be something as a programmer I can do to further the understanding of this, right? And it turns out there's a lot, and and anyone who has a lot of time or has coding skills, you can add a lot to this. So another thing I started to do was gather chronologies composed by other researchers, some of them scientists actually, like Dr. Donald Johnson composed a chronology, and these are
these are thousands of events about UFOs, landings, abductions, just the cornucopia stuff, right? So I found this old stuff, a lot of it, in archive.org. The websites are gone because, unfortunately, the researchers passed away. So I recovered, writing some scripts, I scraped this stuff, recovered it all. I got 55,000 events. I tracked down the ownership of some of these chronologies, and I got official permission from Dr. J. Allen Hynek's. He started this group called CUFOS, CUFOS. Anyway, they gave me permission to use their data, and I've been getting permission from others. And so what we were doing, though, is standardizing and releasing for free on GitHub in an open source way these chronologies. So it's like a master archive of all of these other chronologies. We're up to 55,000 events there. The CUFOS stuff, that's over 200,000 events. We have, so I said we have over 1 million hits on newspapers. I call it being very conservative. In reality, if you go search for the other phrases like UFO sighting, UFO report, or even UFO, just that little acronym is hard to search for because you get a lot of false hits on that one. But for the longer phrase, you get very good hits. We're talking up to 3 to 4 million hits, and it's growing. So it's big data. Basically, the information revolution is catching up to UFOs or Westers.
Oh man, that's great. I mean, you mentioned something called newspaper god mode that didn't exist back when I started. Right. Around now.
Oh, it must make some gatekeepers very nervous, in my opinion, because I don't think they expected us to have this ability. This is a surprise to many people. So
let's go back to Frank Scully. So that's your entry point. Frank Scully, as you said, was a journalist. He was ahead of his time for sure. It must have been courageous for him to take this on when he did it. And then, over time, he gets debunked, supposedly. I think he wrote about the Aztec crash.
Yes. Well, actually, there were 3 crashes that he covered in the book. And his supposed 2 sources were lawfare 53 or stuff, 52, something like that. However, if you actually look in his archive and you ignore all the noise, what you'll find legal release forms for a movie that was being planned. For these 8, he claimed that he had 8 scientists he was talking to. He used a literary device called Dr. G. And that was his thing in the book to simplify the story and also for security. So anyway, I found legal release forms. I'm like, well, that's strange. Why would you have legal release forms for a bunch of these scientists? And he also negotiated like how much he would be paid and whatnot. That's strange. Like, why would you do that for a host? So I kept thinking, his archive, by the way, his archive's are really public. I am not reporting it. It's all public. So I found, wait a second, he had Wright Patterson Air Force Base. People he was talking to, but it turns out there's a name in there, phone number, and an address. And it gets even better. He had Lockheed, people he was talking to in early 1950. So this is not, by the way, in 1950, who would be talking about saucer situation at Lockheed? That's actually the phrase he used in his archive. Well, that's really interesting, I think. And it goes deeper. I mean, I keep in mind, this goes way deeper than this, but to give you an idea, like, there's a lot of amazing things in there.
There's a case that you wrote about, an article that you found that references to this case that I've always thought was one of the biggest and most important UFO events in history. It's Farmington, New Mexico. And you found an article that encapsulates sort of what was going on around Farmington when supposedly there were hundreds of UFOs sort of having a dogfight in the sky, and I think thousands of people saw them, right?
That's right. So yeah, I found a bunch of information about Farmington. So the first thing I found was what they call a NOTAM, or Notice to Airmen back then. So it just so happens that a NOTAM pops up around Los Alamos, which is the secret base at the time, where they were doing nuclear, atomic-related stuff. And it also pops up around Hanford, which is another, A-bomb-related thing going on. And then an emergency team is established. This is all happening at pretty much the same days, like within 24 hours of the Farmington Armada. So that's really interesting. In Farmington, you gotta forgive me, I'm not from New Mexico, but it's in the vicinity, a few hundred miles, and NOTAM covered actually 200 miles, and also the NOTAM, you could not fly over Los Alamos and stuff. So I found that, first of all, we're in this data, what we're finding is that there were things in the air during these famous waves, and NOTAMs were popping up. We're finding the NOTAM in reports, or pilots usually, talking about the NOTAMs and explaining them in newspapers. So, like, it's not just, people talking anymore or claims of, SWAT games. This actually had a real impact on aviators. So that's the first thing I found. The second thing I found was when the Farmington Armada happened, the news media out East Coast, they said they had called virtually the entire telephone exchange to figure out specifically like who actually saw these things. In the newspapers, it was reported that a good chunk, over half of the whole town saw. You can go look up the town's population. That will be thousands of witnesses. Anyway, this was a multi-day event, and it wasn't cotton dust or pieces of cotton in the air. It's just ridiculous. You don't put up NOTAMs or cotton. So, yeah, the Farmington Armada, well, I'm actually going to research this. I have actually gone to other archives and have looked for the word Farmington every instance, for every day, for a month after it, and a few days before. And what I also found was a day or two before the Farmington Armada, there was a mass event in Mexico City. I just posted that on X, actually. I just found that. So there were hundreds of witnesses to that, and they were saucer-shaped objects. So, like, I wanted to point this out, is that there are narratives that we have written for ourselves in books and articles, right? Most of the time, those are not they're not actually primary sources. The primary source accounts in the newspapers, that they are diverging from the narratives that have been told, either pro, or debunking it, or whatever. I have to ignore all those narratives, except for, work with and a few others like Timothy Good and things like that.
You must learn, get a sixth sense about debunking terms and techniques that have been used. You see the original reports, and then you see what the explanation is, and it must jump out at you after reading so many of these things.
Yeah, so the one thing that comes out to me is that in the early 50s, and this is like the first thing that be like, wow, this is something right here. The Air Force would blanket the media all over the country simultaneously with messages that this isn't real, this is all hallucinations, you're seeing things, it's mistaken sightings. Repeatedly, this would happen. And so it became clear over and over and over again, we have this paper guide, we have something to
signals to me that you're antagonistic to me. Yeah. What's funny is, like, so many people in my DMs, I'll see, like, the last message they wrote to me, it's like, fuck you, you big lip piece of shit, and then it's like, hey man, sorry about that. I'm like, dude, I get it. Like, so many people. But it's like, honestly, because I'm like, you can't offend me if I don't know you. You know what I mean? Like, you can, if we are close, like, and you betray me, like, that'll hurt more. But it's like, a stranger talking shit about me on the internet, about my physical appearance, like, if you can't handle that, you're an adult man, like, grow the fuck up. But a lot of it just seems like they run away from that. And there are people, I don't know how Brian felt about leaning into it. I think he generally, like, he is trying to get Brendan a lot of notes about, like, even just podcasting, like, hey, let's do more yes and don't shoot everything down, and kind of don't be, like, but it's hard because it's almost like you have to inception his ass. Like, you have to, like, plant this idea in his head that makes him think it's his own idea to be less of an asshole, and interrupt people less. Because if the moment somebody else is telling him what to do, he doesn't like it,
Because that's what my belief in my conspiracy is, that Brian is homeless but paying rent. You know what I mean? I told Brendan about this.
That's a philosophical dichotomy for the ages. You know, you have a home, but you are homeless. No, I don't think that's too far off, and I haven't, like, really probed his mentality, because I think he is diplomatic, and he does have a lot of loyalty to Brendan, and I think a lot of times for good reason. But like what you're saying is, I could answer like this. Would he get the humor in a lot of the jokes you're making about Brendan? Of course. Yeah. I just don't think he's checking it out, because people, like, even when I would go on the server, I'd be like, I don't want to go, like, just go, like, see people shit on me for no reason. Like, so it's like, it's not fun, like, unless it's like, like, they kind of set up a system where, like, other people are checking on there. Like, I'm sure people are reading it right now. Like, like, another guy who works there is like, hey man, could you, like, not take that down? Like, it has my name. I'm like, oh, my bad. I don't want to, like, I know somebody's paying attention to it. But my assumption is the way Brendan likes to have feedback is kind of like, give me the cliff notes of the cliff notes, you know, and also make them all positive. So, like, unless it's like a true emergency that's gonna like ruin my life, unless I deal with it right now, it's like I just kind of like, hey, give me a you know, a steady leak of like positive tidbits from my narcissistic supply.
It must be hard to find that, though, you know.
Yeah, often it is. Yeah, I've actually talked to Gianni Paolo, who used to run his social media. Like we commiserated, you know. We typed in socials to both our phones. Like, how's social? Like, he's been using the same phrase multiple times a day for years. How's social, fellas? How's social, fellas? So sometimes when his text said, hey, Gianni, how's socials? In what way?
No, it's just like there's no interest in it really. It's just like copy paste how socials.
Correct, because I go like I would be so much more specific if I was in his position.
Yeah, like what are we trying to work towards on social?
Correct.
What are we doing?
Right, exactly. No, I couldn't agree more because there's some really smart guys on Jenks like no social media strategy or no analytics, and they're like, this doesn't make any sense from a strategic perspective. If you're trying to be like, I'm not on social media, but you check it multiple times a day. My analogy is like, I don't eat ice cream. I just pay my assistant to shovel it in my face. Yeah. My mouth happens to be there as the ice cream falls off the spoon, but I don't eat ice cream. Somebody else feeds it to me, you know? But it's totally different. But it's like, no, you're on social media. You're connected to it just by proxy, you know? And it doesn't make any sense because, like, you're not on it so you can focus on other things. If you're worrying about it all day, it seems like you spend a lot more time worrying about likes and comments than you do about writing new jokes. You know, so keep that same energy.
Yeah. So on that topic of the socials, I was wondering personally, with the iMessage group chat, who named it Operation Tiger Thick?
I believe Brendan.
That's awesome. That was the answer I wanted.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to the original line of questioning here with Brian and Brendan.
Yeah.
I think we already touched on Brian becoming homeless. I'm praying for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. A little bit hard to see for me as long as, like, unless they have a big falling out, which, like, look, Brendan pushes their friendship to the limit.
Okay.
Like, because Brian's a pretty agreeable guy. Like, he's a reasonable guy. Anytime here's what I would say, like, is one of the biggest differences between these two guys. A couple times we've had like an argument in text and you get context loss, like maybe you type in all caps and I'm like, dude, why are you getting upset, you know, something like that, because technically he is my boss, like in the terms of like I work for TFK, so you know, and I'm a little bit more like, if somebody disrespects me, like, I don't give a fuck who you are, like I consider myself a good employee, but it's like, hey, we're not doing that, we're not screaming at me over text, you know, but to his credit, the very few times that happened, next time I saw him, he'd make sure to talk to me privately and be like, hey man, like, I didn't like how they came across, and I just wanted to let you know, like, that wasn't my intention. And and that's what I like to do to people, where it's like, I'm not just gonna be like, hey man, sorry about that, moving on, and be like, here's where I'm coming from, I'm gonna offer you an apology, you don't have to take it, you know, but like, that goes a really long way with me and demonstrates a lot of maturity and a desire to like be a better person. And Brendan, he can't take solo accountability. He'll be like, man, it's been really tough between us. It's like, what you did to me, you know, like, or like he'll go, I don't like how things went down. I don't like this tension between us. It's never I did something wrong. It's always like, and if it is, like, I call it his fake accountability. You know, I'll go, like in this Tiger Thick group chat that maybe you read, like, no man, that's on me. Like, I should have known you guys weren't. You're fake accountability. What do you mean? It means you're going, oh yeah, it's on me that you guys are so stupid and incompetent. I should have known. It's like, it's not on you, because you're claiming you pay us to do something. You expressed an expectation after we couldn't have gone back and done it and act like we're stupid idiots.
He never hits the hammer on the head. You know? Never does it.
So with Brian, right? If there's one thing that you could tell Brian, like the best part about becoming homeless, what would that thing be?
The best part, and this is what it came down to, because he was on the phone with me going like, I'm not saying this is insincere, and when I first picked up, I was kind of like, because I didn't want to talk to him, I was like, I feel like you're trying to convince me something. Like, part of me is like, is Brendan in the car, like, overhearing this? I don't know, but like, and he assured me that he wouldn't talk to Brendan about it, but then somehow that conversation got leaked to him, like, you know, because like on the AMA holes or MMA holes, they were like, and you were screaming at Brian, and like, luckily my wife was there to like corroborate. It's like, screaming. Yes, I was talking like this. Here's what I said. Hey, dude, Brendan is a narcissistic asshole who lies to people and defames them behind their back. That's not good. guy that I feel any sort of loyalty to protect his nature now. Like, I said something like that.
Rena, how are you? Rena, how are you? Well, Rena, how old are you? I'm not going to guess. Just tell me your age. Oh, you're 20? Okay, great. How'd you find out about me, Rena? Okay, the link that I sent you. Oh, okay. Very well. You're from Socialize. Were you in the Socialize Discord? Okay.
That, and then it was like click. Have you heard me scream? Like if I'm screaming at you, you better fucking So I've never seen the line in the planes. So I don't like it when people exaggerate like that because what's the goal there? To make me look unhinged. Like, oh, Mark was crazy. Like, no. I talked to you for 40 minutes and you weren't hearing a single thing I said. And finally, when you reframed it, you kept framing like, Mark, you're seeking revenge. Like, you need to think about the fact that this, like, karmically and philosophically, and if you go for revenge, dig 2 graves, one for yourself. It's like, shut the fuck up. My analogy is, this ain't revenge. This is me discussing something that happened to me, and it's therapeutic. This isn't me going to fucking slash his tires or something. Right. Like if somebody were to like hack into his Twitter account and post something on that, like that would be revenge. Like this, they just been AMA, like a crazy person with that.
But imagine for it, like how pathetic that is that Brian and Shab reached out to some, no offense to MMA hosts, but just some random guy in Arizona.
But
like,
also,
hey man, he's just a YouTube dude.
I think I assume, actually, for giving him the benefit of the doubt, that he reached out to them for comment because he was trying to be like journalistically. And
we don't do that.
Right. Well, no, I mean, it's true. Like there is a difference if you're trying to do entertainment versus. Now the guy, I thought the guy did a good job of like even saying like, I made fun of Greg Bobby, but I was staying neutral, and he would kind of just. It's like he teed me up, let me talk, and he wasn't going like, "Oh yeah, that's crazy." Like, tell me more. He would just let me answer. And I'm glad he did give me the other side of the story because one of the reasons I started talking about it in the first place was I go, Brendan hasn't said anything yet, but every time I've seen somebody leave his life, every time, 100% of the time, he badmouths them with false claims after the fact and really revises history in a lot of ways. And so I can kind of anticipate, like, I know this is going to happen, so it's almost like preemptively I have to get it out there because I know he's either doing it behind my back or he's going to do it. And of course, that turns out to be true. He made like 8 different claims about me not coming into work. Yeah, okay. Like, you know, and being late. And what were my hours then? You know what I mean? Like all this, like everything.
24/7.
Right. It's like, yeah, I can come in late, but like also I have a, you know, I might have a recording of a phone call where he, or a in-person discussion where he said I could work remotely. So, you know, even that, it's like, yeah, if I get up and start editing at 8 and it'll come until 11 to the studio to do something, like, well, that means I'm not working, and you even okayed that, but then it's a big deal. So every claim you made, you saw me kind of get worked up on the show, but it was like, it's when you're not expecting it, somebody's like, hey man, is it true that, like, you know, you beat your wife? And it's like, what? Like, no, fucking, you know, just saying that, you know, like it does get you riled up. And to go back to your actual question about Brian, because of the financial situation, like, you know, he does seem to make a lot of money from TV. I don't know how much longer the show's gonna last for, whatever, but I know Brendan privately has expressed interest in it. He's like things will be tense between them, and Brendan kind of has his card of like, well, I don't even know if I want to do this shit. It's like, well, you'd be losing money too, right? You know,
Brendan, if you're watching this, suing Mark is a bad idea for an NBA thing, because you'll have to pay. Mark can sue you right back for free. Or wage and hour violations, you moron.
That's a very good point, man. You know, if I were to have like labor attorney friends who I've been speaking to, like, you know, they might say things like, oh, that's a terrible idea. That's why I felt emboldened by this. I didn't even look at my ending because I'm like, first of all, like, you know, I double fucking dare you to sue me over telling exactly what happened to me because you're a piece of shit. You know how terrible that would look. And that's part of how he spoiled his own reputation, was going after this unique guy. And then the headline becomes, Brendan Schaub sues small YouTuber over joke. It's the worst headline you could possibly write about a comedian, like short of sexual allegations. That would be, you know, take that off the table. This is the worst headline you could have had.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, all right, 100%. And then the last question is, and this answer could just be no, because it's typically on Shang's this question, the answer is no. Yeah. But
real quick.
Mark takes something that's like the first thing you text. When I heard it, I DM'd you, and I look at my phone like a little bit later, and it says, "Hey, real quick, B."
But you know, if you were to put your Doctor Strange hat on, is there any possibility of a redemption arc for Mr. Brenda?
Yeah, like I can't say that would be impossible, but it would be predicated on humbling himself in certain ways that I just, like, from everything I know about the personality style that I'm describing that I believe he has, it would contradict all of that. And I think, like, there would be multiple steps in the way of, like, awareness of the issue, which is very unlikely for a narcissist, and then pursuit of help for the issue. Like, something major would have to force him into that. Like, something mechanistically would be like, well, you have to go to therapy, and you have to come out the other end, and there has to be, like, proof of the fact that you have shown your ability to take accountability. So, like, it's possible, but the steps would be sort of learning how to take ownership, apologizing to people, not being obsessed with sort of like power and control over almost everything else. Because one of the reasons I was fired was like he prioritized like me not texting him back over me doing like 5 times more work than he actually expected. So I went like I kind of I knew I was risking getting fired, but I went back. Oh, okay. Hey, look at what I just did over here. We have like 5 times as many reels as you normally expect from any other editor. And I worked all night to do it. You're going to ignore that fact. You didn't text me back for 3 hours. And I was like, oh, and you just like you succumb to the worst expectations of you as a human being.
I think, with having the position he has of trying to start a company and making it bigger and bigger, he kind of just carries a hammer and looks for nails that aren't there.
That's an amazing way to put it, because I've always said, like, his leadership style, and like I don't think people realize, like, if you were to get an MBA, you'd study leadership styles, and there's all these different styles, and like the best leaders take different approaches with different people in different scenarios. Yeah. The guy who's like the fake alpha male, which I do, like I like to do like the faux narcissism joke and kind of like pretend like I'm like a guy who like thinks he's in charge. Like that's a funny character to me, but like I just know, and I've always known I'm not the guy who always looks to be in charge. And when you get somebody like that, and they tend to be sort of narcissistic and maybe psychopathic or something like that, but like they don't develop a lot of leadership styles. They kind of use this like bullying tactic or condescension or fear. There's like a very limited palette of leadership techniques that they use, and that always runs people dry. And you can't always do this kind of like, get on my level, let's go, let's do better, you're fucking up, like you're gonna get fired. And that's kind of like almost like you can summarize his leadership style in those 5 terms. There's very little like positive long-term vision. There's very little encouragement. He micromanages but doesn't know like how even to micromanage. Like one thing, if I knew how to edit, I'm editing, micromanaging is it's one thing to be like, where is it? No. So
and also like you said earlier, if you could talk to Brendan if he's watching this right now, I would say continue what you're doing. I love Brendan Schaub. But please, if you do stand-up comedy, make it a segment on a podcast. Stick to podcast, and that's that.
Right? Well, I think that's going to be the other special.
Bring up Bobby 2. I want to bring up Bobby 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What Avatar? They're hilarious. Not on purchase.
That actually would be a really good idea because you get so much more like that to get like imagine the response if you unironic, it was just like the Bobby 2.
Yeah, that's how I'm going to
keep Ringo Bobby 3.
Amazing. You keep watching, it's like Sharknado.
There's an element to lead into this, but that's also predicated on like complete self-awareness to realize like, there's a meta thing going on that people would really enjoy, but you like, the level of abstract thought you need to like pull off a Trojan, you're not Bo Burnham, of abstraction, but like makes him feel when he's doing a stage, he accidentally knocks him in the water, he's like, yeah, this is a lie. Like he does little tricks. I'm like, I like that kind of stuff. And Tickle Bob, you have to have this forethought of like,
Bo Burnham would be inside. Well, do you want to watch some clips? Yeah, you're down to watch some clips.
I love clips.
Alright.
Clips is one of my favorite things.
The first clip we have is called Rinse References the Tony Hinchcliffe and Steve-O Papercuts joke that Papa Don't Take Too Kindly, posted by Lost Psych.
If you can actually go upstate and just 5,000 cuts.
I wouldn't, up until that moment where he breaks, I would have been like, oh, he just said that randomly, because it's like, it's a common enough phrase.
Yeah, no, you nailed it. That's like that dog name where the dog tells a joke. He's saving that up. He made, there's so much.
And what that tells you is, because normally Brennan's excuse is like, I don't see anything, I don't even know what the joke is, like how can I be in on the joke if I don't know the joke? Him saying fuck you means they've discussed this, and Brian knows that Brendan knows, and so Brendan is aware that Steve-O and Tony Hinchcliffe, he has like a weird issue with, like, I mean, he thinks Steve's like, he makes fun of Steve-O behind his back. He's like, the guy doesn't do stand-up. It's like a PowerPoint presentation. It sucks. And you're like, I'm not saying anything new, but if you're a comic, Brendan talks shit about you. Brendan, and you're a comic, aside from maybe like Tom Segura and North Star, or anybody else, but it's like, you can be fucking Joe Rogan, and you just tend to look at it. Everything's like, he'll find a way to, the mental acrobatics that he does in order to dismiss other people who are more successful than him is astounding. But Tony Hinchcliffe's one of these guys who's like, I don't want that life. Like, the kid gets some tickets, he's opening for Rogan or whatever. It's like, what a shitty life to live. His podcast crushing.
It's a pretty good life.
Yeah, I like it. He's an amazing.
If you're a comedian, water's ain't deep. Schaub talks about you.
No, you can just guarantee it. Like, even if you're his best friend, if there's a way to dismiss you, if you're Trevor Wallace, he'll be like, he sells a bunch of tickets. Like, the young people in the show don't buy enough drinks and food. It's like, really, dude?
What a strange insult.
No, like, it's like, I'm just telling you, like, it's that level. And then, like, one of the editors used to work for Brendan. He was the first to get douched at the Thick Boy Squad. Like, moved him out here, and then he just got fired for the shittiest reason. And Cal's dope. He's a little bit like, he can be a little bit testy. That's the old, but like, now I see, like, Brendan testy. You know, like it's possible not
Zoot.
to, but he's on tour with Triple.
How did it go? What happened? Okay, so they gave you a referral. I'm proud of you, big dog. Okie doke, are you ready to play? All right, big dog. I'm proud of you too.
Ancestry.com, and I did trace the individual who talked about this to Leonard Stringfield and others, and he did.
What up, big dog?
And it turns out if you go in these papers,
Zoot, why don't you like the? Go ahead. Tomorrow, what? You're gonna call the number tomorrow? Okay, I'm not putting pressure on you. You call him tomorrow, okay? Why don't you like the Bonnie Blue talk to a joke? That shit's funny as fuck. You helped come up with it. Dog, you helped come up with it, and I think you should use it. Dog, that joke sucks. And you don't necessarily have to. You can tell multiple jokes. It's a really short joke. Welcome, how are you? What's funny, Zoot? All right. They're going to help you, Zoot. Look how good this shot was. What are your thoughts? Well, how are you, big dog? I know. How's your day going? That's right. How'd you find out about me, Taj? Dude, that was amazing. I know. Remind me, how did you find out about me? That's correct. That's correct. So we met through Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Teninu, right? That's right. All right. How's life been for you recently? Have you done anything fun with your life recently? Like, have you gotten a girlfriend? Have you gone on vacation? No. Have you done that since we last talked? Zoot, this is my worst hole and one of your best holes. Just making you aware of that. Zoot, you're still playing, big dog. Okay, well, not here. It doesn't. There you go, Zoot. You're still in the game. Dude, and you had an amazing shot. I think it was good. Oh, it was almost good. Oh, look at that shot, Zoot. Zoot. Oh, this might fuck me. It did fuck me. Let's see it, Zoot. Are you sure about that, son? No, Zoot. That was amazing. I think you're always welcome here. I'm glad you're here, Taj. How's crypto been for you, Taj? How has it been? How has crypto been for you? $100%. Do you know? Absolutely. Do you know Bitcoin Obama? Zoot's a good friend of his. You're best friends, dog. Why doesn't he like you? All right. Well, he likes me. Yeah, but I give him time and I help him. Zoot, we gotta get you back into your Twitter account, dog. They banned it? Why did they ban it? Oh, that's garbage. What did you spread? No, he's not saying that. He's not saying that. Yeah.
The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the result. Now let's.
Don't worry about it. Zoot, why did they? So they get misinformation. What misinformation did you provide? When did this happen? Wow, Zoot. I thought you said you couldn't get into your account. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Because you said that you couldn't get in because you didn't have your email. I mean, dude, I got you on camera. It's cool if you lie. That's cool. I mean, it's no big deal. What does that mean? Did you get banned or not? Did you get banned or not? Okay. Okay. Zoot, are you going to win? Wow, that one had a lot. That might be a 9. That was really good. Go. It's your turn. I don't know. We're just playing a game, big dog. How's life in Sudan?
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast.
All right. What do you want to talk about, big dog?
A lot of girls were doing it. Anybody. In Palm Beach, who is offering young girls Epstein set up a system Why would you cut this deal with Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein's abuse would span years and cross state lines.
Are you on Twitter Spaces?
Each one of those residences is an alleged crime scene. I'm ABC's Mark Remillard.
All right, well, ask people if they have any projects with which they need help.
For music, radio, and podcasts.
That's true.
All in one.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
And when things finally click into place.
Thank God we lived to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do out and so many commercials about back pain. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history.
Very few people know this story.
Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms.
I climbed up and it was just like,
Diane Guerrero.
And then she goes, "You're on your own. You have to run."
And Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait.
Together, we're going to way through the most
Zoot, you got me.
stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck.
Zoot, if I send you a literati invitation, will you play the whole game?
For some of the greatest escapes in history.
Right, well, all right.
Johnny Knoxville here. Podcast, The True Story.
Well, you're going to play darts because you're good at it. Yeah, but we've played them all. But play one game of darts, and then we'll pick something wild. Snapchat. That I don't know. I had a friend who recommended this to me, and we played it. I played it just about every day since. Yeah, he's a nice person.
Distracted driving is what's really scary.
Zoot, you need to do really well here. Oh, no, you don't. Okay. So we're going to play 4 in a row. And then after that, we're going to play the one with the clocks or whatever. Zoot, you have an invitation. Did you know that? You're up, big dog. Zoot, you lost. You're right. You didn't. You lost. All right, now we're going to play the one game. But that's not even like a game of skill. Well, you love this game. Dude, you have an invitation. You're up, big dog. All right, well, there's nothing I can do about that, son.
Coast to Coast Indiana with George Knapp. The Betty and Marty, we're talking with Richard Gilbright about his deep dive into UFO newspaper articles, documents, older accounts, events that are unfolding right now, including cases involving
Maybe.
nuclear missile bases. We're going to jump into that, maybe ask a final hour of Coast to Coast AM. We'll be right back. Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happened.
You can get a full house here.
Mars Mission 1 available on Amazon, bringing you real-world
Dude.
facts.
Yes, you did. Good job.
The first crew lands on the surface of Mars when a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris. Stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun.
I don't know what to do.
Destroyed by debris, also.
I don't know how to play this.
All power fails. Understand it. Mission 1 surviving the Kessler effect. Available on Amazon. 1 surviving the Kessler.
Oh, look at you, Zoot.
Mars Mission 1 surviving the Kessler. I'm excited for my dad. That's the way the age of 63.
That's not good. That's not good. No, neither of those were good.
My wife, 4 kids.
Okay.
Because you can do it in 10 minutes. There's no medical exam and no blood test. Just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected.
.com/life. Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need FixMoney.com. Could help you get up to $1,000.
You need it.
Available 24/7 and has an A-rating with the Better Business
That's the
Bureau.
best straight you can have.
WeFixMoney.com.
Are you gonna go?
Emergency cash, $5,000 for
40.
anything else. Type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
Give me a 5. Give me a 5. No.
Richard, as you said at the beginning of our conversation, you were a bit of a debunker in the tech world. That was part of your job. You've certainly done some of that in the UFO world as well. An example is incidents at nuclear missile sites that, of course, have been highly published.
It's a big street, isn't it?
The Northern Clear cases.
It's a large street, isn't it?
Visited by UFOs, one right after the other in the 70s. And
You got it again.
Joe and Arrow had put out a statement regarding at least one of those instances where he says how Arrow confirmed these things. You felt something to the contrary. Can you tell us what you felt?
Give me a 4.
Okay, so this one.
Give me a 4.
Actually, so easy to find in your reports, like even a high school student writing a report, could find it. For example, July 6th, 2022, just 2 days for DC's overflown pilot C flying saucer over Hanford Atomic Plant. That was while we were putting in for veteran pilots, by the way. There's just many variants of that. That's easily found. Seattle, Washington, July 5th. This is July 5th, 1947. A quote: "A startling statements of a definite relationship between atomic energy and Franklin's focused attention today on the big Hanford Atomic Plant in South Central Washington."
Dude, you're destroying me.
Generated in a wide Idaho, and Oregon, surrounding. Going on and on and on. Okay.
Dude, this sucks.
There.
Have I ever seen Mountain Dew?
Talk about that they have
No, what is that?
About jets being sent up, Sandia Base. I would say
No one's ever heard of it. Bigger than Bluey?
We have one here in July 2022. And it said,
Give me a 6.
it sounds like a couple, and they spotted a fast moving, fast turning the area of Sandia,
Giant.
which is one of the most.
It's one of the top 3. It's like one of the top 3 biggest children's shows on like Netflix and YouTube and that shit nowadays. Although I didn't know what it was until you said something about it. But that was like a year ago. I've heard some stand-up comedians talk about it. Give me a 6. No way.
July 45, and this is what I found in NICAP's database. UFO sighting over Hanford reactor. That's what sent up their evidence.
Dog, you're doing better than I am.
It hovered over the Hanford reactor, and by the way, that hovering, that's reported quite a bit in these articles. That whatever was going on, these things would tend to sit around.
You got a small straight. Close to it. 1, 2, 3, 5.
The government's own, National Archive website. I have found the most amazing.
Fuck you.
I found one amazing report on there, where hundreds of installation were watching blinking UAPs. Isn't it 49? They used artillery.
Yeah, but it doesn't count for anything.
Planes. This is over Killeen Base, a nuclear weapons facility. Over several nights in 49, over 100 man officers. And that, by the way, these are official, unclassified U.S. government files, so nobody can argue this. This is your real files. And George, I could just go on.
If you get a 2 here, I'm gonna be pissed. There you go.
In 2025, there's no evidence of this. This is ridiculous. You've run into a project like they were seeing these green fireballs.
Do it.
Over Los Alamos, over San Diego.
You can't.
Study, and it seemed like wherever they put cameras to kind of capture these things or radar sites, they go somewhere else. In my opinion, so that.
Oh, there we go.
It went dark. It went classified. They were putting cameras all over the country. They bought 200 plus cameras. Just in one article, the United States are over 77 installations.
Not with a full house like that.
In the 60s, the Air Force guy.
All right, we'll try to play some multiples.
Where did it go? Right? Was it burned? Was it destroyed? Did it happen in some area 51 archive? I have no idea, but it's a hell of a
Play the 4s.
And you don't send up.
Roll and then play the 4s. Oh, fuck you. The 5x. Do it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give it to me.
So in one of his articles, a few months after DC's overflow, September 26, 52, he has a list of important in New Mexico.
I can't do anything.
White Sands Atomic Plant and testing grounds, Albuquerque and Holloman, Berkeley, and Walker air bases. And he goes on and on and on. This is an enormous list. I want to emphasize, like, as a researcher, in 50, very few, my captain existed at the time, one of the major groups.
3s.
He has this huge list all over the country from, Wright Patterson.
1, 2, 3, 4. Give me a straight.
Michigan, Massachusetts, Nebraska.
That's bull. Have you ever broken 200?
And he reported that there was a massive United States Air Force report that they were thinking about releasing it.
Have you ever gotten 200?
And they changed their mind, so we did a summer report.
All right, do it again.
He reported there that Russia putting out
3, 4, 5.
Strongly suspects they're a U.S. weapon, which is interesting. Yeah. Yeah. And there's another new finding I'll put out there that I believe no one's talked about. And that is the
I had a large straight,
in July 52. This is a huge, to me, this is
and I didn't realize it.
what I found, what I kept stumbling on in newspapers, searching for UFO reports in 52, July specifically, was ground observer reports, ground observer GOC. It was basically this huge organized effort of visual across the entire country. We had hundreds of observation posts. It spiked up to 800,000 to 1 million individuals, depending on the source you did it from. It was huge. They went on 24-hour, 24/7.
All right, dude, that game sucks. Let's play. All right, fuck you. We're playing again. And I'm going to destroy you. Your high score is 188. I'm breaking 200 right now, son. That roll sucks. New pairs, son. Give me 5 in a row. 1, 2.
It's just narrative. Like if you go to the primary source, it's very different. You ever look for or find something about Men in Black? Yes.
3, 4, 5, 6.
The first thing I found is an official government document.
I don't say that because
This was actually published in a book nearly a really important book on their intent. And this is, you might be familiar with this area.
You got 3 in a row, son.
I think I have perhaps an explanation. March 1st, 1967, Air Force Assistant Vice says, hey, this mysterious individual is showing up, and they are impersonating our offices, and they're taking photos, and they're telling people they're from NORAD and whatever, and he wanted to, OC.
Give me 3s. Dude, give me 3s.
And people, they hear this, and all must be some paranormal event, right? Like some
This is garbage.
maybe an alien showed up and took the photo. Actually, I don't
Dude, this is garbage.
you can trace this the legal framework was established literally the day after Roswell took place, July 9th, 1947. They debunked Roswell, which includes
You have a full house. Why would you get rid of it?
hours later, July 9th, 1947, the Senate votes on national. July 47.
I don't think so.
It's clear
Maybe.
if you can think
Go.
think about the situation like there seems to be some sort of covert force here. So and they can fly over anytime they want, cause hysteria. Right. So it would make absolute perfect sense for them to have agencies established and managed emergency essentially. And so whatsoever they were sending
I know.
people, people report, I have a photo, and then they,
I don't know.
gather the intelligence essentially. So I have that. I don't have a lot.
You're up, pimp.
I don't have a whole lot of reports of White House.
Not good. There's your full house. I think you're right. Give me a 5. Oh, another full house. Full house, big dog. Choose. Go.
That made me think this is doable. This is something that a reporter could follow because it is based on government info, government files. So it's very important to look at my own development. I think it's reissued my own book. Yeah, terrific piece of work. Yeah, it was
What up, baby?
from the individuals. I think it was the Citizens Against
Here you are.
Right.
had good press relations, and they kept just things to the press as they found it, right? And the information that appeared in newspapers about
I know.
was amazing. Like CIA, either the CIA, UFOs, whatever.
I played 3 of a Kind. Dude, what are you fucking saying?
They only were allowed, I think the judge was only allowed, in camera. Yeah, exactly. It cleared, like, in the old days, this didn't exist at all.
Nope.
And clearly,
You don't. Yeah, it is. But that's not. Oh, that stinks. Dude, what are you talking about, dog?
Thousands of UFO sightings reported by local people to their local newspapers. You had an interesting piece that involves Carl Sagan making a startling admission a couple of days ago. All the details. Yes. So in '68, there was a hearing. It's called the Rausch hearing, and it was U.S. congressional hearing on UFOs, formerly supposedly unidentified flying objects. So I found it with
2, 3, 5. 5.
So Dr. Carl Sagan is testifying. There's also Heineck there, Menzel, and some other, I think
3. 3 is all you can play, son. Give me something good. Give me something good. Garbage. 3s. I can't play anything, Zoot. You're up, big dog. Psych. So I just have to let the time run out? Seems kind of stupid. You're up, big dog. 3, 4, 6. Not good. 3 in a row. Get that 25, son. Get that 25. Get that 25. Oh, what did you do? Give me 4 in a row right now. That's what I'm talking about. Give me 5 in a row. Dog. We're tied. 3, 4, 5. Go. 3, 4, 5, son. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 5. I don't know if I want to do that because I already have the thing. Give me these 2s. Give me these 2s. Give me these 2s. That's a full house, son. I can't really do anything. Oh, you've got a big lead on me, big man.
Unfortunately, we have a kind of a Donald Menzel and Blake situation here, in my opinion, where
there are 4 turns left. Zoot. Not good, dude. Not good at all. 1, 2, 3. Get a 4? No. Give me something good. Everything here sucks. Okay, 6. Give me 6s. What up, Zoo? What'd you say? Myself. You didn't say that. Dog, you've got 40. Get it. No. Get the 40. Zoo, get the 40. For the large, you fucked up hugely. You didn't say that in the beginning. One of my family members. Oh, no way. 5 in a row. No way. 50. Zoot. Zoot, you just won. Zoot, you just won. Zoot, you won and you set a record for yourself. Son? It's an excellent question. I do not know. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you need a 3. 2. Get a 3. Get this 3. Get this. You got it. 40. Dude, you just set a record. Give me something. This stinks. Give me 2. All right. I don't have a full house, son. Dude, it's all chance, so I don't know why you think that. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right, dude, I've got to use the restroom. Feel free to stay as long as you want. I'll be right back. And if I don't speak with you, you should know I'm proud of you. Good job. Shout out to Zoo.
Kate and Ty break it down wherever you listen to podcasts. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Records, milestones, firsts, lasts, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio?
What's going on, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's take a look back on this day in sports history, October 27th. We'll start off today in 1973. 4 players rushed for more than 100 yards as Alabama sets 3 NCAA records during a 77-6 romp of Virginia Tech. Alabama sets records with 823 yards of total offense, 743 yards rushing, and 4 100-yard rushers. Jim Taylor gains 142, Wilbur Jackson 138, Calvin Culliver 127, and Richard Todd 102. Today in 1986, the New York Mets won the World Series with an 8-5 victory over the Red Sox in Game 7. The Mets rallied from a 3-0 deficit to win behind home runs by Ray Knight and Darryl Strawberry. It was the Mets' second World Series win. Their first was in 1969. And today in 2002, with an 11-yard burst through the defensive line of the Seattle Seahawks, Emmitt Smith surpasses Walter Payton's career total of 16,726 rushing yards, making him the all-time leading rusher in NFL history. He still holds the mark with
18,355 yards. Now you know. Today in sports history on iHeartRadio.
Shout out to you guys. I appreciate the fuck out of you guys. And listen, for everybody that's in here, if you guys want to know, is Twitter going to be a good thing or a bad thing? Bro, listen. This is not foolproof. I'm not. Some parts of X, like, guys, things are going to go viral. I'm not saying if they're not. You should continue to use X on your things. But if you take a look at my GM post, if my GM post has 600 likes in an hour and a half or anything close to that, Twitter is going to be a very good thing. Today, bro, my GM post is absolutely ripping. It has fucking 1,100, you know.
That's you too. Still haven't found what I'm looking for. Great song from a terrific album, Joshua Tree. I recall that the music video for that song was filmed in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Kind of was a notable achievement. It's still a classic tune and video. We have one segment remaining with my guest, Richard Gilbright, deep dive investigator.
Wallace, and he's like, yeah, it's great, dude. The guy's like, he gives you a schedule. You know when you're working, when you're not. He's super nice, and I've met Trevor many times. And he just, he's been nothing but nice to me. And
he seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, so but he's like, even on that level, like, and I think he's a great example of like how to use social media to drive your stand-up. You know what I mean? Like his sketches are really good, but they're different. Like, and he does these characters, so like, study Trevor Wall. You want to look at like internet marketing, do that.
Yeah, I probably for sure have made fun of Trevor Wallace behind his back, but
Tom doesn't even know who I am. He definitely thinks I'm gay.
Right. You can count on that. And I just be like, think of what you want for Trevor Wallace as a comedian. Like, and I think he's funny, but I'm just going like, you can be that guy. I think by all objective standards, he's for 30 years old. He's crushing,
very successful.
And to turn it into like, well,
he doesn't sell enough food.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure that's the number one complaint.
That wouldn't be my criticism.
The sold out theater that he just did.
Yeah. That guy's crushing.
All right, so this next one is posted by Sprout Cobain, and it's called "The Ultimate Sacrifice." Long live PF Chang's. I enjoyed this one.
That redacted face.
That doesn't make sense. I can't talk. You seem really upset. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God.
seen this before. And then the clips that they used for each little moment there was so good. And I also love that they used that picture of me was taken by this guy who had this whole lighting setup, and then he Photoshop the shit out of my face to make it look all high, so it's it's an interesting picture, but
I think you shouldn't be redacted anymore. I think show Mark's face.
Yeah. Show Mark's face.
I mean, I'm open. I'm Mark rules.
You guys rule. No,
I don't know if that's true. But
this is one of the it's really fun. It's because we're all connecting via this idea of we see the same. You see this plant screen, right? Yeah, I knew for a while I was saying it was red, but I was a retarded. It's in fact green. Sorry.
Oh my god, that's so funny. All right, so this next one is called "Decided to Put an Apron On for the First Time in Months." God dog, this podcast is dead. Posted by Toronto Rapture.
But he wasn't willing to talk about the 40 million people that Stalin starved and killed. And he said that's not true, what the forced collectivization, except for every historian would disagree.
Oh, no.
He's an economist.
Well, that's like when people say,
so idle.
Look at the things Hitler did. It's sure, Volkswagen, Porsche, and all that, right?
Well, he didn't. The German war machine.
It was he planted the seed to get it going and put the funds to get it going with Volkswagen and Porsche, right? And Mercedes and all that. And give it Hugo Boss the updated golden uniform, right? So he puts all these careers.
Consensus is being clipped in real time. Brendan defending Hitler's genius. It's not like what he's saying is necessarily anti-factual, but unless you're a World War II professor, and I'm going to this lecture about Hitler's entire life, you don't need to highlight that. You know what I mean?
Of course.
And also, you're talking about Hitler, you're talking about Stalin. Also, Hitler, let's talk about how smart he was. What?
That's the thing.
You're snitching on yourself, man. It's why are you thinking so much about how awesome Hitler is?
That's the thing with these clips. They make you redacted.
Right.
I didn't even notice that.
It goes on way too long, and you're do you not read the room? That's self-awareness, right? I've just got he makes other people uncomfortable, and they're just going Brian's literally going he wants to disappear from that room. He wants to
things like that. So this is pure science, and what's fascinating to me about this is they're linking together.
This is the community that's been for years.
At the astronomical planes.
2 days ago, I closed a huge deal from this same space. I was able to connect to the project and able to close the deal, and it was a meme coin project, and we connected on the space. We connected, and then we're talking, we're vibing on X, and we moved to TG, and he brought up his project that it was currently sitting at the 3K MC, and we were able to push it to 100, and from 100 went to a 500. Currently sits at the 500. So I wanted to thank you so much for giving us this space. This space is like a channel for us to connect. This space is not just full for full.
And just so you know, during the break, I do have, and I don't want to stop, I'll cover it more about myself, but I have something I just have to get out about Men in Black on the air. I think you'll like it. And do you remember the incident called the Maury Island incident right before? Okay, it was good. Yeah, it was huge. Now,
I want to join multiple Twitter Spaces at once using Chrome, but every time I try to do this, they time out on each other. How can I keep them all alive at the same time?
Now, in here is Friendly Christmas 5. Okay, Air Corps Captain. Now, we haven't described to the readers, to the listeners, what the Maury Island incident is, but this was a very significant incident that occurred near Maury Island, which is near Tacoma, Washington. And it actually does involve Captain Marvel, too. He usually goes to investigate it, but this guy on the boat, his dog, and his son, and another fellow see a bunch of saucers go overhead. Done unshaved, they drop something, damages the boat, kills the dog, and then a guy named Friendly Christmas enters the picture. Well, it turns out Christmas is kind of a weird guy. He has a fascinating history. Air Corps captain, World War II, U.S. Army, Air Force. He was involved. He has these weird, shadowy CIC, Army intelligence links and things like that. And
You can trace this guy. There's whole fellow. There's something new. It came out around 1880 that he applied for a security clearance, and it was Federal Bureau Investigation document. I think it came out approximately 1980. He applied for Atomic Energy Act security clearance. The guy who took the clearance application was Guy Hotel of the famous Guy Hotel memo. That's the most famous memo on the FBI's website, by the way. So anyway, but this was kind of dismissed because it's just one piece of paper that says we applied for this. Well, it turns out something new is coming out relatively new in 2018. This guy applied for an Atomic Energy Act clearance. Now, why is that important? Why would he apply on 1940? Okay, why that is important is it completely destroys the hoax theory. In 1947, if you engaged in a hoax, which led to two Air Force aviators dying, your career is over. You're gone. You're a liar to the whole country, right? So by the way, it was a Rothschild. This is not a normal narrative. So this completely tears apart the whole narrative of the L'Oreal. Is that we have these are two sets of documents that corroborate each other, and it's right the JFK record system. The other ones are FBI documents. So I just find this absolutely fascinating. By the way, in 1947, to apply for a clearance of this grade, this is the highest clearance. I found in newspapers they just started, like AEE security just started up like weeks before. So this was a prestigious position to try to apply for, right? It's all government documents.
By the way, I just crammed this in about Dr. Menzel before we leave it. The reason it was relevant now is because back then he's at Harvard. He has access to all these plates, which are basically photographs of the sky, and destroyed an incredible amount of them. Luckily, some of them survived, and Dr. Beatrice Villarreal was able to use some of them, but it makes you wonder. He had a secret clearance that didn't come out until after his death with the NSA. There he is, the premier debunker, wearing many, many hats. I want to ask you about J. Allen Hynek. You tell a great story about him before we take the call. You tell a great story about him. He became a hero. He became the father of modern ufology after sort of turning on his employers who clearly were jacking him around, right?
Yeah, I found an article in the early 80s written by his assistant, where she was talking to the press about, what he was telling her, things like that. She would help him out whenever her name was Steeker. And J. Allen Hynek wrote or said he went to California, he went to Edwards Air Force Base, they were showing him all this stuff, and the personnel that was escorting him dropped a folder, and he first said, "Hey, you dropped the folder," and then he got the picture. Oh, maybe it's for me. He picks it up in his briefcase, but he expressed in this newspaper article that they were trying to set him up. So when I found there's a whole bunch of other information about his experience and stuff that came out in the early 80s, years before he died. Hynek has enormous footprint, by the way. You can trace Hynek flying all over the country in 66 and 67, following the phenomenon in newspapers. He was as famous as Shatner in Star Trek, for example. He would actually go on little tours and stuff in the 70s.
We'll take the call. Zach, west of the Rockies. Hi, Zach. You're on Richard Gilbright. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Rich?
I'm good. Good. What's on your mind?
Listen up. You did a very good job with Hungry.
Thank you, sir.
You did it again. Okay. Here's my question. Okay, we got I-1, which is the boron. Then we have I-2, which is boron, whatever it is. Then we got 3, what is it, I-3? 3I acid. Now, are you familiar with Richard C. Holden?
Yes, I am.
He had a comment that came in 2011, July 27th. Are you familiar with that one?
No. Okay. You tell us. We need to go on. So go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can find more. Yes, Richard actually participated. When you go to archive.org, you'll find it. Okay. Red Eye Radio, you'll find it. I wasn't familiar with it either. So,
why don't we just cut through it here? Richard, do you have some thoughts about this this comet that's heading into our general cosmic neighborhood?
Yeah, there's a lot of fuss about this comet. There's a surprising amount. This is my gut feeling. Somebody, somewhere is disturbed. I know some physicists who are on X, they're public, and these guys worked on some amazing things, and they're concerned. So that's the best I can make of it right now. I think we're in fog war. We're not going to probably know for years until the leaks start. You know how this works, right? It's going to leak.
Hey, Zach, thank you for that call.
Thanks, Zach.
I'll look it up about this AFOSI interrogation film that you mentioned. I have not seen it.
Yes, it's amazing. So in Scully's archives, not just old typewritten stuff and letters and things like that from fans. They're also real tapes, and they've been preserved in a pristine storage facility for decades. They were put there in '88 by Scully's wife Alice. They are incredible, some of them. And we have in fact, Denver was this big Denver lecture on crashed UFOs, or one UFO, whatever, by Silas Newton, and one of the associates, one of the people in the orbit of Frank Scully. Well, we have first or second generation audio of that. It sounds incredible. We also have something else that really fast is Scully, Kehoe, Kohler set up the Air Force. They knew they were being lied to. They set them up. What they said was, we have gadgets, we have parts that crash. And the FOC came calling. Their investigators went and they found Kohler in Denver. And they're like, we want the gadgets, we want the parts. And they interviewed them. These two investigators from the Air Force interviewed George Kohler, who actually shows up in a bunch of famous FOIAs, by the way. He got around. Well, it was a reverse op, where the civilians were like, what are we going to do? We'll just lure him in and we'll get him in a radio station and get him recorded. That's exactly what happened. And if you know the history of Roswell, that actually in the war happened where, investigator was lured to a radio station, they got him recorded and whatever. So actually, history repeated itself. And we have tape. It's on YouTube. I put it on YouTube. I paid for it to be officially digitized. George, it sounds incredible. It's like a first or second generation copy, and you can listen for about 35 minutes, where an Air Force officer, who announces his name at the beginning, is asking repeatedly about the gadgets, about the parts, and it's an amazing conversation because he also gives you a window into how professional they were back then, how even though it was an interrogation, they just treated each other with respect. And you can also get a picture of the saucer UFO UAP situation back then, what it felt like what people were talking about, and how they talked about it, and the psychology involved is incredible.
Well, I know what I'm going to be listening to over coffee when I wake up 5 or 6 hours from now. One other topic I want to touch on in the 4 minutes we have left is the Vatican. Right now, this conference is underway in Italy, the Sol Conference. There is discussions about what the Vatican knew, whether it covered up a crash in the 30s. What's your take on the Vatican?
They are deeply involved in this, in my opinion. So there's something called majestic documents, where some of them were apparently leaks, some of them were hoaxes, some of them were mixtures. Well, I took one of the majestic documents, the J12 Fifth Annual Report, has a big chronology in there. I've been composing massive chronologies for years, so I know my way around chronologies. Well, in that chronology, there's Cardinal Spellman meeting with Truman in early, I think it was late June, after Pentecost.
How to create the headless browser.
Cardinal Spellman meets with Truman. Now, okay, it's in the majestic document. We've had this document since the late 90s, right? I go on newspaper databases, I type in Cardinal Spellman, and I start looking around here. I think, what do I find? Well, it turns out Cardinal Spellman did meet with Truman. He actually did a presentation with him. So the meeting was about how to prevent essentially hysteria inside of the Catholic hierarchy, the Catholic system, whatever. Here's the more you research this, by the way, Frank Scully was knighted in, I think it was 56 or 57. He was a secret or something like that. He was knighted. There's pictures of the newspaper. So, and one of my friends was like, well, maybe that's how they rewarded him for his service. You know, I'm going to have to dig into these tools that you mentioned, and maybe you can help me look up a case that I've covered over the years. April 18th, 1962, a supposed meteorite comes in, goes all the way up the east coast, turns left abruptly, like 45 degrees, landed. It's chased by jets. It lands in Utah, takes off again, and then explodes over Nevada. The headline piece here, I'd be really interested in seeing if there's correlating information in newspaper accounts across the country about the weird thing that's flying in the sky. Blue Book said it's a meteorite, one that turns on a dime, lands, and takes off, and just a regular old meteorite.
What is the most efficient, least heavy browser? Is it Chrome? Is it Firefox? Is it Opera? Or something else?
You have new targets that you can talk about. Got a minute left here. Any new projects that you're excited to get started, or do you want to spill the beans yet? Yeah, well, there's this the Kufos dated Hynix group, 200,000 over 200,000 events. I'm going to start integrating that and make that searchable online. The 55,000 event chronology is searchable at ufo-search.com. And it's locally searchable. It's never sent to any server, so anybody, we don't see your searches. But yeah, I'm just gonna expose this, put this all online, and let people search it, and I'll keep making it better. Add geocoding, all the records. You can search by location, whatever, and each record has links to funds, symposiums, and other things online, so that it's an interactive thing. That's awesome. And one day maybe you'll get access to the OSAP files, the database or data warehouse there, 240 to 260,000 cases from around the world. And I hope that day comes. Richard, it's been fantastic talking to you. And you too. I hope we can stay in touch, and certainly want to try to keep up with your work. We have links on the Coast to Coast website. Thanks very much. That was fascinating. All right. Thanks also to my earlier guests, Sandy Shaw and Dan Keeshan, about their book, Life Without, and to my colleagues there at Coast to Coast, Michael Cosio, my pal, Donald Walker, Alan Fernandez, Gina Salvani, Dan Galani, I'm Dan Heiser, and of course, George Norrie. I'm George Knapp. I'll be back in a couple of weeks. Good night, everyone.
iHeartRadio LA, Jingle Ball, December 5th, into a dome. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Your one stop for advertising. Call 844-844-iHeart.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500. Investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 310-299-9960. That's 310-299-9960.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Johnny Knoxville here. Check out Crimeless, Hillbilly Heist, my new true crime podcast.
The true story of the almost perfect crime and the Nimrods who almost pulled it off. It felt like a perfect storm in a sewer. That was dumb. Follow my example. Listen to all episodes of Crimeless Hillbilly Heist, available now exclusively on the iHeartRadio app. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Crimeless Hillbilly Heist, and listen now.
They sell everything on the internet. Why would I go to a store? Why would I go to someplace I can sit in my underpants or no underpants and buy stuff?
Gary and Shannon.
I did that yesterday.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Finish your high school diploma for you and your family. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council. On this podcast, Incels, we unpack and emerge in mindset.
Also, in
the world of resentment, cynicism, anger against women, and deadly tyranny.
Tomorrow is the day of retribution, the day in which I will have my revenge.
This is Incels. Listen to Incels on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Incels and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. Get that every time.
Reservations at your favorite restaurant.
You don't want to know it. Thanks so much for waiting. Your table's ready.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed.
Perfect, thanks.
Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The journey on the path to spiritual enlightenment is personal. And as you'll hear on the Astray podcast, it can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Don't go to India because this is a Venus flytrap for your vulnerability.
Listen to Astray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's day 24 of the government shutdown. The Senate is adjourned until Monday after failing to pass spending legislation for a 12th time earlier this week. Democrats are calling on Republicans to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies before they expire at the end of the year. Republicans say they won't negotiate until the shutdown is ended. President Trump says he's cutting off trade negotiations with Canada. Alice Barr reports it's over an ad campaign. It includes a clip of former President Ronald Reagan warning about the long-term risks of tariffs.
The president citing a statement from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute accusing Ontario of using selective audio and video that misrepresents the 1987 address without asking permission to use and edit the remarks, noting the foundation is reviewing legal options.
Ontario Premier Doug Ford announced the ad campaign earlier this month. Trump said on Truth Social that tariffs are very important to the national security and economy of the U.S. That's politics. I'm Wendy Swanson. I'm so sick of hearing them talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with her own podcast I could listen to. You rang? Hey, this is Lexi Brown, WNBA player, professionally ever. And this is Mariah Rose. You may know me for Spilling the Tea on Tips for Hotties on TikTok. And we got a new podcast, Full Circle. Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with Athletes Unlimited, Unrivaled, and college basketball. We've got you with analysis, inside stories, and a little bit of tea. I know you guys have seen a lot of former and current basketball players telling their stories from their point of view, and I just think it's time for the girlies to tap in. We want to share all of the women's basketball stories that you won't see anywhere else.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Dig below the surface in central Mississippi,
Yes,
and
you play.
you'll find a burnt orange color looking back up at you. It's called Yazoo clay. And there's one thing it's known for: wreaking havoc on anything buried in it. It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect. Now, over the years, Yazoo clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state asylum.
They may have thought they only found 1,000. And then once they realized, okay, wait a minute, 2,000, wait a minute, 7,000.
And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? In Mississippi, keeping secrets is as old as the soil itself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered?
The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that.
I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Yazoo Clay.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Sports on iHeartRadio.
Shohei Ohtani, the stuff of legend.
Baseball at the start of the NBA season, huge college football rivalries, and of course the NFL. Don't miss a second of the greatest reality show on the planet, sports, play-by-play podcasts, and local stations where you can join the conversation with real people.
How are you still our coach?
Open the free iHeart app and search your favorite league to start listening. Once you sign up, you can't get out. They just keep you forever. And when you try to get out, why are you leaving? Because I want to leave.
Oh, no, tell me why you're canceling. Tell us why. What can we do?
I don't want the service anymore. And it got to the point where I literally had to say, are you stopping me from leaving?
Bill Handel.
Is that correct?
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Everything I have, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and getting my high school diploma at age 22.
Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finisherdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General.
Teleport the fuck out of there like Nightcrawler.
He was talking
AM 640.
about Stalin.
Yeah. And then when you're just like, yeah, Hitler did a bunch of bad things. Okay, Porsche. Like, it's just the weirdest. You know, he has this Trumpian like word salad thing where it's just like thing to thing to thing to thing. You know, and it's like it's a thing to be held because you watch this like tangential thinking in real time where you know it's obviously surprising, but you go. Imagine being in the room, trying to have a conversation with him.
And you know what's great is this long conversation we had about Brendan Schaub's character and talking about the lack of curiosity and whatnot.
Yeah.
It peaks in the worst moments, his curiosity.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know what
serial killers and Hitler. You know.
I do not know what Hitler made.
Yeah.
I don't know if he made Hugo Boss. Why did Schaub know that?
Yeah. There are some interesting things about like I'm fascinated by the guy, but you know, there's many other angles that I would take.
Off a podcast.
It's
I'm
also like
only learning about what Hitler did.
He didn't like if I was looking at his personal achievements, I'd be like, I'd look at more like his architectural designs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which he actually drew himself, and it's like he didn't make Volkswagen.
I don't think
he
so.
told some people to do it or put money, you know, whatever it is. It's like like Obama, you know, or like did George Bush like drop bombs in Iraq? No, he just said like do it, you know.
Yeah, just because companies happen to be started at that time doesn't mean that Nazism had anything to do with it. Who is this guy?
He's a Navy SEAL, I guess. There's one clip where he like kind of calls. He's like, "No, you idiot!" Like, I like when other people who kind of don't subscribe to the Bobaverse, you know, because it kind of to be in his orbit, be kind of like if I were to like not have it be weird later, I kind of have to be nice to him. But other people are like, I'm just dropping in for the day. I'm Howie, you know, man. Are you stupid? You know, you did that.
None of that matters. What he did outweighs all of that. No shit, you know?
Yes.
But there's, you know, you can hang on those things and try and prove to I don't know who that he's a good guy.
Yeah, bro, clock is right twice a day.
I would love to hear Brian's thoughts right now.
Not if it's dish show, buddy, because it's just not on.
Yeah, that's still there.
What is happening?
I think he's trying to gently mock Brendan. You know, it's digital.
There's a lot of clips of you, so I gotta like
so popular. I used to obsessed with me.
This one's called Thick Boy Stews, posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie.
He's the star of the show, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here we go.
We are here at Big Boy Stews in California.
And I spoke to sauteed the beef.
Quite the weekend, fam. Quite the weekend for the fight fans and football fans. It's Super Bowl weekend.
Super
Hope you
Bowl.
enjoyed that Super Bowl. Patrick Mahoney's doing the damn thing.
Do you like how also he's podcasting? He's like this. He's like a solo podcasting. Anyway, he plays football this weekend. It's cool. Anyways.
Is somebody forcing him to do this?
I don't really want to be here, bro. The inflection of something is exciting. Yeah, I'm on Kratom.
Patrick Mahoney.
Patrick Mahoney. This is on person. He's going to correct me. Because I roll an iron fist. Fire you if you tell me New England's a state.
There are times with Baba where it seems like they've just taken a dad from his family and been like, you have a podcast. Do your shit.
Also, is the leg rubbing like conscious, or is it something like, dude? I noticed it a while ago. I was like, just it's. First of all, I don't know. Maybe because my legs are huge, but like I don't like crossing my legs, so like you're not gonna catch me. You know, this already feels uncomfortable. And I just do that. It's like always like looks like sexual. You know what I mean? Like what is going on? Like, and I get it sometimes like I'll have a sore back or something like, oh, I want to massage it up. And it's like he's not massaging. He's just like self-soothing. I have to imagine it's some sort of stress reaction.
Some sort of like comfort or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like thumb sucking. Since he, made a dent in the roof of his mouth, sucking his thumb. I guess he's got to do this now. How shocked would you be if you found out, if you like walked in and I'm sleeping and he's like,
it would be disturbing to see, but not shocking.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, like, I kind of thought this track.
That would be negative completely because he's fucking his thumb.
And then you also had the big UFC 284. The main event in UFC 284 delivered and the Super Bowl delivered. So you can't be mad at any of it unless you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan or you're a Alexander Volkanovski fan.
Oh, okay. There's nothing really much there.
Yo. How are you? What's going on, Anthony? Anthony, can you hear me? Do you speak? Anthony, how are you? Anthony, do you speak English? It's okay if you don't. Do you talk, Anthony?
I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you.
All right, Anthony, how old are you?
I got a Labrador. She can hardly lift herself above. I won't tell you what's been there. He said treatment, but he was there.
Big dog. If you're not 18, you can't be here. Just let me know right now. Are you 18, yes or no? It's going to be a no. Ban, not 18.
You're absolutely right that British intelligence was amongst the worst offenders of pumping out all types of garbage lies to get us into that war. So, I think presumably if he was motivated, I would say I'm sure political calculation is never 0% of the story in these cases, but it was not a very good political calculation for him. And whenever he just decided he had this liberal interventionist philosophy that the armies of modern Western societies have a duty to overthrow terrible dictators. That's how he made the case, basically. Yeah, and that's true. And presumably a lot of his contemporaries
sentencing was highly irregular. She was ordered by the court in a middle-of-the-night hearing to serve life without parole. In fact, 2 terms of life without. That's the main title of the new book she co-wrote with a veteran writer named Dan Gleason. It's a terrific read, and it's scary in the sense that the law was not well served. What went down here? She should never have been sent to an adult prison, certainly not for the next 21 years. Sandy Shaw, Dan Gleason, welcome to Coast to Coast.
Hi, thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Sandy, I want to start with you since you're here for this hour only. It's not an excuse for what happened in 1986 when you were 15, but you did have a tumultuous childhood. Your house burned down, you lost everything you had, you were kidnapped.
Are you fucking serious?
By your parents, dragged across country. A lot of bad stuff crammed into your first few years, but something really bad happened when you were 13 here in Las Vegas, and it had profound effects on the rest of your life. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, when I was 13, I was spending the night at my friend's house, and her stepdad went to a Jones raid and shot and killed her mom and her 2 friends, and then killed himself.
Right in front of you.
Right in front of me. The first lady he killed, her name was Betty DeFero, and when he shot and killed her, she went down like a rag doll. Literally, her head fell on my feet, and I had her splinter grazed on my legs.
A year later, something else happened pretty terrible at your school, right?
Yes, I was waiting for my mom to pick me up after school. I went to Rothschild High School at that time, and a guy jumped out of the car. Everybody was out of school. He jumped out of the car, and he hit the girlfriend and shot her. Thankfully, her and her baby survived. His name was Raymond Jones, and he ended up getting 20 years in prison.
Did you know at the time that it would affect you in profound ways that were not always evident?
I did not. I mean, from what happened to me when I was 13, my mom took me to a psychiatrist, and all he did was, he prescribed me Valium and basically set me on my way. But I had just lost so much, I was emotionally disconnected. I was, terrified of everything. I didn't honestly know what was going on with me or the terminology and, things like that. And so when that happened, just seeing that and then seeing the blood on the rocks and things like that just really took me back to when I was 13.
Leading up to that point, before you turned 15 and got into trouble, you had been an honor student, you'd been a cheerleader. There are photos of you and your cheerleader outfit in this book. You were a good kid on a good path, right?
I was. I was a straight student. I was involved in sports. I was a cheerleader. Life was pretty good for me.
And then things changed. Dan, is there evidence that Sandy was dealing with what we call now PTSD when she made the decision she did in 1986? And if so, what's the evidence for that?
That's our Philadelphia Eagle. This one's called Glob Leaves His Own Show 20 minutes before it ends, posted by Rogan is Shorty Pie.
If you were for a second, I have to go. You gotta go. Yeah, I gotta do this other show too. Can you guys finish it? No, don't finish early. You're great at it. You can sit in my seat. You're not. You're leaving. I'm never coming back. This guy's a what the fuck over here.
What the fuck, dude?
You're not kidding. Come on. We have 15 minutes. Is it cockbag? Cockbag. You're a cockbag.
It would be a bag of cocks, but I appreciate it. He's got to be somewhere too. I know where you got to go. Go to your best, brother.
It's like the Justice League.
Take it easy, Mr. We're solving the gun control problem.
The Navy so's better than in the comic.
Yeah, they could. No, it is. I know it's funny, right? Because you kind of, it's like again, I wouldn't. Yeah, I'd feel like more self-conscious about criticizing somebody's comedy, except like you've probably seen these famous moments where he's like,
Oh, you really laughed at that Andrew Tate joke? Like, well, there's two comics, and like he likes to flex a lot to me and other people. Like, well, professional comic, you know, it's like, well, you know, like I think there are funny people out there who don't necessarily do stand-up comedy and wouldn't like have nice arrogant attitude. So to that I say, okay, Mr. Whole Foods, right?
You think those are toe holes he's got on? Has Brian ever given you toe holes?
No, and funny enough, I'm in contact with the owner of it, AG, who's a really cool guy. Okay. I haven't asked for them. I actually would wear sandals because like Brenton has this whole like anti-sandal. I'm like, yeah, but they're comfortable.
I got bad feet.
Oh, really?
That's why I don't.
Have you never worn sandals in your life?
Not often, but my feet are gross.
Right. I just really like to like come in and out of the house. Like they're just, to me, they come in handy a lot. Like maybe sure, like maybe you don't want to see them on a show or whatever, but anybody with like arbitrary fashion standards, you know, it's like you can't do this. And it's fuck all the way off, man. You know, like you're a jean and t-shirt guy, right? Like it's this. Some people kind of like, you know, it's cool if you want to dress a certain way, but like if you're enforcing your fashion on me, it goes down a weird path. Like. So you're uncomfortable with how I look to you when I'm around you, you know?
Right. Yeah, I'm more of a slippers guy.
Yeah, moccasins. Moccasins all there.
You gotta have those comfy shoes.
Pants, boat shoes.
All right, so the last clip we have here is posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. It's called Togan and Eddie Take a Sandy Break. So Rinks and Scoop immediately start talking about dicks and plug in their dates.
I don't know against Connor, and Michael Chandler's my boy. I'm not picking.
I get it.
I'm Rogan, man.
I get it.
I don't pick.
But I know it's hard.
I don't pick.
But I'm going to ask you a question.
I'm pulling Joe Rogan.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
First of all, if you're in
He does that joke so much.
He really does.
Like I've seen him do it in the room multiple times where it's like, Jesus Christ, if you have to fucking repeat that your dick is 8 inches fucking, you know, every time you have any chance to reference it. Probably not that big because he'd be saying it's 12 if it was 8. You know how Papa math works.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I meant me and somebody else's dick combined was 8 inches.
How dare you do that?
That was a question.
I'm in Naples next weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Naples.
Okay. I'm just saying. Okay, hold on. Here's my question.
Wow. Just plugging dates. What are they, dude?
Jesus Christ. I know it's also funny because I go, does it matter at that point? Like, how many tickets are you going to sell from, like, how many people from Naples, Florida are watching that broadcast and also are big enough fans of you to not know that you're going to be in Naples? You know what I mean? It's like, if I got any shit from Joe Rogan on his podcast, I'd like, you never hear me plug a single fucking thing again. I swear to you, like, because I just like, I'm not trying to get caught, be the butt of a joke about plugging shit where you really go, what, am I selling any extra tickets from that plug if I have 1 million followers?
And also the zeitgeist knows that you guys plug too much.
It's like, right. It's like, you know, so
I want to watch how much you do it because it's not really entertaining.
Yeah.
Correct. It's yes, and I just think and then you're like fake leaning into it. It's like, you're pluggy, you know. It's like you're doing it, and seriously, covered as a joke.
Yeah, it's gonna lead to a Reddit gadoosh.
The only thing we're plugging is Brendan Walsh and Will McCapon right there.
Oh yeah. That's Big Boy.
But yeah, that's it for clips.
Hell yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
It's really fun. Sorry, I'm saying. It's really fun. Correct pronunciations for you know, I had a speech pathologist, you know, and a microphone. So, no, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed you guys' show. I love the approach you take to, you know, roasting the Boppiverse. And so it was great to be able to come on.
Awesome. So only one word would end this appropriately, I think, which is this was Netflix.
I would say the Netflixiest.
Yeah. And plugging. Subscribe to Patreon. Join the Discord. Have a great week.
You got a Patreon?
Yeah,
just started. I don't subscribe to it.
They're the real bad guys. You know, so arguing that the Holocaust was a mere logistical error.
Cool cats never call midnight. Long live worst pain of your life. True walk right across the road. You and I should go. Long leaving was a huge mistake. I heard Esther goes both ways. And will you walk me to my truck so that we can even care if Mexican finds out she's a bitch. She ain't jail. Will you walk with me to my freaking truck so that we can fuck? One thing. Welcome back to Tempest the Shop. Oh man, we had the Mount Rushmore of interviews. We just came off the biggest interview in show history with the Mark Harvey. Thank you, Mark. You crushed it. Everybody loved it. We had a great time. So
shout out to all the new people that came through just because they interviewed you.
Yeah. Welcome, cats. Yeah, welcome. Whether you're a long-time cat, first-time listener, happy to be here. It's good that you're here, man. Also, we got a Patreon, so join the Patreon if you want. Discord, join the Discord. Discord's free. Everything is on Spotify now. And lastly, long shot, but if you're watching Brian Campbell, BC, we'd love to have you on. I know, and kind of like Baba says, we're shooting for the stars, we'll probably land on the moon, but, that would be real Netflix if you come on. I know, probably not in the cards, but I said I'd ask, and I'm asking you now. But anyways, that's not why you came.
Also, too, I want to say that's probably my favorite song of all time.
Ooh,
we're kind of running out of song ideas. If you guys can just throw us a bone,
Yes, thank you, Gerard. Yeah, if you guys can suggest some songs, we'll look into it. Take a look and check them out.
But that's not why they're here, dude.
That is not why you're here. All right, you're here to let us walk you to the truck. No, we're here to start the timer. We're sure to watch 10 minutes of shops. We'll start the timer.
Your phone's not even on, but it's fine.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got a clip that we wanted to address from Mr. You're Nudging Me. It's called Timo's Hates My Slobfish clip. Yeah, I can't even say it.
Can't even say it. Too, we can't talk. Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, You're Nudging Me.
I need a break from the fries. This BGL drum is killing me. Time to check out the old YouTube. It's Rabbi. He stole my slobfish sushi. 10 minutes a shop. I like these guys.
In the comic store was looking for cheese. Yeah, so that's the show. One thing I noticed in an earlier episode, I talked about the guy that does the TFK stuff. We watched like a clip where Papa's a fish. That guy sucks ass. I hate those clips. They're the worst. I hate those clips. They're the worst. Papa's a fish. That guy sucks ass. I hate those clips. The zoom in on my head, that's a good detail.
The lack of emotion in your face.
Yeah, both. But it's such a good, kind of subtle diss. Like put the ABI and then have the zoom in on the data ABI. That's what the show's doing.
Man, if you want to hurt me, you got me, brother. You definitely got me. I don't understand it. I don't. I still consider you a friend. It's weird. I love being sent. Listen hard. feel like a biker show. What's your distinct, you know?
Message to the cats on the fires, we don't matter. But fuck Eat for Something on YouTube channels. Not UTMOs, but that was Blockbuster.
Yeah, that's 100% on me. I talked with your nudging me, and I explained that I meant the YouTube guy.
Yeah.
But I was definitely not clear in the clip, and it's on me because I expected Gerardo to edit it out. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, what did that come from? Like, with the TFAK channel, was it a conversation you had with others telling you that they just steal clips or what? Or you saw him?
No, I saw him, and I did see the comments saying that guy steals clips, but I just watched the YouTube clips, and I don't like them.
Yeah.
I mean, the shop fish clip and all the You're Nudging Me, all the stuff he does always, from what I've seen, is always great.
Yeah.
Like that clip in of itself. So in the end, it's almost like a good thing, because like, from my being a jackass, he was able to come up with this, and it's funny, and everybody enjoyed it. The people that don't like it probably enjoyed it even more than we did. But I thought it was great. And it's my bad. I don't mean to associate You're Nudging Me with the YouTube channel. That was lame. And I shouldn't be talking about the YouTube channel anyways, because like we talked about, I don't like it, but it's below us to like just fire shots out.
It's all those
random
pills, dude.
I know, man. I was texting Gerardo for Dick Juice. He couldn't get it to me in time, and it's turning my eyes red. I just
That's another thing too that we didn't get a chance to talk about on the show, but we talked about at length with each other.
Yeah.
Is the Hella Mark Harley release of text drops?
Yeah.
Apparently, Brennan Schaub asked him for Dick Juice all the time, and also. He was taking fake accountability. Remember that?
Yeah, he refuses to take accountability for everything. So we've sort of jokingly been doing that to each other, like, "Oh, it's on me, man. I thought you'd do it anyways," kind of thing. So we're.
It's on me, man. I just forgot you were Mexican, though.
I did not say that. Okay, Mr. Whole Foods. All right.
That's another thing we forget to address. That it's not okay, Mr. Whole Foods. What is it?
It's my bad.
Okay, it is your bad.
Whatever, dude. I'm not racist 7 times a week. Okay. All right, well, we'll see.
All right, back to the clips here. All right, so the next clip is called "Papa Can't Stand When People Are Buried on Their Phones Instead of Working," posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie.
The North Star B. Rogan and Shorty Pie.
You made $1,600 in Vegas. Well, that's a lot of money for you, but no, I'm just saying you came. Well, now I can't do my joke about how that's nothing. Yeah, I'm like Eminem. I know exactly what you're doing. So you did. Well, that's good. That's good. I mean, that's good. I bet on the Chiefs and over because I thought if the Chiefs are going to win, it's going to be because they're going to outscore them. It was a great Super Bowl, but I've been going to Vegas every year with my buddy for like 25 years. What? Yeah. We go to Vegas every year. Wow. What's my Super Bowl?
What do you think he's texting? He's like,
yeah.
More Dick Juice? Question mark.
But and then but usually we've been there. We were there when the sports book. Sorry, he's watching my special on that. We are. But he's watching it.
Mr. Chin.
Who's Chin? Who's Chin? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's cool. And then
like he gets caught doing something bad, and he's like, wait, someone else. Where's Chin, though? Where's the hot chip guy? They come in.
He calls him the hot chip.
Clever shop coming up with an excuse right away. Can't get caught.
Yeah.
Caught in the cookie jar, the kratom jar, but his Netflix brain just was like, oh, wait, someone else is fucking up. It's not just me.
Yep.
You lead from the top. If you don't lead by example, then your producer won't be in their chair.
Also, too, with Mark Harley, when we did the interview with him, aside from one phone call incoming, he was never on his phone, dude. I don't know what Bob was talking about.
Yeah, that's probably another lie from Shop trying to darken the name of the one Mr. Hella Mark Harley.
All right, so the next clip is a movie trailer, blockbuster movie trailer for The Sink Pisser. Have you seen this yet?
No.
This made me laugh really hard. It's posted by Blues E. Nate. Oh, it's obviously rated R. This is a Red Band trailer.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's
Mark Harley.
Good.
Trademark.
I didn't notice that.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
The details.
Nothing makes
makes me happier than peeing in a sink. Yeah, I don't know why. Let's call it.
Is it snotty?
It's a little naughty. I feel like a Mongol or something when I pee in it. Yeah, I'm just closest I'll get to those guys.
What? You don't think of the BBL?
Because of the tight cheek.
I peed in the sink.
Hanging low.
I peed in the sink.
Yeah, you did.
I always feel like a
You
rebel.
peed in the sink, and Brian washes his butt in the sink.
That's almost more weird.
Pee in the sink. Listen, there's nothing more satisfying to me when I pee in the sink.
I feel like they're talking about so much.
You feel like I'm on
I feel like a biker gang.
Yeah.
Oh, those Mongols on the biker team. Oh, I still don't understand.
By the way, I remember walking, not in this building, but in the Malcolm building. You guys would like to go to the restroom together. I saw piss in the freaking sink, and I'm like, at this point, there's no way I can get near the sink. I'm like, I don't know who did that. I grabbed paper towels.
What was
I got paper towels. I don't know what you're talking about. I do know it's open.
Why would you grab paper towels? You can clean up the piss.
The sink pisser.
I don't want that.
I don't want that.
Man, that's sort of like an intervention.
Yeah.
Like Chan and the old intern and Chappelle, like, you are peeing in the sink. You need to stop. This is a place of work.
Speaking of peeing on sinks, we got this clip called "Does Bart Get an Intervention Before Brandon?" posted by What's Up 167.
Now, one person in this room has a problem pissing in their backyard. Girl or guy.
You know what? One thing I did not expect from the subreddit is that we'd go from redacting Mark Harley's face to redacting dicks all day long. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, what's going on with comedians? They're peeing everywhere.
Yeah.
Pee in the toilet, guys. I know there's 1,000 of us, you know, so if all 1,000 are peeing everywhere, everything's going to smell like piss.
It's a lot of piss, B.
Yeah, it's a lot of piss, B.
What are we doing here?
What are we doing here?
All right, so this one's from Sorgon Bird, which he's dropped a lot of good-ass songs recently in Chang's, dude. And it's called The Weasel Gadusha's Bappa. Is that ninth?
Well, but I was
in the 80s. Where were you?
In the 80s, I was in.
How crazy that Brandon's not here.
I know.
He would fuck up this whole episode. He'd be like, hey, like, what about the puss? You know what I mean? Wait, look at my ear, bro. Check out my ear, dude. We got a party in Vegas.
That's a great Brendan Schaub impersonation. That's spot on.
Yeah, okay.
Good voice.
That is like exactly our show. What he just did. What we do. Pauly Shore could do 10 minutes of Schaub and probably eclipse us.
Yeah.
In views and real quick.
All right, so this one's posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie, or North Star B. It's called Bappa Love Bomb. Someone takes a not-so-thinly veiled shot at Marg and mentions Chang's.
Oh, well, that's the feel-good story.
That is the feel-good story.
It's under some money. It was like, because she didn't have, it was her heating bill, right?
Yeah,
Power bill, right? And it got all crazy.
Right?
She lives in Illinois, so it was like $500. She's like, they just took it out of my account. I have nothing now. It's mine to take my niece to the movies, and my husband, you know, for Valentine's Day. You know, so I sent her somebody who was like, please take your niece to the movies. Avatar 2 sucks, though. And then go get a steak dinner.
Avatar 2 sucks, though.
He's right there.
She was like, what? Yeah, that was fun.
That's sweet, dude.
Avatar, yeah.
No, it's good.
Terrible person.
But, no, yeah. No, I guess so. But you were just doing that. You didn't honestly.
Let's have a feel-good story, then let's also have, like, every, like, you know, who hates Brenda the most? Put that out. I feel like you
friends get on there, man.
For being awesome.
Yeah, I feel like
that's definitely why though, because he's so awesome.
What's great about this clip too is how often Chris D'Elia is cut off. You notice that or no?
No.
He's trying to get something out, but he can't do it. And Brendan and Eric are just like, you know, talking over him.
Right. Well, they have to do that, or else there's no show.
Yeah.
You know, it couldn't be just Schaub. The clips of just Schaub, I don't know if you guys notice, are the most redacted. That's when he messes up the most. If you just let him talk for a long period, he's like, yeah, and he always looks like he's dying. He's like, yeah, like another show at like San Antonio, and But if you're not on it, then you know about Alpha Brain, and then I got it. But then Dana White's like out there hitting his wife or whatever. I don't think that's cool, but I would put my wife in front of bullets for my kids. It's like, what? What are you talking about?
What's it called? Also, too, people were talking about how we missed a lot of questions for Mark Harley, and we apologize for that. But one question one question I regret missing is why is Brendan Schaub so awesome?
Awesome. Yeah. Are you hating on Brendan because he's awesome?
Because he's awesome.
That's a good question.
Let's watch that part again. That's so funny to me.
I feel like you friends hate him the most for being awesome. I feel like fucking over the boat.
That's a little bit of Tiger Thick Wigsky coming out, you know? That's what that Wigsky makes you say.
Fuck's Brendan over the most. For being awesome.
For being awesome. Where's the steak going on there?
Awesome.
Oh shit, what was I gonna say?
What were you gonna say?
I really do. I didn't tell you guys I was gonna say that, and no one would have heard about that story.
Shut up.
You guys helping? Oh, right. Isn't that where you're going?
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, no, I don't know, but I was gonna say that was cool of you to do that, and I said let's help her, and you already had, and that's very cool.
Oh wow, millionaires giving $500.
But I was like, and you
already have the money in your account.
Yeah, I know.
Tell you
their service.
I understand you got to do that to get. And the secret is you did it honestly secretly just to get into heaven, and I know that, and that's selfish. And I just was doing it out of I don't even believe in heaven, so I was just like I'll just give her money. But so you did it to get towards God, so that's selfish.
Fair point. Fair point. Reddit's like, yeah, accurate.
Newsflash: Dalia no longer believes in heaven.
So this one is a longer clip. It's called a fire emoji, full course meal fire emoji. Proof that Brenda is a narcissist. Posted by Broaway831.
Here are 9 signs which may be a result of narcissism. 1. Instead of listening, they're wrapped up in their own opinion.
What's next? What I think. Go ahead. Okay, so yes and no. I think he retires. I don't think Tony Ferguson. I don't think
2. They tend to cheat in relationships.
Like I remember seeing this one guy who like cheats on his fucking girl all the time.
And he's hit on you. This guy has hit on you.
Yeah, he slid into my DMs. Like slid into my DMs.
He's hit on you? Yes, knowing I was his Bobby. 3. They constantly need to be admired. Maybe you've seen that they almost swagger, oozing conceit and arrogance with every breath. They may look like they possess tremendous confidence, but it's not enough. 4. They do not take any criticism well.
I was like, you're going to do a special? Yeah. You're not ready.
Not ready.
And this is insane. You thought I was jealous for a second. You got outside your head. You were...
5. They exploit others without guilt or shame. Narcissism don't go hand in hand.
He does this to your neck, and it can really fuck you up.
The chink gets the leg, but then see that's where chink got fucked up.
6. They belittle others.
See people eating what? Holy fuck, Chink, you don't need this, dude. I do need it. He says he does need it. Doctors, it's people that say that you should try this before surgery. So so the internet touches it. Yeah. You do it around your girl? Yeah, man. How many times a day do you do it? Because they're even less times. A few times a day. I know it's not sexy, dude.
7. They see themselves as more attractive than they really are.
And you're like, oh, there's something wrong. Like, a couple of things. Yeah. Let's call up your girl, see what she thinks. Dude, why do you talk like this? Let's call up your girl, see what she thinks.
Oh, he came for me so hard, and we know his chick. On New Year's Eve, while he was having dinner with his family, he was like, what are you doing tonight?
Left him on ready.
I'm on ready.
But by the way, I don't like to be seen with you. I don't.
The biggest clue you could ever.
8.
Be devastating.
They gaslight those who are dear to them.
You never had glasses on? Never. Really? Seen glasses? I still wear contacts and glasses.
Fat Patrick.
You never had glasses on? Never. You never had glasses on? Never. You never had glasses on? Never. I've never been on there. Maybe on a road I've been on there.
What?
Professional.
Food truck diaries.
9. They put some people on pedestals. A narcissist will often cozy up to someone higher in status. For example, that suck-up in class who always gets the lecturer's full attention, or the brown-noser at work who barely does any work but gets promotions.
Oh, who knows? It's fun. It's the funnest.
Yeah,
the funnest. It's the best.
You feel like this is a dirty business. Like, I don't want to be a part of your dirty business.
It's the dirtiest business.
Disaster.
It's the biggest disaster. It's the best move.
Yeah.
It's the best. Dicey.
Good work, Chef.
Yeah, that was a great one from Bro Away 831.
I don't have much to add to that. I just enjoyed watching it, really.
Yeah, and you hadn't seen it yet, huh?
No, I hadn't. No.
Yeah. Very good work.
Netflix.
All right, so this one's posted by Dodonkadonk. It's called "Can You Tell Us in General What Your Comedy Seems to Be About? What Topics You're Going to Cover?"
Oh, I'd love to hear this. He's like, well, first of all, it's going to be bad.
Can you tell us in general what your comedy
years ago
what topics you cover?
You know, from CT, brain trauma, to, you know, I'm a big dude who's way too into fashion. You know, so it's all, you know, unique stuff. I'm a fuckboy. I own it. Though, man.
Unique.
One day I was like, oh,
He doesn't know what that word means.
I'm just like an asshole. There's no blueprint. I just go, man. Head down, I go.
Let's go.
I wouldn't let people film me doing this. I just would be like, no, we're not doing that. I'm not here. No. Cut. And I'd leave. They don't have shoes on.
You wouldn't let me pick you up, Doug?
No.
You want me to laugh like that?
What is that even for?
I don't know. I think that might have been for the Fox deal. I don't know.
The funniest part of that clip to me was when, at the beginning, where he's like, you know, we're going to talk about head trauma, CT. Like, he literally says CT while he's talking about it. That's crazy.
All right, so here we go. This one's called Sklob leaves his own show 20 minutes before it ends, and guess who, dude? Rogan is Shorty Pie, baby.
Oh.
If you were
Pause for a second. I have to go.
You gotta go.
Yeah, I gotta do this other show too.
Oh, I got you.
Can you guys finish it? Don't finish early. You're great at it. You can sit in my seat. You're not great. You're leaving. I know. I mean, I'm never coming back. What? No bomb program. This guy's a woke fuck over here.
What the fuck, dude?
You're a bag of.
God.
We have 15 minutes. Is it cockbag?
Cockbag.
Yeah, you're a cockbag. It would be a bag of cocks, but I appreciate it.
He's gotta be somewhere too. I know where you gotta go. Go, dude.
See you, best brother.
Yeah, man, thanks.
You want to do it?
Oh, take it easy, mister. We're solving the guns. No problem.
He's saying Mr. Elephant. It just shows you that anybody can come on the show and be better than both of them.
Yep.
You know, that guy was funny.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not coming back. I don't want that. It's like you get in there and then you're so disgusted by what you see, you become a comedic genius.
And if you're wondering what show did he go do, we got a couple clips for you, Papa.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. I guess he went to go do a Trevor Chappelle show. I don't know who that is.
I don't know. Yeah, look at you guys.
Well, we got a couple clips from it, and I wanted to go through all of them.
Play the clips, Chen.
This one's called Fixed Saint Rogie Talk, and it's clear Scoop thinks JRE companions are fully rekindled.
Play the Chen clip.
Let's see what this is about.
Oh, man. When was the first time that you guys did Rogie? Well, I mean, Calvin probably did it a bunch before that.
Not really. No. Yeah, we did. Rogan moved to Denver when I was in Denver, and then when I moved to LA, we would always go to dinners. Like, we do a ton of dinners. Me, Brian Rogan, Tate Fletcher, a bunch of different guys, and I would tell them, dude, asked me to tell these guys, would tell me to tell them stories. Yeah. And then Rogan was like, you're fucking funny, dude. I was like, thanks, man. He's like, I'm telling you, you gotta get in stand-up. He kept pushing me. And then at the time, he probably lived, maybe his studio was like a mile from me, and he was like, come on the podcast. And me and Brian went on there to promote Find the Kid, and then it just kept on keeping on, and now I think I'm the most I've made the most appearances in the JRE ever.
Really?
It's almost 90.
Yeah, we were doing some research before, obviously before this interview. I was like, Jesus, how many times this dude been on?
Yeah, between just me and Rogan alone, me and Brian, and Fight Companion.
Yeah, right.
And I'll still go on Rogan by myself, especially like when I'm releasing a special or tour dates. But then, I'm just trying to do more Fight Companions. Yeah, and we just did one last week.
Oh, wow.
Can you imagine what the next special on Rogan's going to be like when he does another special and he goes on Rogan? That will be watched by so many people.
Gringo Poppy 2, please.
Yes, please, a Gringo Poppy 2.
I know that his fucking workers are watching this, so it's like, make Gringo Poppy 2 happen, dude.
And you gotta, even Rogan is like, even if he didn't, if he realized how bad it is, he's gotta have that. That'd be huge.
Yeah.
And they want him to tell stories at dinner. If I were friends with Shab like that, I would say, hey, Shab, tell us like 6 to 7 lies. Just come up with whatever comes to your head. I love this stuff.
He's like, well, the first one is all this stuff I'm about to say is true.
That sweatshirt, the Dicey shirt, is the worst thing I've ever. I like the Dicey shirt that just says Dicey. Unironically, I would wear that. But with the 2 dice on the hoodie, man.
I'll take it.
Zoom into the dice. It's embarrassing.
All right, so this next one is from the same show. It's called The Delusion is Strong with this one. Also posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie.
When, I'm on tour and I do the meet and greets, people are like, this must be weird for him. Like, it's not. Because you guys know. Right. So this isn't weird. I feel like I know you know me. This is all good. It's never awkward. It's never awkward. Those meet and greets, it's so dope.
It's the only medium that you can't fake.
Yes.
It's like my team writes 95, and I want to say my team, I mean that guy behind the camera right there, writes like 95% of the shit that I say on social media.
Yeah.
Most of it comes from my marketing team.
Talking about social media,
I can't fake
marketing
guys. Right. Yeah. If you listen to me for 7 hours on a podcast, you are going to get a really good idea of who the fuck I am.
You'd be the best actor of all time. If you can do that for years, you get found out eventually.
It'd be so exhausting.
Yeah, how much people that do that?
Yeah.
I won't mention names. I won't mention names.
Gotcha.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean our marketing team does all of our social media too. Yeah, none of the stuff we say in here is it's all marketing 101.
Yeah. We got a medium to hot chip guy on our side doing social media for us. This one's called The Number of Flip-Flop Scoop Does on Audio versus YouTube in this clip is worthy of its own toehold.
1,000 shows in existence.
Podcasting's down the decline now in general as far as the people, the entry level.
People that are starting.
It's going back down.
I didn't even notice that. I thought you were laughing at what he said.
No.
He said podcasting in general is on the decline now. It's like not for your podcast.
Yeah, your
podcast. Listenership is up.
Yes. The audio listenership is up. The viewership on YouTube is down across the board. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Really, dude. We just had our highest episode personally. Yeah. Speak for yourself, Papa.
Yeah.
Mark Hurley came on and blew our numbers out of the water by naming the water.
Maybe he should get Mark on.
Yeah. Mark should go on T-FK, yeah.
Was it audio station?
Yes, audio's king. Hands down.
100%.
All I care about is audio numbers.
Do you guys find a lot of reach on social media?
All you care about is the numbers that nobody can see. Yeah. We get it. Yeah.
Clips versus audio? Like, are you driving everything to audio? Like, listen to mine?
No, I mean, I think because audio kind of take care of itself because people find it, we push everything towards YouTube, really.
Okay.
Like the visual clips, all that. Yeah.
Even though the numbers are down?
For the most part, yeah.
Podcast is kind of a catch-all.
Yes.
Like, if you listen, you're going to listen.
Yeah.
They don't do much, to promote.
The audio, no, the people find the audio.
Yeah, that's what I found is that it's the most difficult part to grow because Discovery
is audio.
Yeah,
for sure.
Because Discovery is shit.
Big time.
The only way to find it is to search it.
The waters are murky. Unless you're.
Who wants to? Even though this is ridiculous, he goes back and forth. Who wants to hear about this?
Yeah.
Imagine we just talked about our numbers and who's viewing us and whether we want you to download TFAK or download TMOs. Why would you ever want to? Why is he still talking about this?
Yeah. I mean, that's part of the interviewer's job to kind of navigate the conversation, and he did go towards this.
I guess. Yeah, this guy. I don't want to shit on him or whatever, but I do not find this interesting.
Me neither. Interesting, not.
And not interested.
All right, so this one's called. It would probably be safer for the fam if you went out for the Bears, Papa, even without ad reads. Oh, I saw this one earlier.
Rogan and Shorty Pie.
This one's hilarious. Bro, Rogan and Shorty Pie all day long, baby.
You know, I had a buddy who was like, "Oh, let's go to Miami and we'll do this content with Tekashi 6ix9ine." I was like, first of all, I'm 39 years old. I got kids. I'm not flying to Miami to do a TikTok with Tekashi 6ix9ine. You know, it's like I can be home, man. If it's not really important and paying my mortgage, I'm probably not coming, man. Yeah. You know.
Right. Especially not for that.
No.
Bro, we should try Tekashi 6ix9ine.
I know. As he said that, I was like, I would absolutely fly out to Miami to talk to Tekashi 6ix9ine. Daniel?
Oh, man, if we did an interview with him about Shab and the potential project that they had, and he's just like, no, I would never do anything with them, dude.
Tekashi 6ix9ine wanted Brendan on. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah.
And it hurts his reputation,
I feel like maybe his team told him like a rapper, and he's like, how do I want to see Tekashi? And he just made it Tekashi.
Right. It's another lie.
Yeah.
No. But the good thing is, like, all my close friends, they're the same as me.
Yeah.
We're still really close. And when we work together, that's our social hour. But it's like, it's rare. They'll be like, hey, you want to come over for some beers? I don't think I've never asked a friend. What? Excuse me, sir? Excuse me? For what?
Yeah, what's your door?
Are there podcast reads? Yeah. Is it sponsored by Blue Apron?
That's what gets him out. He'd rather read Blue Apron ads than hang out with his friends. What a psycho. You'd rather read, like, poorly read something about MeUndies than have a few bears with a friend. That's not relatable.
Sponsoring this hangout? No, then I'm not coming over. Yeah. But it's hard to stuff. You gotta find that balance. You can't be all business. No, I got my son like this.
Oh, nice.
Hard there.
Ow, dude.
I'm grabbing like that. When he does it, he's headbutting me on accident. I'm like,
it's not on accident. He did it on
purpose. Calvin did not do
I said that on accident. I just grab him like, you gotta chill out, right?
Yeah.
Chill out, right? But lucky dad goes to therapy.
Sean hates his family too, right? That was the whole Gringo Poppies. He hates his wife. He hates his kids. His kids suck at judo or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand you're a dad and you don't want to. You're busy and all that, but like, why would you prefer doing ad reads?
All right, so this one's posted by Shitter Throat Slitter again.
Yeah, it's hard to say his name. Yeah. I hope he's okay. He does post good stuff. Yeah. Am I afraid of him from the name alone? A little bit.
It's called it's a girl.
It could be. I don't know. Probably unlikely.
Let's just say them.
That would be them.
It's called People Who Comment Are Less Than Nothing.
Antonio, I don't know if you know anything about YouTube comment.
This is athleticism, folks.
At some point that Billy passed his lie detector test, and he was so honest that he couldn't pursue that. And, Billy ended up testifying against Troy. And, the whole thing, like, with this whole trial, I mean, we're all kids. Every one of us, we're all children. And Satan manipulated every one of us, It basically, literally, it was like a circus. I didn't understand the law. My family didn't understand the law. There were just so many procedural things, obviously now, hindsight 2020 looks back, like everything that happened in the trial was illegal. In a first-degree murder trial, you're supposed to have a pre-sentencing investigation. I didn't have that. You're supposed to have a penalty phase. I didn't have that. You're supposed to have a sentencing hearing. I didn't have that. They never called the jury. So, I don't know, like, did the jury find me guilty of felony murder? Did they find me guilty of first-degree murder?
Hold that thought. Sandy Shaw, Dan Gleason, we need to take a break here. Van Halen, Love Walked In. holidays can come early. If you own or manage your business, they can. With help from iHeartRadio. People are already shopping for their loved ones and hunting for deals wherever they can find them, including right here. They're listening to the radio. They're listening to podcasts. They could be listening to you. Don't wait for everyone else to kick off the holidays. Get your best season of the year up and running today. Call 844-844-IHEART or visit iHeartAdvertising.com. iHeartRadio LA Jingle Ball, December 5th. Into a Dome. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Johnny Knoxville here. Check out Crimeless, Hillbilly Heist, my new true crime podcast. The true story of the almost perfect crime and the Nimrods who almost pulled it off. It felt like the perfect storm in a sewer. That was dumb. Stop all my examples. Listen to all episodes of Crimeless, Hillbilly Heist, available now exclusively on the iHeartRadio app. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Crimeless, Hillbilly Heist, and listen now.
Politicians are scrambling to try to please the public. Virtually everybody in public life lies all day and night now, right? John Cobell, nobody challenges him. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Elephants are calling each other by name. Yeah. Gary, the Tim Conway Jr. Show. I clearly heard that. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. During the break, you have to tell me the difference between placentia, and placenta. I'll handle. You have to help me with that one. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. During the break, you have to tell me the difference between placentia, and placenta. I'll handle. You have to help me with that one. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. When you're high, you feel different. But if you feel different, you drive different. So don't drive high. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
On this podcast, Incels, we unpack and emerge mindset.
Well, also, in
a world of resentment, cynicism, anger against women, and negativity. This is Incels. Listen to Incels on America's #1 podcast network.
Commenters, but they are less than nothing to everybody. They are anybody who has that kind of time and hateful energy. I think they're great. Yeah. Like you could ever win them back. All right, what are we doing here? Rob, we spent a lot of time with you. You are what
kind of makes me love Tony at the end.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Pulling that out, that's pretty hilarious.
Negaflix.
Very good, very good.
I would love to. Or you know what? I think Brendan Chop will never do Kill Tony again.
Why?
It's so easy for a cat to get on stage, dude.
Yeah, that's what I was actually thinking about that the other day. How crazy would it be if one of us did Kill Tony, and then we're just on, and Papa's the judge. Like we wait until Papa or anyone we know. If someone we knew did a Kill Tony where Papa's one of the judges, what do you think he would do if like you went up there and Papa was right there?
Well, according to Mark, he wouldn't know anything. It's his team that would know.
That would be funny to just do stand up and start doing Shahbisms in your routine, just randomly in front of Papa to see if.
And I said that was a knife. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, now that we've interviewed Mark, maybe he does know. It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell. But I feel like he'll never be on Kill Tony again because they're homeless. There's like 112,000 homeless cats now.
Yeah, and they could eat. Some of them must be one of the 1,000 people that can do it.
Yeah. But let's see this next one. It's called No Scoop. They are busy. You're working 15 hours a week and spending the rest of your time not working on your comedy and flying out on the occasional weekend. Yeah, Blockbuster. I don't know what this is. I don't know what the question is to this answer. Well, let's find out. Rogan is shorty pie yet again.
Understand a little bit, happening a little bit. But also, most of my friends know that we're all the same. Most of my friends the same way. Like, most of my friends now, we all work together. Like, me and Brian, I can't remember last time we hung out outside the podcast studio. I mean, we're just in Austin together and spent the entire day, like two freaking partners just strolling the streets of Austin chatting. You know, he's one of my best friends. Dalia's a good friend too. He's a good friend. You know, Rogan's a good friend. But usually outside work, like all of us are so busy unless it's work related. But that's also our social time. Like work is our social time. So, excuse me. I check the box at work. I get all of it out, so when I get home, it's all good. We don't need to go to dinner. We just did it. We just did it. We did a podcast. Me and Rogan did a podcast for 4 hours. We're good. Right. We're good. Talked an hour after, had drinks, did our thing. We're good. Went to dinner. We're good.
Yeah, right.
Everyone's busy, man. Everyone has kids.
Right.
Do you think that Trevor was trying to get him to say sawmill? He's homeless. Confirmed homeless. Sawmill. That'd be good to hear about. That'd be another word Bob messed up. I mean, I wonder, because I don't think that Brendan knows who we are. He could, maybe. Yeah. There was that one story about the nightcap, but I wonder if not only does Brendan not know who we are, Rogan and Shorty probably might not know who we are. But I like thinking that he does, and he's just making sentences knowing that you're going to fuck him up. He's like, there's no way Jar's going to get through this one. All right, he's doing that. Good. That's hilarious.
Let's see if I can get through this one. It's Rogan and Shorty Pie.
I couldn't do it either. I'm glad you're the one doing it.
This one's posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. It's called Barn Door. Won't accept that the host is saying the same concept. Jerry Seinfeld enters the chat. There you go. Let's see what this is about.
That's kind of what Cal and I were talking about. He was just like, my best advice to young people is like learn a skill, whatever skill it is.
I wouldn't say skill, just find something you're interested in and run with it.
Yeah, take that far, try to get good at something.
They're saying the same thing.
Have something to strive for. Have something that makes you want to get up and work hard at something.
Just find your passion and run with it. See where it takes you. You'll find something else out off of it. Maybe you're not, the next freaking, Jerry Seinfeld, but Seinfeld podcast. I won't be the guy behind the camera. You get different perspectives. You never know where it's going to take you, but fucking run with it. Don't have a plan B.
Yeah. Maybe you aren't the next Jerry Seinfeld, but try hard. Says these two random guys. Who's the other guy? No one knows who he is. I don't want advice from him. He seems to think that Shab is smart. Yeah. Well, I always tell young people, this guy's like 26. Who's a young person to you?
All right, so this one's called "Here is the hilarious dick joke Scoop made without the Netflix Simpsons edit" from Rogan and Shorty Pie yet again. Here we go.
So I want to kind of wind it down with a couple quick questions for you.
8 inches.
8 inches. That's big.
I don't know how to say it.
All right.
Again.
Okay. You to the homeless cat. Thank you.
8 inches. 8 inches. Whenever I ask you a question, you have to answer 8 inches.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah. Where do you get 8 inches? All right, so this one's called "Brendan Explains Why T-Fat-K doesn't book big name guests."
The fuck?
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
Posted by Ryan Joseph 82. Shout out to him.
Oh, Ryan, yeah, he posted our show.
As long as I've been doing, I'm not interested in that. The wave of booking a big guest and you have nothing in common with them just for the view. There's no longevity in that. Sure.
Yo, Dr. Donut. How are you? Can you hear me? Yo, what's good, Dr. Donut? Can you hear me? Yo, Dr. Donut, can you hear me? Yo, dog. Omar, dude. How are you? You speak English? Omar, dude, how old are you? Omar, dude, how old are you? You have 10 seconds to tell me your age. How old are you? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. How old are you? Big Donut gone. Take care, Dr. Donut. Pretty young for a doctorate.
decision, but not as bad as it was portrayed in court. So many irregularities about the trial, about the
I think we should do a bit. Hold on, pause for a second. Anytime he says something where it like you really have no idea what it was, we gotta play it again just to see.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
I mean, as long as I've been doing, I'm not interested in that. You know, the wave of booking a big guest and you have nothing in common with them just for the views. I don't. There's no longevity in that.
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
I'd rather do a podcast with my friends and it gets less views. I'm good.
But it makes it more interesting.
Yeah, because you're buddies. Yeah, I want to do it.
And you've built a solid fan base now. That's the thing that
less views on purpose, I guess.
It was his decision to get less views.
It was my decision. I mean, I like him. I know he's Blockbuster, but I enjoy talking with him. And that's what it's about.
Yeah.
We're focused on the audio downloads. Tough to get them, though. Yeah, it's really more important. We drive everything to YouTube.
Yes. What? Yeah. Also, too, big names. No, we won't get them, but we'll try.
Yeah.
We don't want them, but we'll try to get them. But we don't want to do that.
But most of the time, we're gonna talk to guys from the military.
Yeah,
that Ron Rogan was.
People that are just like, I just want to start podcasts. I just want to bullshit with my friends. Like, we're all pretty funny, or whatever. It's like, but the problem is though, nobody cares. Nobody knows you.
Yeah, no one cares.
Like, nobody knows who you are. Therefore, they have zero amount of investment in your story, in your bullshit, in about what happened to you at work. Nobody gives a fuck.
No, because like Tim Dillon told me, he's like, bro, now that there's so much money being made in podcasting, like legit talents get involved. Like, exactly. Like it was so niche when you and I were doing, especially you. Now, like you have, fucking Jason Bateman. Yeah, it's like you get legit Hollywood stars with fan base. They're doing it now. It's just a different thing. Yeah, it's just a different thing now. Yeah, it's all about the niche now. Like you get your fan base, fuck everybody else.
Papa is like promoting our podcast now.
Yeah.
It's all about niche. There's a whole thing with me. People talk about how stupid I am. These two guys, I don't know, low-level comics. Check them out. I mean,
Bill Burr and John Belushi.
Small teeth and pube hair. So Billy Bitch Tits. Gollum. What's that look like? I mean, the Gollum thing is messed up because that's was a nickname in college for Schmeagol. Run with that, Reddit.
All right, so this one's called Papa's Girl Back in the Day Had the Best Brains, posted by Mod Thurman Herman. Okay. Yeah. Here we go.
Dude, he leaves, and then that night I go home. Yeah, that night I go home, and my girlfriend of probably 6 years on and off moved out while I was winning Golden Gloves. Took all my shit. Literally, because she knew I was going to be there. And she wasn't coming to any of the fights. And I was like, God, that's weird. Like, even if I don't win, it's weird you're not supporting.
Right.
And then, yeah, I won Golden Gloves, drove home that night. I walk in, and it's just completely blindsided. Gone.
Wow.
Yeah, she took all her shit. Yeah.
Wow, what a fucking little story there.
Yeah. What a whore. Am I right?
What a stupid little bitch. Right? Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's the worst clip I've ever seen in my life. Two of them seem heavily medicated. I hate to speculate, but that is a high-functioning, almost too high-functioning Bappa, Kratom just ingested or whatever he's doing. Too much Diet Coke. I don't want to see that. I don't want that. That was bad. Never again, Bappa. Please, never talk to that man again. He is Blockbuster.
And our last one here, this is the last clip for the day, sadly. It's posted by Ryan Joseph 82 again. It's called "I Didn't Do Anything for the Money," then proceeds to talk about the money.
Yes. Classic Bappa.
Yeah, we never started the podcast to make money. I've never done it. I didn't start stand-up to make money. I didn't start any podcast to make money.
Which is why you're making money at it now.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe. I've never done anything just like, oh, this is just for the dollars. Like, I didn't start my whiskey because I want to turn into Conor McGregor. I did it because I love whiskey, So
that might be true.
Anything I do, it has to be organic. You can't force me to do anything. Not nothing.
Define organic.
Yeah, with the podcast, even with stand-up, like...
You do not know what that word means, sir. I'm sorry, I'm talking over the clips. I can't control myself. There's a little two dice.
The two dice on the sleeve.
He goes into business meetings, like with that. He makes a point. Guys, we got to get on socials. And they're staring at the dice like, this is our boss. Did I go to college for this?
All right, here we go. Let's finish this up.
Money, it was great. You're gonna pay me to do it? I would do it anyway. Sure. So it's great. But I remember we got our first major check for doing podcasting at the time with Fox. I got the first major check, and then I also had my check on the counter. I was living at 800 square foot apartment in Marina Del Rey with my girl, my wife now, and we had the 2 checks sitting there. And the check for being this silly dumbass compared to the check of getting punched in the face was way more. I was like, figure it out, dude. I was like, oh, I'm done. I'm out of here. So I just ran.
Yeah, he went back and cleared it for money. Yeah, because the check was bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, although he was fighting, so I understand.
That's from the same guy that's like, you only get 300 views. I'm not doing it. Yeah.
Right. He did say that in another clip. Yeah. No, it's all numbers and money to Brendan. Yeah. It depends on the day or how he feels, how he's going to answer the question. He's a real numbers guy, B.
Yeah, I mean, if we show him our numbers, maybe they'll want to come on.
Yeah, from the Mark thing. We only show him Mark. Yeah. Look, it's doing better than your last CFAK episode, maybe. I don't know. I haven't checked in a while.
No, it's not. Let's not be out there like that.
Yeah, that's a lie. Yeah. I'm doing a shout bit there. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. Have a great week. Bye.
He was disbarred for falsifying documents and, things like that. But, again, it was 13 years later.
Dan, let me ask you this. You've been a writer for a long time. Have you ever seen a case that went to trial that fast, was over that fast, and sentencing is delivered the same day as the same morning, I should say, middle of the night, as the verdict?
Well, I suppose that happened to the Old West. Think about it. He's guilty. I've done a good amount of true crime stuff, magazine stuff, and I don't remember any case.
Do you remember when South Park did this?
Why do you want Britney Spears to die?
Nobody wants her to die, little boy. We all simply need her to. Throughout history, people have found it necessary to engage in human sacrifice. Only difference is that now Americans like to watch people put to death through magazines and photographs, to be built up and adored, and then sacrificed for harvest.
I think that's what's happening to Brendan Schaub.
Get in there, last deep back.
39 years old, Brendan's a former college football player, former UFC fighter, now a podcaster, and a comedian. Brendan's career outside the ring has been very similar to that of his time inside the ring. He's taken a lot of blows. Mainly, he's been scrutinized for allegedly harassing a popular comedian.
But we don't have to get into it right away. Let's just ease into it.
He has a bit of trouble with words.
Fucking Martin Scorsese here with the fucking
Scorsese.
He's been accused of stealing jokes.
Oh, eat your dick!
Like Kobayashi.
Kobayashi!
And online critics have made it very clear they don't approve of his special.
Dicey.
It all seems like a recipe for failure, but Brendan's turned it to wealth and fame. A lot of the hate comes from Brendan appearing on Joe Rogan's podcast more than anyone else in the show's history. Podcasting was Schaub's way out of the ring, but it seems like he bit off more than he could chew. It didn't take long for Schaub to become the centerpiece for multiple controversies. There's channels with thousands of followers dedicated solely to making fun of Schaub. Theo Vaughn quit the King and the Sting, and thousands of people continue to comment on every move he makes daily. After college, Brendan had hopes of making an NFL team.
So I had a cappuccino with the Buffalo Bills. Now they're like, we're all set on slow white guys.
So he decided to try MMA. He was a pretty good fighter. He was undefeated as an amateur, rising through the ranks quickly. Schaub was given a shot at the next level.
Funny. You should be a comedian.
Brendan wasn't the best fighter, but he wasn't bad. He won his next 4 fights, and in 2011... This, however, was the height of Schaub's fighting career. He lost 4 of his next 6. He took a lot of damage. It got so bad that Joe Rogan felt the need to step in.
I feel like I have a duty as a friend to tell you the honest truth, how I feel about things before it's too late. If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how will you think you do? I think people would be surprised. Really? You think so? I think you'd be surprised. You're young, you're intelligent, you can talk, and you have income coming in from podcasting. You can start a fucking clothing line and make way more money than you ever did with fucking fighting. That's a fact. If I didn't love you, I would have never said none of the shit that I said.
A lot of people didn't like that Joe decided to do this live on his podcast.
Well, you said you wanted to do it on this?
Oh, it was bad idea. It's like that's Brian's idea.
Callan made sure to sponsor it.
We have to talk about our sponsors.
Everybody here introduce sponsor.
Brendan first started appearing on JRE in a segment called Fight Companion. Schaub was one of the main guests. They would comment, react, and discuss the fights as they happened live. He was a former fighter, so that gave his word credibility.
Am I crazy?
He was liked by the JRE community. On the same episode, Joe told Brendan to quit fighting. Whether knowingly or not, planted a seed.
You say funny shit.
Dude, he says he comes up with every one of the fucking memes. You know, it's ridiculous.
You say funny shit, man.
Yeah, you do. You have a ridiculous talent for that.
Yeah, you're a funny
You just
dude.
also happen to be a ridiculous athlete.
Yeah, you're a funny, clever dude, and that's the kind of shit that goes away when you get hit in the head too much.
On episode 706, Schaub made it official.
For right now, I got to take a step away and focus on this crazy freaking entertainment podcast career I got going on.
Brendan and Brian already had a decently successful podcast. Callan started taking Brendan to comedy clubs. He showed him the ropes. After a few years of doing small sets, Brendan made his comedic debut at the Comedy Store in LA. Off the stage, the fighter and the kid couldn't come to an agreement with Fox Sports. Rumors are Fox didn't care for Callan, and even more so, the cursing. The fighter and the kid went to YouTube. By 2017, Schaub was doing solo stand-up tours. As your popularity grows, so will the haters. And Brendan's got a lot of haters. In October 2017, a post was made to the Joe Rogan subreddit titled, "This is why nobody likes Brendan Schaub."
I don't really hate on a lot of people, but man, what's one thing everyone hates around the world? Bullies.
That's why being bullied is so dangerous to some people. Because if they get really fucked with by people and tormented by people in high school, that shit can carry over the rest of their life. It devastates their confidence. So in their early developmental period, they have this really poor self-image. And having a poor self-image is fucking super hard to get over.
Kind of told. I don't know if I've ever told him. So I had a roommate who was the biggest bitch on the team. For whatever reason, I can remember. And me and him did not get along. We played the same position. So he was the guy where, dude, what's mine is yours. I eat like one Triscuit, and then I come home and he put sticky notes all over his entire food. Literally opened the box of Nutri-Grain, put it all in, and I go, what the fuck? So what I do, I eat all of it and I throw out the rest, and then put it all back. So then I go to practice, and I come back.
That's so funny.
Right? And I'm ready to throw down. Right? I'm like, I'm just gonna fuck this dude up. I'm gonna figure it out. My phone's ringing like nonstop. What the fuck? I answered. I go, hello? It's his mom. I called his mom and told his mom what I did. We're in college. We're juniors. I'm like,
That guy sucks. Oh, all these people suck.
So I'm like, what the fuck? His mom, and I just go, his mom like talked to me, like yelled at me. I just go, get the fuck out of here. Super disrespectful, which I never am. But get the fuck out of here with the phone. And so, at the time, there's only one parking spot for our.
So his mother said, Brendan, you ate all of his food?
You gotta pay it back and you need to apologize. And started tearing into me about my character. I like, fuck off, hung up the phone. Which, you talk to my mom like that, I'm gonna rip your face
Of course.
Which is all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to fight this.
There may have been haters, but there was more views. He joined up with a truly adored comedian,
Theodora,
to make the King and the Sting podcast. By 2018, he was the owner of 3 successful podcasts. He was selling clothes and rubbing elbows with the biggest comedians in the game. His popularity was growing so fast, he even got Showtime to produce his first special.
What the fuck?
Remember earlier when Roy Nelson knocked Brendan out? How his fighting career only went downhill from there? That's what this moment was, but to his comedy career. It's not surprising that this is one of the lowest rated specials of all time. He produced it after only doing a few years of comedy. It takes the best comedians out there around a decade before they put out their first special. Like actors, politicians, or athletes. When you put yourself on that stage, you open yourself up to scrutiny. Instead of rolling with the punches and laughing with the fans like his UFC career, he leaned into it. He asked his fans for a review, advertising a 50% off purchase of CBD oil if you left a comment that, quote, Brendan deserved, and it didn't take long for the mob to make its way to the comment section of The Fighter and the Kid. What was once a comment section filled with comedy and sports was now a slaughterhouse for Brendan's blurbs.
I know,
The subreddit became so popular, it even developed its own glossary, explaining in great detail Shabbisms. Still, there was light at the end of the tunnel. The King and the Sting was popular. Who doesn't adore Theodora? But then The Fighter and the Kid took a hit. Chris D'Elia, friend, comedian, and regular guest on The Fighter and the Kid, was accused of chatting with people under the age of what some would find appropriate.
I know that it's been a really long time since you've heard from me, and when the news broke, I put out a statement that said everything I've done has been legal and consensual, and that's true. And I wanted that statement to speak for itself.
Cutting ties with D'Elia meant losing a lot of fans. Half of their most watched episodes featured D'Elia.
I do know what's going on with our friend Chris. I'm not, that when these situations, people in Hollywood tell you what to say. And I said to Brennan, what we can do is tell the truth. And I'm not going to sit here. I'm a man, and I define myself on how I respond to these situations in real time when the pressure's really on. And so this is what I'll say. I always knew Chris as a ladies' man. I have never, and I'm going to say this, I have never seen or heard of him doing anything illegal. Ever.
I can't talk.
It's just, it's like,
I'm as shocked as anyone. I'm hurt. I'm mad. I'm fucking mad, man. I'm mad at him. Okay.
Callan was hit with multiple accusations.
I never thought in a million years that I'd be sitting here defending myself against something I did not do 21 years ago. So this is me saying that I categorically and absolutely deny all the allegations against me.
Shab again wasn't able to roll with the punch, but the show kept going, but Shab had a different guest on every episode. He didn't talk about Callan. He just said he was on vacation. Callan later made a few guest appearances. He's now since fully returned to the show. Just when you think it couldn't get worse, the tiger belly thing happened. Here it is in a nutshell.
Oh, I'm in a nutshell.
Brendan is married with kids. Brendan allegedly made a pass at Kalila. Kalila was at the time Bobby Lee's girlfriend.
I had a guy that was like, why don't you walk me to my truck, this married guy, where I'm like, and we know him, I'm not going to say who it is, but it's like, why don't you give me a walk, you should walk me to my truck. I'm like, so what, I can blow you? Like, what?
Wait, who was it?
But it's just like, it's like, why would I?
Wait, I love that we have the same people that
yes, the same ones
want us to walk for you. Oh, he came for me so hard, and we know his chick.
And like the thing that I think is like, at least don't tell me about it. The fact, Esther, he's coming for you. Don't worry.
It's just crazy.
How did you wash your hair?
Esther, on New Year's Eve, when he was having dinner with his family, he was like, "What are you doing tonight?" This year, maybe 3 years ago. He was like, "What are you doing tonight?" I was like, left him on red. But he knows I believe that I'm with my in-laws right now. Do you want to go?
That is like, he's a legitimate partner in crime. Like, for me, I was like single. I'm like, why would I, like, it's not like we're deviants together. It's like, you think, because I was thinking about, like, if we go to your truck, okay, like, let's say I was like him, which I was never in at all. Let's say I was him. It's like, so wait, we walk to my car. I finish my spot, being very good at comedy. You not being good at comedy. And then, so, by the way, I don't want like to be seen with you. I don't.
The biggest clue you could ever give.
Comment section quickly deduced that they were talking about Brendan. This seemed to really take a toll on Brendan.
As a dude, I mean a lot of shit about this. I'm married with kids. I said, it's not good. I said, in Bobby's exact words, I'll fix this. Whatever that means.
Okay, so we didn't confirm nor deny. We figured it would die out in a week anyway. On March 3rd, you text Bobby asking if he's handled the quote-unquote Kalila shit yet, because you're still getting negative comments. In this text chain, you said, I don't want to have to get nasty with her, but if I have no choice, this is all direct quotes, I can play that game. And this was referring to the months that Bobby and I were in an open relationship, thinking that that was somehow going to directly hurt me.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, it's like, you know, the open relationship. You and I, we were. That's not for the we were talking about. It's not for the public consumption.
It seems like they figured stuff out. Kalila wasn't talking about Brendan anymore until a short time later on the Trash Tuesday podcast.
Potentially, we were being threatened, a lawsuit. And I'm like scared to even say that out loud.
We just won't say the name, right?
We won't, yeah. But someone was like behind the scenes threatening to sue us.
Even the thing that started it all was really just an anonymous anecdote.
Damn, girl.
And I'll say this to that person.
Yeah.
To that person who threatened us, I'll say this. You think you have a one over me? I fucking dare you, motherfucker. I dare you. Let it out of your chest, because that is actually not a real threat. You think you're threatening me, but it's kind of, that information's already out there, you little bitch.
Yeah.
Can confirm. Yeah.
Robbie said Brendan and Callan both called him, cursing him and threatening his career.
You guys called. It was you and Brian, and you said that that you guys, my career was going to be over. That you guys have evidence. You know what I mean? That I'm some Reddit mastermind. That you have files and proof that you can trace. You know, me from Reddit back to my house, the URL, you know, IP address, and that I have been for 5 or 6 years have been coyly and you know, mischiefully, you know, contributing to threads that were
not contributing,
responsible, right? Mm-hmm. And that you know, that you were going to expose me to Rogan and all these people, and that I should get a lawyer, and that I mean, this is what you told me. And it also just, mind you, it was at a level 10 of rage. It wasn't like a soft-spoken, like, you know, very aggressive. Yeah, it was extreme, you know what I mean, threats. And then you called Kalila things I don't even want to mention.
I did not.
I know you didn't.
I haven't heard what you guys said. I don't talk like that. I would never call Kalila that. That's not in my
Brendan, you called me that on the phone call we had.
I did not call you that. I did not.
No, but you don't know what they said, so you can't.
Brian apologized. What Brian said on there, and even I told him that was a lot.
There's a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot.
But what I found to be heartbreaking was going into a character assassination where you were saying, not you particularly, I don't even remember what, because I was I was so trembling almost, calling me a coward, weak, spineless. And my only defense to that is that I just have my own way of dealing with the world, you know what I mean? Because I grew up in such a traumatic childhood. I try to be passive, and I try to not, I mean, I'm afraid of confrontation, as everyone knows, in terms of my character. And, you know, I said to Brian days after that assault, that, yeah, I no longer want to be his friend.
And did you guys speak on the phone? Or
yeah, we did.
That?
Yeah.
And he apologized, he said?
Yeah, he did apologize, but, yeah, I mean,
he doesn't expect you to be his friend.
Sean said he had 300 pages of evidence that proved Tiger Belly was behind the creation of the subreddit and for the years of abuse.
I'll show you the stuff that I have. You guys figure out what you want to do with it. This is what's interesting. Again, I don't think it's you guys.
Can you show me now?
I'll show you when we got
We'll burn this off because we want to know. Because
I'll show you at the
I
show.
want the audience to think that you actually showed us something you never did.
I can show it to you. Here's the thing. This is what's interesting. Explain this however you want. When I notified you guys of the harassment and going back to Tiger Belly, that account stopped posting, took the Tiger Belly email off, and changed it. It's never posted again.
Do you know how Reddit works?
No.
So you seem to have very clear convictions about this alleged occurrence from my company all the while not really knowing how Reddit posting works, Brendan. So that's a little bit.
Well, this team note, I promise you, this team note.
Okay.
We've been asking you to speak with this team. Here's what I have to say about this. From my end, it looked foolish for you to be this fragile over something some three girls said on the podcast. It looked foolish. So in my end, the way I understand it is we need to come up with a bigger story about Kalila to incriminate so that my reaction to that Trash Tuesday talk doesn't seem insane.
No,
that's how I receive it.
You're giving me too much credit. You're giving me too much credit. You're giving me way too much.
I don't think.
You think I want to? Again, I don't want this drama. I've been harassed for 6 years, guys. 6 years.
But I think that it makes sense that someone who has been harassed for 6 years would feel like he's on the back foot and would swing in this way. It makes sense to me.
I would only swing if this team who has nothing to do with comedy doesn't know you guys. I can't send you the documents.
Okay.
Physically have them in your possession.
So
I can show it to you right now. When we get off, I can show you. As soon as we get done, I will show you all the shit I have.
If you thought things couldn't get any worse, then you never heard of the special called Gringo Poppy.
I made a Mexican, y'all.
Somehow this special was rated lower than his first. If you haven't seen it,
I don't mean like Taco Bell Mexican.
I suggest you do.
I'm talking Guadalajara.
So you can form your own opinion. It's on the Thick Boy YouTube channel. Brendan's taken a lot of blows in his career and he's kept on going. But losing
Theodora
as co-host on The King and the Sting may be the biggest blow of his career, one that he may not be able to lean into. Theo was gone and so were the views. In recent months, it hasn't gotten any better for Schaub. Brendan's feuds have leaked outside the comedy world. It's hard to single out just one.
Who are your sources, Brendan? Who are your sources?
He has to be the dumbest motherfucker on the planet.
No.
Who is the most hated man on the internet?
His name is Hunter Moore. I don't know.
Brandon Schaub just went like this.
Yet, Brendan is still standing. He continues to do stand-up. He's still got Food Truck Diaries, The Fighter and the Kid, Tiger Thick Whiskey. He's still selling clothes, and he has multiple YouTube channels that he posts to daily. Brendan never really asked for any of this. He's just an athlete. When his football career was over, the only thing he knew to do? Fight. Just a guy trying to make $1 who happened to have some friends in some very high places. This advice may have saved Schaub's life.
You're a funny, clever dude, and that's the kind of shit that goes away when you get hit in the head too much.
But it also opened the gates to everything. It's truly been fascinating to look into, and I look forward to seeing where it goes. Hopefully it doesn't have the same ending as that South Park episode.
No!
That's not from 1986, obviously, but it must be themed story that Sandy Shaw was tonight won the law, served 21 years for a murder she did not commit, but she's turned her life around, and we'll get into that a little bit later. Dan Gleason, her co-author, connected with Sandy through a quirk of the weather, and we're going to let him finish that story right after we come back.
Buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchase from the Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden Revolutionary and American flags. Look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year, and Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA of physical gold, and they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. An A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, tens of thousands of happy customers. I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text COAST to the number 989898, get a free info kit, and claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of the month. Text COAST 989898, do it today. Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happens. Author Christopher Lee Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop in a cliff-hanging detective story. The first
first crew lands on the surface of Mars when a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris, all cell phones fail, all GPS fails, all power fails. Life on Earth as we understand it may never be the same. Mars Mission 1 surviving the Kessler effect, you do not want to see it happen. Now available on Amazon, that's Mars Mission 1 Surviving the Kessler effect. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1 Surviving the Kessler effect. Dave Gleason, you were telling us the story of how you connected with Sandy, and part of it is because the Atlanta Braves were rained down, and you saw what?
You know, I turned on this HBO documentary, crime guy, so about HBO documentary. It was writing information out of it, a prison murder about Floyd Hill, killing Ron Blackman in the prison of Utah, being the death zone. And the end they asked me, why did you get here? I have to be here at the beginning of this episode. So it was nice how I told that these guys bothering the girl, and I told her I got a guy that unbeknownst to her I brought it down the back of the field. And so she had the same sentence as me, and I thought, well, why would she? You know, she had a gun and all that. So I started and I saw her interview. She was interviewing me for 5-6 minutes, I don't know. And I just felt like something they had said, she got a broad deal, I don't know what it was, more of a feeling. And I thought this would make a good story, so I was doing some stuff for one of, I'm trying to think, I used to own one of those, it's not magazines, but he did all these other magazines where I sent her a letter, said it could help her case, she said, caught up, and
Limp sucks. It hurts. It doesn't hurt, but like this shit, it causes it. Hurts. Said this previously, but my mom's going to tell me that word. I would squeeze out a pimple and it was limp. It comes from your lymph nodes. Lymph.
There's so much more to it. And I don't know, they just sort of fell into it. And at some point, I said, well, you don't have a treatment here. And I just didn't think it would take, that I would.
No one's watching this. No one's ever going to see it. Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Caught in a trap. I can't walk here because I love you too much, Manny. Why can't you see? Unbeknownst to me, when you don't believe a word exchange, we can't walk together. But skeptical hippo eyes, and we can't fix our problems. All skeptical hippo eyes. Stop my favorite time of the week when you get here, Papa, try to speak. Really surprises today. You better actually watch 10 minutes of show. All right, welcome back. Welcome back to 10 minutes of show. We're still getting used to the new set. The camera is right there. Yeah, so I'll just keep saying it. I got a show December 17th at Chatterbox in Covina. What do you got, B?
December 28th, I'm opening for Eric Schwartz at the Ontario Improv. He just dropped a special called Delivery. Check it out. Get out and come check us out, B.
Check out our boy Eric. He's different.
Yeah.
But anyway, and also we have a Patreon where we've been reviewing specials. We just dropped some new tears.
Yes.
The Rogan, Daddyverse. We talked about Joe Rogan's special from 2006. So if you're interested in that, check it out. But anyways, that's not why you're here, though, right? No, you're here to watch 10 minutes of shop. So start the timer.
Play the chin clip.
Alrighty, so let's check out what we got here today, dude. First clip we have for this week is this one here. It says the looks of a jealous man, in parentheses, Callan selling tickets and doing comedy every weekend, posted by Leech Shab. Let's see here, dude.
Triple and Papa
Guys, good news. December 7th, 8th, and 9th, Helium, Indianapolis, Indiana. Spokane Comedy Club, December 15th, 16th. Off the Hook Comedy Club, December 21, 22, 23, in Naples, Florida. And finally, I Ring in the Air in Charlotte, North Carolina, Comedy Zone. Come see me. That's all I got to say. I'm going to London.
I missed, what does he say?
Like, which part?
Does Shop mumble something?
Oh, I think so. I think he says it's already been there or something like that.
Guys, good news. December 7th, 8th, and 9th, Helium, Indianapolis, Indiana. Spokane.
Oh, that's
Chin.
Yeah,
it wasn't even out.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. So it's just that he looks bored, kind of. Do you think he's kind of jealous?
I think he's upset that he can't think of a joke. So he's trying to think of it. Like, the comedic brain is turning right there.
Yeah, he's probably thinking like, well, I already called him
earlier in the episode.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think he's not. I don't give a fuck, honestly, if he's jealous. It's his homie getting shows. Like, why would you be jealous of that?
Yeah, Brian's his North Star, one of them. Brian, if anything, he's probably angry that these aren't bigger venues. Like, it should be MSG, the O2,
the Sphere.
The Sphere. Yeah. That's where you should see Callan. That's why Shab is mad.
Yeah.
He wants Brian, as we've said before, to be bigger. He should be bigger because he's got these great bits about, African singing men and fighting with guys with shovels.
And I also don't think he's jealous because there's a lot of rhetoric on Changs right now about Chin being jealous, dude. Or salty, right?
Yeah, Chin is salty because of the World War II thing. When did it end in the cities that were bombed?
Well, we got quite a long clip here by Haphazard. It's called Chin is salty for being called stupid last episode.
Oh, we were just talking, speak of the devil.
Yeah, dude.
How would Shop say that? The devil speaks.
Speak of the Satan. All right, here goes.
All right. What do you got, Chin? Just a couple questions for you guys. So last week, you guys told me the importance of dates and geography and all that stuff. So I'm just curious, real quick, we'll start with Brendan. Your mom, Chin, is this your way of...
Your mom.
Getting back
what if he brings up the birth certificate, dude?
I wish that, because I've seen some of this, and that's what I wanted. I was like, I heard your mom, and that's exactly it. So best brains think alike. But he'll never not on that. Not on earwaves.
Everyone believes he's white. I don't. Let's see here.
No.
And is this your way of getting back? No, this is just a fun thing we're doing. It doesn't sound very fun. Dude, we'll find out. So wait, you said your mom's from England, right? Yes. So you're half English, basically.
Oh, what?
So who's the current prime minister of the UK? I don't know. It's kind of it's a tricky one. I don't know. I wouldn't.
He's saying he's tricky. It's tricky because the guy's like, I think he's like Indian or.
Oh, so it's not Boris Johnson anymore.
No. I think that was 2 ones ago because there was like a woman I think before, but I don't know what the guy's name is either.
Yeah.
It's like Sunni.
I'll always find it funny when people want to be smart. Yeah. I wish I was smart, but there's not a chance.
Oh, I wish I knew every prime minister. That would be great. Like if you knew every capital of every country and state, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, dude. What's the country of Africa? Or
what's the continent, right? What's the state? I don't know, dude.
Know the name if you said it. All right, so anyways, we'll go back to that. But Brian, you're born in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Who's the current president of the Philippines?
Well, it was Duterte, right? Okay. I don't know who it is now.
Do you know? Chin, do you know the answer to this one?
Hiroshima?
Is I'm just kidding. Bong Marcos.
Oh, you're only stopping the clips because you know it.
Yeah, I looked it up. But he's like the son or grandson of like that guy Marcos that was the dictator. I was surprised. You're another dictator. Just an interesting fact from Chin.
Let's see here.
No.
Okay. No. Sanaz,
Don't look at me.
You're Persian, right?
Yes.
Who's the current president? Is this Chin's way of getting back at
World War II is the current prime minister.
I'm actually attaching it to things that are close because I got the Korean War wrong, right? So that's what I'm saying.
I did hear him talk, but
you keep going, Chin. Oh, actually, I was gonna ask you.
Well, I was going to ask you the president of Mexico. Oh, that's why, because your wife is Mexican.
Oh, shit, dude.
Married a Mexican, y'all.
Why is Brendan trying to keep his Latino under wraps, dude? Chin almost spilled the beans right there. He's like, because your wife is.
You think so?
Yes. That's an inquisitive face of a Latino right there, dude. Look at that. Mr. Popper.
And then your kids are half Mexican. I just wonder if I don't touch Mexico.
I don't touch Mexico.
It's Andres.
What?
He doesn't touch Mexico, dude.
Okay. He doesn't talk about Mexico on the earwaves.
Yeah, he's talking about his research, B. Don't touch Mexico.
Yeah. I would think Brian would know this because he knows like Afghanistan and all that.
Yeah.
Now when I know an answer, I feel like Brian. I feel like I'm being Brian. Oh, I know the prime minister of that. When I Googled the Philippines because I wanted to know after Washington, but I didn't Google the Mexican. I just knew that. Wow. But I may be wrong. Because remember I said Dagestan was in Chechnya or whatever? Mm-hmm. I was wrong. It's actually in New England.
Fucking someplace.
Last time I remember was Vincente Fox. That's all.
Tell Drapo's kids. Andres Obrador.
A lot of the stuff, I guess, it's hard for me to know the name.
Yeah, dude. Sometimes it happens, though. You know what I'm saying?
Chin, can I just be honest?
Yeah, when it comes to world history. Oh, God.
There's a difference between a floating.
You were born in the Philippines.
Listen, there's a difference between a floating head of state in a country because it's always changing.
Here we
go. Relevant. What does matter is knowing the seismic events in history. That's all.
I have another game for you guys. Oh, Jim was embarrassed. This was your
No,
whole point today.
No, I told him not to be embarrassed because
by the way, Brian said, "Dude, you can delete all that." I said, "What did I say, Brian?"
Yeah, I said no.
I said no.
My point was that a lot of times,
it's a pre-planned bit probably, and they discuss this, and then they were like, it's a bit for the show. But I'm so invested in this shit now that it's like I like it, and I just believe that it's real. Like people that I imagine people watch soap operas and that kind of thing. I just enjoy the theater of it. Yeah. It's redacted, but we've all decided we're gonna be redacted, right? And I love it.
Yeah, I didn't expect to be a fan of T-Fat K from doing this show.
No, I mean I really didn't know what it was, and I never really watched it. And now I'm like, I still don't really watch. I've only watched like the full episode once or twice. I tried to watch, like I was saying, I tried to watch the Adrian Peterson one, and it was. The first 10 minutes were rough, so I turned it off. But these clips are amazing.
Yeah.
If it's not relevant to your life, you're not going to know.
Yeah, I said I use my time to build new skill sets and stuff that I'm actually passionate about. Yeah. You're right. Nor do you have to have time to focus on that with everything we're doing.
So, did you say cocaine?
No, cocaine. No, cooking. Cooking shit. Cocaine. I just spread rumors about Chin. Fentanyl.
That makes sense. But this is just a little fun thing because I honestly don't remember all the states. If you guys want to do this, just with the abbreviations.
Oh, that's a motherfucker.
And then we'll fast forward so the fans not see us doing this. Yeah.
Not fast enough, Quinn. Oh, they edited this then.
And now the credits are in. How do we do?
Okay, Brendan, you got 29 states right.
50. Not bad, dude.
What did they do? They just wrote the states on a map?
I guess they filled in a map of states.
Honestly, that's not bad. I'm surprised. That sounds like a lie.
I so badly want to quiz you now, dude.
I don't think I would get... I mean, maybe I get 29. I don't know. If Brendan really did that, I'm surprised.
I would get upwards of 45, dude.
Like the geography, you know what all the states are?
Yeah.
That's good. Maybe I'm redacted, but I don't think I would know every state just by looking at it. I would get all 55 right. I could get New England, and that's not a bit because I know New England. I probably get
5 and 3, 6 and 3, 7 and 3,
top part of the South,
8 and 3, 9 and 3, 10 and 3, 11 and 3, 12 and 3, 13 and 3, 14 and 3.
Midwest, I don't know. Oh, I don't know what any of the Midwest states, what the shapes of them are, right? I mean, do you?
Dude, I aced 5th grade, bro.
1805.
5th grade was a long time ago, Papa.
1806.
I'd love to trust you. See, because I know I'm confident that I wouldn't do very well, but you're like, I got it all down. Mm-hmm. Sounds like a Kiwi diet.
The Kiwi diet helps with your cognitive ability, so the cognitive dude. All right, let's go.
And Brian, you got 31.
Yay!
I got 29, you got 31?
31. That's pretty pathetic.
That's not great. Sanaz got 40. Just kidding.
Shut up. I did not. I didn't even count mine.
31 states.
I didn't get any.
And what did I get wrong? What did I get wrong?
I don't know. I'm just
Yeah.
terrible with that stuff.
It happens, guys. It happens, you know?
Oh, that's Chin's way of.
No, Chin, you still don't know. By the way, world history. It was a fun game, right?
Chin, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
You know what, Chin? You're a silent assassin.
No. I saw it from a mile
Chin,
away.
you silent assassin.
As soon as I want to play King of Friends, like, it was two.
Koreans will whip things.
He's like, what don't they know? He's like, Brian embarrassed me on fucking camera.
No, hey, remember, Brian? You said that you could take it out. Like, no, we're not.
Yeah, I don't like that gotcha stuff because it has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, of course.
It means you're just not. It's not relevant to you.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
It's all good. It's like
It's just
the
not relevant.
president at the Philippines. Not relevant. And I know he was a conservative, but I didn't know his name.
Hey, guys, sometimes we get stuff wrong.
Wow, look at this.
So I think we should do the math thing on the next show.
Okay. All right.
I'll print them out and we can just do them and actually see. And I will do my real results, even if it's like embarrassing.
Yeah, I won't even study.
Don't study.
I will not study.
Do not study.
No, dude, I wish you could do it right now.
You saying study makes me think you're gonna study. You fucking snake.
No, dude.
All right, I'm definitely not gonna study. I think, although that is something I would do.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that. Actually, nothing about it because I probably would cheat.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see what if I don't do as well as Shop. Should that be a win for Scoop?
I'll just cut it out, dude.
Yeah. We don't do it.
Alrighty, so let's go to this one. It's another haphazard, dude. Hap has been like on the Addies on the grill, dude.
Yeah.
He's just cooking.
Good for you, but
Yeah.
we thank you. We thank you.
It's called, he keeps forgetting about the allegations against Chris. Dicey, dude. Let's see what this is about.
Okay, well,
Can't hear you.
I've got transition lenses, and I can't wait to get that Tony Stark shit going. When I do, it's on, dude. The 55-year-old ladies are going to be like this. Fantastic.
Oh, my dude, that Claire.
Yeah. Well, I mean, once I get the gray hair, yeah.
Or really young, like college one.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
College one.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, secondhand pain I feel from that. Oh my God, it's brutal. Jeez, I got a car accident. Oh, that's awful.
God damn, dude.
No, when I get fucking gray hair, though, when I'm 55-year-old ladies, dude, I'm gonna talk about it.
We got some old ladies in the crowd tonight.
I know I'm married, dude, but like these fucking 60-year-olds, bro. Like, you do comedy? They're like, you do comedy?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, man. Only 1,000.
The only 1,000 got comedy in them, dude. This one's posted by Successful Egg 345. It's called Adam Sandler and Papa both recalling that time they met. Oh, man. Do you think he's just going to be talking about some random fans?
Yeah, I think the clip is going to be like Adam Sandler is saying like a funny thing where if it's Shab, it makes him seem stupid. And then Shab talking about Adam Sandler like this.
Let's see.
When's the last time you were in the midst of somebody where you're kind of speechless because you see people who are you ever that way?
Me about a superstar?
Yeah.
You know what the biggest moment was? I was at a gym.
And I go in the bathroom, he's in the bathroom.
No.
Sure as fucking like while he takes in his cigarette.
Notice me?
Please notice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy.
Move up. This is our and then we walk out the bathroom and he's there and he goes, hey. And you can tell I was looking at him and I'm like,
And I walk up to him and I go, hey, how you doing?
I go, what's up, Mr. Sandler? He goes, you're the tough guy that does comedy, right? And I was like, holy fuck.
He knew you.
Yeah.
You know, it's tough for me to watch clips like that because I'm looking at this whatever, the PBD podcast, and those guys are living out our dream.
Yeah.
You know, they have Shab on their show, and they get to just ask him whatever they want, and they get to hear new Shabisms and thoughts being created. Like, I'm legitimately jealous of that. You see how happy they are? They're like, Ask him, and they're like, "Oh my God, he's going into a story that's not true." You know, the XJ hotline ringing off the. What's the phrase? Ringing off the line. I'm gonna botch these jobs. The phone's ringing off the hook.
Oh, okay.
Phone's ringing off the hook at the XJ hotline. Okay. Redacted. But yeah, no, I'm jealous, right?
Yeah. I want to meet him at least. You know, I don't need to do a show with Chab. I just want to be like, bro, love you.
Yeah, that'd be nice, but I mean, it'd be cool to have him on.
Yeah.
Or go on, but I'd probably prefer to have him on.
Yeah.
So we could talk to him.
That and Trash Tuesdays.
Oh, yeah. That'd be hilarious. Their fans are like, you had 2 homeless guys on. Or I meant like legitimately homeless, not homeless cats.
All right, let's see this haphazard post, dude. The real tragedy is that he missed out on that dried turkey. Oh, let's see here.
Now, I spent Thanksgiving by myself eating a large pepperoni pizza.
Have we not talked about Thanksgiving?
We haven't been in here in 7 days.
I don't understand. Wait a minute. Why was he by himself eating a pizza? Was he on tour or something?
No, I think his wife was not there because she went to the hospital.
Oh, shit. Oh, well, hopefully everything's okay with that. Yes. Congratulations to Bob on the new child. That's awesome.
Yeah. It sucks about the complications, but...
it worked out, though, right?
I hope so. I don't know. Because, you know, homeless cats, dude, they say some fucking off-the-cuff shit, dude.
Yeah, don't... We're all, you know, praying for the, like, child to be good. So.
Yeah. All right, this next one's called How to Ruin Your Credibility in One Easy Step, posted by Haphazard. Let's see what happens here.
There's a little rumor. GSP at 42. Coming back.
I started that rumor.
I did.
Yeah. That's where you got that.
Why did you start?
Completely kidding me. Because I had nothing to talk about last month. Oh, and your dumbass fell for it.
So it's not happening. I heard it from someone else.
Of course. Rogan says to me, he goes, look what you've done.
Rumor mill, motherfucker.
Rogan goes, look what you've done. He goes, what's your sources? I go, nothing. I go, Slow Monday.
That's hilarious. You just were like, GSP might make a comeback.
Why not?
So Baba leans into like the being honest about lying.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
He's just a ridiculous guy that just says shit. Works too much, but also talks too much. Good for him.
Yeah,
he likes to keep you busy.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Would you do that if you had like the world at your fingertips? Would you just make up lies?
Well, no, not like that. But you know, on Twitter, I say jokes that are lies. I feel like they're obviously lies. Maybe some people don't realize that. So in a way, I kind of do that.
How would Bappa say transparency?
Transparency.
Transparency, yeah.
Yeah.
I really enjoy his transparency, dude.
Yeah, I like it.
I wish more news outlets would have that.
Outlets.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem with CNN and Fox News and Huffington Post. You know, it's like you only get half the truth.
ESPN, dude.
Yeah.
All right, let's see this next one by Hap. It's called Chris lodges a valid complaint with HR. What the hell? Let's see.
Oh, harder studio.
So try not to say it.
Yeah, I really am.
It's a harder squeeze. It's a harder
But you're going to get juice out of it.
Juice is worth it.
I'm Mexican, man, so I'm not afraid of working.
He's Mexican.
Did he say Mexican too?
Yeah, dude. Let's see. I'm pretty sure he said Mexican. Watch, keep your ears open.
I'm Mexican, man, so I'm not.
I think he put the X in there. I think he got the X.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt there.
The doubt of the benefit. Let's see.
I don't want to shed some light on him. That's another one. I was looking at Japanese the other day.
He started his mechanic career outside, you know, in front of the. Say horchata.
Horchata.
Horchata. What is that? A workout place for Mexicans. And they're all just like
A joke like that is in a nutshell what I don't like about the hit bro comedy. They make a joke like that that's really not that funny. Corchado, what's that? A place where Mexicans work out? What's that? A gym with salsa on it? And then they're like, yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Mexicans working out. It's just too much laughter for something that's not that funny. That in a nutshell is what comedy is. A lot of comedy is right now.
Meanwhile, I'm the one that laughs super hard on it.
You laugh because it's ridiculous. Oh, you thought that was funny?
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
That's your takeaway? All right, well, teach us out.
Let's see.
Pull it aside, bro. Pull it aside.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm still thinking about the number 2 I went. Fantastic. And I'm not bullshit.
Yeah, that's a little kid.
I want to ask you a question, Fred. You touch me a lot during the podcast. It's okay. But you don't touch Eric a lot because he's so far. But why are you so close to me? Why don't you? Why? And no offense.
I love you.
And that's fine. But why aren't you closer to him?
Well, I move away because I don't want to be.
But if I move away, I'm out of the fucking show.
No, Nick would get in the frame and do that thing he does. Where you move the camera. You know what I mean? It's close. But to give Nick something to do, you got to move.
But this is great. Let's talk about the nitty gritty, dude. You touch me too much.
It's how I show love, dude. I'm physical. Yeah, he grabs me, man. You don't see me stop in the podcast.
Because it doesn't happen so much.
You
don't know how much
all the time.
No, but it's different when you're over there like.
Stop, kind of.
A lot of gay jokes. A lot of gay jokes, Chin.
Please slow down.
I think they buried the lead on this clip. Great clip. Yeah. But I like the beginning way more than the HR complaint.
Yeah.
And the part where the Mexican guy's laughing, he's like laughing on the outside, but deep in the inside, he's like crying at how like horrible it is.
It's like my homies cannot see this.
Also, what's with the deal with the like Hamas guy that they just have in the back that sits next to Nick? He's like he's dressed up like a Hamas dude, or like someone in winter, you know. He's like, you go back. This is the second time he's been in the same outfit. He doesn't do anything for the show. He's just like audience.
Oh, right here.
Yeah. What's this guy's deal?
Let me see.
Oh fuck.
You miss it there.
Yeah. What? This guy looks like he's just released. He's like an Israeli grandmother back to like Israel. He's like the Hamas. He's Hamas, and he's kidnapped Jen and Nick. And they're like, you know how they keep saying that the people are so happy to be. That's like what their face is when they get given back. They're like, hey, see you later, or whatever. And then like happy Hamas guy's like, see you later, friends. Why is he there? Also, get rid of the fucking bee, dude. That show is over. How do they have like 10 people working for the show and they can't do basic things like removing the merch and decorations from the old show? I'm bad at that. I'm not a producer, and it's making me mad.
Yeah. Shout out to the truck sticker.
Oh yeah, we gotta do. I love trucks because we do love. We're big guys. I was out there earlier today modding my Raptor. You know, I went to Australia, or I shipped something from Australia to replace the engine carbine.
Yeah, I tried to replace the blower on my Corolla, right? But the fucking supercharger needed fixing too. So
don't you hate that, dude?
Yeah.
It's because it's like it only gets like 500, 600 horsepower or whatever. So when you gotta get in there, it's just like I called one of my guys and he was like, "Oh yeah, I've been there, dude, 7 times a week."
Yeah, because I'm looking for like 10, 100, 1K grand, 1,000 fucking horsepower, dude. But it's hard when you got like a car with 200.
I saw you working on it the other day. I came out and I was like, "Damn, dude, what is this, Toontown?" You're going at it.
Yeah, dude. My face was all black, dude. Let's see here. You ever work on a car so hard you get blackface? Let's see here. This one is just a text post. It's called "You Dressing Up Like a Truck Mechanic Now?" Yes. Posted by Tiger Thig.
John Tiger Thig. That is hilarious. He saw a guy working on his truck. He's like, "I gotta look like that." Or a car.
Yeah, dude. Only 1,000 mechanics can do it, dude.
Yeah.
Let's see here. The next one is posted by Natural Mix 4856. It's called "The Grand Wizard." Okay. Couldn't be happier. Wife and newborn child currently in hospital. Off to the racist redact. Let's see what this is about, dude.
All right, guys. Good news. I'm so excited. Good news.
I wonder if you could like see his brain when he's about to when he says "gird" instead of "good." Is there like a skip, like how the albums like skip? I wonder.
Let's see here.
All right, guys, good news. I'm so excited. Good news. The Wizard Eddie at Addiction Motorsports.
Oh, I see. Grand Wizard. That's a little nitpicky, but it's so funny.
Yeah. I mean, he literally
does it by accident. Yeah. It's amazing that you catch the. How does he even do that? How does he do it?
Only let's see.
On the blocks, I know this is easy. It's your running lean. It's your fuel pump. It's your spark plugs. Yeah, but let's like open the hood and do your stuff, you know, and let's make sure he's like not bothered. I've seen enough of these things. That's what's going on. Bring in the shop. It's exactly that. It's running lean. The fuel pump's bad. The spark plugs are gapped wrong and they're misfiring. So it's not a huge deal. We'll be able to swap this out, check it, the part from LMR, late model restorations, and then that might be back to running like Tarzan, not James. So couldn't be happier, man. So and then now it's up to the races. And the plan is to get this thing at 600 rear wheel horsepower, and the fun begins.
Tarzan, not Jane.
Yeah.
Is that a saying?
Well, now it is.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep that in the mental Rolodex. Yeah, make that one. Boom.
I just want to say, Papa's looking good, dude. Right?
Yeah, he looks good there.
He's got, I think, the carnivore diet, dude.
Oh, okay. Okay. Has he talked about that?
Yeah, I think so. I've
slimming down.
Pretty sure on last week's episode there was a clip where he mentions the carnivore.
That's good. Shab inspires me to get back into it. My shoulder's kind of messed up right now, and I know you've been working out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever feel like Shab doing that motivates you to sort of do what you're doing right now?
I mean, why did I start? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because he's your North Star.
Yeah, dude.
So thank you, Shab, for inspiring us.
But nobody wants to talk about the good. Like, look at that face, dude. Look at him. He looks great.
He looks very Joe Camel in that one.
Oh,
but yeah, I agree that he looks healthy.
Yeah, dude. Shout out to Shab.
Doing that. His mouth is getting smaller, and then the top of his head is bigger. It is a funny face. And he's a comedian. Of course, he'd have a funny face.
Yeah.
Part of being one of the murderers wrote.
Mm-hmm. All right, so this one we already saw this one, dude.
Oh yeah.
It's posted by Haphazard. It's
Jesus, what is this one?
To attack shelter diarrhea, physical gold, and they'll send you free silver.
Where are you going?
Honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. An A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, tens of thousands of happy customers. I encourage you to diversify your savings in the gold. Text Coast to the number 989898, get a free info kit, and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of the month. Text Coast 989898, do it today.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto, all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your money. All investments involve risk. Loss of principal, options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, and SEC registered advisor.
Hey, I'm Mike Slider. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Stroke was hard, obviously. Family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance. My wife, and 4 kids. The best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS. ethos.com/Mike.
Welcome back. Our next guest is someone I've wanted to cross paths with and talk to for a long time. I've been reading his stuff across various social media platforms. Richard Gilbright is a software engineer. He worked with some really big companies, Microsoft included. Done some groundbreaking work in data compression, video games, and aerospace technology, and somehow got off the path and got interested in UFOs. And he's doing the kind of work that I was doing when I first started, but don't do much of anymore. And it's digging back into files and books and long lost and forgotten cases, and always seems to come up with amazing content. Richard, welcome to Coast to Coast.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it, George. I'm a big fan too, by the way. I'm a subscriber.
I missed you and contacted the Desert. You're the one guy I really wanted to see. And I read your stuff, everything that comes out is just really great work. It is amazing the amount of content that's out there that is completely forgotten. And we'll get into some of that in a moment. How did you start down this road? First, in the UFO topic, and then secondly, into digging into the things that you do?
Yeah, what started me was in the mid-'80s. My father, a Vietnam veteran, basically sat my brother and I down, and we were out in the patio and stuff. He started telling us about his late 60s sightings, and he never told us to anybody, right? And so he won some bronze battle scars in Vietnam, and but that UFO sighting he had, which he described as, he actually had several of them, but it just stuck with us, right? And then in 1988, I watched something called UFO Cover-Up Live as a kid on TV at Rapid Ears Down. I was mesmerized. I was like, what is this? This is amazing. Anyway, I had a book in high school, stuff like that. And I've always been, fascinated by the unknown. And in my work, I did a lot of debugging. I did a lot of okay, this massive multi-million code work in this particular incident detective. You have to track it down. It can take days sometimes, and then fix the bug. And so I have this natural inclination, I guess, to just go find, we have a problem here. We have an anomaly. UFOs are, I think, a big anomaly, right? And I'm just naturally attracted to that.
You recall the first whole story that you dug into, and or how you decided that, look, there's a gold mine out there that's unmined?
Yeah, so actually it was Frank Scully, and he wrote the first book of crash retrievals. He was a journalist from Columbia, and at the time, the case came out in 1950, it was a big deal, and I actually had read his book, and I read some debunkings of that and whatever, and I just happened to stumble on that his archive is available at the American Heritage Center in Laramie, Wyoming, and I was like, well, has anybody ever gotten it? Right? Because it's always called a hoax. I'm like, well, has anybody actually looked at his archive? So I found his archive. I contacted the university, and they're like, oh, yeah, his archive's right here, and nobody scanned it. I will put you in contact with a proxy researcher. And then I paid her a very, reasonable amount of money to just scan it in, and this flood of PDFs starts coming to me, things that haven't been seen in decades. And I was mesmerized. I was basically pulled into Frank Scully's world. He was a professional journalist. He used the typewriter like we use word processor today. And so I just started to OCR all this stuff, convert it to text, make it searchable, and then I was in. And he had contacts at Lockheed and Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. This is 1950, between 50 and 54 or so. And so the natural place to start looking would be newspapers, right? And so I started to go from there. And I found that there is an unbelievable flood of big data about UAPs, and it's untapped. Like virtually no one in the world is looking at this. It's in multiple languages, multiple databases. Some of these databases are actually paid for by state or national governments, like Australia or California. And I'm finding, I just give you quick statistics. It blows my mind just for, so there's different phrases used for UFOs or UAPs over the different eras, right? So there's flying saucer, flying disc, UFO, UAP, etc. Well, anyway, just for the phrase quoted flying saucer, over a year ago, I had about 700,000 hits on newspapers. Now, I just checked a few minutes ago, now it's grown. So I get weekly alerts and stuff, I get alerts with newspapers.com. And then this is what I stress. There's many other I can use, but I did my favor because this is so good. Anyway, I have weekly alerts every week. I am getting thousands of newly fresh digitized.
It's called The Truth Comes Out.
We laughed so hard at one point in this clip. I know it's like 7 seconds, but see if while you're watching it, see if you can guess the part that we may just laugh again.
Look at this move.
Let's see.
Like Garrett, I've never pretended I'm a Garrett. I can't fix this stuff. It's a different language. It's atrocious.
It's atrocious. I'm just because Gerardo pulls the clip, so I was over looking at my phone, and then I had my headphones off. I heard atrocious. I was like, he's still doing that? How does he not stop? The word, he's got to know. That's not how you say it. Yeah. And he just did it again. And it's one of the funniest missaid words that he has on repertoire.
Made the tier list, dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it did. Shout out to the tier list.
Yeah. All right, we got another haphazard, dude. It's called Papa's Next Career Can Be a Kid's Movie Reviewer. Let's go. Let's see.
Like nobody wanted to see the WNBA Marvel movie that just came out. Or the new Trolls. The woke new Trolls.
Is it woke? Why? Why is it woke?
Just because.
I won't say why. just
Right. Well, I watched a little bit of Lightyear with Don.
Buzz? Terrible.
That's what he says. Whatever.
No, it was
it's on Disney Plus. Oh, give it a go. So I went and or I was there and I watched it. And I was like, yeah, I get it. I'm kind of getting it, but like an adult, but I was passed out.
No, it's more. The whole storyline is more.
You watched it?
Bad film, never seen it. Kind of a reversal. Usually it's a great film, but you've never seen it. I like Papa being like good or bad. It doesn't really matter because he didn't watch it.
All right, let's go to the next one. This one's posted by Brandon is a hack. It's called Shop telling the world he doesn't like the name Joanna chose. He just goes. Alrighty, let's see what this is.
I'll tell you off there. I don't like shit. I also, my oldest is Tiger, my youngest is Boston. And I like different things. I like cars, I like different the girls need to be careful, you don't want to pick like don't do like exotic, you don't have cinnamon, and then she's either a celebrity or stripper. So when it comes to girls, you have to be careful.
Is that even a consideration, really? Is anyone thinking, well, I'm gonna, maybe we should go cinnamon? No, it's ridiculous. It's just his hack brain goes to like, oh, people make fun of stripper names sometimes. But what I really think is funny, besides that giant Powered by Rain neon sign, where do you get that? Is why would it be dicey to give the child a Latina name? Why is that dicey? Esperanza? Why is that a dicey thing? We don't want to go dicey like Maria. What's happening?
All right, so the setup is you don't want to give her a stripper name, right? What's the punchline? I got mine.
Okay, I'll go first. Go for it. 8 inches. I don't want to name her 8 inches. Why wasn't it? But you know I love 8 inches. Yeah. I was going to say Atlanta. Oh, yeah, that's a stripper name. Yeah.
Welcome to the stage, New York. New York.
This is my daughter, Cincinnati.
All right, so we got another clip here. It's posted by Ryan Joseph 82. Haven't seen him in the kitchen for a while, dude.
Papa Luan just goes. You know what that is, right?
Papa Luan just goes. No, I don't.
It's Taylor Luan, the football player, and it's because they're claiming he stole his mustache. See, I finally know something.
Oh, shit.
I normally don't know anything, but every once in a while, my brain turns on and I paid attention. Yeah. We're all appreciative of that. Fuck you.
Let's see.
Well, today's the day. I made it to Diction Motorsports and swamped with other things going on in my life, but today's the day, dropping the Ford Lightning off at Diction Motorsports with the wrench master, the tune maestro Eddie. He's worked on a ton of Lightning. This guy can't figure out which screw, but I have faith in Eddie. To get a Ford dealer, they can figure it out. They probably could, but they got a bunch of other broke Ford F-150s and Mustangs, Explorers, whatever the hell they're working on. So they couldn't get it done. All good. So here we are. So we're going to find out today It's heartbreaking, man. You buy a truck that you wanted since you were in high school, for quite some time, and it looks like Tarzan. It drives like Jane. I'm getting charged. I'm getting capped, and I'm forgetting Prius right now. So it's heartbreaking, man. We're gonna figure out today. My boy Hayes will take care of it.
Oh, it's almost done.
Fix, and then the fun can begin. But if it's the transmission or some other major issue, it becomes a much more difficult project and not as fun and exciting. So we're gonna find out today. Keep you guys posted. Come on, Eddie.
Pause. So yeah, two things. Like one is it's again that painted narrative of like since high school I wanted this truck. I don't really believe that. Everything is something that he has this like idea that he has to be a certain way, and people really like it when you're like, man, I've been waiting on this for so long, and that's not true. The other thing is,
well, first of all, that's your take, dude.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, I'm a lot like Papa in that sense, dude, because there's a lot of things that I wanted ever since I was a kid, dude.
Are there any kind of, or what's one thing?
One thing, I've always wanted to be an astronaut. So if I ever end up becoming an astronaut or modding fucking spaceships, then I could say, like, I've always wanted to be an astronaut. I never thought about it every day, you know, but
that's a clip for sure that will get made fun of if we get so big that somehow you can become an astronaut. That'd be crazy. There's on our subreddit. For sure, if you're an astronaut, we have a subreddit.
Oh, we have a subreddit?
Good. I was thinking it's funny that the people at the car dealership can't fix. They've never told me, oh, yeah, we can't. What if you took your car and they're like, we had no idea? I would be like, what do you mean? You built it.
You took your car and they give you this face right here.
What did you do? You gotta fix it. So it's broken? Well, then you gotta buy me a new car, Papa. Yeah. If it's a new one. So the truck just doesn't work?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
All right, let's get to the next one, dude. I don't understand the Lewin thing, but
because Lewin is a mustache.
Okay, that's it.
I'm pretty sure. Lewin ain't stole the mustache.
Lewin ain't modding trucks.
Yeah, Lewin ain't got no merch.
Oh, another thing, too. You a vocal on the Tarzan the Jane thing. You like it now or what?
No, but it's a different version of what he said before. He said like run something, but runs, I think. But now he said drives like Jane. I think that's what he meant to say in the first clip. Is it runs like or something? Tarzan drives like I don't even know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm confused now.
He basically was saying that he changed it from Jane to Tarzan the first clip, and this one he's like, it looks like Tarzan runs like Jane.
Looks like that's it. Yeah. Looks like Tarzan drives like Jane.
And don't feel bad, dude. It's hard to keep up with Bobby. He's ahead of us, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's a sexist saying that is now part of Timo's. We're for sure saying that. I'm a hawk, not a duck.
I'm a Tarzan, not a Jane.
Yeah, you have to say that you're not a Jane. You have to tell people you're not a Jane. It's a problem.
You might be a duck.
It's a problem.
All right, this next one is again haphazard, dude. The origins of stat. Let's see.
Did you know 3 people a month jump off Goat Gate Bridge?
Well, that's why they put those nets down. That great?
Yeah, that doesn't stop it.
It does.
Nah, man. Still 3 a month.
Still?
Yeah. And that's just hold them under longer now.
Don't they get caught in the net?
No. His boats have to know if they did that.
Where'd you read that?
Stat. Read it, Jim.
I think that the no part is funnier. No. He's just like Dalia. No. Some people are under the mat. Or whatever. What is it? He said? Does he say mat?
Yeah, the nets.
The nets. No. People are dying.
The dolphins come and they fuck
the dead bodies.
Oh man, hopefully nobody's watching the show is getting fucked by dolphins. This one's posted by Haphazard again, dude. It's called The Parrot Strikes Again. Let's see.
Haphazard Strikes.
Yeah.
There are people that just need to follow. They want to follow.
It's like CNN. It's like any CNN, really. Like, you know, people tune into that and they think that's the gospel. It's like, no, they're just pitching this stuff because they're getting paid, man. Big Pharma's paying them all this money. That's why they're doing it. They don't really give a shit. They're just paying this stuff, and then you repeat, you parrot what they're saying. It's just a hustle.
But is that there is a segment of the population that can never say no. They cannot say no. And those are the people, that's going to be your face. You're going to make money.
That's so funny. You could put that up whenever he has like a serious point, just to douche him a little bit.
That's why you have mail-in ballots.
There you go.
Because you're too stupid. This is what they're teaching you. You're too stupid to show up with an ID in person. So they want to mail it, and they want to make it as easy as possible. They don't really give a shit. They're just paying this stuff, and then you repeat, you parrot what they're saying. It's just a hustle.
In my opinion, I think this guy is a complete fraud. I think he's making money off of people who are desperate. I don't think he's a good guy. I would never. I would never shake his hand.
No.
But that's on the people he's taking advantage of.
These guys parrot everything that they say. They're like, these other people are parroting. He's dressed like a mechanic as he says this too. It's kind of funny. It's like if you were to engage your mechanic, who should I vote for? And then they say the stuff that he's saying.
Well, speaking of parrots, dude, we got Parrot Shaw posting this one. It's called "This Feels Like They Are Talking About Brendan Right to His Face." Hopefully it's not about the parrot stuff.
My least favorite people, though, are con men. I hate con men.
I don't know if he likes them.
That's a good point, John. Who does like con men? I know the clip is like they're talking to Sean, but I think that's a good point. Brian's like, I hate con men. It's almost like you're saying, like, I hate terrorists. Yeah, me too.
Honestly, too, I'm not a fashion expert, bro, but you should be having boots on with that mechanic outfit, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't. It makes the mechanic less trustworthy if like they have their normal mechanic outfit on, but then they have like giant like stain-free like Air Jordan white. You're like, are you a mechanic or are you a guy pretending to be a mechanic? Are you a scammer to steal my car? You just were here and put on this outfit so you could take my car.
I hate him though. I'll take a murderer over a con man anyway. Yeah, like a guy who like some people are just.
I'd rather get conned out of money than die. I'd rather get conned out of money than die. Right, guys?
These gangsters.
Gangsters
a little brave.
The con man, though, like I worked for a guy like that, and they have this amazing.
What was his hustle?
Yes. I see where it's going. It's starting to get really funny. But the problem for me, the problem right now, is that Chab is making great points, and they're kind of funny too. It's almost like he got a moment of clarity, like the CTE it wasn't flaring up. He's like, wait a minute, con men aren't worse than murderers. And then why doesn't everyone immediately agree with that? And then Brian says gangsters are better than con men? No. Well, first of all, gangsters are con men, but gangsters, murderers, they're much worse than con men. It's just that Brian wants to go into his stupid Crowder bit where he's like, they're not letting us be real anymore. And all these people that want me to stop doing all the stuff I'm accused of doing and all that, they're con men. They're just in it for the likes. And I should be selling out everywhere. No, you're a con man. You're only there because your friend is Joe Rogan.
Let's see.
I can't say. No. It was a stand-up company. Like business operation.
I stopped having a guy on my podcast back in the day. So did Rogan. Because there was a guy who was selling. He was selling health. And then I talked to the Reds company, and they told me how he was running it. And I went,
do I know him?
Yeah. I was like, that makes so much sense.
Do I know him?
Yeah, I'm sure you would know him. I'll tell you who he's scumbag with.
But those people, when you get like the right people together, these guys know who to hire. They pick a girl who's like, my only other job was I worked at Hooters, and I drive a Toyota Corolla, but I really wanted Infinity. And like next thing you know, you're paying this girl $7,000 a month.
Hell yeah.
His hell yeahs are so funny, dude. They're describing him to him, and he's like, "Yeah, this guy sounds great."
I gotta say, dude, she's a solid addition to the show, right?
She's funny.
Yeah.
She helps our show. She creates content.
Yeah. Let's see.
They'll get a job like that. And they just Stockholm syndrome you all together. Those con men are the scariest people in the
Yeah, they're bad people.
They're terrible.
They do what works.
Yeah, because they sell some, like, I'm connected to goodness stuff or whatever.
They're a dime a dozen, and they're easy to fucking see. Anybody that's like, I got this new thing, it's called Magic Mind, or like, it's this drink you drink and it keeps you awake.
Yeah.
They're full of shit. There's already coffee. Goji powder is not real. Alpha brain is made up. Okay, simple things are all. And I'm like, how does shit even flow? Telling you how to do. You're looking at a con man right now, dude. But I'm just saying, just common sense.
Yeah.
Right.
But honestly, though, you gotta keep it cool. Kiwis and rain energy is shown to be beneficial to both cognitive and mental health. And
it says it on the bottle, folks. Look, rain is all you need. And if you trust Gerardo, kiwis too.
Yeah, dude. High in carbs, but also high in dietary fibers. Let's see here. This one's haphazard again. It's called. I didn't watch this one yet, but I've been looking forward to it, dude.
Okay.
It's Thick Boy Studios tour, dude. This is what I've always wanted to be. Let's see.
Right here. There's Kevin. What's happening? How much? And this is a gin action figure that Chris got me. All right. Out of golden hour, right here. To put some, at least one more mic stand. I already started here, so I'm gonna have the. All right.
I'm just thinking about if we had a studio and we did a tour, and it would be. I'm worried that it would be some stupid bits like they do. Like, it'd be walking around and Miguel would be like on the couch on his phone. I'd be like, get the fuck up, Miguel. What the fuck are you doing? What do we pay you for? Get to work. Get to work. Miguel, your dad's outside. And he goes outside. And it's just like some like hobo. I'm like too similar to Shop.
Let's grab one of these.
Man, it's so tacky, dude. It's so tacky. What? Just all the stuff on the walls, and then it's matches some box on a table. There's rain energy drinks everywhere. It's not something you walk in. Again, if one of these like YouTube decor people walked in and saw this, they'd probably have a brain die. Oh my god, they'd start crying. They would cry like they saw some of the news recently.
So many energy drinks, dude.
Are you guys okay if you drink this shit?
Let's see here.
Energy drinks.
Which one? The shocking one? Either we're doing it, releasing it tomorrow, on Thursday, or I don't know. Depends on what we do tomorrow.
What is?
I guess the stain. Oh.
That's not a T-Fat-K thing, though. That's brick. That's more of a, what's it called thing? I guess, yeah, fake brick here, and then you got the water stain. That's more of a building issue, right?
Yeah, and it's like, it's stupid man cave stuff. Like, I like sports, but I'm not going to put a football jersey on the wall. Yeah. Is it Shaw's jersey? Who knows?
Yeah.
Who cares?
I don't even know. Let's see. This is haphazard. It's called He Can't Say That He's Off Social Media Anymore. It looks like it's from last week's Golden Hour. Let's see.
So something coming and going. So you're on TikTok.
I just like someone was running for me now. Your voice back in the range, right? Is this spot? Okay, voice back on the range now.
Post TikTok now. So what's up with this shit?
What's up, bro?
You fucking
bought a dump car or what?
Yeah, man.
What?
It's 11 today. A lot of work. Right?
All right, so you
do a real wrench.
So you
We watched that I think last week, but there's like more context. Yeah. It shows him. That is funny. You bought a dump car? No. What's that? Back on the range. Shop takes the shop TikTok takeover. Shop TikTok takeover like that.
All right, let's see. This is Eddie Pool 8mm. It's called This or Chin Still Beefing with BS and Callum. We might have already watched this. Let's see.
I was gonna chime in to ask Jesse, but it's fine. What were you gonna say? Did he listen to the actual audiobook? Yeah, that's what he said. He didn't. No, that's what he said. He goes, if you actually listen to it, but I wanted to ask him straight up, did you actually listen to the audiobook? Because he listened to it, and he goes, if anybody listens to it, I listen to it, but you think it's real. You want to listen to it? We can do it right now. We can fast forward afterwards. Time for that. That's what I'm saying.
Right now.
Listen to it.
Yeah, take it outside.
Look at this move. Look at this. Listen.
Cybersecurity awareness month of
So again, this catches but again, there goes another posting, and it says, whoever comes to the Mishkan Hashem, Yomas, just like by that second lesson, he's talking about B'dei Shemayim, that goes down to over here. Look at that. Shemala Halon, Rashi is very close to us. Mala Halon B'dei Shemayim, to the Masai that Hamish Ishtikot, this is over again. This is why 250 followers of Torah were killed, were incinerated. All right, so they were killed because they were Shemayim. So interesting enough, the Shmuel's going to get a clear shot. It says by one point, because the Avodah Yamos, Hazara, Humas, and it says, I had this Torah, Kalakori, Hakore, of Mishkan Hashem, Yamos. They were also so they were killed. Mala Hawan, just like by Torah, they were killed by Mishkan. After Mishkan, still to a year, it's Mishkan. Therefore, again, it's Mishkan. Now, y'all, that if I'm not going to be about this, he's killed with Mishkan. I had a Namar and Gaza, the current Humas, the Namar Lahalon, the Hadovi Hahu, Okhel, Hahu, Humas. Was a huge big difference. It says by the Humas, and it says by this is the false prophet. The false prophet is an religious trying to go ahead and get flowers to worship. So the Pasuk says, you must by them as well. And therefore what? Just like by the Navi, the false prophet, the skilo. After the skilo, just like the false prophet is killed with skilo, so to the Sahar, because the Avodas also killed with skilo. Yochanan ben Uriah, Yochanan says, no, the Chenek, Yochanan ben Uriah, in other words, he's disputing about death penalty for the false prophet. Whereas Rabbi Akiva says it's skilo, and Yochanan ben Uriah holds that it's Chenek. But either way, what we're going to do is we're going to clear Shabbat between false prophet, right, between false prophet, and non-clear does the Avodah. So again, according to the that's going to result in the and according to the Yochanan, that's going to result in worship. So the verse is highlighted. We're not going to give it a show right yet. So first of all, before the first one is Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Shabbat Hazara Karei Humas, and he's comparing it to the followers of Torah. Just like the followers of Torah, so to again, the staff, the right when it does the Avodah is also filled with Shamayim. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Rabbi Akiva compares Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is filled with Skila, so to the Zar is filled with Skila. It says, no matter what's their focus, you might come for you to show Rabbi Akiva. What's the first 5 lines on the bottom? Say, Rabbi Akiva separate one, you must. ואם זונן יומס מיומס, או this is like this. However, if we're making Tir Shava, let's do it right. How do you get Tir Shava? We two identical words. So the word is humus. It says humus by Sar, and it says humus by the false prophet. By Akas Korach, by the followers of Korach, the Russian of the pasuk is yomus, not humus. Which I think humus is another thing for Tir Shava for mentioning words.
So I'm serious.
Like Shmuel says, done in Hegel or Hegel, they done in Hegel enough. So Shmuel says, no, it's better than Shabbat. I figured out Sar, and also the Adas Korach. Why? Because they were both ordinary people, as opposed to the Sar and the Yogi. The Yogi is a Choshev. Remember again, the only way the false prophet gets any kind of legitimacy is if someone is doing themselves and never happens if they go. So therefore, Rabbi Shmuel will say, we're not ordinary people from ordinary people. Sar from Adas Korach, and the Sar from the Novi, which is because Rabbi Akiva came and she did in the Hegel. And he said, oh, maybe this Novi wants something. So,
yeah, I just
wanted to try to convince Jews to worship idolatry. Even if I had Hegel, there's no more ordinary person. It's very profound.
So on July, it was reported on July 1st, 2007.
So it's almost as if a
politics and photographs of hot springs in Mexico.
Identity and status cannot simply be based on past accomplishments. Identity and status is fundamental to each other. So once we are, incredibly so. So let's go down. Mike Rabbi Akiva Rabbi Yochanan. So by the way, now, okay, so now we understand we have a fundamental focus. Ultimately, between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Now, the actual false prophet themselves is like focus. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Yochanan says, so what's going on there? Which the Gemara says, what's the focus? So Gemara says, Michael Rabbi Yochanan, the Michael Rabbi Yochanan, the focus of the Shimon Rabbi. They're my focus. The focus of Rabbi Yochanan, the Shimon and Rabbi. What's the sign of Rabbi Shittiah Skila? So Rabbi tries to give this people social idolatry. He's killed. He's Skila. And Shimon Rabbi Shimon says, no, so the Gemara says, Ha'an, the Gemara says, Shimon Rabbi Ha'an Antinan, Rabbi Akiva over the record. But Rabbi Akiva also says, so you just said because Rabbi Akiva tries, and Rabbi tries to convince people to do idolatry, ultimately is killed by Skila. They have Rabbi Akiva's on record, and the Mishnah is saying that it's a thief, straight to Rabbi Akiva. Truth is, there's not focus on Rabbi Akiva said, one kind of said, Rabbi Akiva holds that the false prophet is high of Skila. And one of them said that Rabbi Akiva holds that he's high of Skila. We see Rabbi Shimon behind the Rabbi Akiva, Rice the Rabbon, Rabbi Akiva. Okay, our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon's understanding of Rabbi Akiva. And the Bryce reflects the Rabban's view of the situation. So it's like, Halach wa Raisa, how do we pass in this last case over here, last case, the Rabbi passes like the Achol, and if a Zar goes ahead and does the Achol in the base of the Mishnah, does the Achol in the base of the Mishnah, then Halach wa Raisa is Chayiv Nisa B'Dei Shabbat. I will say, Hadron Allah, Elohim HaMisrafim, Mazul Tov, I will say, now we begin on the base, the Dalma base, base 84 people say new Mishnah. Okay, so now we are clearly doing this. We are moving on to Hashem, through the different, through the various resource bases. Now Mishnah now says, these are the individuals that get killed. Because now we're going to spoke about strangulation a little bit.
Source. Well, I made a graph of the summer 47.
It's a little less regulation a little bit, right? Again, you have cloth on the neck, tied the rope on both ends, and ultimately struggle to the individual. Again, we'll get a little bit more as we go on. So who gets cut? And we'll talk more about the actual every single day. Who gets cut? When is your kind of blood go? Hamak gets free. And when a person hits his father, going to Nefesh Kisrael, kidnap someone, sucking Mariapi Daisy. So we're going to talk about this sucking Mariapi Daisy. This is right. It's dependent if you have a situation where basically rules a certain way. There's a particular judge for minorities. Never again, the way that it works is like what happens if you have a judge who refuses to deal with something with the child? That's called a subject basis. So again, everybody, again, word about that. No, yeah, false prophet. Which again, if this way enough applies to we just learned before. Mishnah reflects that and also they killed the flag. It's not a Mishnah of all this. Some of the breakfast times are made with idolatry. Not all of the some of the idolatry. The Zohar may pass point. So this is remember again, this last case is interesting. The Zohar has to remember that they have this case, and I love the nice what happens if Rothschild witnesses show up, or they don't ever show up, and they get operated in the so they're trying to make Rothschild now take that the two moments because he looked at his shirt. It passes the better since Rothschild committed adultery. Why? Because at the time he was going to commit adultery, he was with us. He went on like you were with us. Anyway, so that was now generally again, same thing. And I love how nice it is, just like being born to first straight up. So tradition is like, okay, we'll see it, and we'll see this morning tomorrow, but we'll discuss the idea that we're going to have to soak in, and it's only the last point yourself who gets the straight first. The anything sold the plate gets straight, no matter what they get kind of. Same idea, ball up. Same thing to them, with like, don't shoot the last point. Also, that was straight as we from her, rather than getting kissed. Okay, I will say let's have it. Not the other thing somewhere. So how do you know that one is, right? One strikes their father or their mother, but I love what I said, the penalty is a death penalty. Incredible. Striking one time, death penalty attack. When you know this, I said, not get up if you most Apostle says, if you give your father a you put to death. Hold me somewhere with a stamp, you know, and in general, it's actually really interesting. In general, whenever the Torah gives you unqualified death, whenever the Torah says you put to death, if it doesn't give a specific type of death penalty, the default is kind of, we've seen that before. The default is kind of, I think where it says Amo, I think utterly illegal. How do you know? Maybe when it says not get over the almost human, it is about this way to hit them and kill them. Otherwise, it doesn't hit their parent and kill their parent. That's where there's a death penalty, to which the Gemara says, cut off the sign from the other different. So here's the problem. The problem is that, what does that mean? First thing, the person kills his father's kite, things like that. Now, the Gemara is not going to continue something that is considered to be more lenient form of death. What that's going to say is, if you kill a stamp, a regular person, you're executed by sight, more colorful head, more colorful death. If you kill your parent, your eye was at it, or they put up the next form of death, what does that mean? One second. Now that's fine. I understand it. Mechanic in general is a more lenient form of death. Element on mechanic, but if you say the mechanic is more common, what is your Ella, so just not over here. Here's what I know. As it says, if you keep your mother and father, you put to death. Stab qualified death for this mechanic. Or trying to figure out what it is. What does it mean you hit them? You hit them and you injure them, or you hit them and you kill them? Which we must trace element that said, not get each mace close to us. So let's say three times. Look at other cases when he tells himself hitting. And notice the intriguing Rothschild very easy. Right? Maki shows the man hits his fellow and the other person dies, then the hitter is put to death. Or it's someone that I'm custody, right? Yeah, there was a Hayamos and he dies. If you notice you see that there's a quality. Pasuk says, and Ruvain hit Shimon, what happened? Shimon died. So there's a qualifier, which indicates to us what? The fact that there needs to be a qualifier, Ruvain hit Shimon died, indicates to us that the stand case, where it just says Ruvain hits Shimon. What does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so now what I have over here is fine. So now, just prove this first one. Remember, it was supposed to be additional. Try to figure out who's liable. First case, person hits his father. Not yet. Well, the person hits his father or mother. That's not killing them. Because if it's killing them, it would have said, not get a youngest. So he's proving this first win in the show. Incredible progress. And by the way, he can't forget that.
Yeah, chin pizza. Chop.
I did. Hey, I lived it. So there's actual tips to being a wag. She even brings in freaking makeup artists, all this stuff. Like I listen to
put it into practice. Oh, I know what they're talking about. Guys, I think I do. They're talking because I just looked it up. Somebody tweeted about this today. Ian Gary's wife is like much older than him, and I guess when she was younger, wrote some book about how to be a wag. What's a wag? Like a wife of what is it? Wife of a gearhead? No, like a pro athlete. Oh, okay. Wives and girlfriends or something? I don't know what it stands for. But it's like whoever, it's like how to land a professional athlete. Oh, yeah, but who cares? Yeah. Well, it's just a professional athlete.
She married a civilian. Here's the main thing is of course it's all stupid and we shouldn't even be going into Ian Gary's life with this girl, whatever, but I get the fact that Sean Strickland's saying, he shouldn't have done it publicly, he should have done it privately, like you said. Yeah, if you want to help him, if you actually want to help him, you should be like, hey, dude, just so you, maybe help him if you're aware. She's saying she's defending herself.
Imagine you marry somebody and you don't know that they wrote that book, or you don't know the name of the book, or that they wrote a book at all. I'm sure Ian Gary is well aware of her novels that she's written. I want to defend my countryman. He's from Ireland. Ireland. Oh, okay, so New England. Yeah, he's from right near New England. Let's see here.
It's satirical. If you listen to it, it's not satirical.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a matter of opinion.
That's my opinion. I would love people to actually listen to there's a 5-minute preview on Amazon if you want to listen to it. Judge for yourself. That's all right. I don't know. You wanted me to dive deeper, so I dive deeper.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did, Chin. Yeah, that's the thing.
I'm tempted to join George. Knocked out there for a second. He's like, this is boring, dude. We get back to numbers and shows.
He's like, in the contract it says no reading, dude.
Where are the ticket sales?
Numbers.
Never heard of them. Release that wax and then marry a Premier League soccer player.
Right.
But she releases that in the mayor.
Getting that, I got no problem.
She can get it. Maybe she can get it. Yeah, you might be. Also, remember the Kamzat story I told you about, right? That Ian Gary himself put out there.
Agree.
I think we're agreeing with this. Maybe it works for them, which is all more power to them. And that's fine. Let's agree their relationship. But I do think.
I think WAG now is wives and girlfriends. Okay. And you know what else? We shouldn't talk about people's wives and girlfriends, Baba.
Yes. I agree. Yeah. Alrighty, well, let's see here. Married to Mexican, y'all. We got one more clip, dude.
Oh, shit.
It's always the saddest part of the day when we gotta finish that episode, dude. Special time. This one's called Never Met a Guy That Hates Mexicans So Bad Like This Guy. When asked about the Benavides fight, he dismissed it and also said, quote, I don't touch Mexico when asked who the president is. Lonely Strike 1334. There's a long title, and I nailed it, dude. Let's see. Killed it.
President of Mexico.
Oh, okay.
That's right, because your wife is Mexican and the kids are half Mexican. I just wonder if I don't touch Mexico.
I don't know.
It's Andres.
Last time I remember was Vicente Fox. That's how
El Chapo's kids.
This is basically the same thing.
President of Mexico.
I don't know why it says El Chapo's kids at the end of it. It's a joke. You know what? What is the joke?
That the drugs run Mexico, basically.
Oh, I don't even know. We already saw the clip.
Yeah, but it's always good to revisit old dishes, dude. Right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always great to see you shop in action.
I get pastrami all the time.
7 times a week. Really do.
Yeah. All right, yeah, that's it for today's episode, dude.
Thanks for tuning in. See you next week.
Later.
Bij Dirk staan we voor onze principes. Zoals altijd dezelfde lage prijs voor iedereen, of je nou veel of weinig boodschappen doet. Met deze week Mullermilk. Fles van 400 milliliter voor maar 89 cent. Op Dirk kun je rekenen.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. Wow. We have a new setup. If you're interested in hearing more about that, check into our other podcast, Raccoon Tweakies, where we do a quick breakdown of that.
A detailed examination to the brand new setup that we have here at RT. It's different.
Yeah, so definitely check that out. I'm so confused right now. So
I'm gonna keep pointing at the camera that you should look at.
fair enough.
Yeah, so
What? Okay. But this December 17th, I'm headlining Chatterbox, Gerardo.
December 28th, I'm at the Ontario Improv.
All right.
That alone tells you how good at comedy we are. I'm better than Cooney.
Yes, Gerardo is better than me. But that's not why you're here. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop.
Yes.
So play the chin clip, start the timer.
Nice. Alrighty. Well, the first clip we have here today is not pulled up yet because I'm redacted. The first clip we have pulled up today is Clinton's Not Very Smart. Posted by Minimum Sky 2305. Let's see what this is all about, Danny.
You don't know a lot about things.
A lot of things.
Well, basically, when did World War II end?
I don't know history like that.
Do you know what cities in Japan were decimated by nuclear bombs?
You should know this.
Why? Hiroshima?
Everybody.
You should know it, but the context of it is a little weird to say that.
He's a Korean poppy, dude.
Yeah, I mean, everybody should know that anyways, but I think that's what she meant. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. Or what is it? How would job mess up? The doubt benefit. I'm going to give her the doubt.
I'm going to give her the doubt of the benefit.
Yeah, the benefit of the... I almost said the cloud. The benefit of the cloud.
God.
I'm Korean, dog.
Oh my God. Why do you have to make it about race?
75. I'll just say 75. What was Korean War? I could have sworn it was in the 40s, though. Way to go, Chid. So this proves our point.
I need you to...
Even the Korean shit you got wrong. I think Chid went over World War II. Who was on what side?
The handwork is so great. He's got kratom. Not kratom, or chew. Yeah, rope nicotine in there. Yeah, good stuff. Get some lozenges in you, daddy. Yeah, lozenges.
I remember remembering this a long time ago, but I just lost.
The reason that you have to...
Here's the thing, you might just be interested in it.
But listen, it's just important, I think, to be a little bit aware of the world around you. And I think that's to everyone.
Of course, got the Diet Coke right next to him, Danny.
Yeah, he's ready, dude.
And a rain. You have to have a rain.
You know, when you're always ready to have a good time, guess what you're going to have? A good time. Okay? You guys, energy, sweet, sweet nectar of Diet Coke, and some chew to put in the pouches or whatever. I mean, there's just no way you're going home unhappy.
Two shot.
And I understand you, because we can get
it's not cool. You can't make a song about it.
We can get on shaming.
We're not bashing.
I hate that because there's a lot of shames around that. It's like, I don't know this.
No, we're not doing that. We would never.
It's just information.
Not just information.
How many states do you think you could know? If I give you a blank map.
It would be tough.
I think 3 countries in Europe.
In Europe?
Yes. No big deal. I just want to say
England?
George?
England, yeah. You've been to some of these. Australia?
Oh, that's not Europe.
That's not Europe?
But again, see,
See how stupid he looks? Real quick, do you guys remember everything from grade school?
Was it?
No.
Is this a conspiracy to make Shop look less dumb?
I think Chin has a plan.
Chin has a plan. Chin has his own show.
Yeah.
Chin was like, all right, I'll do it. They're like, who can we make seem dumb? And they're like, how about George? And like, no, everyone thinks he's dumb already.
Yeah.
And they're like, how about the Instagram? No, because we've already said enough things about women. But Chin, people think Chin's smart.
Chin walked in the office and they were like, listen, Chin, we're going to ask you some questions. You can't know the answer to any of them, dude.
He's like, so pretend I'm like Shop. And they're like, yeah,
be cool, Chin. Be cool.
Yeah, that's what we want.
I think they continue to study.
Education is...
Yeah, you like to pause right before the end of the clip.
Yeah, it's my redacted thing that I do. Yeah, it is kind of crazy that he doesn't know what the cities were bombed, but I don't know specifically the year. I think World War, what is it, 45? 45,
I think, was the end of World War II, yeah.
Was that clip really loud, or is it just my headphones? We turn it down.
Here. There you go. Yeah, the clip was very loud. It was very loud how bad history fucked my life.
No, you're right. Here's a good point.
All right, the next clip is posted by PP Stains in a front, and it's called Papa Takes on Ngannou being gifted a supercar. PP Stains in a front. Let's see.
He's on the broadcast during the fight for Ngannou. The Saudi prince gifted Ngannou a handmade $4 million sports car. I don't know if this is legit. Yeah, I think it is. Is it? I don't know. Oh, yeah, but that's insane. Here's what's insane. I've sat in those. I don't fit.
Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Yes. How is this not playing in the thing? This has to be on purpose. This is Andy Kaufman type shit.
Yeah.
I can't fit in that. I love that. I love it.
Man, it is not only his first takeaway, it's his only takeaway.
You know what I mean? That's right. That's your takeaway. It is literally his takeaway
every time.
Awesome.
Let's see.
It's gonna look like a micro machine. Here's the thing. There's not a chance I'm gonna try to sell. I don't know how fast this is. Oh, that's your takeaway from this dope ass car? Jeez, I can't believe you fit in that thing. Yeah, okay. That's the takeaway, huh? Any of size, like any of size.
And I love how they pull up the graphic too on the thing, just like they did on the other one. Oh man, chef's kiss, dude.
Yeah, that was an excellent chin, dude. What else do we got here, dude? This one's posted by Successful Egg 345. It's called Dear Truck Community. Brendan must be stopped. Imposter alert. What do you think is going to be the imposter?
That he doesn't know something about trucks. But real quick though, the way that he dresses, I know we talk about it a lot.
Yeah.
It seems as if he just saw a kid on the street and he was like, oh, I like the way that kid dresses. I'm going to dress like that for a little bit.
Yeah.
Like every time he changes, it looks, he saw like a 20-year-old on the street wearing something, mustache. He was like, okay, I like that. That's me now.
Yeah.
Like, this is just not how an adult dresses.
Depending on how much it costs, dude, with my new mustache, I'm down to fucking style up Thick Boy, dude. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, we'll get on it. We were just on it on the Wreck and Tweeties, and there were some sales.
Maybe some golden hour jackets.
Dude, if you had a golden hour jacket, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, dude.
I'd be gay.
But it's his
truck, and the guy, so it was in Phoenix, so I sent somebody to inspect it for me. Didn't know they were a moron. I flew all the way out to Phoenix, Arizona to pick up a Cherry of a Generation 2 2004 Ford Lightning. Check this bad boy out. Check this bad boy out. Not a mark on it. Basically all stopped. Billy Grill. Put an aftermarket intake on it.
So basically, I think that they're inferring that he was calling himself an idiot because he said he sent an idiot to Phoenix to pick it up, and he thinks he's in Phoenix here.
Thank you for doing that. Thank you for explaining it to me.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
let's make sure that that's the case really quick.
Girl truck, and the guy, so it was in Phoenix, so I sent somebody to inspect it for me. Didn't know they were morons.
Okay. Didn't know they were a moron.
Yeah.
Okay.
So apparently he's the moron here.
Interesting.
What's
What's going on? Is that CT flaring up, or he forgot,
or it's a painted narrative, you know.
it could be just a painted from Shanks or himself.
Yeah.
You never know.
Let's see.
Aftermarket, cake on it, holy double sport, holy electric horsepower. We got plans for that. I don't care about any of that. I care about the low mileage, I care about the drive.
What are you not going to do again?
I'm never going to buy a car without me going through this.
What if car guys watch this the way we watch shop clips? They watch Toontown the way like we're just laughing at shop saying crazy shit, but they're like, oh man, that's really wrong. There's no such thing as a Diablo, whatever. Why is everything with trucks Diablo Raptor? It's almost like Callan needs all this shit.
Yeah, check out the new Kia Satan.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like.
All right, this next one's posted by Cyberman996. It's called Crystalia. You're poor if you don't have an iPhone. New territory. Yeah, let's see.
Wait, phone away. We recording? What? Well, then what are you doing? Let me see. I supposed to see if it looks good. No, be quiet, short. Got deleted. The whole thing. How do you delete it? You don't even have a fucking iPhone. You delete it? Yeah. The beginning's fine. They were clapping hard. You could close that. You have a deleted folder though? No. Yeah, he does, dude. Come on, bro. You just got the phone, dude. What a liar, bro. How does he do it? Who else is poor and has a fucking Samsung or whatever the fuck this thing is? What is it? One Plus? A One Plus? Never heard of that phone. It's not for me. You gotta have them deleted, dude. What's got a One Plus? Dude, nobody has a fucking One Plus!
Man, this is a clip that he posted from his TikTok.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
dude. Yeah. This is crowd work on that Kratom. Yeah, crowd work clip. These are the crowd work clip that they warn you about. You know, when people complain about crowd work. Oh, dude, we caught this guy, dude. He was recording me, so I talked to him for 2 minutes because his phone was poor. I fucking gave it to him. Why is he standing like that? That's actually kind of impressive.
That's what I was gonna say.
That long.
Yeah.
That I'm impressed by.
I was gonna say, dude, shout out to Crystalia for squatting, dude.
He's not an old man, but he's in his 40s and he can do all that. I mean, that's athletic.
Yeah.
So I don't think Shab can do that. Although Shab can bench press whatever 22 reps of 400 or whatever it is.
To all you hawks out there that can do a squat with heels on the ground, dude. I tip my hat to you, dude.
Yeah, if you can do that in Jordans, dude.
Yeah.
If when I get back in Hollywood, dude, I'm gonna squat, dude. Jordans, dude. If I catch a guy on a phone, dude, I'm gonna talk about what kind of phone it is, dude. And I'm gonna give it to him.
Let's see.
It's so weird to be like this right now, right? It feels weird. It's okay. I don't feel anything. So it's nice, right? No, he feels bad. I think he probably didn't know you should do that, right? There's so many signs that say that. No, it's okay. I don't want him to be thrown out. It's okay. It's totally okay. He's a nice guy. You're not gonna post it. I appreciate you, bro. Thanks. He'll delete. He won't. Because I'm working new shit. Dude, he literally has a hoodie on that says asshole.
You can't trust comedians anymore either. Everyone could be a plan at this point. Mulaney, who I love, and I love the special, has an audience plan in his special. You know, and that's motivating. You think you can trust them? You can't.
Yeah. Let's be honest, they're not new in town, dude.
Yeah, terrible. There was nobody who was new in town. Yeah. The homeless guy said that. You know, it is what it is, dude.
Let's see the rest of this.
I mean, at least, you know, can't say it in one, you know. I thought at TV, like I could see, you know.
That's a sec. That's the end.
This is good because he posts this, and let's say we get bigger and we're making clips of our stand-up that a lot of people are watching, we'll know that we shouldn't do shit like that. So thank you, thank him first.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
I don't know why the fucking Reddit's starting to just play clips in the middle of you talking about it.
I'm sorry, Daddy. That's happening.
Oh shit, we got a haphazard alert.
Oh, one of our guys. Never met him. Great guy.
You know, don't you have to change to its specific concepts? One of those concepts is not exclusive. Not like friends. You cannot use it for the same show. Interesting. Okay. Yo shit. No. Next. I don't know that it's funny doesn't get hold of the city. Okay. He's a violation of law. And they love all your not to overcome it. Once it says, both of the Irish will have to push on the whole to the charades. Also, Hashem shows the joy to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the point from amongst all of his rights, La'amod, to stand and to serve. Here, La'amid and Achar to go to Yeshiva. The Dafka, all of the sacrificial service, temples of standing and not sitting. Therefore, one point goes down is this. So in Yavodah, in Halach, or in the cities, in violation of law. Talmud, next. What about a blemished point? Remember again. What happens if a blemished point goes down? Rabbi Orbi, so Rabbi says, the come-state gospel, it's a lot. In other words, my friend would what's Rabbi's logic that he says, there's a problem for blemished point goes down. Well, he's kind of, so what's his logic? So the person said, well, young. The pasuk says, again, if the point has a wound, he should not come to the Barokas. And the rest of the pasuk is, the Lord Yechalel as Mikdoshi, Kanish and Parashah. He should not prevent on the construction of Chilo. So the verse, all in all, Chilo, the Shuma, they can hear a Shabbat, and it's about Shuma. Just like he did Malach, just like by Shuma. If you have a comic book, it's time to get the night. After time, he's looking for powerful, does the Avodah. He's also kind of that's what he's watching. He's there, Shabbat, Chilo, from Shuma to Talmud. They have a Chilo, because I say, yeah. I, but the Lord also says, Chilo by no star. No says a few cards. So usually we say, Shabbat, just like no says a few cards. So too, Talmud is a few cards. Which we were said, Mala, the Christ after the Christ. Start of the Shuma, one of these forces around our Shuma, that he was shaking so hard, because remember, you get Shuma and both cases, you don't really qualify code. Right, Bambo, right, in some kind of information. In the case of Shuma, we had our point was coming in Shuma. So it makes more sense to learn out physical qualification from physical disqualification. Just the opposite. We know something in it. No, you should learn after once. Why? You should be furthermore, Again, different ways to carry out passages but what I said was bravo. So what I remember, trying to figure out the what is that? So again, a couple of both some of this individual is high. Going about what does the hold up, a lot of nice again, what this is
my girlfriend, she's from China, and that's what she liked to play like high stakes box. She was doing Macau at the time from.
So what's this guy? Rabbi said it is they come only to ask me. I'm saying that like what's Rabbi's life? Like Rabbi saying, is so Rabbi Mo, just like my true love, like he's extremely love the release I want to say again, one thing when you start where you insemination, that'll be the case ultimately again the point of time and intentionally does the evolution from up. But the license that is once again the aspect the person intentionally made it violate the law. It is not inspiration. I am dead. Incredible. I suppose it's back to remember again, it was like this was Shabbos' death, right? So Mishka said this was the end of the holiday days. Not made intentionally, like serving the people are correct. The comments in the Kedusha, Kiva says, connection to the Chama say it's subdivision. Either that's good. Alright, so again, my focus is the one that was that. Kind of, very small American. Nema, Gaza, Ukraine, Cubas. Nema, Kalakore, Yomos. So what's I said? Grandpa, yes, so the schmucks, so it's nice, so one end is this. Gaza, Ukraine, Cubas. This is talking about the devil. Then we work for the second one. What's the second one? Yomos. So again, this statue is talking about my habits. But again, many of them goes another posting, and it says, whoever speaks to the Mishkan Hashem, Yomos will die. Not like the Lord be the Hashem, just like by that second posting is talking about be the Hashem. I can actually look out for the year. Actually, Mala Halal is actually very different process. Mala Halal be the Hashem. I am my side of the Hashem before I pass through again, this is fine. So they were told to do Shemai. Interestingly enough, it was their job. It says by nine because the Avodah Amos, and it says Atas Porah, Kalakari, Hakare, of Hashem, they were also they were killed. After Ishmael, so over here, few months, você que makes a difference in the show. It says that Nancy was because, and it says by no, this is a false prophet. False prophet. Individual.
It might be too late soon. He's probably putting a cap on it. There's only going to be so many waivers that are going to be available. We got VSM something or other. What's up, regular question?
No,
GM, I'm at james.com, but it's good morning to you, sir. James will probably be back in 1 second. What's your question? I'm from Nigeria. I said James is reporting on Indian. Is he what?
So again, originally you guys can
I'm be a black guy and I can, if I'm versatile, I can do anything. It's just a matter of time. I can learn, adjust, and serve any need you want to serve. Can you make memes? Can you make memes? Yes, I can make memes. I can make memes. Okay. I want you to make a few memes right now, and we're gonna test your meme skill. Okay. So go ahead and make a few memes. And then put them in the comments, and I'll check them out in a second. Let me know. This is Irene tryouts for Nigerian I'm one of Halloween parties marry as we talk with the space some sort of a 500 person at the party. I think if you have two different phones and you're signed into two different phones, you can join another space technically. I think I've done it before, but just go ahead and get yourself a secondary phone, and that way you can just leave that there, and you always have two phones going on the same account. That might help avoid getting rugged. Let's say good morning, but yeah, it's all a test, man. I'm not 100% on that. I'm pretty sure that I did it before I signed it. Looks like he's helped brokers.
The space is ended.
What's this one?
China's President Xi, and he had his Treasury Secretary and trade officials meeting with senior Chinese officials in Malaysia over the weekend. Set the stage for this very high-stakes meeting the president will be having on Thursday. The president says it's going to be a successful transaction for both countries. The Treasury Secretary said over the weekend that there was a substantial framework that was reached in order to put that forward for the two leaders to then discuss, negotiate, work out. We'll see what that meeting looks like, but that is set for Thursday on the sidelines of the world leader meeting in South Korea.
Okay, so Trump is hinting at a deal, but since that's we've got a framework, but we won't know until after.
We will not. No details. No surprise, because I think, one, they want to keep this close, and they still have to meet, and things could go differently after the meeting, so there are no details yet from the administration, publicly or the president, but they are expressing optimism about how they feel going into this meeting. And it's important to note, we're in a trade truce right now in China. The tariffs have been at that high point of 145%, rolling down to 30% because of an agreement that the two countries have reached on trade. And the U.S. has accused China of going back on that agreement. So the president has threatened to put another 100% additional tariffs on Chinese goods starting on Saturday. And this meeting is very critical to the send off any potential changes in this truce relationship right now.
And aren't soybeans a big sticking point? I've heard people talk about soybeans.
It's a very, very big deal. The Treasury Secretary alluded to a potential deal on U.S. soybeans because China stopped purchasing them from the U.S. as part of this ongoing trade war. So the largest buyer of American soybeans, they were more than 50% of our exports. So the last year. Again, you're not getting details of what that's going to look like. Stay tuned.
Okay, thanks so much, ABC's Karen Travers. As always, we appreciate it. The Dodgers back from Toronto and getting ready to host the Blue Jays for Game 3 of the World Series tonight. Pitcher Tyler Glasnow will start for LA and says he's staying focused.
You have to play each game for what it is and not think about the future like 3 games from now.
Former Dodgers pitcher Max Scherzer gets the start for Toronto. World Series tied at 1 game apiece. That means the Dodgers could claim the title if they win all 3 in LA. You can hear all the Dodger games on our sister station KLAC AM 570. Again, first pitch goes out at 5:08. The feds are going to be watching polling places around California leading up to the November 4th special election.
Federal monitors will be on site in 5 areas, including Los Angeles, Riverside, 50. A plan to redraw the state's congressional map. Attorney General Pam Bondi says transparency at the polls translates into faith in the electoral process. Some California election officials say the state already has strong safeguards and doesn't need federal oversight. Brigitte Agostino, KFI News.
California Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell is demanding that potential Democrat candidates for president in 2028 pledge to tear down President Trump's White House ballroom, which is under construction. Swalwell posted on X yesterday, in his words, "Don't even think of seeking the Democratic nomination for president unless you pledge to take a wrecking ball to the Trump ballroom on day 1. Or," he says, "they could rename it the Barack Obama ballroom." So that'd do the trick too. Governor Newsom's confirmed that he is considering a presidential run in 2028. He said so when asked during an interview with CBS News whether he'd be giving it some serious thought.
Yeah, I'd be lying. Otherwise, I'd just be lying. And I'm not going to do that.
Newsom can't run for governor again next year because of term limits. Over the weekend, former Vice President Harris told the BBC that she might make a run for president again too. California may soon get another sanctuary city.
A recent city council meeting at South Lake Tahoe, a resident there floated the idea of declaring the town a sanctuary city for bears.
Maybe we go ahead and punish the people that allowed them to get into the cabins.
The guy wants to punish people for not securing their trash, which the bears in Lake Tahoe go after, causing issues. City says euthanizing bears happens on a rare occasion, and a local nonprofit has officially presented the city with a proclamation, hoping that it gets passed. Jason Campadoni on KFI News.
I don't know, but this whole thing with the bears, we were talking about this last week because there's a big spot and there was that mom and her 3 cubs in the neighborhood last week. We're in their territory. Like, they didn't come looking for us, and we just happen to have trash and stuff, and they're like, hey, free food. So I think we need to find a way to coexist better.
Yeah.
It's not the bears' fault. Hey, they are. Everybody's hungry. Okay, when we come back, let's see for the top of the hour. So GoFundMe. Make GoFundMe pages for all
Shema
these right?
Israel Adonai Elohim Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Machal. Love that.
Mostly sunny, highs in the low 70s at the coast, mid-70s for Metro LA and NOC, 70s to mid-80s in the valleys and Inland Empire, 60s to 70s in the Antelope Valley. It's going to heat up. We actually have a heat advisory tomorrow and Wednesday. Highs will be around 80 in the beaches, 80s for the metro areas, 80s to mid-90s for the valleys and the Inland Empire. 59 in Anaheim, it's 61 in Aliso Viejo. We've got a crash, nope, just slowing in the Cajon Pass on 15.
That's because we had the crash, but it's gone. Traffic's still jammed up though southbound side. From about Highway 395, Joshua Street, as you get out of Hesperia, all the way down to Highway 138. It's getting better, but it's still going to take a while to empty out, so just have some patience there. It's going to be a rough morning, unfortunately. 110 freeway southbound at 3rd Street, a crash clearing from the on-ramp. We've got major problems in downtown LA on the 10 as you head westbound. The connector to that 110 freeway was closed. It looks like traffic is getting slightly better, so they may have reopened that connector, but it's still a good area to avoid if you can. A lot of people apparently are doing that because now the northbound side of the 101 is all jammed up, getting out of the East LA interchange. In fact, the guy crashed in Alameda. Both vehicles are on the right shoulder, northbound side of the 101, but it's still pretty slow all the way back from the 60 with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Cole's right.
On this podcast, themselves unpack and emerge mindset.
Also,
In the world of resentment, cynicism, anger against women, and a daily TV.
tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which you have revenge.
This is Incels. Listen to Incels on America's #1 podcast network, Bible.
Haphazard has a post saying it was his team's fault. New lightning narrative, dude. Let's see what that means.
What's up, bro? You fucking bought a dump car or what?
Yeah, that's
Bought it.
yeah, it's 11 today. A lot of work. Right?
All right,
Doing real wrench.
So you think they have a whole different computer in it, and a whole different mods, and no Fort Township gonna touch that. So you're fine.
No.
Okay.
I'll have Daddy here. Figure it out.
Yeah.
That's what we run.
So you get it, you. They really talk daddy all the time. I know, that's probably why we do. Hey, Rose out is fun to do. Who did it for you? They did, yeah.
Uh-oh. Get it, you, and then you put nonsense on it. You got it with nonsense.
With nonsense. 20-year-old truck, right? Nonsense. Ford Lightning, shout out to Paul Walker. 20-year-old truck, and the guy, so we was in Phoenix, so I sent somebody to didn't know they were born. It's all good. No mods. I showed my son.
It's one of those like female ones where he goes,
has an exhibit autograph on the front. Like, I don't know, man. So we gotta figure it out, though.
I guess I don't understand, like, I mean, I'm not a truck guy, never been a truck guy, but if the truck is all modded out, all this, I'm assuming that means that a lot of stuff has been added to it, there's things that they write type stuff, they would sell it to you for less, or like, wouldn't it be more expensive if it was modded out?
I'm not a truck guy, dude. When it comes to trucks, we're a couple of ducks, dude.
Yeah, that's it. I have no idea. I know he's wrong. I just know it's because he's Bob.
What I'm assuming is, I think somebody explained it on the Discord. They called us redacted, but then they gave us an explanation. I think the computer's from Australia, so it's not American. Ford's an American car company.
Right.
But I don't even care, dude. Yeah, really.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just, you get into the weeds with it. There's so many lie narratives that, you can only keep track with so many of them.
I'm kind of like, at first I was lit about a new show that Bob had. I'm kind of upset. Do you think it's boring or what? No, because I want to see stand-up, dude. I want him to do stand-up.
Yeah, we used to think that we needed more shows doing it. I don't think maybe we did suggest Hit My Ride, but it's not enough like Hit My Ride. It's really just him buying trucks and then saying lies. So that's not as interesting as like the stand-up. Blackfish, which audience members Tractor Man, Magic Johnson saying, "Oh, Magic Johnson." Yeah, that was a good one. I wouldn't stand next and take my picture with me because what if a mosquito drink a Bud Light?
Yeah, dude. I mean, be careful what you exchange for, dude. That is such a good thing to remember. Yeah, I like that. Be careful what you exchange for.
Dude, Gerardo Classic.
Let's see. When it buys 11. Yeah, what was it?
No, that was an accident, man.
All right, look, so hold on. So what was the lesson you learned? You have to learn a lesson here. So what was the lesson you learned? What are you not going to do again?
I'll never get a black car without me. I'm not taking people's word. But now one of the projects is figuring this thing out. Sure, I like that red shit. I wasn't aware.
Yeah, sure. Anything car related.
Yeah, I didn't know people like this. Like, yeah.
People like to see Doug. So, people like to see Doug.
Used to be those little meat at the end. You're a friendly Canadian.
Yeah, dude. I think there's a couple more. I'll probably just breeze through, but there's a lot of failure stuff on the changes.
It's not like it's failures. Failures, like screeners.
Yeah, when you buy a truck and they put a fail.
They're on it, you're like, oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. Well, they fucking put a feeler in one of my Tokyo's or whatever, dude. Like all of those dynamos in there, dude. They fucking hooked it up for the demon.
Alright, well, that was ridiculous. Let's, you don't know anything about trucks. The blower's all failer.
Yeah.
Let's see here. This one's post hard. The blower, no, that's a supercharger.
Oh, okay. What's a supercharger?
It's something that makes your car, gives your car turbo.
Turbo. Do you just every other word is a word I don't know?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's exhaust.
Oh, okay. They got just a sort of.
Let's see here. Exhaust comes out. So this one's posted by Dino Velvet 8mm. It's called Shop's favorite type of music. Let's see what this is about, dude.
Back to long story short, I've always been country, but country's happy right now. I think I give that credit to no, it's space. Yeah, the way you go here, it's amazing. So space. What music? Really all about it. On Spotify, it's just hard things. Algorithm. Morgan Waller is huge right now. What's your favorite song? All this stuff is good. My boy Jelly Roll's crushing it. He got, lots of these body side I don't know what's that.
I gravitate towards him.
Yeah, he definitely botched it. The guy is doing a hilarious Chains interview of Shop where you're just asking him questions that anybody could answer probably.
Yeah.
But then I liked at the end he was like, I'm not going to ask him what his favorite Jelly Roll song is. That would be too far.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sad, dude. I don't like seeing my boy Shop down, dude.
But then, to be fair, I like Morgan Wallen off the top of my head. If you were to ask me, like, what's my favorite Morgan Wallen song, I'd have to just sing you the bars. I don't know any of them.
Like I always say, we all have Shop inside of us, dude. This one's posted by Thick Boy with 3 C's. It's called #bars.
Ain't going to work in the morning, we calling on. More than a deep night. Be a real loud. We going every night. Keep going till we get it right. Turn it into more than a midnight. I met you out in Nashville.
Oh shit.
Last night was not real. I woke up and I need some Advil. I know you out here, you doing your thing. I hope that you remember me.
Dude, might have to take our girls to Big Town, dude, yeah. Double date in Bigville. Play this vibe. You'll be hilarious to Mac on your chick to chin. Listen, I'll do it. That was great. I'll put that on again. Yeah, dude. I liked it. Bars, dude. Bars.
Yeah, but all the songs kind of sound the same, though, right? Am I wrong?
But I like the sound. Oh, they're so dumb. Except for those donut rap songs we were listening to. That was terrible. But they're funny. They're kind of like almost good, but they're like comical.
Yeah.
I don't know if they feel that way too.
You know, to each their own, B. Careful what you agitate for. If you want more of that,
I want more of that.
All right, so this one's another Minimum Sky 2305. It's called Dope Episodes Like Toontown usually take 3 years. What the fuck?
What's in April?
Got a headache. You get a problem with the lightning, everybody's on break, it drives me nuts. The problem is when you decide to take passion, content, there's time for it, and then you get a good guy. Instead, people mob their cars. There's no...
He's like, no more show, no more of this fucking comedy. Mod cars. That's it. Yeah. I'm a simple truck guy. Always been a truck guy. I mod them. I walk women to them. I love trucks.
Yeah, dude. I noticed the flaw in our ways. We always ask for new shows. I want to see content town, dude. We just talked about making content.
We fucked up. I will admit to it. We should have been like, no, stand-up is what we want to see. We were like, more shows, he listened to us because he's a guy, he reads the comments. He's a hawk. He's a hawk. He moves in hawk ways. He was like, they asked for more shit. I give them 2 ducks. Now he's probably looking at us like, look at these 2 ducks. Yeah. I give them what they want, and now they're like complaining. And that's really something that you yourself, maybe you're a chef, maybe you're a hawk, maybe you're a duck, maybe you're one of the 3, all 3. Who knows? But you gotta ask yourself that. Yeah. You know, what do you want?
Maybe he saw us and was like, how does he even fit in that chair?
I should ask myself that every day. How do I fit in that chair? That's my takeaway.
Let's see.
And so it could be a year, 2 years, there's no rush. Anxiety I have to create content. It's like TRX. Easy up that night. I got problems. But, drop dope, Toontown episode in November, take off in March. So it's done this time. For content, when you guys see something, like that first episode, Toontown took months. All that stuff takes months. So you see it in 12 minutes. It's like the next episode, you think that most people do it in maybe 3 years, and then you're months. And then it just takes the harvest is different than anything else, like especially when you're working with tuning and stuff like that. Just don't move fast. Most times, again, it takes a few years to get this stuff done. You try to do it
to do 1 episode. That's insane. I mean, a year to do 1 episode is crazy. Maybe it means like making a car, but a month is so funny because I used to live in Hollywood for a while, so I had roommates who do like TV production. The idea of them, you ask them what they're doing, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm working on this show for a minute shop. Like, oh yeah? What are you guys doing? He's like, oh, we're shooting 1 episode. In a month? You're going to be on location for a month to do 1. How long is the episode? 12 What? That's part of his problem. This is something that Mark talked about. He really has too many people on payroll. Like there is not the need for 12 people. But there's only 2 of us. Yeah. And we're nowhere near as big a production, but
I want you to know I disagree with you. But keep going. Okay, well, now you go. No, I mean, he's going through a lot. What the fuck? Right, okay. I'm listening. Content is king. Right? Okay. He puts out episodes every fucking week. True. Right? How many episodes?
I don't even know.
3? Yeah, I'm not numbers. He's writing in his diary. He's fucking T-Fat-Can. He's shop showing, dude.
Right. Is there a food truck diary every week? Oh, is that your takeaway? You're right. No, you're right. I'm feeling this shit. You're right. I can't talk.
No, when I see this clip, I'm like, fuck. Yeah, I feel bad for Shop, dude.
Right.
He's out here trying to put out Toontown. He's like, dude, Toontown's awesome.
You're right. Sometimes you gotta work on 1 12-minute show for a month or a year.
Yeah, dude, you're right. You're acting like your friend would be like, yeah, I'm doing 1 show for 1 month. They'd be like, but I'm working with Shop, dude. That's what they would say.
Yeah, they'd be like, fuck off. Be cool, Cooney.
Yeah.
How much are you working with Shop for 65 days?
Are you getting paid?
7 times a week. Are you getting paid? No.
Are there any days off?
He said he was gonna. He wasn't.
He likes donuts. Yeah, no, you're tripping, dude. I see this and I see a king suffering right now. All right, let's go to the next one. This one's posted by Hazard.
Yeah, great title, dude.
You want to read the title? Go for it.
I married Mexican. And y'all.
Look at this. All right.
Kids, what is poppin'? What's cracking? How are you? Thanksgiving? What's everybody doing? Yeah? Can't hear you. That's turkey, dry turkey is usually the norm. A little dry turkey.
I don't know the context. Why does he expect people to say something?
If he's saying there's a fourth wall between him and the audience, he can't hear us responding. I don't know. We're saying a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he just watched a show. He did.
That's good. Big stuffing, guys. Stuffing with cranberry sauce, gravy. It's one of the downsides being married to Mexican. We like to kind of take over this holiday. And I put my foot down and say, wait, no.
Anybody else it would be like offensive, maybe. This is just so funny. He just is out of control. He just he saw comedians talk for a while and he was like, all right, I'll act like that. He doesn't have the brain power to come up with real jokes. Just says stuff like that.
No, the vocals are all good. What he needs to do is slap the shit out of that chair, dude. You know? Oh, right. But throw some shots. Fucking white chick up right here, dude. That's what he needs to do.
You need to get in there, man. Yeah. You need to get on the show first because you can give him some producer advice.
Oh, dude. The most producer advice, dude. I think I reached my magnum opus of shot clips, dude. I'm able to throw shit at you now.
You're killing it. You're firing on all cylinders, as we say.
All right, so this one's posted by Hugo Tactical. It's called "You're Following the Blueprint." Looks like a clip from JRE. Let's see.
The thing I learned from you, like now with my platform, not as big as yours, but it's not bad. I give back. Yeah, you smell lazy. You're following the blueprint. Little Browse, this white rapper, he creates all the music for all my promos. He's so fucking talented, man. That's awesome. It's gonna cry. That's beautiful. That's good. You're helping.
What was the title on that one?
He said the title is, sorry, "You're Following the Blueprint."
Yeah, Rogan gave him the game. He took the ball and he ran with it. He's a football player. He was in the NFL. He knows what he's doing. He had a coffee at the Bills practice stadium, and he took that coffee, he drank it, he threw up uncontrollably.
Oh, best coffee you'll find.
Yeah, he throws up all the time because he drinks coffee all day long.
Yeah, he drinks into the water, he wants coffee.
Part of the blueprint, though.
Oh my gosh. All right, this one's posted by Baby Q. It's called "Just Jumping on the Fryers for a Quick 8-second Shift." This one's pretty fast. Let's see what happens.
So what do you think that he's doing that reaction to?
Oh no, remember he's talking about how Chin is done.
Oh, that's from the dumb clip. He's like, we're not saying, but that could be a sound drop for us. You don't know something or you get something wrong. It's like, oh, really, dude.
Yeah. What do you think about his impersonation of Chin?
It's not the greatest impersonation I've seen of someone else. There's room for improvement there.
But he's on the right track, right?
It was done that Chin didn't know Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Look at this, dude. We got another hat. You know what I mean? Uh-oh. Haphazard.
He's the man.
Oh, yeah. Very nice. Nice of Papa to pitch in where he thinks the ticket price is $60. Let's see.
160K grand.
Oh, yeah.
George, if you said, Brian, can you fly me to Chicago? I would do that. Well, for Thanksgiving? No, for Thanksgiving. For Thanksgiving also? That's what Brian's offering right now.
So sweet.
That's sweet. I don't think you picked a ticket price. That's very sweet of you. If you really want to go.
Oh, I'll contribute.
Round trip from 162. That's on Spirit. No, I'm fine. It's perfect. Spirit, you have to leave. Spirit, you have to pay for water. Tomorrow, right? No, you have to like tomorrow. Thanksgiving on Thursday, so you can't leave Wednesday. No, for real. I don't care about cars. If you really want, I will fly. The price isn't an issue for price.
Hey, do this off earwaves.
Yeah. This is like employer-employee talk.
Yeah.
When you get to leave for Thanksgiving.
One way you can crystallize it up a little bit, dude. You can say, "I'll buy a ticket, cry right now."
Yeah. Oh, really? You're not gonna? I'm gonna buy you tickets, dude. You know? Yeah. Did he? I forget this one. The clips he did. No, I'm just saying that's probably something Chris D'Elia would do. That was a good. Did you just create the whole Chris D'Elia bit? Yeah. I'll buy you a ticket. Crack. So stupid. I like it. Let's see if there's.
I'll cover your Wi-Fi. Oh yeah. Let me know if you want to. I'll pay for half of it, Georgie. You want to go half? Yeah, you want to come in. Well, I'll go half. I don't want to get. I don't care. Yeah, there you go. The tapsies.
They don't get paid. Half goes to Brian, half goes to Brian.
Off air, they take them and they're like, you know, that's part of the show, right? We're not actually gonna. I mean, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot. We're not gonna be able to pay you guys to go now because we said we don't.
And you know, like, I mean, you probably already know this, but I haven't paid you for your regular salary. So you knew that I was going to pay you for the point. Right? Yeah. And you did it correct. Right. And I also paid you some Adderall. So can you hurry up? I did.
Of course. We don't do enough. We don't do enough for Chin and Georgie. Really, we're used to that. So give them some of your money. Give them some of your salary. Take off half of it. No, you're feeling so generous. Take 20% of yours and give to the a lot. You're the guy here. What do you got, Jin? So are we sending Georgie to Chicago? You want to go, Georgie? If you want, for real. Just tell your cover, Georgie. We don't see your crying at Pet Express.
Interesting omission of PFGs there instead of PFGs. Panda Express made an appearance, dude. A new challenger approaches.
And Brian is drinking Magic Mind right now. Mm-hmm. Will the clip get even better?
Or as I like to call it, broccoli beef.
All right, I'll stop.
Thanksgiving, man. I mean,
I gotta work Wednesday.
Do we?
Are we the Spider and the Kid closed Wednesday?
I'm gonna be here anyway. I'm gonna be here anyway. Wednesday.
Check Skyscanner.
The cheapest is 6 8 What happened to the prices there? We saw one for 180. That was it automatically selected December, so I punched in tomorrow, Wednesday till Sunday.
This is literally an HR conversation. This is an HR conversation. Like an employer talking to their HR person about when someone can take off and all that. And they're having it on air while Brian drinks the Magic Mind.
It's really a skill, dude. I mean, look how close we are to the end of the clip. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, now I can see that. Dude. I can't control. I'm chomping at the dig to ruin for you, dude.
Well, let's see the rest of the clip if there's anything important.
Okay. Yeah, dude. Oh my God.
It is an HR conversation.
What's next? Like, which holidays are we going to have off next year? What do you think, Jen? Should we do Martin Luther King? We didn't do Martin Luther King this year. Should we do that next year?
We're taking New Year's off this year, me and you.
We are. Yeah. No episode on New Year's.
I want to find a rancho that can you pay.
Well, I mean, if you really want to go, I can maybe pay half.
Oh, I'll pay the other half.
Yeah. 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 All right. Well, let's pull up Skyscanner.
Okay, Skyscanner.
Yeah. Since you're so rich, all of a sudden you can do half.
Yeah. What if you give you 20% of mine?
Okay, Mr. Whole Foods. All right. Can you give me a Magic Mind?
Yeah, I got you. I do want to get a chin though, dude. I think it'd be cool if we had a chin.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how long it takes us to have stupid conversations like that. Yeah, like that we just shit on our chin.
Yeah, hey, well, how about in the comments? Let's start some applications, baby.
Yeah, you want to be a chin?
Yeah.
You know what it takes? Can you sing? Huh? Can you cook?
Yeah, we want a list of songs you can sing. Yeah, places that we're gonna have to buy you tickets for.
And also, you have to leave in bad audio and visual.
Oh, yes.
You can't cut out stuff that doesn't work.
Examples of things you wouldn't cut out of our episodes, right?
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, just leave an employment application below.
Yeah. Right. No promises.
No promises.
No promises.
Oh yeah, no promises. No, this is a bit on the show. Let's see here. This one's called Ziet. What does that mean?
German?
Maybe. It's posted by
Oh, see it? That's something Shabbos saying.
Oh, best brains beat. Let's see.
Involved with Russians? Hey, you're the closest thing I know to a Russian, probably you or you. No, he's way more Russian looking than I am. I look Russian Italian. That's Western Europe. You don't look Iranian, bro. Dude, you don't look American out of anybody. You look bad, bro. Ryan looks the most fucking Russian. You look Eastern European. Oh, I'm eating a little high. I know. You like soup? Yes. I mean, no. See? Yeah. See?
Best brains. His brain takes an audio differently because Callan clearly said yes. And then Shabbos, Z, put a Z in there. How many times you get hit before you start switching over letters?
Maybe at least 1K grand. Let's see. This one's called The Summary of Papa. It's posted by Haphazard. It might be content we've already seen, but we'll check it out really quick.
All right, but so hold on. So what was the lesson you learned? You have to learn a lesson here. So what was the lesson you learned? What are you not going to do again?
Those eyebrows. Who's the Corleone in your Godfather? Scoob? Yeah. No, Scoob is definitely Michael.
Michael, so who's he taking over for?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
No, Dalia is Sunny, dude.
The day of my daughter's Gadushin.
Yeah. Dalia is definitely Sunny, dude.
It's hot-headed. Yeah. He already got Gadushin.
Oh, you're recording me, dude?
Yeah. Wait a minute, those messages get saved?
Yeah. All right, let's see this one. Look at what it is. Stand-up Daddies. I feel like we might have already seen it already, dude. But I saw him doing stand-up, and I'm like, we're going to watch it. I don't care if we've already seen it. Well, maybe. Okay. Only 1,000 can do it. Let's see. This one's posted by Parrot Shop. It's called Green Room Diaries. How did that go? Let's see what this is about.
There is a serial killer on the loose in North Carolina. He's in Stockton. He's made his way down to San Jose. So you leave the theater tonight, head on a slip ball. It's funny. I'm scared. I'm fucking scared, dude. And Jeffrey Dahmer's so hot right now, right? After that Netflix star, I was like, ooh. And I'm in the serial killer, so I was like, oh, this is hot. Let me look into this. What's he doing? Eating everything? What's he doing? Is he putting the fucking werewolf mask on? What's he doing? As you research it, this dude's just driving by fucking shooting people. I'm not a serial killer. That's a gangbanger with good shots. He's 2022. Woke serial killers. Well, what are you doing? Who's your publicist?
When does he want people to laugh?
Yeah, he doesn't really give much pause for even. I mean, it's not funny, but he doesn't allow people to laugh.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
You're right.
Yeah.
Because he's got to give them a break.
Yeah,
they can laugh.
You think you're gonna drive by and shoot people, and 10 years from now you're gonna Netflix on this? Not happening,
Alan voice.
Oh, fuck, I fucked it up. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, dude, that was a good day. That was a hard daddy. Yeah. Even the font added a couple lines.
Ooh, he does that at the beginning when he's like, I like serial killers.
So again, if somebody it's like you don't want to say that because it's a fire. Remember, I'm going to give you a Or one of those outside recipes. So again, so if a person was that's the case, or oil on a shoe, mix them in, broke up the pieces of meat.
It's the most joins in for an hour of the Cobell Show. I'm on the air.
Alright, check, testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2.
Good to go, bro. Good to go. Good to go, man. GM, bro. Yeah, I just seen that they kicked you from the space for talking shit, man.
No, they kicked me. Like I was up on stage and I got up with them. What are you talking about? Yeah. And then like mute the mic, and then shoots me the mic. I was up on stage with mute the mic.
That's fine, right? Yeah. Excellent. And I don't think
what did I tell you about Mario, bro? The DMs. Honestly, like his entire space body brings up people that don't know what they're talking about. It's a waste of time to join the space. That's cool.
Tom, your clothes are perishable. I mean, yeah, I just look at this stuff.
I did so, and it's almost 9:30 now.
I believe it I've added everything to the top, like the local top 116, whatever. I believe it's going to pay off very well for me, but obviously nothing certain, it's all probabilities, not financial advice. And just forget probabilities, you know? You never know what things might come up in another time, tomorrow's time. We do need to come up with even high-five and active for the next several hours. Yes.
Several hours. I can be.
Okay. Accept the tourist.
Did you? That sounds fun, man. It'll take a second.
Yeah, Tom's like the before guy. When I like give it a sleep. Oh yeah, you can run whatever Tom.
Certainly, bro. Let me rejoin. I think it's glitching out.
Tom's starting to hold it down for 24 hours on his own. So if you can do it with him, great. If Tom's cool with you doing it, great.
I'm absolutely okay with that, man. I'll enjoy the help. Plus, when you have two co-hosts, you can add more people. Yeah, 100%. Let me rejoin, and then it'll pop up, I guess.
Jump on space,
was there one last week, and we gave away the last moment they had in me dinner at
to go back to the market, James. I took your advice. Everything's kind of dipped back down. Right after you said that, everything kind of been dropping back down. How do you think the American market opening today and any news will affect the market?
It's going to be this. Bitcoin at $10,000. So, how do we not go back down to $110,000? I think that's an easy shot, in my opinion. Again, I'm really smart. I'm an investor. I'm a businessman. I'm an investor. I'm a visionary. I can't help take one of the easy trades where I feel like obviously can be wrong. You never know. I think we've got to touch back on base on the today.
That's what's changed. It's true.
Yeah, I think no reason to be bullish right now.
Do you have a small piece of your mind that could be bullish if it bring news to where you would close all of your short trades and instantly become bullish? And what would be that news?
Great question. Be that news. Like something I don't think would happen. A legitimate, verified, not just a media article or whatever, a genuine, sleeping and coming together, checking out, basically saying, right, we're fixing the deal, we're resolved, it's got to be good, and then, don't do a deal. You're trying to fix it, vice versa. Traffic negotiation, whatever, like, so, you don't want to shake hands to a deal, like, go on losing, vice versa. So, the two, massive, geopolitical fucking alpha male countries, massive, and all eyes on them, but that was really bullish. Trump went to crypto taxing America, get a very fast short term goal. Again, I don't see something that it's just that I feel like it was so healthy. Went down to 98, 92. I feel like it would be healthy. I really do. I think we're overbought. I think we're overbought. Like in the macro. In the macro. And if we're really going to have a solid typically we do, especially like late November, December, January, February, March, February 2017, I think we're just due for very healthy corrections. I do know the very changes, but I'm still sure I've had it to be sure. Obviously, more important, and it's gone down the last few hours since Alex Short added to a short pickup.
So you're saying that you actually win more short today when it kind of bounced back up on its Sunday highs? Okay. And for some reason, if that news does come out today or tomorrow, I think it will. There's a lot of noise that will come out. What about the government shutdown? I don't think that will continue. Do you think that could affect the American market in a positive way if they end that this week?
I think it's irrelevant. I think gold is still very healthy pullback correction. A little bit of a wipeout. Not only a wipeout, what do you call it? Wipeout. Gold's gone on a monumental rally. People take profits. It's not really been a wipeout. People take profits. I think gold should start now showing signs of, recouping, re-ranging.
LAX is hit now. You have temporary ground stop Sunday morning. Lots of flights here on the West Coast.
Healthy, yeah. I mean, not only gold, but also markets are very minuscule compared to real estate. Business where other assets in the world, how much the countries are buying. I don't know. Most effective gold for 30 trillion. USA 37 trillion.
But in your mind, if the plan is to acquire enough Bitcoin to flip the national debt with not just Bitcoin, but maybe another couple major assets.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question.
Yo, hey puppy, how are you? How's your day going? Very well. I'm amazing. I'm in the middle of an economic discussion on Twitter Spaces. I know you've done. Yeah, well, Twitter Spaces. Yeah, I know you've done that a little bit, right? Twitter Spaces or X Spaces. Yeah, no, but I love that too. Okay, very well. I appreciate it. How have you been? How's your day going? Excellent.
Market's going to drop back down to create maybe more buying opportunities from some of these other alts that these people who are friends at the top probably do want to buy up and squeeze eventually. So, you know.
No, no, man. Excellent. You do you, girl.
I don't really see a lot of companies really moving upwards in a big, big green fashion.
Just accepted that. That should work. Absolutely. And before you go there, James, you got like a minute. 10 seconds. What do you think of Zcash? Cool. Tom, it's me and you, brother. It's me and you. How you doing?
I'm doing good, brother. I'm doing good. Just let me finish this message and I'll be right back, bro.
Lovely stuff, bro. I just fixed my sleeping schedule. I'm in Dubai, so it's hard to keep like a good sleep schedule, but I woke up at 12 today, which was pretty good. Yesterday I woke up at 6 p.m., which was ridiculous. Yeah, we're making moves, bro. We're making moves. I had to take some sleeping pills for it, but yeah, we're getting back. I just saw the Mega ETH ICO raised 1.7x allocation within 10 minutes of launch, which is interesting. I don't know too much about Mega ETH, but I've seen some people talk about the timeline. Could be good tech. But yeah, we'll rotate around the room. We'll see how people are doing. How are you doing, Team Matrix? I'm doing great, bro. It's just like what an amazing moment to be on such a shutdown. Aces this year. Hope you're feeling also well. Hope the sleep is getting better for tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be currently like feeling like kind of surprised. Everything looks kind of great now. I was just like wondering. I had like a question for you, Ethan. You know, like let's just like say if imagine playing like if Bitcoin could rise, do you think like the gold could downgrade? You know, like could they go like go from the opposite way? Good question. So right now, the ratio between Bitcoin and gold, there's a chart for it. I don't know if anyone's seen it, but it's at lows right now, where gold is significantly outpacing Bitcoin at a rate that isn't seen too often. That chart does tend to go back up where Bitcoin starts to outpace Bitcoin. Bitcoin starts to outpace gold. However, right now I think that they're sort of going to move alongside each other with current macroeconomics. I feel like the dollar is just going to absolute shit. It will forever. So I think you could see them both sort of move in tandem, where gold goes up, Bitcoin goes up by a similar amount, and vice versa. So I wouldn't really see like a 10% downtrend on gold translate into a like 20-30% up on Bitcoin. I feel like it can affect them both in a bad way. But as James has been saying today, I do think we're overpriced on gold right now and Bitcoin right now.
What'd you say, ma'am? Oh, take care. Excellent. Have a wonderful day. God willing.
totally get that. I think it's always good to have a position in gold and Bitcoin. I think they sort of like it's good to trade between them when one of them is like significantly outpacing the other. I think it's always a good way to swap over. The only negative from swapping from Bitcoin to gold is that you have to move into a centralized exchange. I'm not a big fan of ever holding amounts of money on like a centralized exchange. I don't like it because if that exchange goes bust, you're only protected up to a certain amount. I think it's $65,000, which I mean, not that many people have in gold, right? But still. If you reach the limits, it's compared to a small percentage of asset, then you can save up and like because I was like, what's this? I'm doing poker. And bankroll management is very important. Also, in the crypto space, any financial asset. Yeah, 100%. Totally agree with that, man. And we'll rotate and just see how everyone else is doing in the space. We'll just have some general discussion. Aban, how are you doing, brother?
America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Chloe and Wonderland. I don't know.
James Anton. Speakers. Jim Olufun.
How are you doing today? What are you seeing in the markets, bro?
I'm doing great. So it's a pleasure to be in this space and also the speaker session together with James Anton and Tom. Yeah, it's a pleasure for me to be there. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the space. And BNB Bull, not BN Bull, how are you doing?
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Yo, people need to drink some coffee. Honestly.
Yeah, honestly, people are just engagement farming, bro. You know what I mean? They do it all day long. Drop them down, fuck them, dude. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy your day, be at peace. And yeah, Ethan, it's just nice to have somebody during the day with me, bro. So yeah, dude.
Nice, bro.
We got Team Matrix up here that won one of my billionth masks the other day, which was pretty cool. He was more than grateful. Fuck it. I've never heard anybody say thank you so many times. So yeah, I'll be right back.
It's what it is. It was my first time having an NFT, and you know, like the excitement was bigger than unusual. And I feel like, you know, like all the small things matter, Tom. And this is exactly the way I feel like also the crypto space or it should like also get engaged to that movement. And I feel like in appreciation you can learn a lot, especially from such experienced players. There's you, Ethan, Tom, and James. You know, like mostly it's good to just listen by, but when you have like the time, I can tell for everybody, like really try to ask the questions because it's so valuable. You can learn so much out of it. Otherwise, you need to make those mistakes. You know, those mistakes we learn, in my opinion. And yeah, Tom was really like excited, and thanks again.
Go out on November 1st as scheduled. The Trump administration says it's not going to tap into $5 billion in.
Yeah, well, it is really important to come on stage and share your thoughts with everyone, ask questions. It'll be interesting to hear what James thinks about Zcash when he gets back. I like the tech. I think it's interesting tech. I mean, we've already had Monero as a privacy coin, but Zcash sort of takes it to that next level. It's being priced as so. For those who don't know what Zcash is, like in short, it's like a Bitcoin fork. So if you don't know what a fork is, that sort of means like it's a copy of Bitcoin, but with some adjustments. Zcash allows you to transfer coins to and from in a way that's completely private and anonymous, which can be useful for many reasons. One, if you're a drug dealer, and then two, if you want to keep your transactions private. from the government just for your own purposes.
I'll be honest with you guys. I'd like to think that that's actually true, but there's been so many different times that the government has literally set up different things like that in order to get everybody to come in, and then they figure out who you are, and then you don't even know how the fuck you got caught.
Yeah, absolutely, and they knock on the door.
They don't knock, man. They usually kick that motherfucker in.
We had like for real in the Poker community, like just a fun sentence. We had like for real people having like kind of a pizza guy, and then they really like slashed the door and entered, and we were like there, and lots of them came in, and we were surprised. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It can be like exactly.
From Charles de Gaulle Airport at the time of their arrest. So there is some concern trying to evade the authorities, trying to keep it on the DL.
Yeah, that's the last thing you capture. In the UK, they do that. If you tweet something they don't like, if you're in the UK, stay safe. Don't get your all kicked in by the government.
Yeah, except we still don't have any information on what happened to Joel's fear that.
Yeah, you guys in the UK, like, I feel like you guys are in for like a little quicker of the process of, basically what's happening already to China. You're coming there soon, to an ID state near you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they use the UK as like a testing ground for things they eventually bring over to America. Which I've noticed, like they're testing out this whole digital ID bullshit, and they're testing out like these other little like policies, right? And they'll bring them over to America if they work well over here. I think you guys would go even more crazy than we have about digital ID. I thought it would be riots, because digital ID is, like we all know, is just a way for them to control absolutely everything you do forever. I think I'm very worried about the UK. I escaped in July. I moved to Dubai, and people tell me, well, in Dubai they have like these lots of like surveillance, and they do this and they do that, and I'm like, they do, but it's such a well-run. There's not a country about it. It's an Emirates, like the UAE. It's such a well-run place to live that I don't really mind. Like, it's very safe, it's very beautiful, it's very clean. They do a good job of running everything. So I'm not bothered about giving up a few freedoms to have any of that. It's not safe, it's not beautiful, it's not clean. So you have to give and take at the same time.
Because the learning curve as far as procedures,
it is a give and take.
You don't have to learn. They don't have to learn.
100%. And they did a recent thing called the Online Safety Act, in quotations. And all it has done so far is just negative shit. You have to give your ID if you want to use Twitter. If you want to use Wikipedia, you have to give them some stuff as well. Many other websites like Discord, Steam. It's crazy. It's crazy. I think we're moving into an era of internet totalitarianism.
It's a ding-dong that
Steam and stuff like that. They really recognize Yeah, it's crazy. If you want to buy 18 rated games on Steam, you have to use a credit card or identify with a credit card. So it's like forcing people to get a credit card, which I don't like. I don't have a credit card. I think I don't like them. Yeah, I've got your point about that. It's like one honest thing is a lot of it doesn't have the same quality. So you better say more for people to accept it.
This is ding dong on one side. Also,
to identify your own age of 18, probably not. And they would never do that for many reasons. It wouldn't make any sense. Will they ever have Bitcoin as legal tender in the UK or the US? probably not the UK, potentially the US. You know, Trump administration's been pushing heavy on all sorts of crypto. If anything's going to keep Bitcoin in a bull rally for the foreseeable future, it would be something like insane as that, where they make Bitcoin legal tender. That would start a new bull rally immediately.
I can tell you like a good example because I'm living in Switzerland. As an example here in Switzerland, I can even like purchase the train ticket with Bitcoin if we want to, you know. So there are already like over 300-400 stores which are accepting also Bitcoin, Ethereum, as I know, USDT, BNB and stuff like that because they're already connected with Coinbase and accepting straight over, you know, like for example for a Twix or a Mars or a Coca-Cola, you can just simply pay over BTC and in the mountains especially this is slowly getting more and more exaggerated because more tourists are coming by. And as you said, like some ways some people like not to get, you know, like all time discovered, especially through credit cards. So I got that point completely. I feel like this country is trying to build that more and more up. Depends on the regulations in Europe. I know like UK is working hard, same way also as Germany and some other countries in Europe, but plenty of others, as I know, like as an example, Portugal is pretty like going out, and Switzerland, there will be like more and more opportunities. Just depends like on the actions, also from let's say from the US.
President Trump has signed a peace agreement between Cambodia.
Yeah, it's interesting. You guys have Bitcoin as legal tender in some different things. I always viewed Switzerland as more of like a matrix state. I saw recently that you guys voted in majority to bring in digital IDs, which I sort of saw that result. It was a 52% in favor of digital IDs. I thought that's really weird because in the UK it's like 90% of us don't want it. But it seems like
They're moving, you know, like we have a place called Zug, and Zug is a city where you have very less taxes, so most rich people, like really the millionaires mostly live there because of the taxes of Zug. And most also, I can say like also
landed a few hits, some of which were from interception debris. The U.S. helped Israel intercept the Iranian missiles. A custom Range Rover that Shaquille O'Neal bought has been stolen while it was being shipped from Southern California. Officials say the 2025
kind of lucky there because anything here is as an example for simply like me. If I earn like some money with crypto, I need only to inform them about the income taxes, which are just 0.1% per year. In my you know, like about the income of crypto as an example. But if it isn't the salary more than 50% of my year's salary of the crypto, I don't need to give it away, you know. That's really interesting. That's really, you know, like amazing. You know, like I was talking with my lawyer and one of my tax guys, you know, like which is basically doing that because I'm not so good in that point. I'm more a marketing guy. And that way he explained it very well, and I was like trying that last year, and you know, like we're just meant for real and just have to pay 0.1% out of it. The rest of it I wasn't like withdrawing for now because I feel like, you know, like it's side investment.
Southbound side, in fact, it's also making for a slow ride.
True, like the believing, bro, if we all our BTC on the ledger, lots of exchanges will have to have it, you know, like there will be less amounts around, and that way it will be like, I feel like a skyrocket price, but that's just something which I was always letting it quiet.
And on the exchanges itself, like I keep it, but mostly I'm trying to take profit and then I'm switching it for some other ways. And for some other assets which I feel so are good, like no shield or targeting. Right there, Restream Boulevard, right clearing to the right. I want to pay for their Swiss government and my taxes. When something California's most accurate traffic reports. That's totally fair enough. I've personally never been a fan of taxes. I really think in the UK, like you pay such an insane amount of tax, and they just funnel it to their friends. They recently did a $500,000 payment for a new logo for the government website, and all they did was change the background color to like a dark blue, and that cost $500,000 or £500,000, whatever it is, right? Bro, like they literally, like they just give their money to their friends that they went to school with, they went to private school with, or design agency, or give you $500,000, just change the background or something, and they do it. I donated a card to Cards for Kids. Yeah, I know what Cards for Kids now are. Filled out a simple quick form. They picked up the card for free. Plus, I got a tax deduction because they make me shit voucher. I'm not gonna help you. Real kids. I'm originally like from Serbia. So keep ignoring that and start making it count. You make it count. Say it with me. Cards for Kids. Cards4Kids.org. Right now, donate. That's Cards with a K. I'll say it's true. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need. Let's do an example of that. Serbia was like 30 years ago. 32 years ago, even though was like Yugoslavia was pretty big, like compared with all countries like Slovenia, Bosnia, Croatia, all those were together to make Yugoslavia, even the basketball team was like moving off. Everybody
Breaking another record for some countries racing to buy more before it runs out. Look, we all know owning gold
started like
cents.
war,
Here's what most people overlook. Trust to guide your investment matters just as much as what you invest in.
I feel like it's necessary to like look into the past, like of the next generations, and to be able to say, because my understanding is like forward to go with, and then afterwards we were like Serbia pretty good.
So before you buy, talk to a team.
Serbia Montenegro went to Serbia, now we went from Serbia with Kosovo, just, like Kosovo was getting also after split, so it's kind of special, like, so that way my country was getting which is
How you doing, Mr. Collins? Good morning. How are you? Ooh, enjoy. Hello to you. How's it going? It's his birthday? Okay, well, no. He's going to be 99? That's incredible. Well, then it's a countdown to the big 100, right? Wow, Mr. Portis, you have great genes. You're welcome. There you go. All right.
And I can tell you, he even had to pay some boundary and legally counts.
Good on you, Mr. Clarice.
Like marriage, or better say, like my mother had check us if we are really.
Yep.
With that guy, but we just paid that. After that, we had
That's
like
right.
certification and we're allowed them. And she did like the divorce after 8 years, even 1 year after. So this is.
Yeah, Bill had me eating.
Yeah, but I don't count.
Appreciate everything, you know, like you could be like the lowest. You could still be
No, I don't count myself.
I feel like, you know, like I made it.
No, but I just thought I mentioned it.
So, like, you know, like, I mean, in this context, you make like the money, not with the money.
Okie doke.
If you like, you know, you see down the bottom, always.
Yeah, she did. She was here doing her hair. You guys swap, exactly.
I'm the type of body type where I can anything.
That's good, man. I'm down on it.
Rathbart, R-A-T? Wow.
On one hand, I'd love to be fucking like shredded and like buff and shit, but I don't know. I've done it before. I used to be on the water polo team when I was at university. I was fucking shredded and super fit. I could do like a little water polo match and just be totally fine. And if you've never played like actual water polo, you wouldn't appreciate how insane that is. Right.
Okie doke, Miss Aquarius.
I don't know. I feel like I could probably maybe hire a dietitian.
No one gives a fuck about your dietitian.
But I'm just so fucking busy right now. I don't know. I don't have the time to eat 3-4 meals a day and like diet plan and do gym for like. I could probably do gym for an hour a day. Like that's achievable for anyone. Like there is no excuse.
Dog, shut the fuck up. No one cares.
More crypto again. Like I'll start.
Why don't you do crypto, kung fu, and tai chi?
Well, James was telling me to learn Aikido yesterday in the spaces. Like, I don't even know what Aikido is. I think I've heard of it. I don't know what it is.
You can do Wing Chun.
Wing Chun. If you think about Aikido, you know, like the hand is an example. With the left or right hand doesn't matter. If it is flat, if you turn the right, you can control the person in like completely. Aikido shows you like small amounts of movements which can taught you, you know, like how to.
That's what Steven Seagal does, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I was doing for particularly as actors, like stuff which takes most of the energy of your body. I can tell you, like now I'm doing football, but in the past I was doing like MMA, and I remember when I was a footballer coming into MMA with lots of cardio. I knew because I was. And then I went there and I was so fast exhausted. I was like really dying. I need to throw out and then came back in. We kept on, you know, like working on, but I got the first time, you know, like you really
for her to say that because she's not an office.
Something which is really like is that I you know, like you need to use your mind also. You need to take the body out of the person. Same way also to any fight sports. But I feel like in Aikido you really need to go on details.
He's been trying to run hers. Didn't you get some of the biggest
bullish defense martial arts, I guess. I think the best one undeniably is wrestling. I feel like it dominates the UFC as far as I'm aware. That's changed recently. Khabib, the GOAT, what a fucking legend. He proved that wrestling is probably the most effective way of self-defense. Let's rotate around the room. Let's see some of the new speakers. I'll let Tom handle that because he brought some up, and I'll show who's new and who's not.
Yeah, why don't you just go ahead and ask questions? Anybody got questions? Anybody's doing anything? Fucking, bro. Just keep it going, bro. Thank you, Ethan, again, bro, for coming up.
Much love. I think, guys, I don't know if you see my hand here, but I'm sorry, Omega. I'm very sorry. No, I just wanted to about Switzerland, if you look at Europe,
Great story. Don't take
so very strong is the Swiss franc. The reason why is that the government of Switzerland chooses not to invest in the US treasuries, and they choose to invest in the technology companies. That's why the currency is very strong. Same as well as the Norwegian as well. We can see that the result of it is their currency is strong, and it's going to keep growing because they choose the right path, investing in technologies, and that's the only thing that will bring you returns from, nobody wants the US bonds or treasuries anymore, and I can see that's the only way the United States wants to get rid of it, and that is to allow companies to issue stablecoins, but the only way to issue the stablecoins is to back them up with the treasuries, to buy the treasuries.
Yeah, we're not funding at all. Scientists, the overwhelming scientists who said Kennedy is nuts. He's out of his mind. This really is real stuff.
If I had doing a 20-point game ball cover court, look at gold, the silver breaks, like right here in the 20s. Probably got a straight shot, that's 4K over. Yeah.
It's insane. This is what's going on. It's crazy. Who would have thunk?
Why Switzerland is behaving like that. Like funny thing is Switzerland is very, very small. And exactly where we go also, locals for shopping, one of 7 presidents which we have, because we have 7 presidents, not just one, and they have to vote between each other. And even then, if the people don't like what they did, tried out to take advantage out of it, or to say okay, let's buy some F-18 fighters, we can decline it by votes. If we make 2-3 million votes, even that what they wanted to decide, it can be declined. So this is how Switzerland works on their forced behaving. So my honest opinion is that also one of those 7 is just going local stores and shopping the same way as all of us. I felt that. I like them. And they behave just because exactly this woman was getting on a cold shower from Trump, because he decided on big taxes about Switzerland, especially also to the chocolate factory.
10 freeway downtown LA, west outside of the 10, right there at the 110 freeway. It looks like that crash has been completely cleared. The backup is still there. We had the transition closed for a while. Traffic slammed all the way back to the East LA interchange, also affecting it. Northbound 5 Drive, starting at about the 710. And in the downtown area, also northbound side of the 101, just a terrible drive right out of the East LA interchange, all the way up into Silver Lake. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Volkswagen.
You guys think about that? I don't think it was smaller. I think it was actually, I would guess there was more people there than Hong Kong and Lisbon both. I don't think it was small. I think it was definitely,
went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. And now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100%.
Wouldn't it be nice to get back to doing what you love, like Patrick did? I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system, put it on my shoes, my back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back. Learn more or schedule an appointment at goodfeet.com and come in and get your free personalized fitting at the Good Feet store. We have 11 area locations. Find the one closest to you at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 on your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends November 1st. Plus, save even more with the Easy Reports program at Staples. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. We sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted with your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we're getting them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
So also there it depends like how many seats you are, because I don't know exactly how many seats we have there in the back, but those then can also vote for those 7. And we also
I just want to say that this example of decentralization, it's like nodes, and they're all, it's proper, there's no one person that governs everything, it's all different regions, and every region has a president, and it's a proper example of decentralization.
Absolutely, because Switzerland has even the difficulty to talk 3 languages. We can keep Italian, French, and German. And then it comes the most difficult one, Romania. This is like something which is just in the mountains area of the east. That's in the TV, which follows the most tourists and also it's even like 4 languages. And then it comes even like Swiss German, which is not even a real language, but it's like an accent. But this accent is like Netherlands, which most Germans that don't understand in the world. So, and even those 5 languages, they still can compare to all each other and have a solid opportunity because they all meet up in Bern. Bern is like the main city of Switzerland. It's the Geneva, but it isn't. And there they meet up, and most of them travel private train. You know, like they have like first class, second class, and they need to train that most of you use because it's cheaper and it's faster than traveling. And it's better than time. Like Swiss is really like to purchase. We have the trains always on time. If we say like 2013 the train is coming and goes, it goes really on that time. Like if it is 1 minute later, they already like compare, they complain like, why is it that we complain to Germany because the German government is already lucky if the train just comes in the back, you know. I was born in Germany. It was a really nice place to live. I was there for 3.5 years. I don't remember much of it, but I've been back to the town I was born in. How's Germany like compared to Switzerland these days? Is it run similarly, or is it like completely different?
Well, my wife is I can say, and I talk also fluent German because we need to learn when we switch from Serbian into German. German part of Switzerland is German grammatic, and I guess like it's like grammatics are really a difficult language compared, let's say, to French or English or some other Russian stuff like that. So I feel like German politics compared to the Swiss politics are, I feel like German politics are a little bit more harsh. You know, like once it's something decided, people can complain, but they can't, you know, like make it again back up. And that's the thing in Switzerland as a possibility. We still can vote against it because you can Google or do a research about jets wanted to buy some jets. I remember that at F-18 jets or something like that. And we were, like in Switzerland, the neutral country. It doesn't make any war for a long, long time. That's why they expect so much money, because they have like banks in Germany with neutral. And that way, we didn't understand like why we should now put in like billions of money of taxes into such factors. You know what I'm saying? It's like the same way as the example with the States. With the edit of the logo just behind it, 500K, right? Would happen in Switzerland. People would complain and make that, like uncover the big factories. If they just find it out, sometimes it's hidden also because politics is what it is, you know what I'm saying? But if we would find that somehow out or stuff like that, that would be uncovered and unsealed. They really try to put fairness here on the topics, and I feel like if you have a good mouth here and you know how to talk, you get any type of help.
27 years old.
That's really good. I love Switzerland. Oh, I think we lost Tom. Hang on, let's get Tom back up. I just noticed that. Let me get Tom back up. There we go. Okay, well, while Tom's looking at me, I'm just going to talk about Switzerland for a second. Switzerland's amazing. I went when I was like 16. I went on a school trip up in the mountains, and it was probably one of the most beautiful places.
Hey, Ethan, I'm sorry I got disconnected somehow. I've been freaking doing a bunch of shit this morning. James, if for some reason you can hear us, send a co-host back to Tom. If not, no biggie. If you message it.
Sweet, well, yeah, we'll get you back on the co-host, Tom. Get you back for the beautiful badge as the co-host. I'll keep an eye on requests. We've got Michael here.
Yeah, just keep an eye. Make sure anybody you bring it up, man, doesn't post anything up top. No shilling. I'll stay up here the whole day, bro, just as a speaker. So yeah, man. If he doesn't wake up, I don't care. I'll still help. But yeah, man, just make sure that the dust stays empty.
It's always a few minutes. That's the only thing that can make.
I ran another space, Ethan, from two phones. I glitched while I was co-host, couldn't hear anything, so I brought my alt account up and ran it from that point. It was an interesting 10 hours.
Yeah, I was very surprised because you came out with each other profile and I didn't do that. And I heard your vlog. I recognized your voice as I was looking into your profile, so
yeah, that's actually my other profile. That's my other profile. That's actually my business. So I'm creating a way to sustainably solve world hunger. So that's my goal.
Yeah, I followed that bro already and like through because you're doing really amazing things.
Low level transmission has persisted since then.
And remember, it doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing. Everybody can do amazing things, even if they're just the smallest, littlest kind deeds that you do for a neighbor or a friend, or you hook somebody up, or just help somebody build something, pick something up, help an old lady across the street. It doesn't matter. Kindness spreads like a fucking pebble in the water, man. It's just a ripple. And the key to it is to continue to throw pebbles into that river every single day, to not allow it to ever stop rippling into the freaking matrix that is life today.
Impox doesn't exist.
Absolutely.
Okay,
you can see it the best way on any case here. Like if you go to the supermarket, smile at them, give them most positive energy that you can get, and give it to them like like give them some good chakra, and you will see on the next day it will come back the same way back. You will have that day, and I feel like it's really a given.
They had left their dog with the dog sitter.
Megan's dead, and now I'm just
dying while under the care of his pet sitter on August 29th in Ray and Island.
Morning, Gio. It's good to have you up, man.
Comes out crying because their dog Aria passed away peacefully in her sleep.
actually the main city. That's where there is. Interesting area. You guys have been pretty good. But yeah, when you said earlier about the light box, that's something that I've had to experience playing, German, Swiss German, French, Italian. It's just something over there. Yeah, do you guys learn all of the languages? Or do you guys have like a main language you'll speak at the same time? Like, I think it goes to obviously have like a Swiss language, right? But do you all speak German and like a couple of you speak French or like depends on the area. Like what's the theory of it's like kind of accents, but at the end of the day, you have really like workers like validating more than 2 years. I feel like way French area time, or like if you look to here, if you look to
dark black
Geneva,
hair, and this is a weird story.
it's really like it's called Romandie, parce que je parle aussi un peu de ça, mais but I was just trying to say like we all had that cooperate with the police when they just you had those opportunity to learn the third language, the Italian. I didn't catch up, he didn't touch me, he didn't touch my heart way, and so I never like learned that. I was like always in English, but I learned French. You had always you had to learn French and also like
all right, we're done.
You had German,
Start
English,
7 o'clock hour.
three languages you had anyway.
White House.
Luckily to my grandma, I had like some extra English because she met up from the beginning. There was like this virtual network and hearing was English, and she knew already I could still just like my language, which was like, and you had to learn like all those phrases of and East is like the retro-Romanian language, which is it's like I'll say it's like a mix of this medicine language of how you say in English.
After there was a shortage of air traffic
Latin, where they use any medicine issue you have to skeleton becomes anything else to keep down all the doctor is talking
air traffic controllers are not getting paid, and many of them are calling out sick.
Right, okay, go. Yeah, and there's a mix up of this one, it's a Romanian
Agriculture's posted a notice on the website saying federal food aid won't be going out November 1st without government funding.
really like difficult to
ABC's
me.
Nicole D'Antonio
But
says
I love the mountains. I've been always there, and they can invite anybody. Like, if you have a
Americans see their food assistance run out
let me go over to
food prices. Some experts say it could be the worst since the Great Depression, all because of the government shutdown.
She says there's talk of Republicans possibly using the so-called nuclear option in the Senate to allow a spending bill to pass with a simple majority instead of 60 votes. Friday in early Saturday, or actually early yesterday morning on the Road,
which is making
the
it
LA
slow
County
in the
Sheriff's
evening.
Department says the man was not unconscious during the fight.
So for anybody, if you want to dive
Call
into
from
this
Emerson
news,
College shows
it's
proposition 50 has enough support to pass. Just 57% of
let's take a look at actually got their
most likely
few times a
authorized
year,
temporary
their
changes
next
to
year
state
to
congressional maps.
visiting family and stuff.
37% are opposing Prop 50. When undecided voters are
Every
included
team
in
here
measures,
is how about a few times been around Geneva, they had a
former
close
California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger criticized congressional redistricting.
Yeah, like, how do you think like we have like French people, German people, I feel like you have already like yeah, so my brother and his family spent a lot of time in Paris, and now they live outside of the city. Like the France, Paris is different from my personal experience. It's just they kind of expect you to speak French, and if you don't, it's from again my experience. It's kind of like you're here in our country, you know, you're speaking English. It's kind of weird, sort of like right, yeah, it's sort of like that. So I got to learn to speak French, but yeah, I just found that it seems like they just don't respond. Trying to speak French.
Yo, how are you?
It's just, there are languages they talk to each other, which is different than German, High German, which is the language that they learn at school. And then you have French, which is over towards the Geneva side, Italian, and then the more German side. It's a mix of things over there. But I mean, this is that family and Switzerland are kind of friendly. My German is not anything close to as good as my French is. I haven't studied it as much, but I'm picking up now mostly just German because my wife speaks it to my child all the time. So
No one fucking cares.
study it and understand it. But the French side of this side, you gotta know French. You gotta go to Paris and have this. You're American, you speak French. Otherwise, you're probably not gonna have an enjoyable time visiting the country, especially the burbs. In the city, because a lot of English speakers in the city of Paris. But if you go out to the suburbs, like where the castles are and all that fun stuff, you gotta learn some French. You gotta suck a little bit.
Southland weather.
There's another thing I want to add as well, is that they allow all the people who use the wrong folders and friends from Germany or Italy or Austria, they can work, they can commute and work as well as that. But if they have kids, they're not allowed to be in the schools. Their kids, they're not allowed to go to the city schools. But they can travel and work. So, if you're from Italy,
It's 59 in Fullerton.
it's like people,
57 in
they're like French citizens, but they live in Portland, it's like
and 58 in San Juan Capistrano.
all around the borders, they can
Now
travel,
is trading
work
up
in Switzerland, get paid in Switzerland,
is at 364.
they pay taxes in Switzerland, they don't have to pay taxes in France, vice versa.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You got the other it's really like that. Anybody from the east, especially let's say like if you're from the east.
That crash is cleared over a 4-5 north after Crenshaw Boulevard. Like you guys a little high.
They can just
UK is no more. The UK is gone.
maybe they have like official contracts not between each other. I know like they went down, but maybe they have like some associations with Switzerland and so on.
I can't say. They came just to avoid starting but I'm surprised that the kids just don't know.
I can give you an answer on the migration. I didn't hear everything you said there. I think you said it's the special thing between the UK and Switzerland and the rest of the EU. So I can give you an answer. So as a British citizen, you're allowed to visit EU countries or Schengen countries. I don't know how you pronounce it. You can go there for 3 months every 180 days. So if I visited between January to February, I could then stay there between those months. I'd have to go back to the UK, stay there for 6 months, elsewhere in the world for 6 months, and then I could go back. So you can go up to 6 months a year at most. But that's a rolling 180 days. So to make it a little bit more complex, if I went for January and half of February, and then I went back again a few months later for another 1.5 months. It would then be 180 days from the start date I went to the EU, which is getting quite complex to explain over words, but then your time allowance would start to build up 180 days from the first day you went back. So then I could go back 3 months later rather than 6 months later. I know that's hard to explain over words.
But you're not allowed to work with it.
No, you can't just go over it just to visit it, right? Just visiting. Yeah, regression over It is annoying. I was gonna live in Lithuania with my girlfriend, but then it was like the same thing. Like you have to be a resident, and it's very difficult to become an EU resident of any of the countries. You have to learn the language in some cases, and I'm terrible at languages. I'm just lucky I'm English and everyone speaks English, right? And you have to do a bunch of other shit. But yeah, obviously in Dubai everyone speaks English, like everyone. the breakdown of nationalities in Dubai is like 5% British, 8% Indian, I think like 5% are locals, 5% are Emiratis, and then you've got a few Americans and Germans, and there's a lot of Russians as well. But yeah, it's weird being a minority in a place for the first time. But everywhere I go, it's usually mostly British and like Americans and Russians. So it feels like you're a minority, but not really, because you've got a lot more money than anyone else. So they don't tend to go to the same restaurants or bars or anything.
There is an exception there, Ethan,
Without
for
telling us, without saying anything, it's just, hey, I'm demolishing. And
the Republic of Ireland complained about this trouble in Ireland, but vice versa. It's a treaty that's between the Republic of Ireland and the UK since the 60s, and it's still enforced even before the EU formed. So that's an exception, and there's a lot of British people that they have like origins, like ancestors from Ireland, that they apply for Irish citizens, they get Irish citizens, and they go on board anyway.
Yeah, 100%. Ireland is split into two different countries. There's Northern Ireland and Ireland. I mean, they're both the same place. It's just to do with like, there was a war or something, and they have a Good Friday agreement. I don't know much about it, to be honest. We don't learn about it in school. But yeah, like the UK is like mostly viewed as like all the same place. Like if you're from Scotland or Wales or Irish, we're all basically the same. We just have different accents. The cultures are the same as well.
In 1933, President Franklin Roosevelt added 25,000 feet of
Well, they say that the Republic of Ireland is, Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and it is that Northern Ireland. If you see Northern Ireland, it's still with the United Kingdom, but the Republic is not. And it's like, since the Brexit, they used Northern Ireland as a back.
This is where I was written to. Look what Truman did.
It is, but I think I'm pretty sure that when we do things like referendums, the Irish people get quite upset in Northern Ireland because they feel like we basically just rule them, because we voted to leave and they voted to stay, but they have to leave as well or something. So there's independent states like Wales, Ireland, Scotland, and England, but we are all just the same place. It's like states basically. We vote on something and we get the same result if we like that we majority agree on.
Just refurbishing the whole White House, and whatever changes were put in.
No one cares.
Yeah, there is two major parties in Northern Ireland, which is Sinn Féin and UP. And if you look at Sinn Féin is a party that used to be in the troubles in the 90s. The IRA, the Irish Republic Army. That's the IRA, after the Good Friday Agreement, became a political party that's called now Sinn Féin, and it's the one that has even all everywhere in Wales, it's got all the MPs, they can go to Westminster, that's like the privilege of the United Kingdom, and they represent the King of Ireland. So, but in Northern Ireland, the UP, which is the Protestants, they can go to Sinn Féin after, even now they can't go to, they can't be in the parliament. It's kind of still a law there, but they don't have that. It's a bit complicated, but still, there is peace, but still a lot of complications, deep side of it.
All because arbitrary, the president wakes up, he goes, this is what I
want. That's what's really interesting. I was just reading a post from you.
No one cares.
Having lived through looking at the White House as our iconic building is probably the most
resulted in users seeing significantly fewer posts, or significantly fewer posts from people that they follow. It should be fixed by tomorrow. I can definitely agree with that. Today, for some reason, my posts did significantly worse than normal. An average post from me would get 5k views, or like 15k views between that. If it was a good post, 50 to 100k. But today was like 1,000 after a couple hours, which I was like, what the fuck happened? What's just happened? It's fine by me. I'll save my banger tweets for tomorrow then. I'll just tweet out news or some shit today. But yeah, I talked about the X algorithm a lot yesterday when I was in space with James for about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I hope it helped a lot of people. Like, the X algorithm, if you can master it, it will change your life. I think the most valuable thing in crypto is having a big social presence on this app. Every job I've ever had in my life has come from this app, and just having a social presence on it. Every significant amount of money from this app. If you can genuinely just not try to trade all day long and try to swap meme coins or whatever else, and just spend that time growing your X account, I think it'll yield significantly higher ROI than trying to trade meme coins. I don't even trade meme coins. I don't give a fuck. They go up and down, and like you lose money most of the time. Well, like, why am I going to spend all day doing that? It doesn't seem like it makes any sense to me. I'd rather just make guaranteed money from sponsorships and from X and from like acquiring clients for marketing agency or anything like that. So if I was to give any advice to someone starting out in crypto, it would be grow your X.
About possibly running for president in 2028.
I also got something to say about crypto is a quote that I would just put up in my other alt account. They do good morning quotes from ancient Chinese philosophers, but it says, let me look exactly what it
Back pain does affect everything.
When you know enough is enough, you will always have enough. And that's by Lao Tzu. I don't know, basically the guy who invented Taoism. But anyways, that's a key, man. When you know
This is a place where back pain is done.
and if you guys can't see that really means a lot in crypto, and in trading, and in anything you're doing in life, then, you'll probably end up losing, which most people do.
Comparison is the thief of joy. There's always someone with more money. When I first got to Dubai, I wouldn't lie. When I saw everyone like all these flashy cars, like the supercars everywhere you go, it made me feel like what I was doing wasn't enough, and I got like really greedy. I was like, fuck, I need to make more money. Even though what I was earning was like a lot of money. Like if I was back in the UK, I'd be like, oh, I'm doing pretty well. But over here, I feel like I'm not doing enough. So when you compare yourself to other people, it makes you feel like you're not doing enough, and you just need to learn to not do that too much and just be happy with what you have and not get too greedy. In fact, when you get greedy in crypto, you start losing a lot of money. You start over leveraging or over allocating to positions, and you start revenge trading, just trying to make money for the sake of making money when there might not be an actual good play. I try to just only invest in things that I'm like,
Get away from I-15 out to 55 in Anaheim Hills. A couple of things there to stall.
a lot of you would have seen the X402 meta, which essentially allows AI agents to pay each other and pay for access to websites API, which is good for AI agents because obviously they scour all of the internet, and if they need to access certain data points, they can't pay for it right now, but with X402 they can. So it allows the AI agents to sort of use the internet in a better way, right? It's simple tech, but it's taken off a lot on crypto Twitter right now, and there's been a lot of coins that ran from that. So I noticed this a few days ago, this new meta, and I was looking for coins, I found one, and I didn't know what the fuck the coin did, right? But what I did know was I'd become very early to something that was going to be popular. I put some money in it, a day later I 3x'd, and I cashed out, right? It hadn't even hit the front of the timeline yet, it hit the front of the timeline the next day, right? But it actually topped pretty much where I sold it. A good way to know when to buy and when to sell in crypto is if it's all over your For You page, that's probably the top. If it's not on the For You page, but you know that it will be, then it's probably a good time to buy. And that is not financial advice. But I don't honestly care, like Suvi. I don't care. So just take that little bit of wisdom with you. It makes me money. It works most of the time.
We've got these big moments. We definitely cracking the zeitgeist. Right, but am I going to get away with it? Join me on Magnificent Others. Very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration of these great moments.
Yeah. Did anyone even see the X402 now? Surely.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, there's just so many different things happening all the time. It's hard to keep up, right?
It is. It can be. I mean, if you use X Pro, it's pretty easy. I've got an article where I discuss this. If you go, I'll pin it. I don't like to pin my own tweets, but I tweeted it a week ago or something, so I feel like I'm not taking the piss. There you go. Right, give this a read. This will give you so much wisdom. If you want to just skip to the X Pro bit, feel free if you're not too bothered about the algorithm. X Pro is great for growing your account, but it's also great for seeing absolutely everything you've got going on.
It's blank up top.
Blank?
No, it's no shit up top.
Oh, you want me to just leave it off? Okay.
You could just post it in the comments and then direct everybody to the comments.
Yeah, I'll just remove it from the thing up top, but if you just go to my page and then click the articles bit, it's right there. It's the only article I've ever written. But a good bit of wisdom for everyone is X Pro. I have on my screen right now about 8 or 9 different columns of X, all with different things going on. So one of them is like, well, a few of them are my lists. So I've got the CT list, I've got my alpha list, prediction market list, and whatever lists. I've got keyword searches, I've got my For You page, my following page, and it all updates live. So when someone tweets, like while they tweet, first like 2 seconds of them posting it, so I get the information immediately, and I'm not just relying on the For You page to feed me good information. I can see information from across crypto all the time, so it allows me to be way ahead of everyone else. And that's how I catch these nerds early. I don't tweet about them. I'm not someone that tweets about what coins to buy.
It's like a data feed kind of for you.
Yeah, it's like a Bloomberg tunnel for crypto. It's really good. It's really good. I would recommend anyone to use it. I don't use regular X. I only use X Pro. Because I feel like when you run regular X, you just go into a scrolling loop, right? And then it starts feeding you like memes or whatever, and you just start scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And then you become a slave to the algorithm, and you don't want to do that. You just want to be constantly being fed good.
Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest personalities in the game.
No, as soon as you're between, unfortunately, you might post and I'll talk.
I understand. Hey, where are you located? Like, was this your morning? It's not like it's from
Yeah.
you're like a couple hours away from me, bro. Literally right here in Michigan, bro. So,
if you're in the city,
I drive my girlfriend down to Chicago every once in a while, so I'll let you know, bro. Absolutely.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, we actually hosted a like different restaurants for us or dinner at our place. It's not a DeFi house, so we're just trying to connect people and talk crypto. We had a few so far, but yeah, definitely a little events. What you were saying earlier, man, about the algorithm and about like X. I mean, that's the thing that's very important. Most of my connections also do come from social media on X. And you have to think yourself up. You're following a lot of people that are just writing just sage garbage. You need to organize things better because the algo is not your friend. If you're not organizing things properly, it's going to feed you a lot of misinformation or wrong information. So then everyone should really take some time and figure out if the information they're getting That's very important. You know, you follow important people alerts on it. And yeah, just something to really focus on.
No one cares. I hate this app.
Information that's out there, and yeah, something that it's good you pointed out. I think it's very important. And also understanding too the different tiers and stuff. You know what they do, what they for. And, you know, all we have to like skill check, like premium plus premium, just understand what that's all about. Why people don't know that stuff, and just good information to have and understand.
What we're saying is a lot of people have this stuff and they don't even understand what they're paying for.
Exactly. A lot of people just pay it, but I don't know what it is. Yeah. And or they just follow a lot. They pay for like a premium plus, and then they follow a lot of people that they should be following. It's just letting them pay it. And it's just good to go periodically and try to evaluate who you're following, who alerts are for, what alerts you have. And just better understand how the algorithm works, because that's how you make connections and basically some money in the space is knowing, you should be following why.
Complexity makes the browser called common.
Yeah, agreed. I think with X Premium, you don't need to pay for anything higher than the $5 or $7 package if you aren't growing an X account. If you want to grow your X account, Premium Plus is the one you should pay for. It's a lot. It's like $50 or something. I don't care if it's a lot of money for you. If you want to grow your X, you need Premium Plus. The reason for that is because high-go strategy is the best way to grow. And with Premium Plus, it says on the package, it does boost your replies higher on the reply board. So if you're replying to Elon Musk or you're replying to someone else, your replies will appear higher when people go through the comments. You're not going to get more views and more traffic to your page from that, as long as you're posting good comments. So that is a good bit of
Now behind the scenes, it's also working to learn about you, not about making.
So it's definitely worth the money in any kind of social networking skill or anything that you're doing is also to spend a little money to build your account in the beginning, and that way it doesn't take you so long to grow.
Yeah, 100%. And one thing I wouldn't recommend people do, and I see a lot of people do, is giveaways. Giveaways are bad for many reasons. One, the algorithm doesn't like it when you have the word giveaway in it. It just views you as like a spam account. Second, if you get followers from your giveaway, they're not following you for your content, they're following you because of a giveaway. So when you post things and they get spewed, you might clip below.
That's a perfect explanation of like 90% of the people sitting inside these giveaway spaces. That's 90% of these people. So yeah, they're kind of crazy, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know who just came up, but you need to mute your mic, Billy.
Yeah, I've tried to mute it, but it's not muted. I've literally clicked mute everyone and it's... I'm just going to have to remove. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, anyway. What was I saying? So, yeah, right, if people follow you from your giveaways,
she's not the only one growing.
Yeah.
When you post and X distributes your content for your followers, which is the test phase, these people are unlikely to engage with your content in a meaningful way, which will then penalize you further on from the post, because X will test the post for your most loyal followers first. If it hits well with them, they'll take it to the next phase and distribute it further. And then if it hits well with those, and then so on and so forth, right? There's like a few different tiers I've noticed. There's the bare minimum, which is for less than 500 views tier. Then it goes to the 1,000 to 3,000. Then it goes from that to 10k, and then from 10k to 100, and then 100k onwards. It can go into the millions. That's what I've noticed. It's like it always within those brackets, and if it ever goes over into the next bracket, it'll swing so high. Because of how the X algorithm works, basically. So just keep that in mind as well. And with the new X algorithm, small accounts can get viral posts. I explained this yesterday. You just got to be posting things that are shareable, people want to go into the comments for, and people want to engage with. Shareable is like pretty easy to do with memes or rage bait or breaking news that could be like very interesting that no one else is posting. But not breaking news in the sense that Trump has raised tariffs, because everyone's going to tweet that at the same time. It's not going to pop. It would be something like no one else has seen that you're the only one that's posted it. That's the sort of thing we can do well.
License plate readers, I'm fine with cameras in open places, helicopters.
Everybody in here, but you better be thankful to Ethan to really just be sharing all of this stuff. He's taking his time out of it.
All right, coming up, more big companies are betting they can grow, still grow, will continue to grow without hiring anybody. Of course, that's connected to AI and
you can change people's lives just with the simplest things. So, thank you.
It's much appreciated. I really appreciate your kind words. I just feel like if everyone's winning at the same time, we'll win even more from that. You know, if people on the stage or in the listeners become influencer tomorrow, then they'll remember that I helped them out, and then we can win even bigger together, right?
Doing it bigger and better is always better, and doing it together is definitely something that most people in crypto are not about. Most people in crypto are scammers, takers, fuckheads, just want to be in here to talk shit. Most 99% of everybody in this fucking space that's actually up, most of these spaces talking, they're not here to help you, man. They're here to fucking somehow get your money, even if it's a 6 month, a year, or a year and
remains confident that a woman will one day be elected president. Harris is currently promoting her
millions of dollars off of unsuspecting sheep. So just be very careful. And I know Ethan has probably been a part of different projects that have ripped him off too, if he's been here long enough.
I mean, there's been a couple, but nothing crazy. I mean, the people I've worked with I was on the Boy Club team. I've been great. Tom Blockchain. I was head of Europe for an NFT platform called Paraspace. That was one that fucked me around. Basically, we were the biggest NFT platform in the world with freedom. I was there since they started. I was an on-paper millionaire with my equity. And just before we were about to raise, the CEO misappropriated some funds, which resulted in a huge scandal. And well, Paraspace is no more. One of you guys have heard of it. And that's because it died within about 2 weeks of that happening. So my on-paper millions turned into nothing, and that was a fucking. It really sucked. But that's the only time I've ever been completely screwed over in crypto. I feel like the Board Club did me a lot of good. I feel like Tom Blockchain did me a lot of good, even though they paid me and I left. I feel like it was worthwhile working for them and running their page. But yeah, getting ripped off in crypto is part of the journey. You've got to get ripped off, you know? You always will be. You're always going to get rooked by someone in some way, and that's just how life is. You just got to get up and shake it off and keep grinding.
Precious metals. Man, it has exploded. A couple weeks ago, $4,000 an ounce. I remember commercials back 3 years ago.
Yeah, dude, go ahead. I just told him, man, I just love it, dude. I mean, because most people in here are not about. I didn't know that you had that much background either, Ethan. So just guys remember, man, you never know who you're talking to, what you're doing in here, and you never know where you can go or who you can connect with, because life is about connections. And in the old school way of things, people joined groups, societies, and they still do to get different connections. But remember that there is much bigger societies now, and there are basically huge communities in X or any social media networks that you can connect to, especially on X. You can connect to billionaires. You can talk to random people that you would never think that you would ever talk to in your life, and all of a sudden now you're in a space talking to this person who is on a whole other level than you and could possibly level you up. So just don't ever freaking stop dreaming, man, because like no matter what, man, like if you really take advantage, especially of what Ethan said, and take advantage of the algorithms, take advantage advantage of the time you have. Take advantage of what you're doing. Basically respond to the different people talking to you and build your account the correct way. You build the right kind of following, you build the right kind of people in your space, and you're not a fucking scamming fuckhead, then you can really do something to really change the world, change your life, change your family's life. Yeah, basically kind of like what he said, you can change your stars, man, in that one movie, Knight's Tale or whatever.
100%.
Yo.
I can tell you, watching people blow up and then fall off. Taking money for scams never works out in the long run. If you take money to promote a meme coin that's a rug, and you know it's a rug, your audience is going to remember that forever. And
in traffic 405 southbound before Valley Vistas, open a boulevard. That's just got cleared.
There's a guy called OG Shoots who probably not many of you guys will know, but he's quite influential in like the main crypto Twitter crowd. Or he was back in the day. It was like the meme coin pumps in January. And he uploaded a clip yesterday. I don't know if it's rage bait or not. Right? It's quite dumb as rage bait because it's like so incriminating. But he did a lie detector test with Salt Jakey, and Salt Jakey asked him, "Did you insider trade Trump coin?" He answered no, and the lie detector test showed that he was lying. So basically, that clip says that he insider traded Trump coin, and people are like shitting on him so hard, like the day before, like yesterday, and yeah, it's not done good for his brand. So whether he did or he didn't, it doesn't matter. It just looks bad on his brand. So just don't do it. Just build honestly. My late swoosh is probably the best example of somebody who's never taken money for a scam. It took him a while to. I remember when he first came up. Because,
Yo, how are you? How'd you find out about me? Eagle World. Okay, very well. Excellent. I just want to check. Are you at least 18 years old? Okay, excellent. Excellent. I just don't want any children in here. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Miso. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic, the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show, Miso, or the television show Big Brother? Okay, excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. You can watch me 24/7 whenever you want. If you weren't aware, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data online than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if and when that happens to me, so I want to make you, your friends, your family, all exceptionally wealthy. I want to make sure that you have independent wealth. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. I talk about other things for the benefit of society, things like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. It's sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wealth in developing nations, such as Nigeria, for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology. How does that sound to you, Miso? Excellent. I talk about other things for the benefit of society. I'm a futurist. That's someone who studies the future. I enjoy talking about anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light, communication, things like Santa Claus machines and replicators, teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets. I like to talk about things like de-extinction. You may not be aware of me so, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenees ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Clothbot Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth in the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is really exciting. Me, so I talk about some. It absolutely is. So that's a little bit about me. Me, so tell me about yourself. Okay, well, I'm always live. You're always welcome here. I have people who spend their entire day here. I have people who just sleep in here. We play games. We sing karaoke. What are your hobbies? Excellent. What do you Okay. What do you like to bake? Absolutely. Very well. Do you like to bake fancy? Okay, very well. And you're an entrepreneur, you said? Okay. What are your career aspirations, if I may ask? Oh, very well. Okay. And you found me in e-girl world. Are you are you a girl gamer? Do you like to game? Excellent. What are your favorite games? Excellent. Do you ever play Grand Theft Auto? You no. Grand Theft Auto. Okay. Very well. What are your other hobbies aside from baking or cooking? Very well. Excellent. What languages do you know? And English. Wow. English is your mother tongue? Amazing. Wow. So, are you Persian? Amazing. Well, that's a beautiful culture, beautiful part of the world. Okay. So, if you are in our world, what other discords are you in? Okay, very well. And you just saw me streaming and you were like, I wonder what this person's doing. Excellent. All right. The do you like technology? Okay. Oh, okay. What do you like about it? Yeah. Okay, so no big difference between 13 and 17, right? Okay, maybe just a better battery. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so why do you like iOS more than Android? Excellent. And then do you post that on Instagram? Okay. And let's say, so I stream my life 24/7. I'm live on more than 22 YouTube channels. You can go back to any moment of my life for the last 4 years or so and see what I was doing. If my project goes viral, I want to be able to give you everything that you want to be able to live your greatest dreams. So let's say I gave you $1 billion. What would you do with it? Okay, let's say I gave you though $1 billion. You could give it away, but what would you do with it? Okay, would you travel? Okay, what what would you invest in? Okay, so if you started a charity, what kind of charity would you start? That's true. That, okay, those are admirable characteristics of a charity. Excellent. All right. And do you like animals? What's your dog's name? Hiroshi. Excellent. Yeah. What kind of dog is he? Oh, so sweet. Okay. Well, shout out to Hiroshi the pug. Is Hiroshi on Instagram? But he doesn't have his own Instagram. Okay. Excellent. Oh, not yet. Maybe someday. You're going to be a famous baker and culinary artist. Okay. And so you take Hiroshi on walks? Okay. Does Hiroshi like walks? I imagine so. And why is his name Hiroshi? Okay, that makes sense. Excellent. All right. And do you have lots of friends on Discord? Do you have lots of friends on Discord? Okay, well, absolutely. You should know that you're always welcome here. You and Hiroshi are always welcome here. I have Miss Aquarius. She is just chilling. And then Brandon's chilling, and we had some other people in here earlier. And you should know about anything. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here to help you. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and I'm here to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, Misa, I'm here for you, okay? Absolutely. Do you play games on Discord? Okay, what games do you like? All right. You ever play Putt Party? You want to play Putt Party? Okay, I'll send you an invite. Are you good? Miso, are you good? Miso. Miso, casual? Miso. Miso, are you there? What happened to you, Miso? Hiroshi's taking up your time. Miso. Miso. Do you need me to send you an invite? Oh, that's okay. All right. So, excellent. Go to casual.